Chapter 1 The Seventh Hokage is reborn. Beneath the luminous full moon, the pale glow illuminated the sinister visage of Mizuki. Under the tree, Iruka drew a kunai from his leg, shielding Naruto behind him. Naruto, you must not hand over the sealing scroll to Mizuki. It contains dangerous, forbidden techniques. Mizuki has been using you solely to obtain it. Out of the corner of his eye, Iruka noticed Naruto standing frozen in shock, worried that Mizuki's earlier attack had affected him. He kept a vigilant watch on Mizuki while assessing Naruto's condition. The once vibrant Naruto now resembled a weary old man, hunched over, gazing at Iruka with his once bright blue eyes now dulled. Seeing Iruka, who appeared to be a middle-aged man burdened by the woes of life and sporting a receding hairline, Naruto exclaimed, "Huh? Iruka-sensei, did you get a hair transplant?" Iruka's forehead throbbed with veins as he pointed an accusatory finger at Mizuki, who lurked menacingly atop the tree. "You fool! Look at that guy! Is this really the time for jokes? And my hair is quite thick. Thank you very much. I take great care of it every day." Mizuki interjected at an opportune moment. "Naruto, Iruka is afraid you might obtain that scroll, which is why he's saying all this." "Mizuki, what nonsense are you spouting? Let me reveal a truth to you, Naruto." Seeing Mizuki on the verge of disclosing the village's most forbidden secret, Iruka shouted angrily, "Shut up, you bastard." 12 years ago, a rule was established in the village, one that only Naruto Uzumaki must never know. Naruto, bewildered, felt memories stir within him as he muttered, "A rule that I alone must not know?" Mizuki trembled, then erupted in manic laughter. "Indeed, that is why everyone in the village dislikes you, even despises you, because you are the Nine-Tails, the fox that killed Iruka's parents and destroyed the village. Now you understand why those around you loathe you. Even Iruka does not wish for you to have the scroll. Ha ha ha. Everyone refused to tell me that I am the Nine-Tails?" Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could hardly accept such a notion, his face a canvas of shock. Isn't this something the entire ninja world is aware of? Why does Mizuki believe this is a village secret? And when did Iruka-sensei get a hair transplant? Witnessing Naruto's psyche shatter under the weight of this monumental secret, Mizuki thought, "Now's my chance." He then hurled a massive shuriken at Naruto, confident that eliminating this annoying brat would be trivial, leaving Iruka, who was already injured, a mere afterthought. The sealing scroll would soon be his to present to Orochimaru, perhaps even. "Run, Naruto!" Iruka saw Naruto still standing there, unresponsive, and before he could process his thoughts, he instinctively shielded Naruto with his own back, taking the deadly blow. Iruka coughed up a mouthful of blood, sorrowfully saying, "We are the same, you and I. No parents, no one to praise us, no one who cares. I lack talent, and have had to rely on pranks to draw attention. Even if I excel, no one truly cares, and that feeling is incredibly painful. You feel it too, don't you? Naruto, if I were more reliable, you wouldn't have to bear such memories." "I'm sorry, Naruto." Iruka's heartfelt confession brought a tear to his eye, which fell upon Naruto's forehead. In that moment, a spark ignited in Naruto's eyes, and tears began to trickle down his cheeks. Indeed, no matter how many times Iruka-sensei still. Mizuki, relishing in his earlier aloofness, twisted his features in mockery. "How laughable. Iruka has harbored resentment towards you, the one who killed his parents. What he said was merely a ruse to reclaim the scroll from you." Though I do not yet know the specifics of what transpired, Naruto interrupted Mizuki's taunts, declaring, "I have experienced too many incidents of this nature. I have grown accustomed to it." He crouched down, gently tapping 2 spots near Iruka's wound, sealing several chakra points to staunch the bleeding. Although he lacked Byakugan, being the son-in-law of the Hyuga clan, he possessed some knowledge of minor techniques. "Naruto?" Iruka blinked in surprise, momentarily speechless. "Let's discuss this later, Sensei. For now, we must deal with this guy." Naruto lifted Iruka's large hand with his small one, a bright blue sphere brimming with their shared bond slowly forming in Iruka's palm. This technique. Iruka was astounded, speechless at the sight of the chakra sphere before him. Years ago, the village suffered immeasurable losses due to the Nine Tails. I completely understand the villagers' fear of me. When one makes a mistake, they must bravely admit it, for I am a student Iruka Sensei I can take pride in. The Nine Tails never intended to cause harm. I may not be clever, but I am recognized by no one. Only you, Sensei, understand the pain within my heart, and you firmly believe I am not a demon fox, but rather. Naruto's heart surged with passion. The years of waiting for the Nine Tails revival had ignited a fire within him. He raised his thumb to his chest and declared resolutely, I am Naruto Uzumaki of the Leaf Village. As his voice echoed, he raised Iruka's hand high above his head, the Rasengan emanating a radiant blue glow, illuminating the surroundings. Mizuki sensed something amiss and retreated a step, trembling as he reassured himself. They're merely two underdogs bluffing. I can dispose of a brat like you with a single move. Mizuki, is you alone? It is you, the one who harbors malice. You, who has harmed the comrades of the village, who has hurt my beloved Iruka Sensei. Unforgivable. Turning to Iruka, he continued, Sensei, do you feel it? This is the weight of the bond we share as teacher and student. In the future, I would like to invite you to be my father and attend my wedding. Naruto? Iruka was still processing the notion of Naruto, viewing him as a father instead of a brother when he became entranced by the heavy Rasengan in his hand. Such weight, such warm chakra. Iruka felt the wounds on his back rapidly healing, involuntarily exclaiming in awe. To gather such an immense amount of chakra into this small sphere, with its seemingly chaotic yet remarkably orderly movements, required an extraordinary level of chakra control, something he could not achieve. Could this really be the underdog student I taught? He even considers matters of romantic interest more deeply than I do. Naruto moved the Rasengan, now floating in his palm, and charged towards Mizuki. Mizuki, let me show you the bond between the so-called demon fox and an underdog. Don't come any closer. As Naruto closed the distance, Mizuki's face contorted in terror as he hastily unfastened the remaining shuriken from his back to defend himself. Naruto leapt high into the air, thrusting the Rasengan upward, and upon contact with the shuriken, it transformed into smoke and dissipated. What? Shadow clone? When did he? Before Mizuki could finish his thought, a fierce gust of wind tore through the air from behind him. Moreover, the Nine Tails is not a companion you can casually malign, you bastard. The zipper of Mizuki's jacket was torn open by the wind generated by the Rasengan, causing his coat to billow in the breeze. The Rasengan struck Mizuki squarely in the back, and he felt a force as heavy as a mountain crashing down upon him. Damn it! How could I be defeated by a brat who is the demon fox? With a desperate scream, Mizuki's body spun and flew backward. The cerulean Rasengan created a violent gust, propelling Mizuki through the air, leaving a deep trench in its wake. The overwhelming impact shattering hundreds of trees and stirring up massive clouds of dust in the forest. Boom! A tempest raged as branches, stones, and wood splinters rained down from the sky like a deluge, sending flocks of birds scattering into flight. Numerous trees succumbed to the force, and, as the dust settled, Mizuki lay amidst the ruins, barely clinging to life. Orochimaru's curse mark truly bestows an incredible resilience. Naruto discerned that Mizuki had barely survived by activating the curse mark form, still alive without meeting his end here. Ultimately, it was due to his struggle to adapt to this childhood body, combined with the Nine Tails chakra continuously seeping through the seal, disrupting his chakra balance, preventing him from crafting a Rasengan that truly met his desires. Naruto! Iruka gasped in disbelief as the first rays of morning sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a warm glow upon Naruto, whose silhouette appeared so dependable. His coat billowed in the wind, the shadow of the fourth Hokage overlapping with Naruto's small stature. This kid, perhaps he truly can. Iruka wiped his moist eyes, recalling the underdog who had defaced Hokage Rock just yesterday. After a night of toil, he had finally grown into a towering tree. He untied the forehead protector from his head and staggered forward, placing it into Naruto's hands, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Naruto! You have graduated. From this day forth, you are a ninja who can stand on your own." Naruto, overwhelmed with emotion, accepted the forehead protector. Thank you, sensei. Although he still did not grasp how he had arrived at this moment. What had he not endured over the years? In a valiant struggle against extraterrestrial foes alongside his closest friend, he traverses the annals of time, encountering his youthful father, Minato Namikaze, and joining him on a daring mission. This grand adventure leads them to the moon, where they engage in a dramatic rescue of his beloved wife, ultimately experiencing a blissful life on an alternate timeline with the delightful meat Sai, followed by the burdensome task of cleaning up after Boruto. Consequently, this optimistic fellow swiftly embraces his peculiar circumstances. I have returned. From that future, reborn. Report. Mizuki has been entrusted to the medical team for treatment and is currently under the watch of the Umbu. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, has just transported the Chunin Irika to the hospital without delay and has now returned to his lair. In the Hokage office, an Umbu agent knelt on one knee, briefing the third Hokage on the developments. The third took a deep drag from his cigarette, savoring the smoke before gesturing for the Umbu to withdraw. Unbeknownst to us, Naruto-kun has perfectly inherited the will of fire. A smile graced the third's face. Oof, you truly are growing senile. Danzo rose to leave the office, casting a disappointed glance at the third before departing. To teach the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki such a perilous technique as the Rasengan. Sarutobi, you have indeed grown soft. Your indecisiveness renders you unfit for the role of Hokage. The third fondled a crystal ball, within which lay an image of Naruto sprawled on a bed, soundly asleep with his belly exposed, a look of contentment upon his face. He then switched off the image and moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, contemplating Danzo's limping figure as he exited the Hokage office. Naruto has already mastered the Rasengan. When did this old fool come into contact with him? It appears Danzo has not relinquished his ambition to manipulate the Jinchuriki from the shadows. Has your ambition truly expanded to such lengths, Danzo? Chapter 2. The Prophesied Child and the Joy of the Fox. With a heart full of trepidation, Naruto returns to the residence of his youth. The moment of reunion is at hand. You must be feeling quite discontented at present, aren't you? One hand resting on his abdomen. Even the carefree Naruto deeply understands its significance not merely as the source of power for a Jinchuriki, but as a true companion. His consciousness gradually fades, sealing space. The dimly lit corridor is awash with an orange glow. Aging pipes dangle from the walls, occasionally dripping water that creates ripples upon the surface, revealing that the entire floor is covered in water, rising to ankle depth. At a certain moment, a small silhouette appears, traversing the dark, narrow passage. Occasionally gesturing around, it remarks the conditions in which the Nine-Tails resided were truly deplorable. Such an environment is detrimental to the growth of a fox in the future. It must be provided with better living conditions to avoid being overshadowed by other tailed beasts. I've heard the Eight-Tails has already moved into a luxurious apartment. It must be high time. Naruto halts, and before him stands a massive iron gate constructed of crimson bars. In the center of the gate is affixed a note bearing the character for seal. From beyond the gate emanates the heavy panting of a beast, a prelude to the hunt. It senses Naruto's presence, opening its crimson eyes, and in an instant, a myriad of emotions seep through the cracks of the gate, enveloping Naruto. Naruto accepts these emotions with grace, allowing the sensations to envelop him, leaving only his clear eyes visible. These are the myriad emotions that the Nine-Tails has accumulated over the years within three Jinchuriki. Its sorrow, its rage, her helplessness, his loneliness, her joy, her melancholy, her desolation, and the negative emotions born from all those around the Jinchuriki. Mizuki, classmates, Danzo, Umbu surveillance personnel, the higher-ups of Konoha, ordinary villagers. His, her, it's there. Humans fear it, dread its power, yet refuse to submit. They can only vent their cowardice through other emotions. It harbors animosity towards humanity, relishing the sight of its Jinchuriki being scorned, for it brings a semblance of schadenfreude. At this moment, that little brat who binds its freedom has audaciously accepted the very pain it endures. Stupid brat! The colossal beast roars in fury. Sharp claws extend through the gaps of the iron cage, halted just between Naruto's eyebrows, firmly lodged and unable to advance further. The Nine Tails repeatedly test the barrier, causing the iron gate to rattle ominously. It seethes with impotent rage. Stupid brat, come a little closer. Let me kill you. Yo, long time no see, Kurama. Naruto's raspy voice causes the Nine Tails' enormous pupils to shrink suddenly, its canine jaws parting as its ears perk up. It grips the cage tightly, leaning forward, its eyes reflecting Naruto's image, the murderous intent intensifying to a palpable degree. Stupid brat, how do you know that name? Naruto does not respond to the curious Nine Tails, but instead extends his right hand, forming a fist before Kurama's eyes. If you wish to know the answer, then let's engage in a match, Kurama. The Nine Tails fixates on Naruto's eyes without moving, and the ceiling space falls into a profound silence. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of dripping water echoes around him, the ripples upon the water's surface undulating. This is the gravest punishment for the wicked and the gentlest hospitality for the virtuosa, unique tenderness belonging to Minato. The dual-natured Nine Tails, reliant on this gentle water, has managed to stabilize itself within a mere few years. Naruto's lips curled into a smile, and the negative energy that surrounded him dissipated in a flurry of crackling bursts. He raised his fist and took a determined step forward, proclaiming, "Let us go, you wretched fox." A fist, cloaked in vibrant red fur, extended from the confines of its cage, pausing momentarily before surging forward once more. The collision of one large fist and one small fist ensued as the red and blue chakra intertwined, igniting an explosion of mental connection in that instant. The myriad tales they had both experienced, every thought, every image, and all words were conveyed in a profound psychic exchange. The Nine Tails comprehended everything. Naruto and Kurama. The old man and his brethren. The old man and his matron. The old man and his sons. The old man's matron and his relatives. As the Seventh Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto has gone through it all. Even the fact that Minato and Kushina spied on the old man for 12 years? That is a miscalculation. It should be the chakra of my father and mother. Am I truly deceased? During that incident, Kurama sacrificed himself to save everyone. It is a relief you are all unharmed. The Nine Tails gazed at the young boy before him, his expression intricate, struggling to believe that the old man's prophecy had come to fruition, saying, "Have you been waiting for my resurrection all these years?" Naruto scratched his head and remarked, "Well, I cannot ascertain how long it will take after utilizing that mode. The resurrection of Kurama, once my chakra is depleted, may require an extensive period. Yet, I firmly believe that Kurama and I will ultimately reunite." Humph. The Nine Tails rose, its nine tails swirling with fervor, and then let out a chilling laugh, saying, "In the end, it was still cheating. I never anticipated returning to the past, but I am genuinely thrilled to see a healthy Kurama." The Nine Tails clicked its tongue, adding, "It is merely the future version of myself that acknowledges you. I have not acknowledged you. Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto exclaimed with fervor, "I will strive to gain the acknowledgement of the current QB." He firmly believed in his words, for to speak is to act, and that is his path of perseverance. TCH, such an annoying little brat. Well then, give it your all. The Nine Tails lowered its body, yet its gaze remained fixated on Naruto's clear eyes. After a moment of mutual observation, laughter resonated within the ceiling space. "Ha ha ha. Hee hee hee." The Nine Tails mused, "Truly, the Sage of Six Paths deserves his reputation." Having observed human civilization for millennia, the Nine Tails found them to be more arrogant, greedy, and dark than any other species, waging wars over the most trivial of gains. Throughout history, the tailed beasts have been mere tools of humanity, their potent power exploited. The Nine Tails had always regarded the prophecies of the Sage of Six Paths as mere fabrications to deceive them, akin to how parents deceive their children to keep them obedient at home. However, today this human, who had annihilated its entire family from the moment of its birth, the one known as Uzumaki Naruto, had demonstrated through his actions that he had reconciled the enmity between humans and tailed beasts, discarding the traditional human perceptions of the tailed beasts and united them against formidable foes. Although the ultimate outcome was not particularly splendid, the sensation of mutual trust was rather pleasant. In moments of boredom, the Nine Tails often fantasized about various scenarios from their first encounter. "Hey, Could I borrow some chakra? I heard you possess a vast amount of chakra. Or perhaps, hey, it's time to pay your chakra rent. Yet, it had never anticipated such genuine joy from the other. This gradually altered its perception of humanity. Through the bond between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast, they transcended the passage of time and re-established a bridge of mutual reliance. At Mayuboka Mountain, a voice rang out, "Ribbit! The great sage has awakened." Frogs rejoiced, and the revered Fukasaku and Shima, as the next in line after the great sage, came to pay their respects. The aging Gamamaru opened his eyes wide, having caught fleeting glimpses of the boy's silhouette in prophetic dreams numerous times. Fukasaku questioned, "Sage, your prophecies have never erred." "It is not an error." Gamamaru shook his head, chuckling. "The child of prophecy is far more exceptional than anticipated." Ha ha ha. Rarely did Gamamaru exhibit such joy. His laughter was infectious, bringing smiles to Fukasaku and Shima as well. Let little Jiraiya come for a visit. The key can be utilized earlier than previously planned. Chapter 3. The dual excellence of the toad and monkey. Are you certain you do not wish to retake a photo? I am quite certain. The third Hokage held Naruto's ninja registration form, the photograph seemingly attempting to ride on the coattails of the fourth Hokage's popularity. In the image, Naruto donned a short, ceremonial cloak, facing away from the camera while giving a thumbs up. As a ninja, I wish to convey an air of mystery and power. But you don't even have a proper frontal shot. The third sighed, rubbing his forehead. Go retake it. I spent several hours perfecting this pose. Naruto pleaded. We must get a new photo. Grandpa Hokage, please don't do this. In truth, Naruto had engaged in similar tasks for many years. The registration form was merely for archival purposes, accessible even to ordinary villagers at the library. The scrutiny over the photograph was not stringent, and even in his previous life as Hokage, he had never reviewed his own registration form. Naruto insisted on employing the shadow technique, while the third Hokage expressed his disapproval. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense, causing the Chunin responsible for document entry to involuntarily swallow hard. In that case, prepare yourself, Grandpa Third, Naruto proclaimed, rising to assume a combat stance. He was aware that only by utilizing the long-buried ultimate forbidden technique could he persuade the third Hokage. Oh, then let me witness the extent of Naruto's prowess, who has inherited the will of fire. Come forth. The third Hokage lowered the brim of his Hokage hat, shrouding his expression from view. Naruto clasped his hands together and shouted, "Seduction technique." The alluring figure of Naruto materialized within the arena, her voluptuous form elegantly poised, with her magnificent curves accentuated by the swirling mist that partially concealed her flawless skin, igniting the imagination. Suddenly, Naruto reverted to his original form, observing the third Hokage, who remained steadfast, his hat pulled low, utterly unmoved, as solid as a mountain. The third Hokage abandoned his thoughts, realizing the grim truth. Had he passed away? Was the esteemed third Hokage truly no more? The Chunin in attendance gasped in shock, causing a commotion that stirred the hall into chaos. The ruckus momentarily halted the entrance of Konohamaru, who stood frozen at the door. Had his grandfather been defeated so easily? After a brief tumult, the third Hokage wiped the blood from his nose, his displeasure evident as he remarked, "This is hardly the will of fire. How could you resort to such lascivious ninjutsu?" Naruto chuckled while scratching his head, remarking, "Grandfather Third is indeed formidable. The only way I can swiftly resolve this battle is with this technique." At that moment, Konohamaru burst through the door, brandishing a shuriken and shouting, "Let us duel, Grandfather. The position of Hokage belongs to the capable, and I shall claim your head along with the title of fifth Hokage." However, no sooner had Konohamaru boasted than he tripped over his own lengthy scarf, tumbling to the ground with a pained wail. "Cursed fate. Was this part of your plan as well? Truly, you are my grandfather. To have thought to set a trap here." Naruto absent-mindedly fiddled with his toes within his sandals, nearly forgetting this young lad. Who could have anticipated that the future paragon of a shinobi, embodying wisdom, strength, artistry, and diligence, would once have appeared in such a manner? Even Naruto could only recall the dependable Konohamaru, renowned for his dual prowess. Konohamaru pointed at Naruto, exclaiming loudly, "Is it you? You rascal. I just witnessed you nearly sending my grandfather to the afterlife with a single move." At that moment, a ninja clad in black attire and sporting dark sunglasses appeared at the entrance, offering an apology to the third Hokage. "Lord Hokage, It is young Master Konohamaru's troublesome, nine-tailed brat. Pausing momentarily, Hibi discovered Naruto's presence, startling him. He then adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes betraying an unmistakable disdain. Naruto seemingly remained oblivious to Ebisu's malice, instead offering him a smile and a nod. This scene did not escape the keen eyes of the third Hokage, who could not help but sigh inwardly. The repercussions of the Nine-Tails Night had gradually permeated the educational sphere, and due to Danzo and the Council of Elders, there were matters beyond his intervention. Indeed, Naruto had matured significantly following the incident with Yamato. Konohamaru, still a mere child, was utterly unaware of the terrifying power that technique possessed. The aging third Hokage, whose youthful vigor had just ignited, defended himself with a handkerchief. Konohamaru wore a look of disdain, questioning, is this scruffy-haired little technique truly that formidable? Naruto, caught off guard, felt a black symbol appear on his forehead as he clenched his fists, muttering, this brat. Ebisu stepped forward to pull Konohamaru away, warning, young master, do not associate with this individual. Engaging with such a person will lead to no favorable outcome. My words as a distinguished teacher are beyond reproach. Yet, Ebisu continued to boast, young master, you aspire to become the fifth Hokage, do you not? With my guidance, achieving that goal will be a mere walk in the park. Learning ninjutsu from me is the most straightforward path to Hokage. Where did he go? The third Hokage cleared his throat, observing, it seems he has followed Naruto. Young master, Ebisu exclaimed in alarm, rushing after him. Meanwhile, in the streets, Konohamaru trailed closely behind Naruto, employing his rudimentary concealment technique. As Naruto walked, he suddenly paused and exclaimed, gaining the recognition of others does not come merely from becoming Hokage. Rather, it is through the acknowledgement of the people that one can ascend to such a position. Is that not true? Konohamaru removed his disguise. Indeed, the path to becoming Hokage is fraught with challenges, devoid of shortcuts. Only the most exceptional ninja, who has earned the respect of the entire village, is worthy of bearing the title of Hokage. Naruto adjusted his forehead protector and continued, in the beginning, I exerted immense effort to gain the recognition of just one person, and that alone was fraught with hardship. Konohamaru felt the weight of this arduous journey, his young heart beginning to waver. My goal is also to become Hokage. Tomorrow, I shall take a step ahead to become a ninja. One day, I will challenge you for the title of Hokage. Anticipate that moment, Konohamaru. Naruto extended his thumb towards his chest and proclaimed, remember this, I am Uzumaki Naruto, and one day I shall become Hokage. His words inspired Konohamaru, fortifying his resolve for the uncertain path that lay ahead. I will never relinquish the title of Hokage. I acknowledge you as my brother, even before I attain such strength. Brother, the glasses-wearing teacher is coming to drag me back for a scolding. Konohamaru hid behind Naruto. That troublesome Naruto. Ebisu approached with measured steps, his sunglasses reflecting a chilling aura as he murmured, I have nurtured several exceptional candidates for Hokage. I must eliminate this pest who clings to my student. You vile fox. Konohamaru trembled. Naruto, brother. Naruto, in a state of resignation, urged Konohamaru to step back. Teacher Ebisu, truly deserving of his elite instructor title, garnered commendations even from Kakashi, whose prowess was undeniable. Reluctant to employ any damaging ninjutsu against him, especially considering that Ebisu had previously bestowed upon Naruto a considerable favor, he resolved to utilize the shadow clone technique instead. Thousands of Narutos materialized at the desolate alleyway, all poised for action. Konohamaru gazed in astonishment. They were all tangible. This was truly remarkable. The immense chakra emanating from Naruto momentarily startled Ebisu, yet he disdainfully stepped into the encircled clones, adopting a combative stance while scoffing. I am not some inept teacher like Mizuki. Mere numbers do not dictate strength. No matter how many insects swarm, they remain insects. Watch closely, Konohamaru. This is the first ninjutsu your brother taught you, now refined and evolved through my years of improvement. Harem technique, 3D max. With that declaration, a resounding impact echoed as Ebisu's nostrils bled profusely, ascending like a rocket and adding a vibrant hue to the evening sky over Konoha. Ebisu relinquished all rational thought. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, switched off the crystal ball's display. Lowering his hat's brim, he smiled and remarked, another tedious ninjutsu. Such trivial techniques hold no sway over me. With those words, he peacefully reclined on the ground, leaving the Umbu guards in shock. He had passed away. The third Hokage, with a satisfied smile, had departed from this world. Chapter 4. The seventh squad gathers. Naruto lay despondently upon the table, utterly lacking in vigor. He had spent the entirety of the previous day instructing Konohamaru in a certain secret technique, and even with his formidable 6 paths level spirit, he found himself wearied to the point of exhaustion that lingered into today. Despite having utilized numerous shadow clones during his tenure as Hokage to assist the villagers in constructing Konoha, it did little to alleviate the burdensome weariness of the young Jonin as he grappled with the profound mysteries of human reproduction. "What are you doing here?" I inquired. "Isn't today reserved for graduates attending the briefing?" Shikamaru, noticing the forehead protector atop Naruto's head, approached with curiosity and remarked, "Did you perhaps take a shortcut through Iruka's back door?" Naruto habitually waved his hand at his trusted brain, explaining, so much has transpired in between, dear Hinata." Naruto's eyes brightened as he spotted Hinata sitting in the corner, and he couldn't help but greet her. Indeed, the young Hinata was quite adorable, reminiscent of a sunflower. "Good morning, Naruto-kun. It's wonderful that you can graduate," she replied softly. Feeling somewhat flustered, her face resembling a ripe apple as she buried her head even lower. Hanabi was right. A slight change could capture a boy's attention, and today, after donning his headband, Naruto-kun had indeed noticed her. Naruto, aware of his wife's bashfulness, chuckled mischievously. "How adorable, Hinata, hee." Hinata, blushing, replied, "Naruto-kun is quite handsome too," as steam visibly rose from her head. Observing the exchange between Naruto and Hinata, the astute Shikamaru discerned their unspoken feelings and discreetly excused himself. Meanwhile, the exuberant Akamaru barked excitedly. "TCH, what a hassle." The classroom began to buzz with chatter, the source of which was none other than the illustrious Uchiha Sasuke, the top seed of their grade. "So handsome, Sasuke. Wow. I wish I could be in the same class as Sasuke." The girls clamored fervently, vying for the seats adjacent to Sasuke. As Naruto observed Sasuke passing by, he couldn't help but express his admiration for this longtime friend. This fellow was incredibly popular during their time at the Ninja Academy, much like himself. Moreover, he was undeniably handsome, just as Naruto believed himself to be. His ninjutsu skills consistently placed him at the top of their class, mirroring Naruto's own achievements. However, Sasuke's aloof demeanor, self-assured attitude, and sharp tongue stood in stark contrast to Naruto's own vibrant personality. Naruto carefully evaded the tumultuous competition among the girls vying for a seat beside Sasuke, lest he inadvertently witness the birth of a renowned masterpiece. Contemplating this, he cast an unconsciously lingering glance at Hinata, causing her to blush profusely as she hid behind her desk, peeking at him shyly. Iruka silenced the ruckus of the girls and addressed the class from the podium. "From this day forth, you shall become independent shinobi, yet you are still merely novice genin. The true challenges are just beginning." As Iruka continued his monologue, Naruto gradually succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the desk. "Hey kid, resting on a mental level is rather futile," the Ninetales grumbled, feeling a twinge of impatience towards the ever-familiar Naruto, who had taken to intruding upon its sealed space with alarming frequency since that fateful day. Unperturbed, Naruto leaned against the iron door, eyes closed as he murmured, "Being near Kurama brings me a sense of security. It took so long for us to reunite, and I certainly do not wish for Kurama to vanish without a trace again. At the very least, I will remain by your side." The Ninetales fell into silence, then lowered itself beside the iron door, and soon the ceiling space resonated with Naruto's steady breaths. "Such an annoying brat," it thought. "Why has our instructor yet to arrive?" Sakura fumed, gazing at the empty classroom. Uncertainty loomed as the J-nin assigned to Team 7 had yet to show, while the other teachers had already departed. Sasuke propped his chin on his hands, eyes shut, exuding an air of cool indifference. Yet internally, he began to feel restless. "Damn it, how can I waste time here? I must defeat that man." Unbeknownst to them, a small hole in the classroom wall housed a pair of fish-like eyes. Rich and Dha, observing them discreetly. "And you, Naruto, how long do you intend to sleep?" Sakura raised her fist in mock threat. Sleepy-eyed Naruto nonchalantly lifted a hand to block her, then swiftly twisted to grasp Sakura's small fist in his hand. "What?" Sasuke, witnessing the commotion, could no longer remain seated and sprang upright. "Oh, it's just Sakura," Naruto murmured, rubbing his eyes. "Was that just a coincidence, you slacker?" Sasuke shook his head, falling silent as he returned to his seat. Sakura, regaining her composure, felt the veins on her forehead bulging, as if she were about to enter a trance, and declared furiously, "Let go of me." Naruto swiftly released Sakura's fist. "You intentionally grabbed my hand, didn't you?" "I didn't mean to. I thought someone was ambushing us." "Why would anyone ambush us at school? Wasn't it Sakura who initiated the strike?" "Idiot Naruto." Sakura huffed and returned to her seat. "Has the teacher not arrived yet?" Naruto casually glanced at the clock on the wall. The dull gaze of the dead fish suddenly transformed as he noticed a shift in the surrounding atmosphere, which felt more dynamic than usual. "Ah, have I been discovered?" "Quite perceptive. It seems you've inherited Kushina's insight." He then extricated his head from the recess behind the clock. "Not bad, teacher. I'm starting to look forward to this," Kakashi remarked with anticipation as he pushed open the classroom door, causing a piece of chalk to tumble down. "Hey, isn't that our guiding Jonin? Why is he so tardy?" Naruto began to jabber nonsensically. "Well done, Naruto." Sakura cheered internally. Sasuke, in a state of shock, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Really? Is this truly a Jonin? Such a pathetic prank." Kakashi, unfazed, offered no semblance of camaraderie to the trio of freshly graduated ninjas, coldly stating, "Firstly, my first impression of you all is rather unfavorable." Naruto burst into hearty laughter, having not witnessed Kakashi-sensei falter in quite some time. Suddenly, a memory from years past surfaced. He had once employed the same tactic against Kakashi. With a mischievous grin, he disregarded Kakashi's prior warning and exclaimed, "Oh come now, sensei. This trap was devised after much deliberation among the three of us. We wanted to see if you, as a powerful Jonin, could fall for it. A rather clumsy prank. Yet it did embody the spirit of teamwork, did it not?" He then ceased to press the matter and led the trio to the rooftop. After a round of self-introductions, he gathered information about his students merely by using their names, gaining a rudimentary understanding of the three subordinates. Uzumaki Naruto, whose favorite dish was Ichiraku ramen, cherished the company of those who shared his passions. His interests lay in training, and his dream was to surpass the Sage of Six Paths and become Hokage. Haruno Sakura held affections for Sasuke Uchiha, who harbored aspirations of avenging himself against his brother. Kakashi, inwardly grumbling, let his lethargic gaze drift further. It seemed there was little hope for teamwork here. The third Hokage had indeed presented him with a challenging conundrum. "Well, tomorrow we have a survival exercise. However, should you fail my second assessment, you will all return to the Ninja Academy for retraining." With that, he formed a hand seal and added, "We shall convene at 5 in the morning near the memorial stone. Do remember to skip breakfast." Amidst a puff of smoke, Kakashi vanished, his voice lingering, "Don't throw up." Chapter 5, Survival Exercise, Part 1. With that settled, Naruto declared, "I still have training to do. Sasuke, Sakura, let us meet again tomorrow." With a resounding pop, he too vanished in a cloud of smoke. What? Another shadow clone? Sasuke's expression shifted, realizing he had not recognized Naruto's true form throughout their exchange. When had this occurred? Darn it, that Naruto. A sense of urgency washed over him, overshadowing his fleeting satisfaction at having secured the top position in the new life. Just days prior, Naruto had yet to master the basic clone technique, and now he wielded the shadow clone with finesse. Meanwhile, Sakura felt a peculiar delight in Naruto's antics, as they had afforded her a moment alone with Sasuke. Internally, she celebrated, "Well done, Naruto." Yet outwardly, her cheeks flushed as she shyly proposed, "Sasuke, would you like to grab lunch together? It would be nice to get to know each other, especially if we are to team up in the future." Sasuke flatly declined her invitation, instructing her, "You should dedicate that time to training." Even Naruto recognizes the importance of this. "My time is invaluable. To revive the Uchiha clan, I must constantly strive for strength. So, perhaps another time, Sakura." With those words, he leaped from the rooftop, a serious expression etched upon his face, heading toward Naruto's residence in search of answers. I must see for myself what this underachiever is truly capable of. On the rooftop, only Sakura remained, pondering how she too could assist Sasuke in revitalizing his clan. Revitalizing the clan is something I can help with too, she mused within the confines of her mind. However, without a key, it remains a formidable challenge. This level of effort is already pushing my limits. Naruto gazed at the faint golden chakra manifesting around him, gritting his teeth. Relying solely on the chakra that had seeped from the nine-tail seal over the years was significantly inferior to the complete form of the sage mode. The strength he possessed could only selectively cover a fraction of his potential, leaving him with little room to maneuver in the battles that lay ahead. The Tsutsuki clan, who depended on divine techniques, held little interest in ninjutsu, exhibiting a far superior application of physical combat techniques than the ninja world. His previous narrow victory over Momoshiki was due to the latter's reliance on physical prowess alone, but subsequently, his own physical techniques had surpassed those of Momoshiki. Consequently, Sasuke was defeated, and so was he. It was only through the Nine Tails burning all its chakra to enter the heavy particle mode that he could keep pace with his opponent. Sensing Naruto's anxiety and the urgency suppressed within him, the Nine Tails rested on the water's surface, flicking its tail, and said, "There is no need for such haste." Being able to gather intelligence about the adversary in advance is a commendable start. Moreover, the chakra seeping through this iron gate is merely inconsequential dust. Take your time. I must hasten my growth, at the very least to recover to a stronger state before Urashiki arrives, Naruto replied, dissipating his semi-golden form. He reached through the gap in the iron gate to scratch the vibrant fur of the Nine Tails, saying, "Just hold on a little longer, Kurama. When the time comes, I shall provide you with a different environment to grow in. But you mustn't deceive me again, you pesky little creature." Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails closed its eyes, and the sensation on its chin caused it to instinctively extend its claws, its tail stiffening, and its fur bristling as it relished Naruto's scratching. When Naruto regained awareness of his body, it was nearing dusk. As per his usual routine, he sought out Irika, who treated him to a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. At the Uchiha clan's training ground, shurikens were strewn across the ground, having been relentlessly thrown into wooden posts. Damn it, how infuriating. How can I train later? That guy has been sleeping the entire afternoon. How utterly boring. What a waste of time. Sasuke fumed, hurling shurikens to vent his frustration, his experience points rising significantly. And even his eyes began to redden. The following day, Team 7 waited until nearly noon for Kakashi to arrive fashionably late. My apologies, everyone. I'm late because I helped an elderly lady who had fallen by the roadside, he explained with a flimsy excuse. In truth, every morning, he visited the graves of his former teammates to pay homage to the past. Despite the passage of many years, Kakashi had yet to emerge from the sorrow of losing his dear friend Obito Uchiha and the heart-wrenching pain of having to take Rin's life himself. Unbeknownst to him, Obito had been quietly watching over Kakashi, secretly maintaining his vigil at the grave for half a lifetime. You liar. Kakashi-sensei is a big fraud. The astute Sakura, well-versed in the literature of youthful angst, was not a naive girl easily fooled by the lies of a single man, promptly exposing the ruse. Kakashi produced 2 bells and stated, "Anyone who can snatch a bell from me before noon will be deemed successful. Those who fail to capture a bell." He then set a timer and placed it on a wooden post along with 2 lunch boxes. 2. But there are 3 of us. Sakura pointed out the oversight. Did anyone mention that you all would pass? Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Those who fail to seize a bell will not only have to retake their Ninja Academy classes, but will also be bound to the wooden post to watch the others eat their lunch. Sasuke, filled with anger, exclaimed, "So that's why we're not allowed to eat breakfast?" Kakashi shrugged, "Let the games begin. Use ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu. Any form of attack is permissible." With that, Sasuke and Sakura dispersed to find their respective hiding spots, while Naruto dissipated into a puff of smoke before Kakashi. Oh, was it a shadow clone all along? Kakashi mused, surprised, as he heard rustling from a nearby bush. Glancing over, he leisurely took out his book, pondering. So he absorbed the memories from the shadow clone. He remains but a child, revealing his hiding spot so easily. From the bushes emerged Naruto. That fool is perfect. It allows me to observe this person's strength, Sasuke noted intently. With fervor, Sakura urged, "Go for it, Naruto. Contribute as much intelligence as you can for Sasuke." Naruto, with his fist raised, swiftly approached Kakashi from behind. His right hand, clenched into a fist, aimed a strike at Kakashi's face, which Kakashi effortlessly deflected with a wave of his hand. Following this, Naruto swiftly pushed aside Kakashi's blocking hand with his left, allowing his right fist to surge toward Kakashi's visage without pause. Kakashi tilted his head to evade, simultaneously swatting away Naruto's rapidly approaching left hand. Seizing the moment, Naruto unexpectedly unleashed a whip kick aimed at Kakashi's chest. Kakashi, recognizing the threat, grasped Naruto's ankle, yet this kick was merely a feint. Utilizing the force in Kakashi's grip, Naruto launched a more powerful knee strike, targeting Kakashi's head. Thus, the two engaged in a dynamic exchange, trading blows in rapid succession over the span of mere seconds. Kakashi, holding onto his book Ika Paradise, felt the mounting pressure and retreated significantly to evade the knee strike. Finally, Kakashi ceased his nonchalance. Putting away his book, though I am unaware of where you acquired such martial skills, you still lack the means to truly harm me. Naruto's lips curled into a smirk, a skill acquired during his battle with, as he executed a strike aimed at the head, or if that failed, the chest. The swiftness and precision of his taijutsu would prove more vital in future confrontations than ninjutsu, especially in clashes against the Otsutsuki clan. Over the past few days, he had extensively employed shadow clones to familiarize himself with this intact body, and muscle memory was beginning to manifest, heralding his growing strength. How would Kakashi-sensei respond to my impending assault? Naruto assumed an offensive stance once more. After all, he was merely a freshly graduated genin. Earth release, heart-cutting technique. A voice emerged from beneath Naruto's feet as a massive hand broke through the soil, dragging him underground until only his head remained visible. Kakashi-sensei truly was formidable. This type of ninjutsu was executed without a trace. Thank you for the compliment, what? The earth left only a pit in its wake, and Naruto's form dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Realizing that he had just battled a mere clone, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, murmuring in disbelief. What is this child capable of? Chapter 6, Survival Exercise, Part 2. Sensing a disturbance behind him, Kakashi performed a backflip to evade several shuriken. The shuriken collided at his previous position, with one ricocheting toward where he now stood. A series of agile leaps allowed him to evade the splatter of shuriken. Even the prodigy of the Uchiha clan cannot resist the allure of exceptional personal skill, Kakashi taunted, spitting out derisive remarks. Damn it! Sasuke charged at Kakashi, his Uchiha fluid techniques standing out among his peers. However, they paled in comparison to Naruto's seasoned taijutsu, lacking the potency to force Kakashi out of the battle. Fire release, great fireball technique. Upon completing the hand seals, Sasuke took a deep breath, unleashing searing crimson flames that engulfed Kakashi, who transformed into a wooden stump amid the blazing inferno. Can a child of this age truly wield such ninjutsu? After employing the substitution technique, Kakashi observed Sasuke, who had once again sought cover. The Uchiha child astounds me, but what surprises me even more is the transformation of the tree beneath me into Naruto's likeness. This tree was not present at the outset. As Kakashi descended in free fall, he pushed his forehead protector up, revealing his Sharingan, skillfully evading Naruto's incoming flying kick. From the shadows, Sasuke was taken aback by the sight of Kakashi's Sharingan, his body stiffening as he trembled, exclaiming, "How can someone outside the Uchiha clan possess the Sharingan? I cannot fathom how a master like you can be labeled as the underdog. Has the competition in the Ninja Academy become this fierce?" With a sheepish grin, Naruto scratched his head after his missed strike. "Ah, Kakashi-sensei, you're quite perceptive. You noticed that, did you?" he declared. "Let us commence the second round, Kakashi-sensei." With a clap of his hands, Naruto summoned his chakra. "Show me the ninjutsu you intend to employ." Kakashi, using his Sharingan, replicated Naruto's movements and chakra manipulation, pondering. What technique is this? What is the origin of this chakra trajectory? Naruto clapped his hands against the ground, invoking the Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Naruto and Kakashi found themselves encircled by several earthen walls, some adorned with dog-headed sculptures. Is it truly possible to perform ninjutsu without hand seals? Can one merely clap their hands to activate such techniques? Kakashi, mirroring Naruto's actions, also enjoyed the benefits of this clapping method. Admittedly, this particular type of ninjutsu is not my forte. It has taken me considerable time to practice. Naruto felt a touch of embarrassment, as during his years at the academy, he had mastered a few minor ninjutsu for support, but he lacked expertise. The intricate technique Kakashi employed, featuring dog heads carved into the earthen wall, was beyond his capabilities. "Well, sensei, the terrain is set. This shall be our battleground," Naruto exclaimed as he dashed forward, two shadow clones materializing behind him. Together, they executed Boruto's signature move, Wind Release, Gale Palm. The gust created by the shadow clones propelled Naruto directly toward Kakashi, his tightly clenched fist striking against Kakashi's crossed arms. Such a powerful assault. Yet, at this moment, there was no chance for evasion. Kakashi seized Naruto's body, tossing him into the air, and formed the Tiger Hand Seal, Leaf Village secret technique, 1,000 Years of Pain. As Naruto plummeted, he took the full brunt of the attack, dissipating into smoke, while the two remaining clones doubled over in agony, clutching their backsides. From a distance, Sasuke observed the unfolding battle, utterly astonished. Incredible. That Naruto, he muttered, gritting his teeth, realizing that despite believing himself superior to his peers, Naruto had unexpectedly grown to this formidable level. Sasuke, over here, Naruto called softly, gesturing for Sasuke, who approached to find Sakura present as well. Naruto, wincing while covering his rear, addressed them. It won't be easy for me alone to seize the bells. We must collaborate as a team. We need to devise a plan before my clones fall to Kakashi-sensei. The sounds of dissipating shadow clones echoed from within the earthen wall. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke finally nodded. All right. Sakura glanced between Sasuke and Naruto, also nodding earnestly. At last, the final shadow clone crashed through the earthen wall and was flung out. Kakashi emerged, panting, removing his forehead protector to shield his eyes, and sighed. What an unexpectedly resourceful little brat. Naruto's reckless utilization of shadow clones, a technique powered by an astonishingly abundant chakra, presents him as one of the most formidable adversaries. Engaging in combat with the Sharingan against him is likely to result in failure. He began to suspect that Naruto's true intention behind employing the Earth Wall technique transcended mere terrain manipulation. It appeared to be a strategy aimed at depleting the chakra of others, particularly as they approached their middle age. What then? Could the prodigy of the Uchiha clan possibly do? Kakashi turned his gaze towards Sasuke, who stood resolutely before him without any pretense of concealment. Sasuke remained silent, launching a colossal wind shuriken at Kakashi. With a swift tilt of his head, Kakashi evaded the initial attack. But then his eyes narrowed as he discerned a hidden wind shuriken lurking in the shadow of the first. The first shuriken was merely a feint. The true threat lay concealed in its shadow, an exquisite shadow wind shuriken technique. Kakashi silently praised the maneuver and leapt high into the air, narrowly avoiding the second shuriken. The absence of teamwork proved to be a significant disadvantage. He had underestimated the prowess of the Chunin. Suddenly, a startling realization struck him. What was that? Kakashi glanced downward, only to see the wind shuriken that had passed beneath him morph into Naruto's likeness, who was now aiming a kunai directly at his lower body. Naruto laughed heartily. Kikik. You can't change direction in midair, can you? If you get hit, Kakashi-sensei will spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair, bleeding and suffering. How infuriating. Kakashi, lacking any leverage while suspended, forcefully swung his fist backward, managing to contort his body into a peculiar arc, narrowly evading Naruto's lethal strike. The kunai merely sliced through the air, grazing his cheek, while Naruto, in a moment of triumph, declared, "What a pity, such a beautiful tactic." Bang. What? More. Kakashi looked up to see that the kunai Naruto had thrown had transformed into Sakura's likeness, who was floating above him, raising her fist and exclaiming, "Sakura punch." It was futile. His chakra reserves were dwindling, and to persist would only lead to greater misfortune. Kakashi resigned himself to receiving Sakura's powerful blow. Though it was rather ungraceful, the heavy punch landed squarely on Kakashi's silver-haired crown, causing him to lean forward. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto and Sasuke approached from either side, each reaching out to snatch the bell from Kakashi's waist. However, the scene of their teamwork was too picturesque. Team 7. With a smile, Kakashi collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The three gathered around Kakashi, whispering amongst themselves. Did we go too far? Sakura, you were too forceful. Naruto, you shouldn't talk. There was no denying that Sakura's punch had been exceptionally powerful. What do we do now? Well, we should have lunch first. Sakura replied, a bit embarrassed. But there are only 2 bento boxes. Naruto interrupted Sakura, shaking his finger, and said, it's merely 2 lunch boxes. In the future, during our missions, we might even have to share a single mouse among the 3 of us. Ugh, Naruto, you're truly disgusting. Sakura retorted with disdain. However, Sasuke supported Naruto's perspective, asserting, indeed, sharing lunch among the 3 of us is far preferable to facing a scenario where we have no food during our missions. As Kakashi slowly awakened, he was greeted by the sound of his beloved Team 7 engaging in discussion. These 2 bells, Sasuke and Sakura, you should divide them between yourselves, Naruto suggested. This time, the greatest contribution belongs to you. I might as well return to the Ninja Academy. I could graduate with such minimal effort, remarked the cool-headed Sasuke. No, I should go. You 2 performed far better than I did during this exercise. I wouldn't want you to wait for me at the front, Sakura said, tears in her eyes. You've grown remarkably strong, Sakura. Have you forgotten that just a moment ago, you knocked out a Jonin with a single punch? Idiot Naruto. Kakashi's lips curled into a smile as he contemplated imparting wisdom to these exceptional subordinates, only to realize he was bound and unable to move, tied to a tree stump. While remnants of the lunch they had shared lay scattered nearby, leaving him speechless, Naruto remarked, "The two bells set for this survival exercise were intended from the outset to induce discord among our newly formed team, compelling each of us to fight individually. In a one-on-one scenario, defeating our esteemed Jonin sensei, Kakashi, would be utterly impossible. Had it not been for the two of you, our battle would not have proceeded so smoothly." Sasuke pondered in his heart, is this the essence of teamwork? With our recent graduation from the academy, we have managed to overcome a formidable Jonin. It is no wonder the village would orchestrate such seemingly unreasonable survival exercises. Indeed, Kakashi, bound to a tree stump, interjected, drawing the trio's attention. Missions are typically conducted in teams. While exceptional individual skills are undeniably vital for a ninja, neglecting collaboration can endanger not only oneself, but also comrades, leading to catastrophic consequences for the team and the village. Those who defy the rules of the ninja world are deemed worthless. Yet those who fail to cherish their companions are even less than worthless. Kakashi gazed skyward, though he uttered no tale. The bittersweet smile peeking from beneath his mask told volumes. In any case, you have all passed, he declared, struggling to give a thumbs up despite his tight restraints. Chapter 7. Sasuke grows up. A middle-aged woman, weighing 500 pounds, affectionately embraced a cat named Little Tiger, indulging in a fervent display of affection before departing the mission hall with a delighted expression after settling her payment. Surely, it will escape again. Naruto caressed his smooth cheek, a faint ache lingering deep within his soul. Sasuke and Sakura wholeheartedly agreed, exclaiming in unison, absolutely. As Kakashi pondered something while distributing their rewards, he turned to the trio and inquired, by the way, how has your tree climbing practice been progressing? Naruto playfully rubbed his finger beneath his nose, exclaiming, well, I've long since mastered that. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances, smiling as they gave Kakashi a thumbs up. It seems we can proceed to the next phase of our training. And Sasuke, have you also become proficient with your eyes? Kakashi inquired. Sasuke remained silent, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, betraying no hint of modesty. Kakashi pondered this revelation. Meanwhile, other teams collecting or submitting missions avoided Kakashi's squad, some whispering behind their backs, look, that's the team that pressured their instructor on the very first day. One bystander recounted how the Uchiha had tied their teacher to a tree while they enjoyed their lunch. That's the mischievous child of the nine-tailed fox. I heard he graduated by sending the proctor to the hospital. Is it true? Are the newcomers so audacious? And isn't it rather peculiar to force a Jonin into submission? Do not underestimate them. That Uchiha Sasuke is the top of this cohort, and being from that clan, he possesses the ability to manipulate others. Who knows if that Jonin has any peculiar preferences? Could it be that they are mere puppets under their command? A passerby remarked. I also heard that the one with the spiky hair is his underling, and that pink-haired girl is part of his entourage. The four stood in line at the mission hall, awaiting new tasks, their toes fidgeting in their sandals as they absorbed the gossip. Naruto wore an expression of indifference, while Sakura's face flushed with embarrassment, and Sasuke's countenance darkened further. As a mere puppet, Kakashi felt helpless. The fact that he had been bested by these individuals had stirred quite a commotion within the ranks of the elite shinobi. Naruto gently patted Sasuke's shoulder, offering words of comfort. It's all right, Sasuke. I think you look incredibly cool, despite the rumors. Sasuke retorted. How can being labeled as the leader of a problematic organization be considered cool? If that man were to find out. As he contemplated this, he absent-mindedly began to pick at his toes. In the corner, a figure clad in a conical hat took a deep swig of alcohol. Amid the subtle glances of those around them, Team 7 finally reached their turn, and Kakashi, the puppeteer, approached the third Hokage. The third Hokage nodded at Kakashi and stated, I have a C-rank mission for you. Your task is to escort someone to the Land of Waves and ensure the safety of the bridge construction. Today, Iruka was handling clerical duties, and he couldn't help but interject, Lord Hokage, is it not a bit premature to assign Naruto and the others a C-rank mission? After all, they have only just graduated. Before the third Hokage could respond, Naruto cheerfully exclaimed, Iruka-sensei, if I shy away from even a C-rank mission, how will I ever become Hokage and protect everyone? Allowing the growing children to spread their wings will lead to their swifter development. Iruka. The third Hokage took a deep puff of smoke and smiled. Naruto's declaration of protecting everyone truly resonated with him, filling his heart with immense joy. As Naruto observed Iruka's hesitance to speak, he offered a reassuring comment. Teacher, you must have faith in my abilities. Iruka sighed in exasperation. I truly find you beyond comprehension. The third Hokage softly called out to the hall. Mr. Tazuna, you may come out now. What transpired next was peculiar. An elderly man, seemingly inebriated and burdened with a bamboo basket upon his back, pushed open the door while clutching a bottle of alcohol. He staggered forward, initially intent on unleashing a torrent of insults to intimidate those present. However, upon catching sight of the ninjas assigned to his mission, he found himself momentarily breathless, as though the alcohol had half awoken him from his stupor. Lord Hokage, I implore you to assign me a different team, Tazuna expressed, his discomfort evident. He had overheard the other ninjas discussing the 7th squad outside, and felt little sense of security with this group. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Tazuna, who, in turn, pointed accusingly at him, exclaiming, Lord Hokage, look. This rogue ninja intends to do me harm. Apprehend him at once. Sasuke's forehead throbbed with indignation as he retorted vehemently. You old fool, I shall end your life. Naruto quickly intervened. Sasuke, let it go. The old man is merely speaking the truth. Naruto, do you also wish to be added to my list of foes? Over time, through their interactions, Naruto gradually became acquainted with the personalities of his subordinates. His ability to enliven the atmosphere often left the typically aloof Kakashi at a loss for words. One could say he truly embodies the spirit of Kushina. Ultimately, the group, with their belongings in tow, departed from the Hidden Leaf Village after receiving clearance from the village gatekeepers. Naruto approached the distracted Dasna, diverting his attention with a question. What kind of place is the Land of Waves? An old man who seems utterly useless and fond of drink. Just call me old man. The previous descriptions are unnecessary. Dasna replied with a smile that hinted at a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he began to speak of his homeland. The Land of Waves, though impoverished, holds a persistent hope in the hearts of its people, who aspire for a future of prosperity. They strive towards this goal. But ever since the arrival of that wealthy man named Kato, Kakashi sensed something amiss and interjected, if I may, Mr. Dasna. Is the Kato you speak of the one from Kato Enterprises? I've heard he is among the richest in the world. Dasna nodded. Indeed, on the surface, he appears to be the owner of a shipping company, yet behind the scenes, he employs ninjas and thugs to engage in unspeakable dealings. A year ago, upon arriving in the Land of Waves, he used violence and wealth to monopolize its maritime trade. As an island nation, we are at his mercy, our fate held tightly in his grasp. While listening to Dasna's account of the Land of Waves, Naruto's attention was suddenly drawn to the road ahead. He spotted a pothole by the roadside, with a small puddle of clear water at its bottom. Sakura halted and turned back to inquire, What is it, Naruto? Nothing, he replied, shaking his head and leisurely walking towards the puddle. Kakashi, however, sensed a disturbance, a flicker of light appearing in his half-closed, dead fish-like eyes. This scene reminded him of the time during class placement when Naruto had inexplicably discovered his hiding spot. Kakashi, walking at the forefront of the group, slowed his pace to match Naruto's and said, If the opponent is indeed Kato. Suddenly, two oddly dressed ninjas emerged from the puddle with a splash. What? The two mist ninjas were connected by a chain that ensnared both Naruto and Kakashi, tearing them apart in an instant. One of the mist ninjas, with a cold demeanor, remarked, too. It was even easier to eliminate these two enemy ninjas than expected. He then cast a murderous glare at Sasuke, declaring, You are next. Sakura screamed in terror as Sasuke deftly evaded the chains thrown at him, using a shuriken to pin one of the chains to a tree, forcing the attackers to abandon their weapon and engage him in close combat. Sakura, regaining her composure from her initial panic, brandished a kunai to protect Dasna. One of the assailants circled around Sasuke, aiming for Sakura, but Naruto descended from above, landing directly behind him. Roof collapse technique. Naruto stood firm as a mountain, and this mist ninja could not escape, no matter how desperately he struggled. Oh, Sakura! Sakura exclaimed with joy. Naruto, it's wonderful that you're still alive. Thus, if the opponent were indeed Kato, he would undoubtedly resort to the most extreme measures, such as hiring ninjas to assassinate Mr. Tazuna, wouldn't he? Kakashi's voice emerged from behind another mist ninja, swiftly incapacitating him with precision. Observing that both Naruto and Kakashi were unharmed and had vanquished their adversary, Sakura sighed in relief. Sasuke, with a look of disbelief, remarked, "I thought you had already been dealt with." Naruto praised, "You were truly impressive just now, Sasuke." The two mist ninjas were bound to a tree, and Kakashi's gaze turned serious as he looked into Dazna's lifeless eyes. A troubled expression appeared on Dazna's face. He understood that the opponents were awaiting his explanation. He was aware that concealing mission details had violated the code of the ninjas, and thus, the task he had issued could be unilaterally revoked by the other party. These two individuals were Chunin from the Mist Village, which meant that a mission involving such ninja would be at least of B rank. Kakashi originally intended to express that this task was beyond the capabilities of their rookie ninja team, yet he could not overlook the seemingly high caliber of his team's configuration. Naruto patted Dazna on the back and remarked, "You appear to be an utterly useless old man who enjoys his drink. Let us speak frankly." He continued, "Thank you, but there is no need for pretexts. I am resolute in my intention to return and construct that bridge, which will connect the Land of Waves to the outside world. Only with the ability to trade can the Land of Waves thrive. We desperately need that bridge. It stands as a symbol of courage, enabling the people of this nation, who have chosen to endure passively, to reclaim their bravery in the face of reality. Once the bridge is built, our town will flourish once more, perhaps even surpassing its former glory, and everyone will return. However, it is Kato's wrath that we fear most." Dazna sighed deeply, then chuckled. "Now that you are close to the village, it matters little if you return. Perhaps I shall meet my end at the hands of Kato's subordinates before I can return to the Land of Waves. Upon my demise, only my dear 10-year-old grandson will weep for me, while my widowed daughter will sorrowfully spend her days filled with resentment towards the Hidden Leaf Village." Ha ha. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances, gritting their teeth in response to the old man's despicable demeanor. Thus, the benevolent Team 7 continued their mission, ensnared by the moral coercion of the bridge-building master and tea ceremony expert, Dazna. Before proceeding with their task, Kakashi directed his attention to the two mist ninjas, saying to Naruto, "Naruto, you shall take the lead." "Understood." Naruto responded without hesitation, swiftly dispatching one of the foes with a precise strike. Kakashi was slightly taken aback. "Ah, how decisive. I had intended for you to cultivate your inner fortitude a bit longer." Naruto adjusted his forehead protector and declared, "I have long been prepared to become Hokage. I could even commence my duties right now. Leaving any survivors in this situation would be rather unwise, as it might lead to further complications for us. Wouldn't you agree?" Sasuke, witnessing Naruto's nonchalant attitude towards the bloodshed, felt a sense of resolve within himself, yet he did not possess Naruto's decisiveness. He picked up a kunai, unwilling to concede, and asserted, "Leave the remaining one to me." This too marked his first true confrontation. On this day he matured. Chapter 8. Zabuza Momochi. Amidst the dense fog enveloping the sea, a solitary boat drifted. The ferryman cautioned, "We are nearing the bridge. If we proceed along that path, we will arrive in the Land of Waves." This ferryman was acquainted with Tazuna, having been prepared in advance to aid his return, and was one of the few in the Land of Waves still imbued with the courage to welcome him. As the group looked in the indicated direction, they could discern a magnificent structure emerging through the mist, and upon closer inspection, they gasped in awe. It was the half-constructed bridge that Tazuna had begun before leaving the Land of Waves. Kakashi gazed up at the colossal bridge supports, exclaiming, "What a spectacle!" The ferryman quickly interjected, "Lord Ninja, please maintain your silence. I only dared to navigate under such dense fog, and I shall turn off the engine to paddle by hand. If Kato discovers us, we will be doomed." Sakura voiced her concern. "Is Kato truly that fearsome?" The ferryman nodded gravely. The ferryman who was supposed to fetch Tazuna was discovered by Kato 2 days ago while secretly transporting goods, which is why it is I who am here today. Upon reaching the shore, they bid farewell to the ferryman. As the sun rose, the fog began to dissipate. Tazuna addressed Kakashi, saying, "Now, as a jonin, I entrust you with the responsibility of safely escorting me home." Kakashi felt the weight of this responsibility, pondering, the impending attack will surely come from jonin-level opponents, which is truly troubling. He then cast a glance at Team 7, waving goodbye to the ferryman. "I hope to successfully return them to the village this time." As they departed from the waters, the surrounding vegetation began to thicken. Sasuke quietly asked Naruto, "How long did it take you to master walking on water?" As Kakashi mentioned, Naruto reminisced about the moments when Ebisu and the perverted sage guided him in treading water and replied, It probably took several hours in total. Once you have the foundation of tree climbing, they are quite similar. A sudden wave of murderous intent surged through Kakashi's sharp gaze as he turned toward the nearby bushes. And Sasuke, ever perceptive, swiftly launched a shuriken into the underbrush. As they parted the foliage, they were surprised to discover a rabbit. Sasuke frowned slightly. A rabbit? There was definitely someone here just moments ago. Kakashi explained, this is a snow rabbit, commonly found in cold climates, often raised by ninjas as a medium for substitution techniques. Then everyone, quickly get down. A massive weapon whirled toward them, prompting everyone to scatter in haste, except for Naruto, who remained unfazed. Kakashi, incredulous that Naruto would be daunted by such an attack, instinctively shielded Tazuna. Indeed, Naruto casually remarked, Sasuke, just like this. He supported himself with one hand, executing a somersault that perfectly coincided with the weapon's arrival, narrowly avoiding the blade. He then kicked off the broadside of the weapon, channeling chakra to spin it beneath his foot, effectively halting its advance. Subsequently, he delivered a forceful kick to the back of the weapon, sending it hurtling back in the direction it came from. Having a foundation in tree climbing allows for its application in numerous situations. While Naruto understood how to utilize this chakra manipulation, teaching it to others was an entirely different matter, as it was a technique frequently employed by Sasuke in the future. Was it so? Sasuke broadened his perspective, inspiration surging forth. With a resounding thud, the giant weapon became embedded in a tree, and a towering figure emerged from behind it, standing atop the sword's hilt, surveying the group. The man was bare-chested, muscles rippling, his face partially obscured by bandages, making it difficult to discern his full visage, though the headband of the Mist Village and the executioner's sword at his feet revealed his identity. Kakashi taunted, Hey, isn't this Zabuza Momochi from the Mist? It's been a while since your escape. Have you resorted to such dirty work? Unperturbed by Kakashi's jibes, Zabuza replied flatly, I didn't expect to encounter the copy ninja Kakashi. That means my reward just diminished, so hand over that old man to me. Sasuke, with an intense desire to challenge a master, was about to spring into action when Kakashi restrained him. You all form a protective formation around Mr. Tazuna. This is where teamwork comes into play. Kakashi could not afford to be distracted when facing a ninja of this caliber. Only with Tazuna in a secure state could he fight without concern. With that, his previously lazy demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he adjusted his headband, revealing his three-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke fixated on Kakashi's Sharingan, then glanced at Zabuza, realizing the murderous aura emanating from these elite ninjas was incomparable to any survival exercise. The mist that had nearly dissipated began to thicken once more, and Kakashi understood that Zabuza was channeling chakra into the air to perform the hidden mist technique. Enough idle chatter. I must eliminate the old man swiftly. However, Kakashi, I must first deal with you. Having expended so much chakra, Zabuza aimed to conceal his form and employ a silent killing method. Kakashi remarked, in this dense fog, I can hear your cold voice. 8 vital points: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which vital point shall I choose? The words, laced with lethal intent, were like a sharp blade, paralyzing the group with fear, making them acutely aware that even the slightest movement could lead to their demise. Naruto's hoarse voice resonated, offering reassurance. Do not worry, Sasuke and Sakura. I will protect my comrades with every ounce of strength I possess. Is that so, little brat? Just now, it was you who kicked my executioner's blade, wasn't it? Zabuza's imposing figure abruptly materialized within their formation, his massive blade poised not at the intended target, Tazuna, but rather against Naruto's throat. He had always been irked by anyone daring to touch his weapon, even if the individual was on the brink of demise. With a playful smirk, Naruto transformed into a wooden stake, appearing behind Zabuza, hands forming the tiger seal, proclaiming, a secret technique taught by Kakashi-sensei. Zabuza morphed into a splash of water, his figure re-emerging behind Naruto as he swung his great sword once more. How astonishing. This water clone possesses only 1/10 of my true strength, yet you dispatched it so effortlessly. Bang. What? A sharp kunai was poised against Zabuza's throat, Naruto's cheerful laughter resonating from behind him. Hee hee, Uncle Zabuza, how surprising. This shadow clone has merely 1/1000th of my true strength, and yet it was vanquished in a single stroke. Zabuza, acutely aware of his underestimation, transformed once again into a splash of water. This little brat truly has some skill. Suddenly, Zabuza's true form emerged behind Kakashi, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing into the pond. Water prison technique. Kakashi found himself enveloped in a sphere of water, suspended on the surface, as Zabuza chuckled softly. How careless, Kakashi. This is a specially crafted water domain. Escape from within is utterly impossible. After all, those few little brats are merely genin. If you move freely, I shall find it difficult to strike. We shall settle our matters later. For now, I must eliminate your little brats. Zabuza needed to continually release chakra to maintain the water prison. Although that spiky-haired nuisance posed a bit of a challenge, he was confident he could handle those Leaf Village genin with just one hand. After forming seals with one hand, another figure emerged from the pond, none other than Zabuza himself. Kakashi shouted, "You all must flee. The water clone cannot stray too far from the original. Take Mr. Tazuna and escape. We can devise a strategy later. Stop jesting. The moment you were trapped, there was no retreat. Exposing your back to an opponent like Zabuza only invites greater danger." Sasuke readied a few shurikens, his gaze fixed intently on Zabuza. Naruto tightened the forehead protector on his head, forming the hand signs for shadow clone technique, and flashed a confident smile as he boldly declared, "Let us go all out, Sasuke." Truly, he relished the spotlight. Sasuke, not forgetting to taunt, turned to the man behind him, Dazna, and advised, "Mr. Dazna, do not stray far from Sakura's side." "Understood, my friend. You two can fight with abandon." Chapter 9. The Sharingan, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Hundreds of shadow clones materialized around them, encircling Zabuza, their overwhelming numbers entirely obstructing the advance of Zabuza's water clone. Such a multitude of clones revealed the remarkable talent of this young boy. Zabuza's eyes gleamed with intense excitement. The prospect of eliminating such a gifted adversary thrilled him. With the water clone restrained by the shadow clones, Sasuke seized the opportunity, launching several shurikens towards Zabuza's true form, which he deftly evaded with a few swift movements. However, the Sharingan activated a powerful technique, Windmill of the Sharingan, the Great Blade of Three, with a fine wire clenched between his teeth. Sasuke's scarlet eyes manifested two dark tomo. The shurikens that Zabuza had dodged curiously curved back in a parabolic arc, returning to their target. Zabuza, half-crouched, narrowly escaped the fate of being ensnared by the wire, and with a slight tilt of his back, his great sword severed the wire. The murderous intent in his gaze intensified. "Those ominous eyes are truly remarkable, Kakashi. This young boy in your team possesses exceptional talent. Let us see how it goes, Mr. Zabuza." Naruto and Sasuke charged simultaneously toward Zabuza's true form. "Thinking to force me to abandon the water prison technique with close combat? How naive." Zabuza effortlessly sent Sasuke, who had rushed in first, flying with a single punch. Naruto halted his sprint, reaching out to grasp Sasuke's hand, pulling him back while forcibly forming hand seals with Sasuke's fingers. "Well done, Naruto," Sasuke exclaimed in surprise, quickly filled with joy as the pair of tomo in his eyes spun rapidly. Upon landing, he puffed out his chest. "Fire style, great fireball technique." Naruto continuously channels an abundant flow of chakra through the hand seals formed by the two, providing Sasuke with an inexhaustible supply for his fire techniques. The chakra surges forth like an overwhelming tide of flames, and the intensity of the heat waves engulfs the surroundings. In such proximity, Zabuza immediately senses a profound threat and decisively withdraws the hand that maintains the water prison, evading the devastating reach of the fire technique. Naruto thrust his other hand into the water sphere, forcefully pulling Kakashi out. Sakura, wielding a kunai to shield Dazna, was stunned by the duo's collaboration. "Well done." A towering tsunami of flames, reaching dozens of meters high, engulfed everything. The nearby vegetation had carbonized before even coming into contact with the flames. The pond where Zabuza had been was long evaporated and desiccated, while the inferno roared unabated, searing through thousands of meters and rising into a thick cloud of steam. Kakashi squatted on the ground, gasping for breath as waves of scorching heat washed over him, unable to help but remark, "You two might be exaggerating a bit." Sasuke exhaled a smoke ring, revealing a rare expression of satisfaction towards Naruto, laced with disdain as he retorted, "If you don't act soon, are you prepared to meet your demise here?" Kakashi turned his gaze to Naruto, asking, "Can you still hold on?" He was aware of the Uchiha clan's unique sealing techniques, which allowed one to draw upon the chakra of others to unleash their own jutsu. "Absolutely fine," Kakashi replied, his tone tinged with envy. "I truly admire such spirited ninjas." Unexpectedly, Zabuza glanced at the area where seawater was flooding in, shaking his head. What a waste. Even with immense chakra and potent jutsu, if you fail to hit your target, it's utterly useless. It's merely a waste of chakra. After employing such a formidable technique, how much chakra do you two have left? To him, these two exceptionally talented genin appeared like flickering candles in the wind. No sooner had he spoken than he swung his massive blade towards Sasuke, who was quickly intercepted by Kakashi, raising a hand to block the incoming strike. Let me be clear, your water prison jutsu cannot be used against me a second time. What will you do? Zabuza swiftly retreated, gathering his blade and forming seals, intending to unleash a large-scale jutsu. However, to his astonishment, Kakashi mirrored his every movement, even releasing the same water dragon jutsu. How is this possible? Every action, even the words spoken, had been anticipated by Kakashi's Sharingan. Even with an attempt at a second waterfall technique, Kakashi released it faster. For the first time, Zabuza felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Leaning against a tree, he panted in frustration. Damn it. If it weren't for those brats, the strength of comrades is indispensable for a ninja, isn't it? Kakashi mused with a hint of glee. Suddenly, several shuriken pierced the air, striking Zabuza in the throat, causing everyone to pause and look at the source of the attack. A masked boy stood atop a tree, his voice neutral as he declared, "He is dead, without a doubt." Kakashi crouched down to check Zabuza's pulse, shaking his head. He truly has passed away. The masked boy bowed respectfully to Kakashi, expressing, "Thank you all immensely. I have long awaited someone capable of defeating Zabuza." Kakashi seemed to recognize the identity of the newcomer, questioning him. "You are from the Umbu assassination unit of the Mist, aren't you?" The masked boy nodded, replying, "You recognized me at a glance. Impressive." Following this, Kakashi fell silent, pulling down his forehead protector to cover his Sharingan. Naruto spoke in a flat tone. "Well, see you next time." Indeed, a ninja cannot be without companions. His words carried a subtle implication, causing the masked boy to pause momentarily. He then hoisted Zabuza's lifeless body and remarked, "The conflict between you can cease here. I must swiftly dispose of this corpse, for it harbors too many secrets. So, I shall take my leave." With that, he cast a glance at Naruto, whose expression was a mix of amusement and mockery, before vanishing from sight. Kakashi's exposed eye lost its spark, turning into a lifeless gaze as he languidly addressed the group. "All right, we still have a mission to complete. Let us proceed." Naruto intercepted Kakashi, fully aware that he was on the brink of collapse. A few more steps, and he might lose consciousness. With a cheerful smile, he extended his fist towards Kakashi, exclaiming, "You must really need this, right, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi, puzzled, inquired, "What for?" Despite his confusion, Kakashi met Naruto's fist with his own. Naruto seemed to exhale in relief, stating, "I'm giving you something you require." At that moment, Kakashi felt a surge of chakra within him, once dwindling, now revitalized. This sensation of invigoration was one he had not experienced in quite some time, evidently due to Naruto sharing his chakra with him. The others, perplexed, assumed it was merely one of Naruto's antics for attention, as he had indulged in such bewildering behavior on numerous occasions. Kakashi stared at Naruto, who was laughing and joking with their teammates, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Why is Naruto able to so effortlessly transfer his chakra to others, be it his teacher, Kushina, or the Nine Tails? The mere thought of Sasuke's recent collaboration with Naruto fills Kakashi's heart with a sense of urgency. It seems that as a teacher, I can no longer afford to remain stagnant. Naruto was acutely aware that Kakashi's physical condition during this period was quite dire. Not only was he unable to close his Sharingan, but he also spent countless nights engrossed in intimate paradise. It was only after the series came to an abrupt end that Kakashi began to regain his vitality, eventually even ascending to the position of the Sixth Hokage. To prevent him from collapsing as he had in the past, Naruto generously infused Kakashi with his chakra. As for the shape of Kakashi's chakra connection, that had been understood long ago during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Chapter 10. Treading Water. I never anticipated that you, the members of the club, would possess such remarkable prowess. Having defeated a ninja of this caliber, we should be able to enjoy a period of peace, shouldn't we? Dazna reflected, offering himself a measure of solace. Naruto nonchalantly remarked, "Indeed, there should be approximately a week's worth of safe time." Sasuke, upon hearing this, fell into silence, while Sakura, puzzled, inquired, "Isn't Zabuza already dead? A ninja of such caliber has been defeated by us. It would be improbable for Kato to possess an escaped ninja of Zabuza's level. Kakashi interjected, Zabuza is likely not dead yet. Dazna's face fell in dismay. What? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. Did you not personally confirm this, sensei? Have you considered the weapons used by that assassination squad's youth? Senbon are weapons that, unless they strike a vital point, possess almost zero lethality, and they can even serve as substitutes for acupuncture needles. The assassination squad is well acquainted with human anatomy. Zabuza was probably in a state of suspended animation. Sasuke's understanding dawned. I see now, the peculiarities lie here. It seems you have all noticed. First, he deliberately carried back a corpse significantly larger than his own. Second, he utilized the low lethality Senbon to shoot Zabuza. From this, it can be inferred that the youth aimed to save Zabuza, not to kill him. Dazna, sweating profusely, expressed his doubts. Are you perhaps overthinking this? To which Kakashi's succinct response left Dazna at a loss for words. When suspicious elements arise, it is the ninja's unwavering principle to prepare adequately before events transpire. Naruto encouraged him, saying, rest assured, the seemingly ineffectual and fond of drink elder Dazuna and Zabuza, who fought against Kakashi-sensei in a less than optimal state, will require approximately a week to fully recover. During this period, there should be relative tranquility. Dazuna drew courage from Naruto's words, remarking, there's no need for such prefixes. I will rely on everyone to protect this old man. For the sake of the land of waves, I absolutely cannot perish. Sakura inquired, what preparations should we undertake before the events that sensei mentioned? Kakashi halted, addressing the trio. Training. Upon reaching our destination, I will commence specialized training for you all. You three performed admirably this time. Even while I was restrained, you exhibited remarkable strength, particularly Naruto, who has made significant strides in cooperating with his teammates. Sasuke and Sakura felt a sense of resonance with these words. Indeed, since becoming a ninja and teaming up with Naruto, Sasuke had transformed, becoming exceedingly dependable and instilling a sense of security, shedding the image of the underachiever he had in school. Even Sasuke occasionally found himself measuring his skills against Naruto's in his mind. Since they had formed a rivalry during their practical lessons at the age of 7, they had not engaged in combat, leaving their true strengths unknown to one another. The group hurried along, ultimately succeeding in escorting Dazuna safely back to his home. Awaiting them was a strikingly beautiful woman with long black hair and a young boy wearing a fisherman's hat. Thank you so much. The beautiful woman deeply bowed to Naruto and the others. She was Dazuna's daughter, Tsunami. It's our duty, Madam, Kakashi, adept at engaging with elder women, displayed his worldly experience and engaged in light-hearted conversation with Tsunami. Grandfather. Inari leaped into Dazuna's arms, seeking affection. Tsunami admonished, you haven't even greeted the ninjas yet. However, Inari stubbornly retorted, they're all going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter. Tsunami's forehead twitched with anger as she clenched her fist, exclaiming, how rude, Inari. No one can withstand Kato. Opposing him will only lead to dire consequences. Naruto approached and crouched down, placing a hand on Inari's shoulder, and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Inari. No matter how formidable the opponent, your brother will surely defeat them. After all, I aspire to be the future Hokage, a true hero. Upon hearing Naruto's words, a tender part deep within Inari was stirred. It seemed reminiscent of something someone had once said to him. However, Inari took a step back and turned away, exclaiming, such a person cannot possibly exist. If you wish to avoid death, you should leave this place at once. With that, he ran off into the distance. Inari, that child, Tsunami called out, but seeing that her son remained unresponsive, she turned to the others and apologized. I sincerely apologize for his behavior. Dazna sighed. That child has lost his father and has been in a low state of mind lately, which has resulted in his harsh words. Kakashi, with his usual deadpan expression, remarked, it's quite all right, Mr. Dazna. Your words have also been less than pleasant during our journey. Dazna laughed to ease the awkwardness. Is that so? Ha. After the members of Team 7 settled their belongings at Dazna's home, Kakashi led them to the seaside. You have all mastered tree climbing prior to this, and now we shall advance further by walking on the tumultuous surface of the water. Kakashi concentrated chakra at the soles of his feet and explained, for tree climbing, one simply needs to gather a sufficient amount of chakra in the necessary places and maintain that quantity. Trees are fixed entities, which means that practice is aimed at condensing a specific amount of chakra. However, floating on water requires a different approach. You must continuously release an appropriate amount of chakra from the soles of your feet into the water to keep your body afloat. As Kakashi elaborated, he stepped onto the water's surface with ease, as if walking on solid ground. This control of chakra would prove more challenging than mere maintenance, as the goal was to release a precise amount of chakra while performing ninjutsu, representing an advancement in training beyond tree climbing and allowing for a more thorough mastery of one's chakra. What do you say? Are you willing to give it a try? Sakura and Sasuke were already eager, testing the shallow waters at the beach. Meanwhile, Naruto had previously conveyed that he had already completed the tree climbing and water walking course, prompting Kakashi to take him to a secluded grove dense with vegetation. Naruto, to be honest, I have yet to finalize your training plan compared to Sakura and Sasuke, as I do not have a clear understanding of your true abilities. I need to comprehend your capabilities to tailor the training appropriately. As they prepared for the second half of the survival exercise, Kakashi adjusted his headband, revealing his Sharingan, with 3 tomos spinning rapidly. The third Hokage had once mentioned that Danzo had secretly approached Naruto at an unknown time. Now, far from the land of fire, this opportunity was precisely what Kakashi needed. He had much to learn and aimed to uncover Naruto's genuine thoughts during this encounter. Let us complete this together. Chapter 11. A gentle heart. Naruto appeared to have awaited this moment for quite some time, eagerly exclaiming, "Well then, there's no turning back, Kakashi-sensei. I'm going in." Kakashi, with the formidable insight of his Sharingan, discerned a fleeting crimson glint in Naruto's eyes, transforming momentarily into slitted pupils. "This time, I shall employ offensive ninjutsu without holding back." With that declaration, Kakashi drew forth a kunai. It was indeed the chakra of the 9 tails. Could it be that the seal had weakened? Whoosh! Golden chakra enveloped Naruto's form, and in an instant, he vanished, leaving behind only a shimmering golden ripple. Kakashi's pupils constricted. How astonishingly swift! In terms of speed, he was already on par with Guy. Fortunately, the Sharingan allowed Kakashi to keep pace with Naruto's velocity. The enhanced dynamic vision enabled him to perceive the golden aura enveloping Naruto at that moment. Crackling! Electricity surged along Kakashi's arm as he firmly anchored himself to the ground with a torrent of chakra, barely managing to block Naruto's punch. Kakashi focused intently on Naruto, who now bore the concentrated golden chakra upon his fist, radiant and ethereal, concealing within it a monstrous force. It appeared that this extraordinary chakra bestowed him with the ability to significantly enhance his speed while in a dispersed state, and to amplify his striking power when concentrated at a single point, albeit at the cost of speed. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei, even in times of peace, could keep pace with me in this state. But from where did you acquire such power, Naruto? The third Hokage had previously informed him of Naruto's abilities, which far exceeded his performance at the Ninja Academy. Given his current strength, even as a Jonin, Kakashi suspected he might not be a match for him. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to probe the depths of Naruto's capabilities. Naruto caressed his abdomen and softly declared, "This is the treasure bequeathed to me by my ancestors. A power to safeguard my village and comrades. Is this truly your innermost conviction? I cannot abide those who profess to protect the village while covertly undermining it." Delicate sparks of electricity coursed up Kakashi's calf. The lightning chakra invigorated his bodily cells, significantly enhancing his physical prowess and the speed of his techniques. The current in Kakashi's hand seemed to possess a life of its own, wildly extending towards Naruto. In response, Naruto enveloped himself in a golden aura, swiftly retreating, as a faint golden cloak began to materialize behind him. At this moment, Kakashi matched Naruto's velocity, the two of them weaving through the air, surrounded by blue currents of electricity and golden flames, colliding multiple times before coming to a halt. Naruto replied, "I aspire to become Hokage. Merely protecting Konoha is insufficient. I intend to safeguard the entire ninja world." Kakashi, still unable to comprehend Naruto's seemingly irrational sense of responsibility, inquired, "Why, having faced animosity from everyone since childhood? Precisely because I have endured such hardships, I am determined to prevent others from suffering the same fate. I will earn everyone's recognition and transform this reality." Naruto closed his eyes, the golden aura surrounding him dissipating, as if his very chakra had been extinguished, merging seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Moments later, he reopened his eyes, revealing a crimson shadow at the corners, and his pupils transformed into those of a toad. All of this was the result of enduring considerable hardships in the past. With his arms crossed confidently, Naruto gazed intently at Kakashi. Kakashi had never witnessed such chakra before. He was unaware of what Naruto had just accomplished. All he could perceive was a profound tranquility within Naruto, as his chakra and that of the Nine Tails mirrored a serene lake, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. Naruto first snapped his fingers, and a gentle breeze swept over the two of them, causing the leaves to rustle softly. The blades of grass on the lawn began to sway, while flower buds, kissed by the fresh wind, unfurled their vibrant forms. Such is the power of nature, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi's Sharingan could no longer foresee Naruto's movements in this state. Even when Naruto had previously harnessed the chakra of the Nine Tails, Kakashi had been able to perceive his actions, albeit with difficulty. This was the first time such a situation had arisen since obtaining that eye, leaving him momentarily stunned. This power, this sensation. Naruto crouched down and gently flicked a small blade of grass with a finger. The blade transformed into a sapling, which continuously sprouted branches and grew taller. Thus, before Kakashi's eyes, a humble blade of grass evolved into a lush and towering tree. Would release? No, it was not would release. Naruto rose to his feet and, passing by the stout trunk, remarked, "This is the power of nature." Crack! The trunk splintered and came crashing down. Kakashi furrowed his brow, for he had not witnessed Naruto's contact with the tree. It seemed as though an invisible force had traversed through the very heart of the tree. Naruto approached Kakashi, gazing up at his Sharingan. The crimson hues surrounding the frog-like pupils intensified the pressure Kakashi felt. This was Senjutsu chakra, impervious to ocular techniques, even the Sharingan. So, this is the legendary Senjutsu? The three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, yet it could not discern the so-called Senjutsu chakra in Naruto's mouth. Indeed, it was invisible. Whoosh! Kakashi's kunai struck the tip of Naruto's finger, followed by a series of thrusts and slashes, all of which Naruto effortlessly deflected with that singular digit. No matter how forcefully Kakashi attacked, he could not penetrate. To be able to thwart my assault with just one finger at such close range. The kunai barely grazing the skin. Truly remarkable. This is the essence of Senjutsu. Kakashi stepped back, lowering his forehead protector to conceal the Sharingan. Alone, he realized he could no longer contend with Naruto, who wielded such overwhelming power. The crimson eyeshadow at the corner of Naruto's eyes faded, and his pupils returned to their original state. He raised his fist towards Kakashi and earnestly declared, "Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei, I hold both Konoha and my comrades in great esteem. The concerns you harbor will not come to pass, for I am none other than Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha." Kakashi gazed into Naruto's clear eyes and inquired, "As a powerful individual, what are your thoughts on Sasuke and Sakura?" Naruto raised one fist with one hand, while shyly scratching the back of his head with the other, saying, "Sakura, I used to have quite a fondness for you. You were so adorable. Please, sensei, do not regard me with that kind of gaze." However, it was only after I came to understand Hinata's feelings for me, due to various circumstances, that I realized Sakura was not my other half, but rather a trustworthy companion. Naruto seemed to have opened the floodgates of his emotions, chattering incessantly about personal feelings. Are children nowadays truly so precocious? Kakashi patiently listened to Naruto's views on Sakura. Yet he noticed that Naruto had yet to mention Sasuke. So, he took the initiative to ask, "And what about Sasuke?" "Sasuke is like a brother to me," Naruto replied, "though he can be quite arrogant and conceited, despite the fact that we have only recently formed our team. I have already come to a definitive conclusion regarding him and Sakura. They are both my comrades, Uzumaki Naruto's companions. And let's not forget about Kakashi-sensei. He is indispensable as well." Naruto's resolute gaze momentarily startled Kakashi, who ultimately set aside his wariness towards him. The various suspicions surrounding Naruto might stem from the Nine Tails within him, or perhaps from the shadows of Konoha. Upon returning to the village, a report to the third Hokage would be necessary. With a smile, he raised his fist, connecting it with Naruto's small yet determined one, accepting the chakra conveyed by him. The familiar yet strange sensation amplified the joy in his eyes. This child possessed a warmth akin to that of his ancestors, which was truly heartening. Chapter 12. The Past. Oh dear. This is simply delightful. It has been ages since I've dined with such a large group, exclaimed Tazuna, raising his cup in celebration. Tsunami, pouring more sake for Tazuna and Kakashi, couldn't he help but chuckle. It has indeed been a long time since things were so lively. Kakashi, ever the socialite, lifted his glass, remarking, "Miss Tsunami, with such beauty, I imagine you are never short of company." Tsunami's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully retorted, "Oh, dear ninja, you certainly have a penchant for jest." Sakura, noticing the family portrait with a corner torn off hanging on the restaurant wall, inquired, "Why would one display a damaged photograph here?" Inari had been fixated on it throughout the meal, ignoring Tezuna's menacing aura. Kakashi gazed at the frame and offered his perspective. It seems as if the individuals in the photograph were intentionally torn away. At his words, Tezuna, Tsunami, and Inari fell into a profound silence, and the atmosphere in the restaurant grew heavy. After a moment, Tezuna spoke softly. He was Tsunami's husband. Once celebrated as a hero by all, Inari shouted vehemently, "He is no hero." With that, he dashed out. "Father, did we not agree to avoid mentioning that man in front of Inari?" Tsunami chided Tezuna sternly before also pursuing her son. Naruto also set down his bowl and chopsticks. Rising to say, "I shall step out for a moment." Kakashi gazed at Naruto's departing figure with his dead fish eyes contemplatively before turning his attention to the still silent Dasna, who continued to drink in silence. Sakura could not help but inquire, what exactly is wrong with Inari? Inari had a non-biological stepfather with whom he shared a profoundly close bond, akin to that of a biological father and son. Dasna recounted the tale of the man hailed as a hero in the land of waves, as well as the story of how the entire nation had lost its courage. The proclamations of wanting to be the king of the sea were nothing but deceitful. Inari seemed to be engulfed in sorrowful memories, huddled beneath the eaves, choking back tears. The fisherman's hat he wore cast aside in despair. Naruto, with his formidable perceptive abilities, discovered Inari concealed in that place. Approaching him from behind, he greeted, "Ah, so you are here, Inari." Inari lamented, "Why must you act this way? No matter how powerful you may be, you cannot defeat Kaido. Regardless of how impressive your facade may seem, in the presence of truly formidable individuals, the weak are destined only to suffer." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, revealing his deep sorrow. Naruto gave Inari a thumbs up, proclaiming, "A true man must choose a path of no regrets. This is of utmost importance. Regardless of the circumstances, one must strive until the very end. Even if it means sacrificing precious life, one must protect what they cherish with their own hands. I believe your father was a great hero." Unable to tolerate Naruto's preaching, echoing his deceased father's words, Inari shouted hysterically, "Shut up. Just seeing you makes me angry. You don't understand the land of waves at all. I am not like you, who has never endured suffering and always wears a grin. Is it enough to simply cry?" Naruto picked up Inari's hat, dusted it off, and sat beside him, placing the hat upon his head. He continued, "Indeed, I am different. I grew up without parents, and the villagers despised me. I have faced countless adversities throughout my life. Recently, even my teachers wished to lay hands on me. But none of that matters. I must become strong, so that everyone will acknowledge me. I will become Hokage." Inari was taken aback by Naruto's past. His suffering paled in comparison. "Go home, Inari. That bridge will surely bring light to the land of waves. Whether it's Kaido or Kaido-less, I will defeat them all." The resolute tone of Naruto allowed Inari, through his teary haze, to envision that man. He wiped his tears away, uncertain if it was excitement or indignation. "This guy. Just like my father." In the restaurant, upon seeing Naruto return with Inari, Kakashi praised, "It seems the big brother has found his lost little brother. What a busybody." Sasuke scoffed, pushing his food around. "Sasuke, you've eaten plenty." Sakura expressed her concern. "I need to eat more to grow stronger," he retorted. Kakashi, shaking his head, remarked, "It would be rude to vomit it all back up." The construction of the Great Bridge commenced, with Dasna's charisma proving formidable. He was like a backbone, commanding respect among the workers, most of whom were willing to assist in building the bridge that bore hope. The construction site was bustling with activity, while beneath the bridge, Sakura and Sasuke stood firmly on the water's surface. Kakashi, generous with his praise, noted, "You're progressing quickly, truly a genius." Sasuke clenched his fists, silently acknowledging, "I can feel it. I've indeed grown much stronger. I'm getting closer to Itachi." Just as Sasuke was reveling in his triumph, Kakashi doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality. "You've learned to control your chakra, but lacking powerful jutsu still leaves you wanting." Naruto seemed to have a sudden inspiration and spoke up, "Kakashi-sensei, I have conceived a jutsu that would be perfect for Sasuke and me." Kakashi's interest was piqued. "Oh? Do tell." Sasuke and Sakura tilted their heads in curiosity as Naruto splashed through the water, exclaiming, "You witnessed the fire-style jutsu that Sasuke and I performed before, right?" It was incredibly powerful. At that time, I merely supplied the chakra, but if we were to incorporate additional techniques afterward, Naruto wished to continue speaking, yet found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was still a genin when he ascended to the position of Hokage, lacking a substantial reservoir of knowledge regarding such intricate ninjutsu. Moreover, he had entrusted the more troublesome matters to the somewhat reluctant Shikamaru. What you are referring to is the collective ninjutsu, isn't it? The astute Sakura discerned Naruto's thoughts and articulated the answer. Naruto's eyes sparkled with realization. Yes, that's it. If I had input wind chakra back then, wouldn't I have been able to hit Zabuza right away? Kakashi's typically listless eyes flickered with surprise. Have you already discerned the specificity of chakra attributes? Indeed, wind chakra can enhance the speed and power of fire techniques. However, it requires a deep mutual understanding, doesn't it? Naruto confidently waved his finger. Sasuke and I are comrades of Team 7. With dedication to our training, anything is possible, right, Sasuke? Sasuke, with a serious expression, turned to Kakashi and asked, how strong can such training make us? If it's a combined jutsu, I might not be able to withstand it. Kakashi replied candidly, indeed. Such techniques are seldom seen, yet they resonate profoundly among skilled practitioners. While an individual's jutsu can be powerful, a group of ninjas executing the same jutsu can indeed amplify its strength. However, it's rather one-dimensional. Even if 10 ninjas cast fire techniques, it remains merely 10 fire jutsus. Yet with a combined jutsu, 2 can unleash a force far greater than 10 individual techniques. There was once a renowned master in the village who would perform combined jutsu with his summoning beast. Kakashi paused, glancing at Sakura, then continued, so Sakura, you'll begin with medical ninjutsu, while Sasuke and Naruto will focus on combined techniques. I will personally instruct you. Chapter 13, The Oncoming Fog Crack. A muscular hand crushed an apple, its juices dripping from the palm. Excellent, Zabuza. A handsome youth beamed with joy, his smile radiant like that of a young maiden. Just a little more, and I'll be fully restored. Truly, the finest technician from Konoha, both in awareness and strength. Who would have thought this mission would prove so challenging? Haku, next time, join me in the field. Those youngsters in Kakashi's team can be handled by you. Blushing, the boy named Haku nodded eagerly. Yes, Lord Zabuza. Claiming to personally engage for guaranteed success, yet you ended up barely escaping with your life? Kato barged in, supported by a cadre of bodyguards, his demeanor brash and arrogant. Though this mission was a failure, it does not grant you the liberty to insult the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Haku appeared beside Kato, gripping his throat, an icy menace radiating from him. Strangled, Kato could only emit a low growl, while his bodyguards drew their swords. Humph, last time was merely luck for that old man. He won't be so fortunate this time. Zabuza gestured, and Haku released Kato, who now lay on the ground, gasping for breath. As Zabuza exited the room, Haku followed closely. One of the guards hastily helped Kato up, indignantly declaring, had I not seen they still held some strength, I would have dispatched them both for your sake, Lord Kato. The others murmured in agreement, while Kato's already grim expression darkened further, gritting his teeth. Damn it. What is so great about the 7 ninja swordsmen? They still failed to complete their mission. As time passed, the 3 members of Team 7, under Kakashi's guidance, completed their training, and the construction of the bridge approached its conclusion. The grand structure brought rare smiles to the faces of the residents of the Land of Waves. Some regained their courage and joined the workforce to counter Kato, facilitating smoother progress on the project. A small boat glided through the bridge's arch, and Zabuza, standing at the bow, opened his eyes, his tone frigid. Are you ready, Haku? The charming boy donned his Mist Village mask and replied, yes. I am eager to witness those children praised by Zabuza. We must not underestimate them. I learned that lesson the hard way. Zabuza leaped onto a bridge pillar, walking vertically atop it. The bridge will likely be completed in a few days. If I were Zabuza, this would be the opportune moment to strike. Kakashi had been leading Naruto and the others on patrols. Having witnessed Naruto's immense chakra reserves, he instructed Naruto to create numerous shadow clones for patrolling, allowing Sakura and Sasuke ample time to train. Even after their training was complete, Naruto had no intention of dispersing his shadow clones, remaining vigilant near the home of Tazuna to prevent any intrusions. Naruto, feeling somewhat dispirited, noted the absence of Haku, who had not ventured into the forest to gather herbs. Perhaps the earlier skirmish had caused Haku to exercise caution, refraining from unnecessary risks in the vicinity. How troublesome. This must be what Shikamaru referred to as the butterfly effect. Meanwhile, Dasna was surveying the construction site when Naruto suddenly exclaimed, "Uncle Dasna, someone has infiltrated your home." "What? Is Tsunami and Inari in danger from Kabuto?" Dasna gasped, alarmed and eager to return home. However, Kakashi intercepted him. "Mr. Dasna," Kakashi pointed towards the fallen construction workers. "Naruto has summoned numerous shadow clones to protect your home. Miss Tsunami and Inari will be safe. Right now, your safety is paramount." Before Dasna could respond, a familiar dense fog began to envelop the bridge, and even he, an ordinary man, understood that this was an assault targeting him. The mist, indeed, had returned sooner than anticipated. Kakashi assumed a defensive stance, while Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto formed a protective formation around Dasna. "Apologies for the wait, Kakashi. You still bring those kids along. As AJ mean relying on mere children. How pitiful." Zabuza's voice pierced through the fog, reverberating in the ears of those present, as if countless Zabuza figures were addressing them. "I see them," Sasuke observed sharply, detecting dozens of Zabuza's water clones advancing toward them. "Let's engage, Sasuke," Kakashi commanded. With a swift motion, the wire controlling the shurikens seemed to possess a life of its own, slicing through the water clones and dispersing them into droplets. Sasuke retracted the wire, a smile gracing his face. "You thought to invade my rear guard as you did last time? The same tactic will not work on me." Zabuza's true form gradually emerged from the mist, accompanied by the masked boy. "You've managed to dispatch the water clones swiftly. That little brat has improved significantly. Your rival has appeared, Haku." Haku replied earnestly, "Indeed, these children appear to be quite formidable." Kakashi retorted to Zabuza, "It is somewhat regrettable that the famed demon of the mist relies on children to save his life. Moreover, I detest deceitful little brats like the one hiding behind the mask." He then adjusted his own mask. Dasna concurred, "What a farce. The so-called assassination squad from the mist is nothing but a ruse. They are all standing together." Sakura chimed in, "They're even worse than Kakashi-sensei." Zabuza's forehead veins throbbed. His voice filled with malice. "Feel free to insult me, but do not speak of Haku. I will ensure you all pay dearly for your insolence. That brat is mine to handle. I despise tricksters. Naruto, Sakura, you are forbidden from intervening." Sasuke expressed his thoughts. Sakura, her eyes sparkling with admiration, exclaimed, "Sasuke is so cool." Naruto held a distinct perspective, remarking, "However, I believe Sasuke is more inclined towards the art of deception. Do you wish to be slain by me as well, Naruto? At such a time, spare us the sentimentality," sighed Kakashi, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Zabuza issued an order to Haku. "Since the opponent has chosen you as their adversary, ensure you do not disappoint them." "Understood." The masked youth unleashed a powerful whirlwind, devastating the parking lot, his graceful figure spiraling towards Sasuke with the swiftness of a tempest. Zabuza, wielding his massive blade, leapt to strike at Kakashi, who effortlessly deflected the blow with a kunai. Reflecting on Naruto's monstrous fists, Kakashi concluded that Zabuza was indeed a more fitting opponent for himself. "Must you obstruct our mission?" Zabuza countered, transforming his slashes into strikes, only to be met once more by Kakashi's defense. "You are the one hindering my mission. I have not forgotten how you mocked me with your prophecies that day, Kakashi." Chapter 14, Wanchai Pier, Happy National Day. Ding. Sasuke raised his hand to block Haku's swift assault, the sound of kunai and shuriken clashing resonating like a tortured melody. "Young man, it is true that Zabuza-sama has commended your prowess. Yet, you still fall short. I do not wish to kill you. But you have no intention of retreating from this battle, do you?" Sasuke, smiling, firmly asserted, "Impossible. I knew it. However, your next attack will be too slow to keep up with my speed. Moreover, I currently possess two advantages. First, the water clones Zabuza-sensei scattered around, and second, I am utilizing only one hand." With that, Haku swiftly formed hand seals with his remaining hand. Secret technique, 1,000 killing water shuriken. The nearby puddles, under Haku's influence, soared into the air, coalescing into numerous water shuriken that surrounded Sasuke and Haku. What? This spectacle caused Sasuke's pupils to constrict. He had never witnessed someone form hand seals with one hand before. Indeed, a ninja must venture out into the world. Sequestering oneself within the village will never enable one to surpass that man. This mission unveiled to Sasuke the disparity between himself and others, whether it be Kakashi, Zabuza, or even Naruto, who were all formidable in their own right. One by one, I must restore the glory of the Uchiha clan. I cannot afford to be defeated by someone who dares not reveal their true face. Sasuke's eyes blazed crimson, the unique aura of his Sharingan enhancing his already striking visage with an ominous allure. As the water shurikens hurtled towards him, Sasuke swiftly grasped Haku's hand, yanking it away to forcibly complete the hand seals. Kakashi, once again fending off Zabuza's slash, kept a watchful eye on the battle between Sasuke and Haku. Observing Sasuke's audacity to seize the seals, he was reminded of Naruto's first encounter with Zabuza and the seals he had formed. A smile gracing his lips, so that was when he began to learn. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. A barrage of fireballs erupted from his mouth, soaring towards the surrounding shuriken, their intense heat scattering the water shuriken. Haku leapt out of the range of the Phoenix fire. Yet Sasuke raised an eyebrow as shuriken emerged from the flames extinguished by the water, hurtling towards Haku. Phoenix fire shuriken. In an instant, the dense barrage of shuriken fell like raindrops, and Haku, despite his speed, was struck by many, with even his mask shattered. "Well done, Sasuke," Kakashi exclaimed, elated by the display. However, Zabuza retaliated with a horizontal slash aimed at Kakashi's midsection. Kakashi evaded, yet a gruesome gash was torn into his thigh. "TSK, TSK, TSK. You dare to lose focus in my presence. Underestimate me, and you will regret it." Zabuza pressed the attack, engaging Kakashi fiercely. "Haku, if you do not take this seriously, it will be you who meets your demise." "I understand, Zabuza-sama," Haku resolved, his hands flying through the seals. Sasuke attempted to decipher the seals with his Sharingan, only to realize it was a technique that could not be replicated. Something that cannot be copied? Sasuke was astonished. Secret technique. Ice mirror. The surrounding temperature plummeted, the moisture in the fog swiftly crystallizing into delicate ice flowers, which then converged into dozens of rectangular ice mirrors that enveloped Sasuke from all angles. Haku raised his hand, and upon contact with the ice mirrors, his entire form seemed to transition from 3 dimensions to 2, vanishing, leaving only the mirrors of ice. The mirrors projected Haku's shuriken towards Sasuke, piercing his arm. "What is this?" Sasuke exclaimed in shock, quickly evading the subsequent shuriken. Yet the mirror that had launched the attack now held no trace of Haku, who instead appeared in a mirror behind Sasuke. Another volley was unleashed, and Sasuke's calf was pierced by the shuriken. "This is my true speed. A ninja with a bloodline limit is not limited to just you." "So it is." Sasuke inhaled deeply, regaining his composure from the earlier chaos, and began to evade Haku's attacks from every angle with precision. The Haku within the mirrors fell silent, whispering, "How can this be?" The double tomo of the Sharingan seemed to possess a certain enchantment, allowing Sasuke to perceive every movement, even as Haku sped through the mirrors. He could not escape Sasuke's gaze, which followed him closely. Truly troublesome. On the other side, Zabuza leapt into the air, the weight of his blade creating a deafening whoosh. Clang. Kakashi blocked with a kunai, realizing that Zabuza's blade felt even heavier than before. As Zabuza transitioned from hacking to slicing, Kakashi swiftly retreated several meters. Logically, this wound should bleed profusely. Your blade must be one that absorbs blood. "Oh, you noticed that so quickly." Zabuza proudly planted his blade into the ground, declaring, "The 7 ninja swordsmen each wield unique weapons, and my decapitating blade can absorb the blood of my foes to repair itself. This means as long as your wounds remain, it will grow sharper, while you will only grow weaker." Sakura, who was guarding Tazuna, shouted, "This is unfair. Aren't you a renowned and powerful ninja? Why resort to such weapons?" "Unfair?" Zabuza's smile faded as he turned to Sakura, stating, "Young lady, where is the fairness in the world of ninjas? The land of water, where I was born, is nothing like your self-proclaimed peaceful ninja villages. It is a place filled with deception, betrayal, and murder. I must constantly be on guard against my teammates' treachery, unlike Kakashi, who leisurely wanders with you young ones. If we were to speak of fairness, I would not be the person I am today." Naruto, having instilled fear in Sakura through Zabuza's threat, urged her to protect Tazuna as he approached with determination. "Though you claim to be deceived by your comrades, Zabuza, I can see that you hold a deep trust in your own convictions." Zabuza, drawing forth his formidable blade, retorted, "Ah, it's you, little brat. I thought you were too frightened to show yourself." Naruto walked slowly past Zabuza and remarked, "For Uncle Zabuza, by his undoubtedly a fully trustworthy companion." Zabuza's expression froze, and in a fit of anger, he retorted, "What companion? That fellow is merely a convenient tool." Hearing this, who had been engaged in a fierce battle with Sasuke, felt a shadow of sorrow pass over him, but soon his spirit ignited with fervent determination. Indeed, I am Mr. Zabuza's most capable tool, willing to do anything to clear the obstacles in his path, even if it means exterminating all of you. You too should cease this self-deception. The notion of being just a tool is utterly fallacious. In Uncle Zabuza's heart, isn't by the most precious thing? Despite the interdependence of your relationship, why not be candid with one another? Bang! Naruto evaded the strike of the great blade, its edge deeply embedded in the bridge's surface. If you dare speak again, I shall show no mercy. His words resonated with Haku, who halted his assault on Sasuke, staring blankly in the direction of Zabuza. Although the dense fog concealed Zabuza from view, Haku knew he must be within sight. This moment allowed Sasuke a brief respite, despite avoiding the attack. He felt the considerable drain on his stamina. It was evident to any observant individual that Haku harbored deep affection for Zabuza. Why then did Zabuza remain blind to it? Furthermore, even if Kato possessed great wealth, it was unlikely Zabuza was motivated solely by monetary gain. There were myriad ways to evade the pursuit of the Mist's assassins. Were there not? As tensions mounted, Zabuza roared, "Silence! You insolent brat!" The bridge was crowded with Narutos, akin to a calamity of clones, densely packed together. Stunned, Zabuza murmured, "Such a multitude. If my uncle claims Haku is merely a tool, then eliminating him would pose no consequence, would it?" Countless Narutos surged into the confines of the demonic mirroring ice crystals, and a murderous intent began to swell within Zabuza as he prepared to strike. At that moment, the summoning technique was invoked. Several ninja hounds emerged, summoned by Kakashi, effectively restraining Zabuza and rendering him immobile. "Oh dear, it seems I've left quite an impression on you," Kakashi remarked, stepping out from behind Zabuza and patting his shoulder. Flames of fury flickered in Zabuza's eyes as he bellowed, "Kakashi, what does that brat intend to do? Did he not say it himself? That boy is merely your pawn. If he is eliminated, you can always find another." Chapter 15. Haku and Zabuza. Naruto Uzumaki unleashed a barrage of 5,000 shadow clones. The sheer volume of these exaggerated clones assaulted the demonic mirroring ice crystals, which emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds before shattering into a flurry of icy shards. Hiding within the ice mirror, Haku was forcibly dragged out by the relentless shadow clones. Naruto held a kunai against Haku's neck, addressing Zabuza with fervor. "Your tool is now in my possession. Relinquish your mission, Uncle Zabuza." In a moment of extreme rage, Zabuza suddenly regained his composure and coldly replied, "I have already stated. He is merely a somewhat useful tool." Beneath Zabuza's frigid exterior, one might speculate that a fervent passion coursed through his veins. The sharp kunai pierced Haku's fair skin, leaving a vivid crimson mark. Zabuza, shedding his facade, began to struggle violently under the control of the ninja hounds. "Stop. Release me at once." Haku, witnessing this display for the first time, was taken aback and profoundly moved. At that moment, Naruto erupted into a raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha. You truly are a valuable tool. Even the legendary Mist Ninja, Zabuza, cannot bear to part with you." Gritting his teeth, Haku shouted at Zabuza, "My dream is to be a tool for Mr. Zabuza, to die protecting him, and now I find myself unable to protect you, instead becoming a tool to threaten you." Instantly, Zabuza comprehended Haku's intentions, his rage flaring as he bellowed, "Stop. No." How fortunate it was for Haku to encounter Zabuza. From Zabuza's furious voice, Haku realized that his feelings had been fully conveyed. He pressed Naruto's kunai-laden hand against his own neck. Tears glistened as they fell onto the bridge, the young boy silently collapsing to the ground. "Ah, how dare you? How dare you?" Zabuza unleashed his chakra, shattering the bonds of the ninja hounds, allowing them to tear at his flesh. Yet, before the blood flowed, his tears poured forth. "How dare you?" Driven mad with emotion, Zabuza charged into the circle of shadow clones, despite being unable to lift his executioner's blade. He continued to weep, swinging the heavy sword with sheer inertia. One shadow clone effortlessly blocked the blade, its tone laced with amusement. "What is he to you? Merely a tool, correct? I have told him, ninjas are just tools. I desire only his ability, I harbor no attachment," Zabuza retorted. Another shadow clone struck Zabuza in the abdomen, stating, "Yet the lifeless figure on the ground clearly held great affection for you. Even I can sense his fondness. He sacrificed his life for you, and you remain indifferent?" Zabuza fell silent, allowing the shadow clones to rain blows upon him, even relinquishing the executioner's sword. One shadow clone seized his hair, dragging him toward Haku's side. Sank. To die as a tool is a fate too painful, is it not? The battered Zabuza finally spoke. Stop it. Haku fought not only for me, but for you as well. He was far too gentle. Ninjas are human, incapable of becoming entirely emotionless tools. I have lost. The once fearsome killer, known for slaying his peers, collapsed upon Haku's icy corpse, weeping uncontrollably. Wow, you look utterly defeated. I'm quite disappointed, Zabuza. An ill-timed voice interrupted, drawing the attention of all present. Kato, flanked by his subordinates, stood upon the bridge. He glanced disdainfully at Haku's lifeless body, muttering, so this brat is dead after all. By the way, he still owes me a reckoning for daring to choke me. A man cloaked in a cape forcefully pushed aside Kato's underlings, exclaiming with delight, how splendid. Let me give you and Haku a magnificent funeral. Taken aback, Zabuza looked up and asked, what brings you here? Kato smirked, seemingly confident. I made a slight adjustment to the plan. If one of the 7 ninja swordsmen fails to complete his mission, I shall simply bring in another. I expect you to die here. You are merely a clown for amusement. Kakashi crouched down, scrutinizing the cloaked man. His attention fixated on the 2 lightning-shaped weapons in the man's grasp. With a serious tone, he inquired, Zabuza, who is that? Through gritted teeth, Zabuza replied. He is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kairi Reiga. Upon hearing this, Kairi Reiga turned his gaze toward the others, particularly at the still-present Naruto. Grinning widely as he tossed aside his cloak, revealing his muscular physique. And Yukinoha ninjas are also worthy of a grand funeral. Lightning release, thunderstrike. He swung his peculiar weapon toward Naruto, unleashing a massive lightning serpent that surged through the air toward Tazuna, who stood behind Sakura. ZZZZT. Kakashi, with his Raikiri crackling with electricity, sliced the bolt in 2, causing it to dissipate in the air. The spinning Tomo in his Sharingan glowed fiercely as he firmly stated, You shall not harm Mr. Tazuna without my permission. With the lightning severed, Kairi Reiga's eyes gleamed with madness, sensing the opportunity for a spectacular funeral was ripe. Then let us see what you are made of. Both were adept in lightning-based jutsu, poised for a clash of titans. Kairi Reiga thrust his lightning blade into the ground, shouting, Lightning burial, feast of lightning. Chakra coalesced into lightning that defied the laws of physics, spreading across the concrete bridge like branches of a tree. The blue lightning swiftly approaching the crowd. Kakashi summoned a shadow clone, channeling his Raikiri into its hands, creating a chain of lightning that would ensnare the electric branches unleashed by Kairi Reiga. Naruto approached Sasuke and whispered, Sasuke, it is time to test the fruits of our training. Sasuke clenched his teeth and replied softly, Am I capable of intervening in a battle of this caliber? Oh, is the prodigy of the Uchiha clan afraid of combat? Sasuke's gaze hardened, such a show-off. Very well, let us proceed. Naruto's lips curled into a smile as he converged an immense amount of wind chakra in his palm before delivering a powerful strike to Sasuke's back. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. A thick, spiraling fire serpent erupted from Sasuke's mouth, scorching the earth with its searing heat. The fire serpent rampaged and roared, its plasma-like crimson hue illuminating the entire bridge, racing towards the still engaged Kakashi and the formidable Reiga. Damn it, how infuriating. Reiga seethed as he was engulfed by the spiraling flames. The serpent's ferocity remained unabated as it continued its relentless advance toward Kato and his entourage. The wealthy Kato uttered his last words as he was consumed by the inferno. Kakashi glanced back at Naruto and Sasuke, feeling a sense of satisfaction at their synchronized ninjutsu. It seemed they had developed a remarkable synergy. However, when Kakashi turned his gaze to Zabuza, he found Zabuza cradling Haku in his arms, his eyes filled with profound regret. As Naruto observed that the battle had reached a temporary conclusion, he resolved to confide in Zabuza. That Uncle Zabuza, in truth, I need not elaborate further. I have relinquished my mission and shall not interfere with yours any longer. Henceforth, I will wander the ninja world with the ashes of Bai, which is what this child has always yearned for. A fleeting expression of regret crossed Sakura's face, for had they exchanged their innermost feelings earlier, such circumstances could have been avoided. Naruto, perceiving that Zabuza had no intention of lingering, stepped forward to impede his progress. Zabuza sensed the unwavering resolve of his opponent and, with a hint of nonchalance in his tone, remarked, Let us begin. With that, he closed his eyes. Haku, I have come to accompany you. A cold yet comforting hand caressed his cheek, causing Zabuza to abruptly open his eyes, astonished to find Haku blushing as she tenderly wiped away his tears. Mr. Zabuza, such a strong person as you is shedding tears for me. Zabuza's sobs intensified. Damn those Leaf Village brats. Naruto scratched his head, appearing like a different person compared to moments ago when he had threatened Zabuza with white. If he did not act this way, that elder would likely never reveal his true feelings, he thought with a chuckle. How infuriating, Konoha. How detestable, this little brat. Oh, how wonderful it is that white is safe. Zabuza, the demon, found himself toyed with by Naruto's whims. Naruto, will you not face consequences for manipulating emotions in such a manner? Kakashi quipped, pulling his forehead protector down to conceal his Sharingan. Naruto had succeeded in exposing Zabuza's inner self, rendering further conflict unnecessary. It seemed this mission would conclude smoothly. Drive them all away. These ruffians who wield violence without restraint. A multitude of residents from the land of waves, armed with an array of kitchen knives and farming tools, appeared at the bridge, outnumbering even Kato's subordinates from earlier. The dense throng sent shivers down one's spine. Are there still enemies? Sasuke, witnessing the scene, prepared to employ ninjutsu, only to be halted by Kakashi. Sasuke, those people are not foes. From the crowd emerged a small boy wearing a hat, none other than Inari. Clutching a water scoop, he regarded Zabuza with caution, his eyes brimming with courage as he proclaimed loudly, Naruto, big brother, we have come to assist you in defeating Kato's subordinates. The conviction of the Land of Waves residents converged at that moment, rekindling the essence of courage within them. With the strength of so many ordinary individuals united, they finally dared to rise against the once invincible Kato. Chapter 16. Mission accomplished in a bid to evade the assassination squad from the hidden mist. Zabuza seized Kato's secret base and treasury. Ever since that day when Zabuza bared his soul, a sweet smile had graced White's face. Zabuza, having inherited Kato's legacy, also wore a smile. Sasuke sensed something amiss between Zabuza and White. He discreetly pulled Naruto aside and whispered, Naruto, that guy named White is a male, right? Naruto nodded, observing Zabuza and Haku assisting at the construction site. Whenever their gazes met, they exchanged sweet smiles, yet he lamented, though he is even cuter than Sakura. He is undeniably a boy. Sakura leaned in, whispering, isn't it a bit strange for two boys to be like this? Sasuke appeared to agree, but secretly cast a glance at Naruto, internally dissenting, reflecting, the bond between men can indeed be profound. I have endured much in my pursuit of mastering group ninjutsu. And after our hearts resonate, I find him quite handsome. You three should not be slacking off. Gossiping about others is rather impolite. The wise Kakashi discerned the thoughts of the trio and reminded them. Hey. The three straightened up simultaneously, returning to their respective duties. Sasuke continued to steal glances at Naruto, contemplating the disparity between them, and resolved, once we return to the village, I shall train even harder. I will undoubtedly catch up to you. Naruto and Sasuke occasionally found their gazes nearly colliding, prompting the latter to swiftly avert his eyes using his exceptional dynamic vision. Sakura, who was ever watchful of Sasuke, keenly observed this exchange. She glanced between Sasuke and Naruto, then shifted her attention to Zabuza and Haku, sensing an underlying peculiarity. Kakashi approached Naruto, casually inquiring, Naruto, how did you manage that feat when Haku took her own life? Zabuza remained oblivious, but Kakashi, with his Sharingan, discerned the subtleties clearly. As Haku lunged toward the kunai, a faint crimson chakra flickered around her neck, and once the kunai pierced her body, her wounds began to mend rapidly. Well, at the very beginning, I implored the Ninetales to safeguard Haku, Naruto replied. Kakashi was taken aback. You sought the Ninetales' assistance? So, you were able to communicate with such a being? His mind wandered to the village's perpetual anguish, recalling the events of the fateful night of the Ninetales. When did that ferocious beast become so amenable? It may not be particularly conversational, but I understand its nature. It's merely a case of being gruff yet honorable. Ultimately, it acquiesced to my request. Upon finishing his explanation, Naruto demonstrated the fox head technique using the Ninetales chakra in his palm. The Ninetales within stirred. Hey. Who are you calling gruff yet honorable? Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. They had reached a level of mutual understanding. There had been rumors from the Cloud Village, and this revelation was truly unexpected. When did this transformation occur? Naruto hesitated, sensing the insinuation in Kakashi's words. If he were to mention a past life, would Kakashi believe him? Perhaps during a particularly vivid dream, where I confronted immensely powerful foes and defeated a princess residing on the moon, along with her hauntingly persistent family. After enduring those experiences, I finally opened my heart to it. Kakashi mused, children of this age certainly possess boundless imaginations. Yet, as he uttered this, he paused slightly, pondering, a dream? Could it be an illusion? Days later, the magnificent cross-sea bridge was finally completed, bringing tears of joy to Dasna and the construction workers. Dasna exclaimed, "Thanks to all of you, the bridge is finished. I now feel an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Take care." Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, lazily remarked, "Thank you for your care." Naruto smiled and said, "All right, it seems that Uncle Dasna, who appears quite useless and enjoys drinking, I will come to play again." Inari, with tears streaming down his face, trembled as he replied, "Definitely. I will become the king of the sea, just like my father." Dasna ruffled Inari's hair and adjusted his hat. "Kakashi, please don't die on your way back. I will come to challenge you in Konoha one day. Our contest is far from settled. However, I believe I have already emerged victorious." Zabuza tossed a package hanging from his large sword to Sasuke. Upon opening it, Sasuke was astonished to find the Raijin's Fong inside and looked up at Zabuza in surprise. "Your chakra affinity is quite similar to Kakashi's. You may require such a weapon in the future. That kid Naruto has surpassed you by leaps and bounds, so grow stronger. I have high hopes for both of you." After saying this, he turned away, waving goodbye to the group. Haku whispered to Sakura, "Miss Sakura, you must express your feelings to the one you like early on." Sakura responded, "Oh, is that so? Is it too soon?" Haku replied earnestly, "I have followed Zabuza since childhood. If it weren't for Naruto's help, he might have never spoken." Just as Haku was speaking, Zabuza, already far away, turned around and shouted, "Haku." "Yes, Zabuza-sensei," Haku replied, bowing repeatedly to the others. Zabuza-sensei has recently acquired wealth that rivals nations, and he's a bit too carefree now. In any case, I wish you all smooth sailing and great success in your endeavors." Haku seemed like a fledgling swallow returning to its nest as he joyfully ran towards Zabuza. Zabuza appeared impatient as he scolded him. Yet his eyes were not filled with the murderous intent they had during their first encounter with Naruto and the others, but rather with boundless tenderness. It was a heartwarming scene. Kakashi refrained from commenting on the peculiar relationship between the two, then waved farewell to the people of the Land of Waves. The three members of Team 7 followed closely behind, slowly disappearing from view as they walked across the newly constructed bridge, watching their departing figures. Dasna felt a surge of emotion and remarked, "That boy has changed Inari's heart. And Inari has transformed the hearts of the entire village. That boy has built a bridge of courage toward hope in all our hearts. Even the once villainous accomplice of Kado has been influenced, now turning into a pervert who preys on young boys. And now, this bridge has received a fitting name, Naruto Bridge. What do you think?" Tsunami giggled behind her hand. "What a wonderful name." Dasna chuckled at the memory of once deceiving and morally coercing them. Zabuza and Haku stood by the shore, watching Team 7 depart. As the laughter of the Land of Waves residents echoed from the bridge, Zabuza-sensei should smile more. "He looks quite handsome," Haku remarked. "Stop talking and go count your money." Chapter 17, Kinabaku? In the Hokage's office in Konoha Village, Kakashi, with his silver hair, knelt before the third Hokage, recounting the events of their mission to the Land of Waves. "I see," the elder said, his sharp eyes gleaming amidst the swirling smoke of the room. "Two members of the 7 ninja swordsmen and a boy with blood on him. You've truly worked hard, Kakashi." "Not at all. It's what we, as Konoha ninjas, should do." Furthermore, the young ninjas of Team 7 played a significant role. Naruto has already hinted that it is highly likely that Danzo used some form of genjutsu to manipulate the situation, but Naruto himself cannot clarify what transpired. Upon hearing Danzo's name, the third's expression darkened, revealing deep disappointment over his former friend's downfall. "I understand," he said. "There's no need for further discussion. I will handle the matter regarding Danzo." The third shook his head and then inquired, "What do you think of Naruto's attitude towards the village? Is it genuine?" At this, a smile crept onto Kakashi's serious face, his joy palpable despite the mask covering half of it. "Indeed, he has inherited the will of our predecessors wonderfully, shining like the sun even amidst the pollution of his upbringing, bringing warmth to those around him. How surprising. That's splendid, Naruto." The third Hokage smiled as he gazed at the image in the crystal ball, his thoughts drifting to the past. The fourth Hokage sealed the 9 tails within this child to make him a hero in the eyes of the villagers, hoping he could one day stand strong on his own. However, due to the constraints of the Elder Council, I failed to care for this child properly, and I owe an apology to the fourth's couple. Yet Naruto has managed to grow into a ninja akin to the sun despite such an environment. It was as if a great weight had been lifted from the third's shoulders, as a surge of inexplicable strength coursed through him, prompting him to change the mission rank from C to S. Kakashi, noticing this, interjected, "Third Hokage, isn't this against the regulations?" The third took a deep puff from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke before sighing, "After all, I am a ninja too. Sometimes one must break the mold and forge ahead." Anyone with objections can come to me. Understood. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others were still waiting near the memorial stone in the forest for Kakashi. Sasuke, carrying the Regent's Fang, stole glances at Naruto, quickly averting his gaze when caught. The astute Sakura felt out of place, internally lamenting, "Here we go again. Ever since returning from the land of waves, these two have felt strange. The atmosphere is so awkward. Kakashi-sensei is late again. What is he up to?" In this peculiar atmosphere, they waited until noon. When Kakashi finally appeared atop the treetops, greeting the trio with a smile, "Hey, everyone. I just encountered a lost black cat." The perceptive Sakura immediately called out the middle-aged man's attempt to charm the children. "Liar." "Oh, don't say that, Sakura. Overly perceptive girls can frighten men. That's still better than being the one who is always late." Kakashi quickly produced the mission scroll, stating today's task is. After enduring tasks such as weeding, picking up trash, and walking dogs, the trio finally arrived at their personal time. Sasuke eagerly approached Kakashi, unloading the Raijin's Fang from his back and holding it in hand. "Kakashi, can we start training now?" Kakashi observed Sasuke's spirited demeanor, glancing over at Naruto and Sakura before saying, "Next, I will guide Sasuke in his training. You two should rest well. Any objections?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped forward and asked, "Is Kakashi-sensei going to teach Sasuke that technique?" Kakashi fixed his gaze on the ninja blade in Sasuke's hand and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that technique is particularly suitable for Sasuke. Furthermore, with the assistance of the Raikiri, I am confident that Sasuke's prowess will soar to new heights. So, tell me, do you feel the pressure of being surpassed by your teammate?" Naruto extended his thumb towards Sasuke, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "I believe you can become incredibly powerful, so strive to catch up with me, Sasuke." Upon hearing this, Sasuke, whose strength had surged, could hardly contain his eagerness. Yet, he was reluctant to acknowledge Naruto's current prowess, retorting, "How dull. This is merely a trivial level." Sakura also offered her encouragement to Sasuke, saying, "Come on, Sasuke. After you complete your new technique, let's go on a date." "No," he replied resolutely. "In order to revitalize my clan, I must surpass Naruto and Kakashi. There is still much training ahead, so perhaps another time, Sakura." Kakashi then took Sasuke away, while Sakura, feeling dejected from the rejection, hung her head. Naruto, placing a reassuring hand on her back, encouraged, "Don't give up, Sakura. Sasuke may seem cold, but he has a warm heart. Perhaps next time he will agree." Suddenly, a sharply edged rectangular rock came hurtling towards them. Naruto turned to see who the newcomer was. Boom. The rock exploded, and three small figures emerged from the smoke, coughing. Cough, cough. "We definitely used too much gunpowder." Naruto stepped forward and gently ruffled Konohamaru's hair, exclaiming, "Indeed. It's you, Konohamaru." Konohamaru had gathered his friends, Moegi and Udon, to form the Konohamaru Corps. The trio donned the goggles once worn by Naruto, making them some of his earliest admirers. Observing Naruto's hand resting on Sakura's shoulder, Konohamaru's eyes suddenly sparkled with mischief as he teasingly inquired, "Brother, are you courting this lovely sister?" Naruto, filled with mischief, transformed into the likeness of the third Hokage, a pipe clutched between his lips, his visage marked by the weight of experience. "Ah, that was my lost youth, Konohamaru. When you grow up, you will understand the burdens of popularity," he lamented. Konohamaru, blushing furiously and with stars in his eyes, exclaimed, "Brother, are you still a heartthrob? That's amazing." However, upon catching a glimpse of Sakura's fierce gaze, Naruto and Konohamaru, along with their companions, were taken aback and hastily retreated, exclaiming, "We apologize for our arrogance." Sakura, resembling a roaring little tiger, pursued the four with an air of menace. The frightened Moegi burst into tears, while Udon, bubbles frothing from his nose, shouted, "It's not my fault." As they rounded a corner, Naruto and Konohamaru scattered. Yet Sakura relentlessly followed Naruto, cornering him. "Wait, let us talk this over. I was just boasting, remember? We even had a meal together." Just as Sakura seized Naruto's collar, a commotion reached their ears, accompanied by Konohamaru's pained cries. "Let me go, let me go." Sakura and Naruto hastily made their way to assess the situation, only to find a man clad in a black jumpsuit, one hand gripping Konohamaru, his face adorned with purple camouflage and an expression of displeasure. "It hurts, you little brat," he complained. Upon spotting the man's forehead protector, Sakura cast aside her earlier frustrations and coldly demanded, "What is a sand ninja doing in the Leaf Village?" Upon encountering the man clad in black, Naruto's heart raced as he realized, it's Kankuro. Does that mean the Chunin exams are approaching? Kankuro smirked dismissively, "TCH. Just a couple of Konoha's genin." Ignoring Sakura's inquiry, he leaned towards Konohamaru. Before that chatterbox arrives, I'll entertain you two for a bit. Temari, wary of potential trouble, cautioned. Kankuro, don't stir up trouble. Sasuke, leaning against the doorway of the mission hall with his Raijin blade, observed as Kakashi submitted the list of tasks completed that day. Iruka took the report, his mind elsewhere, and remarked, very well, I'll accept this report. How is Naruto getting along with his teammates? Kakashi glanced in Sasuke's direction, noticing he seemed to have suddenly vanished, and replied, pretty well, I suppose. Iruka scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. I've been so busy lately that I haven't had a chance to check on him. I can't help but worry. As he spoke, a blush crept onto his cheeks. Kakashi, unfazed, responded, Iruka-sensei, you know Naruto's optimistic nature, and with Sasuke around, a bit of noise in the team is inevitable. However, his dedication to protecting his friends has been well instilled by you, and in terms of strength, he has surpassed even you, whom he respects. Iruka smiled with gratitude. Is that so? That's wonderful to hear, ha ha ha. A falcon soared above Konoha, circling freely in the sky. Below, in the streets, Kankuro and Temari confronted Naruto and Sakura. As the falcon passed overhead, Naruto, sensing its presence, grinned and stepped in front of Sakura, stating, You're Kankuro from Suna, right? I kindly ask you to release the third Hokage's grandson. Otherwise, regardless of your intentions, you might stir up trouble. What? This brat is the Hokage's grandson? Kankuro, momentarily forgetting to retort at Naruto's mispronunciation, felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. The boy seemed to radiate heat, and he sensed countless eyes from the shadows watching him, ready to pounce should he make any reckless moves. Chapter 18. Shikaku, the One-Tail. Meanwhile, all the Jonin leading teams in Konoha felt a peculiar summons. No matter what they were engaged in, they all looked up to the sky. The falcon circled above, emitting cries that conveyed a certain message, while shadowy figures from the Umbu moved discreetly through the streets. Temari found the spiky-haired boy before her rather troublesome. Despite not having made any overtly aggressive moves, his words had escalated tensions between their villages. Let's not provoke him further, Kankuro. You might regret it. Kankuro, feeling a tinge of reluctance, muttered, I truly despise short tempers, especially in these little brats. Suddenly, a stone struck Kankuro's hand, causing him to yelp in pain and release Konohamaru. Temari and Shikamaru hurried to support him, ensuring he was safely beside Naruto and Sakura, where it was most secure, especially with Naruto around. Sasuke, perched stylishly on a tree branch, casually tossed a stone in his hand and remarked, You little brat. How dare you act up in someone else's village? Sakura exclaimed joyfully, Sasuke, you're back. TCH, another annoying little brat. Compared to a short temper, I find you even more insufferable with your arrogance and love for theatrics. Kankuro retorted, shaking off the crows that clung to his back, intending to show these Konoha Jonin a thing or two. Kankuro, stop. A chilling voice rang out, startling everyone present. Sasuke felt a chill as he noticed a boy with crimson hair hanging upside down behind him. The boy's forehead bore the kanji for love, and his dark circles hinted at his formidable powers. His tone was icy as he stated, You will bring disgrace to our village. Do you think we came to Konoha for mere games? The formerly arrogant Kankuro now wore a sycophantic expression. Please, let me explain, Gaara. It was they who provoked me first. Gaara narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. Silence, or I'll kill you. Kankuro retreated, trembling as he apologized to the gathered crowd. I understand now. It was all my fault. I apologize, everyone. Excuse me for the offense, Gaara said, yet his tone betrayed no hint of regret. His eyes filled with a chilling resolve. Sasuke, unnerved by Gaara's gaze, felt as though he were being scrutinized by a terrifying creature, struggling to suppress an instinctual urge to flee. He thought, that guy's gaze is truly unsettling. Gaara's form transformed into sand, sliding from the tree to stand beside Kankuro and Temari, solidifying back into human shape. We should leave now. We didn't come here to play ninja games. As he spoke, he prepared to depart with Kankuro and Temari when Sasuke leapt down from the tree, inquiring, What is your name? Gaara paused, turning back to respond. I am Gaara of the Sand. I am Uchiha Sasuke, he replied, their gazes locking. Out of nowhere, Naruto appeared behind Gaara, wrapping an arm around his shoulders with a cheerful grin. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Let's be friends, Gaara. What? When did he get there? Both Kankuro and Temari were taken aback, bewildered by how this Konoha ninja had infiltrated their midst. It was not just Gaara who was surprised. Even Kankuro felt his worldview shatter. As Naruto and Gaara made contact, a profound connection awakened within the depths of their beings, unlocking the sealed spaces within them. In a vast expanse of water, A colossal creature opened its golden-rimmed eyes. "Yah! Who is this?" After millennia, the one-tailed Shikako had nearly forgotten the unique realm belonging to tailed beasts. In this domain, nothing could be perceived from the outside. And even the Jinchuriki were barred from entering without permission. An arm covered in fiery red fur encircled Shikaku's neck, playfully squeezing its shoulder. "Long time no see. You pesky raccoon. Yee! You troublesome fox." Shikaku yelped, resembling a startled cat as it leapt away, its limbs gripping the surface of the water, its back arched high, and its tail standing on end, letting out furious hisses at the Ninetales. The Ninetales, sitting casually on the water's surface, flicked its tail and scratched its chin. "Honestly, after all this time, your first reaction is to act like that, you pesky raccoon." Seeing the Ninetales remain unmoved, Shikaka tentatively lowered its guard, glancing around to comprehend the situation, and mused, "I never expected our Jinchuriki would meet. It's truly been a while. What has transpired? You wouldn't have summoned me here without reason." The Ninetales, now serious, replied, "Time is of the essence. Share your chakra with me." Shikaka chuckled. "I knew you wouldn't just want a friendly chat. However, I must decline." The Ninetales spoke gravely, "Don't forget the old man's prophecy." Shikaka gasped, murmuring, "So you're saying?" The Ninetales grinned, looking up at the murky skies of the deep space. "Indeed, the old man's prophecy is real, and it's about to come to fruition." Shikaka roared, bouncing up and down in disbelief. "Impossible. That was just his trick to fool us, and not for the first time." Yet, it was undeniably true. "Come on, Naruto." As the Ninetales spoke, Naruto's figure emerged below. "Ah, it's been a while, Shikaku." One Tail grumbled, "You know my name? Did that wretched fox tell you?" This guy can't keep anything to himself. Nevertheless, it extended its fist towards Naruto, "Since that foul fox recognizes you so much." Naruto beamed with a smile, exclaiming, "You will understand." After exchanging blows, Shikaku was startled, rising on its hind legs from the water's surface. What on earth? Having just absorbed the tales of the old and new generations of Hokage, Shikaku was left astounded for an entire year. Kurama approached and gently patted Shikaku's feline head, reminding it, "You haven't forgotten the old man's prophecy, have you?" After a considerable time, Shikaku's heart finally settled, and it slowly returned to the water, extending a fist towards Kurama. "Now, the next steps are entrusted to you both, Naruto and Kurama." Indeed, Kurama's tail, adorned with a character, swayed behind him. Naruto leapt up, embracing Kurama's belly, exclaiming, "That's wonderful, Kurama." Kurama nodded in satisfaction, adding, "By the way, you ought to be a bit kinder to your Jinchuriki. Just look at Gaara. That poor kid is nearly driven insane by your antics." "Mind your own business," Shikaka retorted, though internally it began to yearn for the bond between Naruto and Kurama. "Shouldn't I be concerned about Gaara too?" Chapter 19, The Diligent Hey, Gaara. Shikaka intended to communicate more meaningfully with its Jinchuriki, but in the real world, Gaara suddenly crouched down, cradling his head with both hands, murmuring, "Hee, mom, don't worry, it will be soon, hee." Shikaka sighed, "Forget it. Let us allow you to have a good rest." Turning to Naruto, it stated, "Remember, Naruto, my name is Shikaku. Until we meet again." With that, Shikaka withdrew from the deep realm, while Naruto and Kurama returned to the ceiling space. Kurama, with its tail inscribed with the character for one, remarked to Naruto, "Well, that's certainly a significant step forward, though Shikaku's Jinchuriki is rather peculiar." Naruto raised his thumb and said, "As for Gaara, he may appear somewhat reclusive at the moment, but I will seize an opportunity to communicate with him properly. In the future, I believe we will become good friends." The Ninetales closed its eyes and tilted its head, responding nonchalantly, "Suit yourself." Kankuro and Temari mistakenly thought that Naruto had done something to Gaara. From the perspective of others, it seemed that Gaara transformed into this state immediately after Naruto introduced himself. The two quickly helped Gaara up and retreated several paces, with Kankuro on guard, demanding, "What exactly did you do?" Naruto was the only one present who knew the truth and could only grudgingly accept the situation. As Gaara was being supported away by the two, he softly remarked, "Uchiha Sasuke, I will remember you, and also Naruto Uzumaki." Sakura, sticking out her tongue at their retreating figures, teased, "What a bunch of oddballs. Sasuke, you came back specifically because you sensed I was in trouble, didn't you?" Sasuke shook his head to indicate otherwise and replied, "This guy's speed is comparable to Kakashi's. I merely intended to inform you that the Chunin exam is about to commence. But it seems that is no longer necessary. These Sand Shinobi are likely here to participate in the exam as well." As dusk approached, the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village stood unusually wide open, with ninjas from various villages gradually making their way toward Konoha. This Chunin exam, co-hosted by Konoha in the Sand Village, was unprecedented in scale, marking the first time in 5 years that the 5 great nations' ninja villages would jointly hold such an event, attracting many smaller villages to participate. Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja under a conical hat, blended into the throng entering the village. It had been a long time since he had walked so openly in the village, and he felt somewhat out of place. If only the oily-haired clan's insects were not present. In a hoarse voice, he surveyed his surroundings with his diamond-shaped snake eyes, his long tongue tasting the air for pheromones. Allowing a parasitic insect to linger on his collar, a method Konoha employed to monitor outsiders. As he passed by the Ichiraka ramen shop, he paused slightly. It smells so good. Is that ramen? I think I'll have dumplings for dinner instead. I detest insects. Meanwhile, the lower-ranking ninjas of Konoha received notifications. And even 9 freshly graduated rookie ninjas had signed up for the exam, igniting a competitive spirit among those who had never participated before. In a training ground, Lee, with his watermelon head and bushy eyebrows clad in a green jumpsuit, leaned against a target and said, "Have you heard? This Chunin exam features new faces that haven't been seen in 5 years." Tintin, in her Chinese-style qipao with her hair in a bun, twirled a kunai in her hand. Bored, it's all up to the subjective judgment of the jounin anyway. Lee responded earnestly, "No, I heard there are 3 who were trained by Kakashi. And they even defeated him in previous exercises. We will inevitably face each other." Tintin threw her kunai at the target, hitting the bullseye, where a boy with Byakugan was seated below. Neji gravely commented, "That makes it interesting. Their fate will be quite grim." Days later, in the Chunin registration classroom, "Get lost." Lee was kicked away by a school bully blocking their path. Tintin pleaded, "Please, could you let us through?" The bully, transformed into a menacing figure, sneered, "You think you can enter the Chunin exam like this? I suggest you give up. You're still just kids." With that, he struck Tintin down as well. Among the onlookers, someone muttered, "That's outrageous." "Listen well, we are kindly warning you. The Chunin exam is quite challenging. Some have given up on being ninjas because of it. And some have even been crippled. There are countless examples. You want to pass anyway, so what's wrong with us driving you away?" The bully's words rang true. But they were determined to enter. Sasuke interrupted their performance. Who is so arrogant? A murmur spread through the crowd. "Oh, it's him. The famous Uchiha kid. Be careful not to let him hear you. I heard he's quite vindictive. A few days ago, a few sand ninjas offended him. And the most arrogant one was carried away by the others." The crowd parted to allow Team 7 to the forefront. "Dispense with your pathetic genjutsu. It's merely the second floor." Sakura chimed in, "Your illusions are too simplistic. I saw through them at a glance." The bully, Ganko, raised an eyebrow in excitement. "How intriguing. To be seen through is one thing, but that's not enough." He lunged at Sasuke with a knee strike. Sasuke retaliated with a whip kick. But just as their attacks were about to connect, Lee, who had just been beaten, appeared between them, effortlessly blocking their strikes. His facial scars had vanished. And he had easily deflected my attack. Was that a disguise? Sasuke retracted his leg, standing properly, slightly astonished at Lee's bandaged hands. "Hey, didn't we agree that you should try not to attract too much attention so you wouldn't raise alarms? How did you forget?" Neji admonished in a tone of reproach. But Lee, blushing as he approached Sakura, said, "I'm Rock Lee, and your name is Sakura, right? Please go out with me. I will protect you with my life." Lee flashed a radiant smile, his white teeth gleaming against his bushy eyebrows and watermelon hairstyle, exuding an indescribable charm. Sakura firmly rejected, "Absolutely not. Your eyebrows are far too thick." Lee's face fell. What a disappointment. Naruto chuckled from the side, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, it's as if I am witnessing my former self." Neji cast a glance at Sasuke, their gazes clashing with palpable intensity in the air. Naruto, sensitive to the malice and goodwill emanating from their fighting spirit, scratched his head. Feeling that from this moment on, Sasuke had begun to wield his fiercely aggressive stare, sowing discord among them. Fortunately, I remained composed, he thought. Sakura tugged at Naruto and Sasuke, leading them upstairs, while in the shadows, the gatekeepers of Konoha, Kankuro, and Shikamaru reverted to their original forms. So this is what Kakashi and Guy referred to as the children of the hidden treasure, they mused. In any case, they had successfully passed the application submission stage. And it seemed that this year's candidates were of commendable quality, an encouraging prospect for us proctors. This Chunin exam was filled with formidable individuals, Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, Gaara of the Sand, and Sasuke, who glanced at Naruto striding ahead, brimming with fighting spirit. "And this guy. I shall defeat you all." As the group passed through an empty hall, Lee's distinctive, passionate voice rang out, "You there, with the menacing gaze, please wait." The trio turned to see Lee standing above them, a serious expression on his face. What do you want? Do you wish to engage in a battle with me here? Lee leaped down, striking a fighting stance, eager to test his skills against the descendant of the so-called genius ninja clan. And by the way, Sakura, love. Sakura, taken aback and overwhelmed, exclaimed, no. This guy is even more insufferable than Naruto and Kakashi-sensei. Naruto expressed a differing opinion. Hey. Where do you see me as greasy, Sakura? The last time I saw you, you were chatting with Kakashi-sensei about that novel he was reading. Just as Naruto was about to defend himself, Sasuke coldly interjected, do you know what this surname represents, you thick-browed fool? It's quite bothersome. Seeing that Sasuke seemed to have been hit where it hurt, Lee felt a surge of joy in his heart. I am truly fortunate to have the opportunity to engage with the strongest newcomer so swiftly. I shall prove myself. Sensei guy. Naruto is aware of Lee's aspirations, striving to surpass genius through sheer effort, although it is indeed possible to outshine the gifted until his rebirth. Lee was still diligently attempting to catch up with Sasuke. Chapter 20. This time, I will certainly pass. Sasuke glanced at the clock on the auditorium wall. There was less than half an hour until the registration deadline. He cast a fleeting look at the unremarkable Lee and felt a significant advantage. With a confident smile, Sasuke thought, I should be able to conclude this battle in 5 minutes. Without further ado, he dashed towards Lee. Just as his fist was about to make contact with Lee's body, Lee vanished from sight. Such incredible speed! Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment, quickly searching for Lee's figure. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed over him from above, prompting Sasuke to instinctively crouch to evade Lee's leaf whirlwind technique. As Lee landed, he utilized the momentum from his spinning body to execute a sweeping kick. At that moment, Sasuke was still in the crouching position from his earlier dodge. With no way to evade, I must defend. Sasuke gritted his teeth, struggling to comprehend how, the moment Lee moved, it was as if he had pressed fast forward. Every action was executed with a pace beyond that of ordinary individuals. As Sasuke raised his hands in defense, Lee's foot slipped through the incomplete guard and struck him squarely on the chin, sending him flying. Sakura cried out in concern. Sasuke. Naruto intercepted her, gesturing for her not to disturb Sasuke's battle. This opponent was markedly different from those he had faced before. Lee was an extraordinary contender. Sasuke, struggling to rise from the ground, his eyes transformed into a crimson hue, fixed his gaze upon Lee with his Sharingan's double tomo. Upon witnessing the legendary eyes, Lee's fighting spirit intensified. My techniques are neither ninjutsu nor genjutsu. Indeed, they are purely taijutsu, he declared. With astonishing speed, he closed the distance to Sasuke, unleashing a flurry of relentless physical attacks that left Sasuke overwhelmed. The barrage rained down upon him, assaulting not only his body but also his pride. I have heard that the Sharingan possesses the ability to see through all forms of jutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu alike. You can certainly perceive those jutsu that require sustained practice and possess distinct patterns, allowing you to react accordingly. However, taijutsu is somewhat different. Even if you can discern my movements with the Sharingan, your body lacks the capability to match my speed. Even if your eyes keep pace, your body will not, leaving you with no choice but to endure the blows. Sasuke observed Lee's earnest explanation without a hint of arrogance or disdain, recognizing that his opponent was a straightforward individual. Ah, the true flaw of the Sharingan, Lee mused, appearing before Sasuke, his limbs poised on the ground, delivering a powerful kick to Sasuke's chin, propelling him into the air. In an instant, Lee's figure materialized behind Sasuke, the bandages falling from his hands. Whether addressing the spectators or speaking to himself, he proclaimed, Teacher guy, I have succeeded. Hard work can indeed surpass talent. For an ordinary person, being struck into the air by a series of leaf hurricane techniques would leave them utterly defenseless. Yet Sasuke, oddly, turned his head, fixing his double tomo Sharingan intently upon Lee's expressive brows. Lotus Blossom. Boom. Sasuke was sent crashing into the ground, and Naruto, furious, charged forward, exclaiming, How dare you treat Sasuke like this? Despicable. Lee leapt into the air, executing a scissor kick that knocked Naruto unconscious, striking a dashing pose as he coolly remarked, You are all too weak. Sakura, her eyes filled with adoration, rushed over to embrace Lee, exclaiming, Ah, Lee, you are just too handsome. Lee, with firm resolve, declined Sakura's advances, saying, Miss Sakura, we should start with a proper date. Embarrassed, Sakura leaned against Lee, whispering, You are simply so gallant. The scene left Sakura, observing Lee's performance, feeling goosebumps all over. Sasuke, rubbing his neck, grumbled, This guy hits really hard. Naruto remarked, Impressive. Sasuke, you have become quite adept at utilizing the Sharingan. but do watch your step. What? Sasuke glanced down to discover that the bandages in Lee's hands had, unbeknownst to him, coiled around his ankle like a serpent. Had Lee not fallen victim to the illusion, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to Lee's technique by now. That's enough. A shuriken pinned the bandages to the wall, causing the bindings around Sasuke's ankle to unravel. Lee awakened from the Jinjutsu, half kneeling on the ground, confronted by a gigantic red ninja turtle. You witnessed everything just now, Lee. That technique was indeed forbidden, wasn't it? I apologize, but the ninja turtle stomped its foot, exclaiming in irritation. Do you think you can deceive me with such a feeble lie? Lee bowed deeply and replied, I am truly sorry. The ninja turtle nodded in satisfaction, and an adult version of Lee appeared, reminiscent of a comedic manga character, showcasing a glimpse of his speed to Sasuke after a brief introduction. This speed, for Sasuke, approached the realm of teleportation, illuminating the gaps in his current abilities. Guy gave Sasuke a thumbs up, flashing a bright smile, and said, Lee has caused you some trouble this time. Considering my charming visage, please grant him your forgiveness. Sasuke lowered his head in silence, while Guy, understanding the dejected thoughts of the young man, cheerfully greeted Naruto and Sakura. Well then, registration is about to close. Farewell. The ninja turtle vanished alongside him in a puff of smoke. As he gathered the bandages, he said to Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, to be honest, I entered this exam to prove my abilities, aiming to defeat the strongest Chunin in our team from Konoha, and you are one of my targets as well. Be prepared during the exam. He then executed a backflip, leaping from the third floor, eliciting gasps from those below. Next time, I will surely defeat him. Sasuke clenched his teeth, feeling that this victory would not be one of honor. Naruto rested his hands behind his head and said nonchalantly, It's nothing. Teacher Eyebrow and that eyebrow kid, their physical techniques are unlike those of ordinary people. Sakura inquired with curiosity, Do you know them? He replied, Well, they undergo intense training every day. They practice rigorously until they can no longer continue, and I suspect even their sleep is dedicated to honing their physical skills. Unlike us, the eyebrow kid possesses only physical talent. He is lacking in ninjutsu and jinjutsu, but works harder in physical techniques than anyone I have ever seen. I see. Sasuke remarked with a smirk. This is quite intriguing. It seems this Chunin exam is becoming increasingly interesting. With so many formidable opponents, if we encounter those we cannot defeat in one-on-one combat, we will rely on you. Just like during the survival exercise and in the Land of Waves, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno. Naruto had long understood Sasuke's intentions and matched his pace, exclaiming, Oh, let us go together. Sakura, observing the diminishing figures of the two, finally resolved to follow suit. Her gaze transformed into one of determination as she set off, grumbling, Honestly, you two, wait for me. At the entrance of classroom 301, Kakashi leaned casually against the window. Upon seeing the trio from Team 7 ascend the staircase together, a sigh of relief escaped him. If even one of them were to withdraw from the exam, the entire team would be disqualified. This meant that if one member of the trio faltered, the others would follow suit, rendering them all ineligible. Even Sakura has joined. He mused, and I deliberately refrained from reminding you of the prerequisites for participating in the exam. It appears you all are here of your own volition. Kakashi's demeanor became unusually serious as he addressed them earnestly. Sakura, Naruto, Sasuke, welcome. You are my most cherished subordinates. Give it your all. The three exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a shared resolve. Sasuke declared, I must face stronger opponents and defeat them all. Naruto declared, this time, I shall perform splendidly and ascend to the rank of Chunin. Sakura asserted, I will no longer stand by and watch as they advance. Excellent. Such determination shines in their eyes. Kakashi swung open the door to classroom 301, allowing the three members of Team 7 to enter in succession. Chapter 21, Kabuto Yakushi. In a previous life, although Naruto attained the esteemed position of Hokage, he ascended directly from Genin to that lofty rank. Having participated in numerous Chunin exams following the Great Ninja War, only to be disqualified for various reasons. At that time, Naruto had already gained renown throughout the ninja world, and the Chunin exams were tailored with specific restrictions to counter his exceptional abilities. Any transgression of these rules would result in his elimination. Within Naruto's heart, he mustered his resolve. This time, there was no Shikamaru to impose various restrictive frameworks upon him, nor any prohibition on utilizing certain abilities. Moreover, his opponents were undoubtedly formidable. This time, he would surely succeed. This could very well be the closest he had ever come to becoming a Chunin in his 2 lifetimes. The classroom 301 was already teeming with people, and as Team 7 entered, countless piercing gazes were directed at them. At this moment, the boisterous Ino Yamanaka, upon seeing her long-awaited Sasuke, joyfully leaped onto his neck like an exuberant monkey, exclaiming, "Sasuke, you are so slow. I must tell you. Just the thought of meeting you after such a long time fills me with excitement and anticipation. I missed you so much, Sasuke." Seeing Ino embrace Sasuke from behind and nuzzle against him, Sakura, who had long regarded Sasuke as her own, felt a twinge of jealousy. Clenching her fist in irritation, she shouted, "You pig-headed Ino, let go of Sasuke." Ino, rolling her eyes and making a face, retorted, "Oh, it's just Sakura. It's been a while. And your forehead is shining brightly. Such a wide forehead." Shikamaru, accompanied by the flamboyant Choji, approached Naruto and, with a tone even more lethargic than Kakashi's, remarked, "Come on. Why are you all participating in this exasperating exam?" Naruto waved his hand irritably, exclaiming, "If you're afraid of trouble, then you shouldn't have come." He vividly recalled that Shikamaru was the only one who had passed the exam, making him his formidable rival. Sensing the inexplicable hint of hostility from Naruto, Shikamaru sighed with resignation, thinking honestly, this brat. Just then, Inuzuka Kiba, balancing Akamaru atop his head, approached alongside Hinata and Shino, expressing his astonishment at everyone's timely arrival. Naruto's eyes lit up as he bypassed Shikamaru and approached Hinata with a cheerful greeting. "Hey, Hinata." Akamaru barked twice at Shikamaru, and even with his typically indifferent demeanor, Shikamaru sensed a twinge of irritation. Watching Naruto and Hinata engage in light-hearted banter, he ground his back teeth in annoyance. What a hassle. "Hey, Hinata. How about we go shopping after this exam?" Hinata gasped in shock, her face reddening like an apple. Naruto-kun. As they were all fresh graduates and classmates, their long-awaited reunion led to an animated conversation, making them conspicuous in the classroom filled with over 100 people. Many cast them glances tinged with hostility. T.S. The sound ninja capable of effortlessly shattering stones fixated his bloodshot eyes on Sasuke, so that Uchiha Sasuke, as Lord Orochimaru mentioned. "Hey, you lot," he warned. "You'd best keep it down. Aren't you the 9 newcomers just out of school? With your innocent faces and noisy chatter, what do you think you're doing here? This ISNTA field trip. My name is Yukushi Kabuto. You should take a look around." It was only then that they realized they had inadvertently drawn the attention of nearly everyone in the examination hall. Kabuto gestured discreetly towards Naruto's back, indicating, "The individuals behind you are from the Hidden Rain Village. They appear quite restless. With the exam approaching, everyone is on edge, so be cautious." Unbeknownst to Naruto, several ninjas clad in raincoats had stealthily approached from behind. Upon noticing that Kabuto had disrupted their plans, they shot him warning glances before retreating to their seats. The Hidden Rain Village, indeed. Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully. According to the intelligence from years past, the Rain Village consistently dispatched a significant number of ninjas to participate in the Chunin exams, primarily as a cover for the truth surrounding Hanzo the Salamander's demise. Kabuto's introduction stirred up some unpleasant memories for him. Observing Naruto rendered speechless by his own modest display of skill, Kabuto felt a sense of pride, after all. It was understandable, given that they were all inexperienced newcomers, reminiscent of his own earlier days. Kabuto then proceeded to elaborate on the various intelligence he had collected. Aware of Kabuto's ulterior motives, Naruto chose to disregard them while contemplating another plan in his mind. Hey, Naruto, you're too excited." The temperature within the ceiling space gradually escalated, and the once tranquil surface of the water began to boil. Though the Ninetales paid little heed to this increase in temperature, it could feel Naruto's emotional state, sensing the turmoil within him. Indeed, moments like this would be quite exhilarating, wouldn't they, that fellow Jiraiya? The Ninetales understood Naruto's true expectations and, after a few quips, lay languidly upon the boiling water, bored yet able to perceive the outside world through Naruto. Ever since they began communicating, it had acquired this newfound ability, transforming the once dull darkness of the ceiling space. The keen-eared Sound Ninja trio bristled at Kabuto's description of their village as a third-rate village of a weak nation, feeling deeply insulted. Just as they were about to confront Kabuto, Naruto spotted Gaara and the others. "Oh, you all are here too," as Naruto jovially patted Gaara on the shoulder. Temari and Kankuro instinctively took a step back. Kankuro muttered in disbelief. "No way. The shield of sand isn't reacting. It can't be broken, can it?" Gaara had been resting well these past few days. The monster within him had seemingly fallen into a deep slumber since their last encounter, no longer invading his consciousness. And his mental state had improved remarkably. He spoke gently. "You must be Naruto Uzumaki, right?" "Hello," Kankuro shouted, pointing at Gaara. "You're fake, aren't you?" "Ugh." Temari covered Kankuro's mouth, realizing that the kanji for love tattooed on Gaara's forehead was transforming into a symbol of anger. "You all continue. Go on," Hehe. Gaara sighed as he glanced at Kankuro being dragged away. It's fine, sister. Don't worry about it. Seizing the moment of Temari's distraction, Kankuro broke free from her grasp, exclaiming, see, he's fake, right? Temari delivered a swift punch to his head and whispered, Gaara has been changing since that last encounter with this brat. Don't ruin it for him. Threatened, Kankuro nodded timidly. This minor altercation diminished the urgency of the Sound Ninja Trio's anger. Tisu shook his head, forget it, we'll deal with that guy Kabuto later. Unbeknownst to them, Kabuto was, in fact, an undercover agent sent by their village. Chapter 22, Doctor of Literature, Kurama let us work hard together. Gaara. Naruto did not linger for long. Upon returning to the circle of new Konoha recruits, Gaara finally spoke up. All right. Temari observed the entire exchange, silently reflecting that the communication is minimal. It seems only this little brat from Konoha is capable of it. Shikamaru cast a sidelong glance at the trio of sand shinobi, who appeared quite formidable, and remarked to Naruto, have you actually made friends? Your personality is quite troublesome. In a calm tone, Ino's voice resonated in his ear. Are you in a position to critique others' personalities? If we're being honest, yours is the most troublesome of all. Shikamaru refrained from retorting to Ino, instead watching the small insects flitting around him, thinking, Ino can be quite a nuisance as well. Silence. A thick fog enveloped the stage as a burly man, resembling a delinquent gang leader, appeared alongside a cadre of proctors. With an austere expression, he declared, apologies for the wait. I am the chief examiner for the first round of the Chunin selection, Marino Abiki. Marino Abiki's gaze lingered on the positions of the rain and sound shinobi, issuing a warning while elucidating the rules. During the first round of the exam, no disputes are permitted unless permission is granted, or else one risks disqualification. Many discerned the implications in his words, prompting Sasuke to quietly remark, he only mentioned that disputes are forbidden in the first round. The proctors then began distributing the examination papers, revealing that the first round was evidently a written test. Oh no, a written test. Exam papers. And it's a group score for 3 people? Both Sasuke and Sakura gasped in shock, turning to Naruto. Despite the undeniable prowess he had demonstrated in practical combat since graduation, Naruto flashed a peace sign to the two of them, asserting, rest assured. I am taking this selection exam very seriously. Sasuke gritted his teeth and muttered, I hope this guy's performance at the Ninja Academy is merely an act. Currently, their seating arrangements were scattered throughout the examination hall, rendering any attempts to assist Naruto in cheating futile. The gazes of dozens of proctors crisscrossed, encompassing the entire venue. And the usual methods of deceit could only be contemplated in silence. Hinata, seated next to Naruto, summoned her courage and, blushing, whispered, go for it, Naruto. Me too. Hehe, she added. The proctor, observing the two engaged in conversation, had his canine companion, Akamaru, bark sharply, and he growled, no mushy talk during the exam. Any further infractions will be deemed cheating. Hinata hurriedly lowered her head, her hard-won bravery crushed by the stern judgment of the proctor. Naruto pouted and leaned over his desk, attempting to communicate with the nine tails within him. I recall that Kurama has acquired knowledge of human affairs. Will you be able to solve these questions? Naruto manifested the examination questions, and the nine tails lowered its body, conjuring a pair of glasses through chakra to scrutinize them closely. My handwriting is rather unsightly, so I harbor a disdain for human knowledge. Let me take a look. The first question asked for the interpretation of a code and a summary of its content. The second question was even simpler, presenting a classic projectile motion model. The problem provided a horizontal distance of 50 meters and a vertical distance of 7 meters. Ignoring air resistance, one could deduce the initial velocity of the shuriken using the equations for horizontal uniform motion and vertical uniformly accelerated motion. Oh, the third question pertains to English, a subject in which I am quite proficient. What time is it when the big hand is on the 12 and the little hand is on the 5? These queries were beyond Naruto's comprehension, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment, is it truly possible for you to be this formidable, Kurama? The Nine-Tails adjusted its glasses, raising its long canine snout in a display of pride, and replied, it is merely a trivial accumulation of knowledge in the grand tapestry of my existence. It holds little significance. In Naruto's eyes sparkled with stars, he exclaimed in admiration, incredible, a piece of cake. Outside, within the examination hall, the majority of students had begun to comprehend that these exceedingly difficult questions were far beyond the grasp of ordinary genin. If one could answer them all correctly, what would be the point of being a ninja? Sasuke set down his pen and, based on the hints provided by Abiki, deduced The true objective is likely to assess the candidate's ability to gather intelligence. Among the examinees, skilled individuals showcase their unique talents. Some severed their retinal nerve connections only to reconnect them to an external artificial eye for clandestine observation. Others utilized dogs to eavesdrop through canine communication. Some employed the Byakugan for X-ray vision, while others engaged in soul transference, manipulated reflective weapons, mimicked others' movements, and even masqueraded as proctors. Naruto relied on the answers provided by the Ninetales, fervently scribbling away as the heavy tip of his pen struck the desk, producing a series of resounding clinks. Naruto's pen danced across the paper like a warrior wielding a weapon of battle, its resounding strokes invigorating those candidates who felt adrift, though uncertain of their answers. They emulated his fervor, responding in kind with authoritative scribbles, filling the examination hall with a chorus of thudding sounds. The trio of sound ninjas, initially intent on deciphering the rhythm of their surroundings in search of answers, found their auditory focus disrupted by the weighty impact of Naruto's pen, leaving them unable to locate the elusive sound of correct responses amidst the cacophony. Tosa glared with a menacing eye, seething, those insufferable leaf ninjas. Ibiki surveyed the examination room, witnessing Naruto's rapid-fire responses, which brought him an unexpected sense of joy. I recall that this little fellow is from Kakashi's team, he mused, nostalgia washing over him. It seems even questions of this caliber pose little challenge for them. Hinata, initially assuming Naruto would struggle, felt a swell of admiration hearing his confident answers. Naruto-kun is amazing. He answers these difficult questions so swiftly, as if he doesn't even need to think. Time's up. Now, I shall announce the 10th question, Ibiki proclaimed, slapping the blackboard behind him, drawing the attention of all present. Answering this question correctly would ensure advancement to the next round, regardless of previous performance. Conversely, any incorrect response would render even flawless prior answers moot, resulting in failure. Furthermore, any candidate who chose to answer yet failed would forfeit their eligibility for future Chunin selections. The other two members of their squad would share the same fate. As the atmosphere thickened with hostile gazes directed at him, Ibiki fanned the flames of tension, declaring, "Hey, you've drawn the short straw this year. I dictate the rules." He did, however, extend a lifeline. Those lacking confidence could opt out, with the option to participate again in the following year without repercussions. As the interrogator and master of examination from Konoha, the new rookie ninjas found themselves unable to withstand the pressure radiating from Ibiki, akin to a mountain. Such a scenario was utterly unjust. If one among the trio chose to forfeit, all would lose their chance. To attempt the 10th question and write an incorrect answer would seal one's fate as a genin forever. The weight of such a decision was far too great for ordinary individuals to bear. "I forfeit," came the first voice. "Me too," followed another. "And I." Soon, more candidates succumbed to the pressure, their teammates accepting the outcome with a sense of relief. To them, withdrawing halfway offered a glimmer of hope for next year. The relentless pursuit of perfection seemed unwise. Naruto understood the implications of the 10th question thoroughly and dismissed Ibiki's psychological game. Sasuke and Sakura trusted their dependable teammate and chose not to withdraw. Unlike in his past life, where Naruto's presence had calmed the remaining ninjas, this time, several groups remained. As time ticked away, Ibiki announced, to those who chose to answer, "Congratulations. You have all passed the first round." The 10th question had never truly existed, in truth. The choice made earlier was the real test. Ibiki rarely displayed a smile as he revealed the true purpose of the first examination to the bewildered genin. The goal had been to observe the dynamics of the trio, gauging their ability to withstand pressure for the sake of their comrades. The questions posed were beyond the reach of ordinary genin, enhancing the pressure felt during the final challenge. Ibiki explained, the 10th question was a choice, to answer or not. Those who opted out immediately lost their standing, while those who attempted but failed would be barred from future examinations. This simulates a scenario where one must accept a mission despite lacking adequate information. Can one choose to abandon their teammates to avoid danger? The answer is no. Sometimes, even in peril, one cannot refuse a mission. Thus, it is imperative to exhibit courage and the ability to overcome adversity, qualities essential for a Chunin. In critical moments, those who shy away from risking their lives, placing their hopes in an uncertain future, and lacking resolve are unworthy of Chunin status. To emphasize his conviction, Ibiki removed his hat, revealing a fierce scalp as a testament to his unwavering resolve. "You have all passed my trial. Now, strive for excellence." A wave of realization washed over the crowd, so that was the purpose. At that moment, the glass of the examination hall shattered, and a vibrant figure burst forth, brandishing a banner that obstructed Ibiki. "I am the chief examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko." The next examination is about to commence. Follow me. A hush fell over the room as the previously buoyant Chunin, stirred by Ibiki's intensity, found themselves ensnared once more by Anko's exuberance. Ibiki, blushing, peeked from behind the banner. Please, get a grip on the situation. Anko, unperturbed, turned away with a frown. There are still so many of you left. Ibiki, this round seems far too easy. That's because the candidates this time are exceptionally skilled, Ibiki replied with a smile. Well, during my round, I plan to eliminate over half of you. Anko declared eagerly. I can't wait. I'll provide details on the day of the examination. For now, consult your leading jonin for the location. Dismissed. All the genin collectively exhaled in relief, and Naruto expressed his gratitude to the Ninetales. Truly remarkable, Kurama. You helped me complete all those questions in a flash. The Ninetales lifted his head modestly. These answers are but a reflection of my millennia of wisdom. If the third Hokage's ninjutsu legacy is likened to a doctorate, then my cultural foundation could surely be regarded as a literary doctorate. In the waning light of day, Ibiki meticulously gathered the examination papers. Indulging in a rare pastime of inspecting various answers, even the seemingly futile submissions of the genin. Upon reviewing Naruto's extensive yet incorrect responses, which appeared as a haphazard collection of irrelevant answers, Ibiki couldn't help but smirk. Naruto Uzumaki, what an intriguing character. Chapter 23. The emergence of the mighty girl. This place feels incredibly eerie. Sakura feigned weakness, attempting to evoke Sasuke as protective instincts, but her efforts were evidently in vain. They had arrived at the site of the second examination, the 44th training ground, known ominously as the Forest of Death. The primal ecosystem of Konoha's Forest of Death welcomed a new batch of visitors, a multitude of genin who had successfully navigated the first round. You will soon understand why this place is dubbed the Forest of Death, Anko announced, producing a stack of documents. Before the second examination begins, you must sign this. This is the consent form. Those wishing to participate in this examination must first sign it. Given the potential for peril, it is imperative to secure your agreement. Otherwise, I would bear the consequences, and my salary cannot cover the compensation for so many lives. Haha. Hongdo, with a wicked sense of humor, relishes in increasing the pressure on the novice ninjas. As the candidates steadily signed this document laden with disclaimers regarding life and death, Hongdo finally assumed a serious demeanor and began to elucidate the examination's content. The rules for the second examination are straightforward. I shall test your ultimate survival skills. The forest is circular with 44 entrances, containing rivers and dense woods, and at its center stands a towering edifice. The distance from the entrance to the tower is approximately 10 kilometers. You are to engage in survival combat within this circle, where the objective is to seize the scrolls from your opponents by any means necessary. A total of 22 teams have successfully passed the first assessment. Each team from the Book of Heaven and Book of Earth will receive one scroll. Your task is to contend for the 2 scrolls. Should you gather both and reach the central tower within 5 days, you will pass. This implies that the other 11 teams, who lose their scrolls, will be eliminated, effectively exceeding the elimination of half the participants. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Hongdo laughed heartily, his proud figure quaking with mirth. This forest is a primordial treasure trove, abundant in self-sustaining resources. However, some may meet their demise in this unforgiving environment. All participants gathered in an orderly fashion at the entrances of the Death Forest. As the examiner opened the gates, the ninjas darted in like rabbits. Some eagerly sought optimal positions, while others, employing unique abilities, were tracking something. Hinata, perhaps. The 3 from Team 7 found a concealed spot. Sakura and Sasuke stood guard while Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed, articulating the movements of all personnel. Sasuke observed the shadow flickering at the corner of Naruto's eye, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Naruto has learned this perceptive ninjutsu from somewhere, and while it proves convenient, with Kakashi's technique under my belt, I should be able to surpass him. Huh? Why is there such a strong desire for battle nearby? Sasuke, don't disturb me. You're truly a nuisance, Naruto retorted. Sasuke clenched the Raikuya in his grip, nearly succumbing to fury. You, rascal. Naruto opened his eyes, dispelling the sage mode, and pointed in a direction, exclaiming, I found it. That malevolent chakra is dispersing from the team, coming towards us alone. However, before that, another entire squad of 3 will arrive at this location first. Sasuke lowered his voice, speaking cautiously. Is it that formidable individual you mentioned? One even stronger than the third Hokage? Naruto nodded, saying, Indeed. Although the third Hokage is a formidable powerhouse, he appears to be somewhat inferior in the presence of this individual. The current defensive forces of Konoha would likely require the collective efforts of all the Jonin to have any chance of subduing him. Sasuke, gazing at the three figures perched atop the treetops, felt a sense of wariness. Only with full mobilization is there a chance. The Rain Village ninja, donned in a breathing apparatus, looked down upon the three members of Team 7 with a chilling tone, proclaiming, "You've discovered my presence. It seems there is no alternative. I advise you to promptly surrender the scroll, and I might just spare your lives." Sakura brandished a kunai before her, retorting, "I believe you are overestimating yourself." Naruto drew out his kunai and remarked, "Indeed, even if I exert all my strength, I cannot confidently claim that I would defeat him. His understanding of ninjutsu is profoundly intricate, and he has a penchant for peculiar and bizarre research." Sasuke, aware of Naruto's gravity regarding that individual, felt increasingly uneasy as he listened. He swiftly swung his Raijin blade to fend off an ambush from a Rain Village ninja, interjecting, "Is this something you sensed as well? I have heard whispers about that person in the past." Naruto hurriedly shifted the conversation, deflecting a shuriken with his kunai, then turned to Sasuke, saying, however, "It seems that he is currently quite fascinated by your Sharingan, as he was previously defeated by a member of the Uchiha clan. You must remain vigilant about this." Upon hearing this, Sasuke unleashed a bolt of lightning from his Raijin blade, sending the Rain ninja sprawling, a proud glint shining in his eyes as he retorted, "Humph. If he has been defeated by someone from the Uchiha clan, it appears he is not as formidable as you suggest." In a swift motion, Naruto appeared behind the Rain ninja who had spoken first. Moments before, it was he who had thrown a shuriken at Naruto. With a single kick, Naruto sent him crashing against a tree. Not quite. The Sharingan that defeated him belongs to the Manjiki level. This means that even Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan would be of little consequence against him. Manjiki. Indeed. Sakura engaged in an intense exchange with the remaining Rain ninja, feeling a surge of frustration as her two teammates swiftly vanquished their foe. The sense of defeat washed over her, causing her grip to unconsciously tighten. The Rain ninja, struggling to withstand the onslaught, felt a surge of indignation. "How is this possible? Why can you defeat us while simply chatting? You forced my hand." He unleashed his prized technique, the water clone jutsu, merging illusions with shadow clones. Hundreds of ethereal duplicates emerged from tree trunks, shadows, grass, and the very earth itself, advancing slowly towards the trio. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Sakura snapped, "You two, enough. Think of a solution, quickly." Naruto retrieved a rope and bound the two incapacitated Rain ninjas. "Sasuke, I leave Sakura's side to you. Fire style, great fireball technique." After a period of intensive study of advanced ninjutsu, Sasuke had mastered chakra control to an exceptional level. The flames he exhaled, accompanied by a scorching heat wave, incinerated all the shadow clones produced by the Rain ninja, instantly dispelling their illusions. "Damn it. How come these guys have never looked me in the eye?" "Because you are vastly inferior to those two." Sakura's voice rang out from above the Rain ninja named Taki. Feeling the intense gust of wind generated by an oncoming punch, Taki was filled with dread. Even this girl is a monster. A powerful fist struck his temple, driving him into the ground. Boom. The entire forest reverberated with the sound of Sakura's furious and deliberate punch. On the outskirts of the forest, Kakashi leaned casually against a tree, flipping through intimate paradise, when he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet. Was it an illusion? Could it be? He recalled some unpleasant memories, a dull pain throbbing at the back of his head, and he immediately shook it off. Chapter 24. Sasuke, we can do it. The shattered stones and grass flew into the air, the force of the punch leaving Naruto astounded. Sakura's incredible strength is simply terrifying. She hasn't even trained systematically under Granny Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques, yet she's already this strong. Sasuke was slightly taken aback, although Sakura had always performed admirably. She had mostly engaged in logistical tasks within the team, as Kakashi seemed to intentionally assign her to such roles. He hadn't anticipated her exceptional combat capabilities. Rarely, he offered praise. "Well done, Sakura. I won't always be trailing behind you two. This time, I want you to chase after me." Sakura's gaze hardened, a reflection of her growth after shedding certain childish notions. A ninja must possess strength to secure a future. Naruto discovered a scroll on one of the individuals. Excellent. These fellows possess the Book of Earth. Wonderful. This will make our next steps considerably easier. Before Sakura could finish her sentence, Sasuke launched a kunai in a certain direction behind her. Thud. Hiss. A hefty serpent was pinned to a tree trunk, its tail thrashing violently in a futile struggle. Sasuke frowned. Is it merely a snake? Yet I distinctly sensed a potent aura of menace just moments ago. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce gust of wind materialized out of nowhere, nearly sweeping the three away. Naruto, having anticipated this, pressed his hands against the ground and shouted, "Earth release, earth flow wall." Aware that this wind technique originated from an adversary, he did not underestimate it. He channeled additional chakra, conjuring a towering rock barrier that rose from the ground, effectively shielding them from the gale. As Naruto utilized his ninjutsu to obscure their vision, Sasuke exchanged glances with Sakura, both drawing their weapons in preparation for confrontation. The moment they witnessed Naruto wielding such a formidable jutsu, they understood that a terrifying presence had arrived. You were remarkably swift in preparing defensive techniques. A tall, slender figure with raven hair stood atop the earth wall, removing her conical hat. She extended her excessively long tongue to lick her face, audibly remarking, "It seems you have gathered the scrolls you need. Care to play with me? Defeating me could lead to the elimination of more opponents." Sakura instinctively felt a shiver run down her spine, murmuring, "This woman feels excessively grotesque." On the outskirts of Konohagakure, a patrol team crouched down, assessing. This is the only route from the grass village to the leaf. An ambush here would indeed be an excellent strategy. Security matters during the Chunin exams are to be reported to the proctor, who will then decide the urgency of the situation. Hence the patrol team had summoned Anko for inspection. Anko gazed into the dirt pit swarming with flies, where lay three bodies in a horrifying state. To her astonishment, the facial skin of all three had been meticulously removed, and a dreadful thought crept into her mind. Investigate these three individuals. I believe I have seen their attire during the exam. Her assistant swiftly provided the candidate's information. As Anko perused through the details of the deceased, her pupils contracted, and a heavy weight settled in her heart. The technique of facial erasure? Could it be? Orochimaru elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her gaze brimming with malice. "Let us begin. You must fight with all your might against me." Her murderous intent was palpable, striking fear into the hearts of her opponents, leaving them paralyzed, as if on an operating table, every fiber of their being trembling in trepidation, even the resolve to end their own lives fading away. Sakura, who had previously declared her determination, found herself utterly immobilized in the face of true power. Yet, a flicker of comfort remained, for she had two reliable companions. Sasuke's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. "This is not enough. I shall restore the glory of the Uchiha clan." The power of his Sharingan spread forth, alleviating Sakura's burdens, allowing her to collapse to the ground. Naruto rushed to her side, placing a hand on her forehead and channeling a crimson chakra into her. Bubbles of red energy began to emerge around Sakura, only to dissipate almost instantly. Without engaging in a chakra tug-of-war, the Nine-Tails chakra could not yet manifest the full protective cloak for his allies, but it sufficed for the moment. What a warm chakra! Is this Naruto's strength? Sakura marveled at her newfound ability to move her hands, her deep-seated fear evaporating entirely. "Sasuke, be incredibly cautious." Naruto stood beside Sasuke, his gaze heavy with concern as he observed Orochimaru. Without uttering a word, he had already discerned that this adversary was far superior to both Zabuza and Kakashi, and significantly so. Orochimaru, casting a condescending glance at Sasuke and Naruto's reactions, felt a surge of delight within. "Splendid, simply splendid. Allow me to witness your true strength." Suddenly, a massive serpent, as thick as a barrel, emerged, its gaping maw lunging toward the group, the foul stench assailing their senses. Sakura leapt high, delivering a powerful kick to the serpent's head. Enough of this. The serpent's head exploded instantly, blood and flesh scattering in all directions, while the now headless body writhed violently on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Naruto cautioned Sakura to maintain her distance, asserting that their adversary's methods of attack were far from simple. Sasuke leaped high, crossing his Raikiri before his chest. Crackling with electric energy, lightning release, lightning fang. He unleashed a barrage of lightning towards Orochimaru, the strikes weaving densely in the air. However, a sinister voice echoed behind Sasuke. "Too slow. It won't be effective against me." Reacting swiftly, Sasuke dodged to the side, throwing several shuriken, which struck Orochimaru's vital points, transforming him into mere soil. The serpentine body beside him finally ceased its writhing, yet a bulging flesh sac emerged, from which Orochimaru slithered out, slick with mucus. "You must remain focused. Prey typically scurries nervously before a predator. You truly possess a wicked sense of humor." A golden glimmering hand seized her slippery hair, dragging her out of the serpent's body and hurtling her towards a sturdy tree. The tree crashed to the ground, and Naruto, in his half-golden form, wasted no time as the smoke cleared, charging in once more to grasp her hair and racing towards another tree, colliding with it repeatedly. "Kaibai, prepare for an all-out assault." "Oh." Sasuke raised his Raikiri, shouting, "Lightning release, thunder strike." Through the synergy of chakra and his sword, bolts of lightning cascaded from above, striking Orochimaru during the moments he was momentarily pinned by Naruto's onslaught against the trees. The ferocious combination of assaults and electrifying support momentarily subdued Orochimaru. Sasuke's heart swelled with joy. We can do this. We can defeat him. Chapter 25. Orochimaru has yet to fall. A striking figure leaped swiftly toward the forest of death. Karui was en route, a snake coiling around her neck, flicking its tongue to capture the pheromones lingering in the air. There's no mistaking it. It's over there. I can feel it. Her eyes sparkled with determination. She was prepared to risk everything, even if it meant perishing alongside her foe. Those three grass ninjas indeed fell to that individual's jutsu, regardless of his reasons for participating in the Chunin exam. I have already alerted the Hokage. The third should comprehend my resolve. Now, even the cursed seal on her body began to throb painfully, ever since that person had marked her with it. Her efforts to gain weight were futile, as he had robbed her of the joy of growth. You will regret this, Orochimaru. Within the depths of the forest of death, dust swirled and debris flew as the terrain had been severely altered by Naruto and Sasuke's combined might. Following a violent impact, Sasuke unleashed a jutsu he had long prepared. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A blazing fire dragon erupted from Sasuke's core, roaring as it surged towards Orochimaru. The area engulfed in flames produced swirling smoke. Sakura's heart leapt with joy. It's done. No matter how powerful he is. After being subjected to such an onslaught from Naruto and Sasuke, there can be no escape. As the smoke dissipated, a charred corpse knelt on the ground, grotesquely opening its mouth, from which the slick, mucus-covered Orochimaru emerged, showing no signs of injury. Orochimaru's gaze met Naruto's half-golden form. The golden snake eyes clashed with the crimson-slitted eyes of the Kaibai, attempting to ensnare Naruto in a Jinjutsu. However, the connection between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast pulled him into the realm of the mind. Orochimaru found himself before a colossal cage, behind which awaited the long-anticipated Kaibai. With a thunderous roar, the Kaibai unleashed its pent-up power, sending Orochimaru's spirit reeling back. As his consciousness returned to his body, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. Due to the unique complexity of the Jinchuriki's chakra, ordinary Jinjutsu proved utterly ineffective against him. She seemed impervious to pain, pulling down her eyelids to expose her bloodshot eyes. This gaze, this power, it must be him. You are the Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. Jinchuriki? Sasuke glanced at Naruto. Noting his lack of denial, realizing the truth in Orochimaru's words, is Naruto's strength the result of being a Jinchuriki? What, then, is a Jinchuriki? No matter. I will ask Naruto once the battle concludes. For now, our priority is to defeat this monster. This battle was growing increasingly intriguing. What will you unleash next? Orochimaru spat countless brown snakes toward the ground, each one opening its mouth to reveal sharp fangs, swarming like a battalion of thorned hornets. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged no words. With a concentrated surge of wind chakra, Naruto pressed his palms firmly against Sasuke's back, invoking the fire release, great dragon fire technique. An overwhelming sea of flames engulfed the surroundings, scorching stones into molten rock. The inferno spread like wildfire through the serpentine horde towards Orochimaru, obliterating the waves of snakes in an instant. The forest echoed with violent explosions, detectable even to the examiners stationed at a distance, not to mention the lower-ranked ninjas within. Shikamaru, dejected, remarked, "What a joke. With all these monsters around, this is merely an exam for lower ninjas. What a nuisance." The trio of Inoshikacho, closest to the explosions, sought refuge in a pit, buffeted by fierce winds and flying debris, occasionally showered with fragments of slain serpents, causing them to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, several elite jonin from Konohagakure had gathered at the forest's entrance, already aware of the tumultuous battle raging within. Asuma, incredulous with a cigarette dangling from his lips, noted, "The residual energy of the battle originates from this entrance. It's quite exaggerated." Kurenai perused the documents, stating, "This entrance is the one Team Kakashi used to enter." Based on the timeline, the conflict must have erupted shortly after they arrived. A sudden tension gripped the assembled jonin, a palpable sense of foreboding washing over them. The exaggerated flames, accompanied by a scorching heatwave, swept toward them, evoking a familiar sensation that left Kakashi feeling resigned. Truly, Kakashi's subordinates are full of vigor and fervor. It's no wonder he is my rival. Guy unleashed the sixth gate, enveloped in a steam of chakra, and launched powerful punches, creating a roaring daytime tiger that halted the advancing flames, extinguishing their searing heat. After executing this feat, Guy relentlessly patted Kakashi's back, causing a rhythmic thumping in his chest. Kakashi sighed internally, weary of his colleague's exuberance. Finally arriving at the entrance, Hinata felt a wave of relief upon seeing the gathered Jonin, exclaiming, "It's good to see you all here. Let us investigate what transpired." Orochimaru narrowly dodged Naruto's punch, retaliating with his serpent hand technique, transforming his arm into multiple snakeheads. Sasuke, wielding his lightning blade, swiftly severed the snakeheads while channeling lightning towards Orochimaru. The latter severed the snake body from his shoulder to avoid being paralyzed and kicked at Sasuke, from which several venomous snakes lunged at him. Sasuke blocked the kick with his sword, while Naruto leaped forward, using his foot as leverage to propel Sasuke backward, evading the snake's assault. A brilliant blue Rasengan materialized in Naruto's hand, striking Orochimaru's abdomen with tremendous force. Orochimaru gasped, "What? That technique? Rasengan." The impact sent him spinning backward, his lower body transforming into a soft mass, entangling Naruto and severing his upper half, preventing further damage, a remarkable feat. Orochimaru steadied himself, emerging from the chaos with a new form, licking the remnants of slime from his face and grinning, an impressive junior indeed. Over the long years, witnessing various prodigies is truly the most delightful experience. I shall claim both the Jinchuriki and the Sharingan. Sasuke firmly anchored himself to a branch, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he prepared to unleash a technique reminiscent of his time in the Land of Waves, forming hand seals with his right hand while summoning a cacophony of bird calls. Chidori. Orochimaru, taken aback by the single-handed hand seal and the potency of the jutsu, arched his neck, releasing a straight snake from his mouth, from which a katana emerged, grasped firmly in his hand. Sasuke aimed to cleave through Orochimaru's katana with his lightning cutter, but shockingly, he passed right through. The length of that katana exceeds the reach of Chidori. In a flash, Sasuke crouched down, using one hand to support himself while propelling his right foot upward, attempting to alter his strategy to evade the katana and instead executing Lee's shadow leaf dance. Realizing his attack had failed, he swiftly retreated and devised a counter-strategy, clever, yet still somewhat naive. Orochimaru loosened his grip on the Kusanagi sword, using his elbow to block Sasuke's kicking leg. Before the katana could touch the ground, Orochimaru tossed it upward, and as Sasuke spun to evade the blade, his cheek was still grazed, leaving a bloody mark. The katana spiraled through the air, and with a swift kick, Orochimaru sent it soaring again, his heel crashing down upon Sasuke, who bore the brunt of the attack and staggered, blood trickling from his mouth. As the katana descended, Orochimaru grasped it and slashed downward toward Sasuke. Summoning multiple shadow clones, Naruto, still entangled by Orochimaru's lower half, clapped his feet together, channeling Jiraiya's signature technique. An overwhelming legion of Narutos swarmed around Orochimaru like a locust plague, encircling him. Vortex Naruto's 5,000 consecutive strikes. With wave after wave of relentless attacks, Orochimaru found himself overwhelmed, quickly being extracted from close combat with Sasuke by Naruto's onslaught. As reported in the past, Orochimaru's swordsmanship is formidable in close quarters, Naruto thought, instructing several clones to seek refuge and absorb natural energy for future needs. Unlike previous battles where he could absorb natural energy swiftly, with Kurama still present, the process was slightly slower and less enduring, requiring the assistance of his shadow clones to store the energy. Countless Narutos charged forward, embracing Orochimaru desperately, no matter how he maneuvered through the throng. He could not escape the onslaught. As more Narutos enveloped him, they gradually formed a colossal sphere, reminiscent of a tailed beast. Summoning technique. From the depths of Naruto's explosive technique emerged the colossal form of the snake, its tail sweeping through and obliterating shadow clones, sending plumes of smoke into the air. Sasuke, overcome with trepidation, instinctively took a step back. A gigantic summoning beast. What a formidable adversary. Naruto currently has not signed any summoning contract. Observing the colossal form of the giant snake, he couldn't help but express his awe, declaring, "This fellow is incredibly powerful." He recalled that this was indeed the Jinchuriki from Kakashi's team, the one often dismissed as a burden. The elite Jonin approaching from afar, witnessing Naruto fearlessly battling the immense serpent, were momentarily halted in their tracks, exchanging glances with the seemingly indifferent Kakashi. It was rumored that during the previous survival exercise and the recent mission in the Land of Waves, he had displayed remarkable activity. Kakashi hesitantly remarked, "Indeed. Naruto possesses a slightly excessive amount of chakra." Asuma, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, pondered, with such an abundance of chakra, freely employing high-level ninjutsu. What kind of opponent are they contending with? The recent trio of Inoshikacho shared similar sentiments, realizing that the increasingly exaggerated tales about Naruto had a basis in truth. The trials for Chunin had escalated to such extremes. If they returned home, they would undoubtedly face their mother's wrath. It seemed their battle had reached a boiling point, prompting them to seek a safer location. Within the pit, Shikamaru opted to steer clear of the confrontation between Team 7 and their foes, wishing to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Chapter 26, The Curse of Destiny. The giant snake, hissing as it exhaled a noxious cloud of venom towards the swarm of Narutos clinging to its body, complained, Orochimaru, summoning me to deal with these pests so casually. I demand 100 sacrifices this time. Orochimaru, standing atop the serpent's head, fixated his aggressive gaze upon the evading members of Team 7 below, casually stating, "That can wait. My primary objective now is to assess the Uchiha's potential." The snake's tail thrashed upon the ground, shaking off the attached Narutos with indifference, declaring, "They are merely children." Orochimaru brushed his hair aside, adding, "If they were merely ordinary children, I wouldn't have called you forth. This test subject exceeds my expectations. It's quite a rarity to see you like this. The last time was when you dealt with that insufferable brat, Jiraiya. Kurama, can you provide more chakra?" "I'm trying. Your father's seal is too strong, preventing me from freely utilizing my chakra." Inside the sealed space, the Nine-Tails formed hand seals, striving to push his chakra beyond the confines of the seal. Despite his extraordinary chakra density, only a minuscule amount had seeped out over the years. "Put in more effort. That giant snake relies solely on you." With a snort, a spiral tempest composed of the Nine-Tails' crimson chakra violently collided against the iron door of the seal, ultimately squeezing out a pure thread of chakra through a crack. "Success. Go for it, Naruto." "All right." Leaning against the iron door, Naruto accepted the chakra and exited the sealed space, turning to Sasuke and Sakura. "I will now unleash my full power to defeat that monstrous serpent. You two keep an eye on that guy above." "Understood." Influenced by Naruto's earnest gaze, Sasuke's earlier fear began to dissipate, and he contemplated. Can Naruto truly defeat a creature of this caliber? The giant snake swung its tail at a shadow clone, only to find it firmly held in place by the clone's hands. When it attempted to retract its tail, it found itself immobile, astonished. What is happening? A golden aura ignited around the shadow clone, while Naruto's original form pressed his palms together, causing the remaining clones to shimmer with gold as they entered the half-gold mode. The clone's morale surged. "All right, they've succeeded. Let's attack together." Each clone conjured a massive Rasengan, leaping toward the giant snake in unison. Super Great Ball Rasengan Barrage. The colossal form of the snake was bombarded by hundreds of missile-like attacks, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. After a brief onslaught, the snake lay on the ground, devoid of unscathed skin, immobilized. Such a familiar sensation, this kid, Naruto. The Nine-Tails reflected, memories of their chakra tug-of-war echoing in its mind. This child possesses an astonishing capability. The massive serpent's head drooped in defeat, releasing a furious growl. "Cursed Orochimaru, summoning me for such filthy work." Boom. The serpent's body collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. It appeared that a victor had emerged. Gaara, holding an umbrella, snapped the limbs of the sandbound captives, carelessly discarding them like dead dogs, showing no concern for their survival in the wilderness. Kankuro, observing the serpent's corpse sprawled across half the arena, trembled slightly. How absurd. That golden-haired kid is from Konoha, right? He's incredibly strong. Temari retrieved a scroll, stating, "Excellent. Their scrolls are precisely what we need. We can head directly to the central tower now." Sakura beamed. "Well done, Naruto." Naruto's prowess astonished Sasuke, who clenched his teeth, believing that mastering Chidori and Raijin would allow him to match Naruto, only to discover that Naruto's true strength was far beyond his expectations. Naruto withdrew from his half-gold body mode, panting heavily. The recent technique had nearly depleted the chakra he had painstakingly gathered from the Nine-Tails, and he felt utterly exhausted. "Humph, don't forget I'm still here." A long sword erupted from the ground, piercing Naruto's chest. The sword, extending several hundred meters, continued to thrust upward as Orochimaru's neck elongated like a noodle, holding a serpent's head in its mouth, with the exaggerated sword resting against Naruto, pushing him towards the entrance. The elite ninjas, witnessing Naruto being forced out, gasped in shock. "Naruto!" Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, candidates scattered throughout the forest sensed the intensity of the battle, witnessing the colossal serpent clash with those radiant figures, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Those observing from a height were only able to grasp a general idea, while those with sensing abilities were left utterly astounded. At the forest's edge, Naruto planted his feet firmly on the ground, finally standing upright, the sword still embedded in his chest. Orochimaru frowned from above, attempting to push forward, yet failing to pierce Naruto's resilient skin. She gazed into the shadows of Naruto's eyes, recalling a former friend, that gaze. Fortunately, I had the foresight to prepare for Sage Mode. Naruto managed a fortunate smile, pushing the sword aside. A tremendous force surged forth, and the sword swiftly swept sideways, its razor-sharp blade cleaving the surrounding trees, causing Orochimaru's head to twist, forcing her to resort to the serpent technique. Emerging from her mouth with a new body as the old one crumpled to the ground, Orochimaru lay feebly on the ground, looking at Sasuke, who held Chidori in his hand, and weakly remarked, "I should have made more preparations before coming." Sasuke scoffed, "Such words should be reserved for another world, Orochimaru." The Chidori in Sasuke's hand emitted a fierce cry, crackling with electricity as it surged towards Orochimaru. "I'm talking about you, Sasuke. You should have come better prepared." Orochimaru's head emerged from the ground, her elongated neck connecting to the body lying nearby, and at that moment, she sank her fangs into Sasuke's neck, marking him with the cursed seal of heaven. Sasuke howled in agony as the Chidori extinguished upon being disrupted by chaotic chakra. "You fiend!" Sakura, tears brimming in her eyes, struck Orochimaru squarely in the face, causing her cheek to cave in. The force of the blow uprooted Orochimaru's long neck from the ground, sending her flying back. The elite ninjas finally arrived, witnessing this scene in a state of shock. Orochimaru. Sakura, remaining vigilant of the fallen figure of Orochimaru, crouched down to check on Sasuke's condition, tears cascading down her face. "If only I could be stronger, if only I could be stronger." "You are already remarkable, Sakura." A weak hand lifted to caress her cheek. Upon seeing this, Sakura firmly grasped Sasuke's hand, utilizing her limited medical knowledge to administer emergency measures. Orochimaru rose, retracting her neck, and feebly squatted on the ground, watching as several elite ninjas slowly surrounded her, revealing a mocking smile. "Ah, you've arrived a bit late, Red Bean. Farewell." Her form transformed into a soft substance, slipping into the ground and vanishing. Asuma frowned. "It appears she has escaped." Kurenai muttered in disbelief. These youngsters actually managed to confront her. Red Bean struck the ground where Orochimaru had disappeared, exclaiming, "What nonsense." She knew Orochimaru's abilities. If the opponent wished to flee persistently, no one in the ninja world could apprehend her. Missing the opportunity for mutual destruction, Red Bean's face flushed with embarrassment. Kakashi glanced at Sakura with concern. "Sakura, do you and the others wish to continue participating?" Sakura felt a pang of guilt, based on the previous battle. She believed her contributions to the team were insignificant. The importance of actions lies not in their scale, but in the passion behind them. "Miss Sakura." Guy placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder, which trembled from her sobs, giving her a thumbs up. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, you all made it." Naruto appeared in their direction, interrupting Kakashi's intention to suggest that Sakura withdraw from the second stage. "That's wonderful, Naruto." Sakura burst into tears of joy upon seeing Naruto unharmed, having initially feared for the worst regarding her teammates, but it appeared that only Sasuke had lost consciousness. Naruto squatted beside Sasuke, gazing at the cursed mark adorning his neck. He scratched his head and remarked, "This is rather troublesome. The potion to dispel the curse mark has yet to be developed." He then turned his attention to Sakura, who was weeping profusely, and offered her words of comfort. "Do not worry, Sakura. Sasuke's current state is merely a result of the curse mark causing chakra disruptions. A good rest will suffice." Red Bean, regaining her composure, noticed the identical cursed mark on Sasuke's neck and furrowed her brow. However, she maintained a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Rest assured, I possess a similar mark. This time, I shall grant you an exception. You may choose to withdraw at any point. But should you decide to continue with the examination, we will not extend our assistance." Sakura wiped away her tears and resolutely declared, "We choose to continue. Then, we shall meet at the tower." The group of Jonin vanished from sight, as they needed to report to the Hokage about Orochimaru infiltrating Konoha to prevent any further schemes against the village. Sakura and Naruto carefully lifted Sasuke and placed him in a hollow of a tree, ensuring he was comfortable as they awaited his awakening before setting off. With Raikuya placed beside him, Naruto sat on the ground, resting against the trunk of a tree. Sakura noticed that both of her teammates were covered in dirt, so she took out some water to wash their faces and tend to their wounds. The third Hokage switched off the crystal ball, feeling relieved that the three had finally settled down after their ordeal. the Jonin from Konoha. Having witnessed the 7th Squad's ability to emerge unscathed from an encounter with the legendary Sannin, recognized their potential to become formidable ninjas in the future. Fortunately, the trio had made significant progress. Otherwise, Orochimaru might have continued his nefarious pursuits. What was he truly after? Chapter 27. Sakura's silhouette. Kakashi furrowed his brow, his expression shifting between concern and contemplation. Though he took pride in his subordinates for battling the legendary Sannin, his foremost worry was why Orochimaru had set his sights on the members of Team 7. Was it for Naruto or Sasuke? The 3rd Hokage inhaled deeply, his thoughts racing. Even he, with his exceptional abilities, could not fathom Orochimaru's intentions. However, since the latter had already targeted a Jinchuriki, there was no turning back. He ordered the Umbu to maintain vigilance throughout the village to ensure the absolute safety of the Wind Shadow upon his arrival. In the depths of the Forest of Death, it was now deep into the night. Beneath a certain tree, Neji, Lee, and Tintin were gathering the information they had collected in the morning. After the battle on the other side of the forest, all squads had nearly ceased their movements. They spent half the day ensuring they had sufficient food and water, seizing the opportunity to execute their plans. The 3 of them split up to conduct reconnaissance, but regardless of whether they encountered other teams, they would eventually reconvene at the designated spot. Okay, Neji expressed confidence in the strength of their team, as long as they did not encounter any particularly exceptional individuals. Even if they faced a trio, they could retreat unscathed. This confidence stemmed from his innate talent. In the coming days, we shall gradually approach that area, hoping to gather intel about this battle. Activating his Byakugan, Neji's veins bulged as he surveyed the surroundings. Within his black and white vision, beyond the maximum range, lay the exaggerated form of a colossal summoning beast, its lifeless body still vivid and unprocessed. It's the Great Serpent Lord. The Sound Ninja trio gasped at the sight of the serpentine corpse, looming like a mountain. A girl with long black hair adorned with cow decorations, named Kin, stepped forward to assess the situation. From its size and skin details, it is indeed Orochimaru's strongest summoning, the Great Serpent Lord. I can't believe it perished here. Did those 3 brats do this? Regardless, our mission is to eliminate that Uchiha. Let us observe from a distance for now. As the captain of the trio, the bandaged man, Tsu, approached the Great Serpent, feeling a pang of sympathy for the creature's unblinking gaze. Despite its extraordinary capabilities, encountering Orochimaru was indeed unfortunate. They were likely suffering casualties now. The typically arrogant Sack, conjuring images of Orochimaru's overwhelming power, mused about the scene of his defeat. Well then, let me find out where those 3 insects are hiding. Soundwave detection. Persuaded by Sack, Tsu closed his single eye and raised his arm adorned with an odd musical instrument. The sound waves reverberated, reflecting all objects within a 500-meter radius. This bat-like sonar detection was a hallmark of the Sound Ninjas. While not as extensive as Naruto's Sage Mode, which encompassed all of Konoha, it proved quite effective in this training ground. A virtual map began to form in Tsu's mind, continuously refining until complete. Opening his eyes, Tsu's gaze sharpened like a blade. Found them, not far away, in a hollow of the tree. Sakura was tending to her resting teammates when she heard rustling from a nearby bush. Noticing Naruto was still in deep meditation, she hesitated to wake him, knowing he had expended all his chakra in the previous battle. Gritting her teeth, she ventured out of the tree hollow alone. Meanwhile, Naruto found himself in the sealed space, shouting at Kurama, "It's all because you've been so lazy that you never condense chakra. In the upcoming ninja wars, you'll run out of chakra in an instant." The Ninetales protested from his cage, "You brat. If it weren't for the chakra I gathered at a critical moment, you would never have defeated that serpent so easily." Indeed, Kurama was reliable in moments of crisis. Naruto continued, "From now on, you must work on accumulating chakra diligently. After we obtain the key, those battles will rely on you." Kurama lowered his head, his ears drooping in a semblance of guilt. Naruto reached into the cage to stroke the fox's head, reassuring him. "We need to store more chakra than ever. Even if it seems exaggerated, it is essential, don't you think?" Kurama's ears twitched. Realizing that Naruto was still haunted by the traumas of the past, the remnants of his fears stemming from a lack of power. The chakra they had expended in today's battle reminded Naruto of those painful memories. After a moment of silence, Kurama finally spoke. "Don't worry. I will strive to gather chakra moving forward, and I will be even more reliable than before." "Ah, then I'll count on you, Kurama." Just then, from Sakura's vigilant gaze, a cute squirrel emerged from the bushes, clutching a pine cone, to prevent it from triggering the traps they had set. She threw a kunai to scare it away, just as she sighed in relief. 3 figures emerged from the very bush where the squirrel had appeared. The sound ninja trio had found their target. Sakura raised her kunai, warning loudly. Don't come any closer. Taking care of your companions all night? That's no longer necessary. Go wake Sasuke for me. I want to challenge him. Tsu stepped forward, approaching the spot where Sakura had frightened off the squirrel. Furious, Sakura exclaimed, What do you want? I know Orochimaru is behind this. That strange wound on Sasuke's neck. You did this to him, and now you want to challenge him. Well, we aren't privy to Orochimaru's plans. Since you've said that, it seems you must be dealt with too. Kin remarked, glancing at the sleeping Naruto and Sasuke in the hollow, disdainfully adding. Only a cute little girl left, huh? Those well-maintained locks of yours are quite infuriating. Instead of wasting time here, you should be training. As Kin moved to advance. Tsu raised a hand to halt her, saying, Wait. Pointing to the ground, Tsu continued, Through the sound waves, I detected that there's emptiness beneath. If you look closely, you'll realize something is amiss. This grass shouldn't be growing here. The Ino-Shikacho trio had been searching for a safe spot. But their entrance was too close to Team 7's, causing them to be on edge even from the residual effects of the earlier battle. Ino, without any pretense of being a lady, squatted on the ground, complaining, There's no one weaker than us around. Shikamaru replied, To be honest, we're probably the weakest team here. If we're looking for weaklings, we might as well head to the other side of the forest. Why is my luck so terrible? How is it that I end up with you lazybones and a useless Sakura on the same team as the super genius Sasuke? Talk about a sense of security. Shikamaru smirked quietly, pondering that perhaps the genius might not be as formidable in combat as Naruto. Having been instilled with high intelligence from a young age by his father, Narashikaku, Shikamaru had been exposed to concepts like tailed beasts and Jinchuriki that his peers could not grasp. He had also engaged in profound discussions about Naruto with Shikaku, fully aware of the future strength of Jinchuriki and their strategic significance to Konoha and the Land of Fire. In contrast, Ino's ears twitched with anger as she exclaimed, What are you saying? Ah, right, I misspoke. While Shikamaru feigned support for Ino's assertion, he internally lamented, What a troublesome person. The moment I say something slightly negative about Sasuke, she is immediately at odds with me. Suddenly, Choji, who had been perched on a treetop, chimed in, Huh? Shikamaru looked up and inquired, What is it, Choji? I see the genius Sasuke and the combat-savvy Naruto lying on the ground, while the useless Sakura is entangled with 3 foes. Shikamaru's incredulous response was met with disbelief from Ino, who promptly leaped to the treetop. If a trap is discovered beforehand, it loses its purpose. With a sweeping gesture, TS unleashed a harsh sonic wave that triggered all the traps Sakura had set nearby. The ground caved in, revealing sharp steel spikes glinting ominously. The tree stumps that were meant to ambush others now served no purpose at all. All discovered? Sweat trickled down Sakura's forehead. Sack, mocking her, declared, How embarrassing. It seems your kunai was merely to prevent the squirrel from falling into the trap. Let's engage. The 3 sound ninjas leapt high, launching their assault on Sakura. Observing from the shadows, Shikamaru whispered to Ino, What should we do, Ino? Sakura is facing 3 enemies. Ino remained silent, her bangs obscuring her eyes, leaving Shikamaru to shake his head and continue watching. Sakura, undeterred, blocked Kin's Saban with her kunai, stating, I've always watched Sasuke and Naruto walk away, with someone always fighting in front while I hid behind. I refuse to be a mere bystander. I am also a ninja. Kin, sensing the force behind the Saban, paled, exclaiming, This pig possesses tremendous strength. Casting a glance at her 2 companions in the tree hollow, Sakura executed a spinning kick that sent Kin flying. They always fight to protect me from them. I've learned so much. I want to be as brave as they are. This time, it's my turn. Just watch my back. I must protect those dear to me. Sak raised his hands, coldly asserting, Such basic ninja techniques are useless. Air pressure 100, ultrasonic 0, cutting wave. A powerful wave of air erupted from his hand, and seeing this, Sakura plunged her hands into the ground, managing to uproot a large chunk of earth to shield herself from the shockwave while hurling the remaining soil at Sak, her hands swiftly forming hand seals. Was this gesture the basic shadow clone technique? As 3 clones charged at him, TS flung 3 shuriken that pierced through Sakura's clones. All fakes? Above, hearing the sound of slicing air from above, TS looked up, only to see Sakura descending with a punch. He promptly unleashed a sonic boom punch directed at Sakura's falling form, gloating, Truly commendable courage, but you only know these fundamental techniques, and you dare to challenge me? Struck at a critical point, Sakura split into 2 wooden stumps beside him. Just then, from the soft ground he had disturbed, a slender hand emerged, gripping his ankle. It dawned on him why Kin had been sent flying. This seemingly frail girl had honed her body techniques to an extraordinary level. Her grip was like a coiled steel bar, firmly constricting his ankle. A tremendous force surged, dragging him forcefully down. Earth release, heart decapitation technique. Sak leaped high to avoid the upheaval of soil, glaring at TS, who was left with only his head exposed. Anger surged within him. Not out of admiration for Sakura's strength, but from the humiliation of being outwitted by basic techniques. Kin emerged from the debris of the tree trunk, brushing leaves from his long black hair, his fury palpable as he gritted his teeth. You will regret this. This was troublesome. Unlike Sasuke and Naruto, Sakura lacked advanced ninjutsu. Relying solely on the fundamental body techniques learned in ninja school, the strain on her muscle cells was immense, akin to the body flicker technique within physical arts. Presenting significant disadvantages in combat against these three, Ino seemed to grasp the crux of the matter, breaking free from her tumultuous emotions to ask, basic body techniques? Did we ever learn about this? Even without studying, one should at least glance at the textbooks. Don't you think Irika-sensei would be saddened? Shikamaru thought to himself. Yet he explained, the average human muscle can exert only about 20 of its total power. If one attempts to exert nearly 100 strength, the muscles will sustain damage. Typically, the brain controls this power. However, Sakura's use of basic body techniques allows her to forcibly override this control with chakra, enabling her muscles to unleash powerful continuous attacks. Ino finally understood that Sakura was pushing herself beyond her limits, disregarding muscle damage, and began to worryingly murmur, Sakura, what a hassle. If we're concerned about her, we should offer assistance. Shikamaru sighed, having sighed countless times since the Nin selection exams. Perhaps the melting glaciers in the land of snow were somehow related to him. Sakura realized that a protracted battle would be too taxing, preparing to take down one adversary with a fierce punch aimed at TS. With a resounding crash, TS seemed to sink into a vast sponge upon receiving her blow, the soft ground absorbing the impact. Momentarily taken aback, Sakura noticed two peculiar mounds extending towards Sak's direction. There he was, hands planted in the ground. He had momentarily shattered the earth around TS with sound waves. Oh dear, that punch truly stung, young lady. TS leapt from the ground, and Sakura, gritting her teeth, quickly formed seals, using her clones to rush toward the three foes, intent on continuing her assault. You underestimated us far too much. Kin retrieved some bond tied with bells, launching them into the ground. The bells chimed, causing Sakura to stumble and fall, her clones dissipating. Unable to move, she was astounded, her mind racing. What just happened? Her attack should not have reached me. Isn't it strange? Although your basics are indeed solid, our gap is insurmountable. Being a ninja is not a game. TS squatted before Sakura, glaring at her with his one eye. He swung his fist, stopping just beside her left ear. Our techniques are sound-based, you know. My attack has a little trick, and even if it doesn't hit, it's still effective. Blood suddenly trickled from Sakura's left ear as she struggled to cover it, realizing. Even without direct contact, I am still injured. Even if my Senbon cannot strike your true form, at such close range, you cannot evade the sound's assault. Jin seized Sakura's long hair, lifting her effortlessly. Sak, emerging from the earth, mocked. Once the sound intensity exceeds 150 decibels, the eardrum will shatter, impacting the semicircular canals deep within the ear, leading to a loss of balance in the entire body. It seems your body is not moving as freely as you'd like. However, you're quite impressive. Let us unleash our ninjutsu. I can manipulate ultrasonic waves and air pressure at will. Such power can even shatter rocks. Jin teased Sakura while tugging at her hair. Though I was taken aback for a moment, it appears you can no longer employ those monstrous techniques. Toss, noticing something, widened his eyes, quickly retreating with a shout. Jin, fall back. What? Sakura's lips curled into a smirk as her palm, wielding a blue chakra blade, swiftly severed her flowing hair. Jin lost his balance and fell backward, while Sakura pivoted, her chakra-infused palm striking Jin's arm and thigh, causing him to soften like a noodle. Having completed her move, Sakura also lost her balance, collapsing onto Jin, utterly devoid of any strength to retaliate. Is the chakra scalpel still considered a medical ninjutsu? Toss exclaimed in astonishment, cautiously observing to confirm that Sakura truly lacked any power to resist, allowing him to return with ease. Jin's once handsome visage contorted in rage as he bellowed, that damned Sao, attacking me from behind. Hurry and help me get her off. Sak approached the two girls who were tangled together and kicked Sakura away, sending her sliding several meters across the ground, then helped Jin to his feet. You were far too careless, approaching without understanding the enemy's capabilities. Toss examined Jin's limbs, declaring he still cannot move. It appears the muscle fibers in his arms and legs have been severed. Sak kicked at Sakura's immobile form, cursing, "You little brat. Sal, look at the mess you've made." Amidst the relentless blows, Sakura seized the opportunity to bite down on Sak's leg, holding on fiercely as she murmured, "I want to let you harm my teammates. That hurts. You little brat." Sakura's defiance only fueled Sak's fury, his kicks landing mercilessly upon her, yet she refused to relent. After gathering his strength, Sak delivered a powerful kick that sent Sakura flying, raising his palm to prepare a final strike against the insufferable brat. Suddenly, three figures interposed themselves before Sak, causing the Sound Ninja trio to shift their gazes. "Sakura, I told you before, I will never lose to you." Ino did not turn to acknowledge her former friend but remained vigilant against the Sound Ninjas. "Ino, you've come." Sakura weakly greeted. Toss, supporting Jean, assessed the newcomers, finding them unremarkable, and chuckled. "It seems the little bugs from Konoha have recklessly intruded." Tintin, held back by Shikamaru's scarf, trembled. "What are you doing? They're far too dangerous." "I don't want to die." Sak laughed derisively. "Ha ha ha. If you don't want to die, then scram, you fat pig." Shikamaru and Ino froze at the words, while Tintin's ears perked up, suddenly calm as she coldly replied, "What did that person just say? I didn't catch that." That phrase was Tintin's taboo. If spoken a second time, Shikamaru was about to intervene when Sak blurted out, "I said if you don't want to die. Then hurry and roll away, you fat pig." Tintin's anger surged, her enormous chakra flaring as she declared, "I'm not fat. I'm just more voluptuous." "I see. This has escalated into a war between Konoha and the Sound," she exclaimed, initiating the expansion technique. Tintin transformed into a large sphere, her head and limbs retracting as she rolled towards Sak. "Meat tank. That line should be mine. And what kind of ninjutsu is that? Just a fat pig rolling around." Sak retorted, unleashing a wave of air to counter Tintin's advance, momentarily halting her momentum. "This is not good." Toss, discarding the now useless Jean, revealed the instrument in his hand and charged at Sak, only to find himself unable to move, contorting into an odd position. Sak dodged Tintin's assault and turned back to see Toss in various strange poses, shouting, "What are you doing, Toss?" Struggling. Toss glanced back to find Shikamaru in a similarly peculiar stance. Shikamaru smirked, "I want to let you succeed. You're the most troublesome one." Shadow mimicry technique. Successful. Ino, having approached Jin's side, drew a kunai and pressed it against her neck, threatening, "You better stop now, or this girl's life is forfeit. Drop the scroll and leave with her." Air cannon. Ino, watch out. The powerful gust sent both Jean and Ino tumbling across the ground, blood staining the earth. Sak coldly laughed. "You were too careless. Our objective is not some trivial scroll, nor is it necessary to adhere to the rules of this exam. It's for Sasuke." At that moment, the shadow beneath Toss began to retract. 5 minutes had passed, exceeding Shikamaru's shadow technique's duration. Realizing he could move again, Toss smirked. "It seems your binding technique can last no more than 5 minutes. Tintin, rolling and colliding, finally came to a stop, groggy on the ground. "You can't even spare your own allies. This can't continue." Ino coughed blood. Toss brandished the sound flute. "What a pity. You were so close to succeeding. But your thinking was far too naive." Konoha whirlwind. A powerful kick sent Toss flying far away as a green figure entered the fray. The shining beast of Konoha, Rock Lee, had arrived to rescue the beautiful Princess Sakura. Honestly, these little bugs from Konoha are relentless, completely disregarding us Sound Ninjas. Sak was about to teach this oblivious green watermelon a lesson when an unprecedented wave of malevolence erupted from the tree-like hollow behind Sakura. What? A tempest of chaotic purple chakra enveloped Sasuke as he emerged, his cursed mark spreading dark patterns across his handsome face, exuding an aura of foreboding, malice, and hatred. He paused beside Sakura, who expressed her concern. "Sasuke, you look." Sasuke's Sharingan revealed a third Tomo, seemingly perceiving everything in existence. Having acquired unique powers from Orochimaru's curse, he raised a finger to his temple, spinning it as he grinned. "You needn't worry. I'm feeling absolutely ecstatic." With that, he approached Sak with an eerie smile, asking, "You're the one who did this to Sakura, aren't you?" Shikamaru sensed something was amiss with Sasuke, urging Ino and Tintin to retreat into the tree hollow. "Green outfit, hurry and bring Sakura away. We might be affected." Little Lee, though concerned for Sasuke's 1-against-2, quickly aided Sakura and retreated. His body is brimming with cursed marks. Thus, everything falls into place. The strange wound left by Orochimaru that the one named Sakura mentioned refers to this? To endure such a level of cursed seal, could this individual be a pawn prepared by Lord Orochimaru? With this thought, Torz cried out in terror, "Sak, be cautious. Quickly leave this place." Chapter 29, Hyuga Neji. Denji had just alleviated his dizziness, and merely gazing at Sasuke in this state filled him with dread, causing him to tremble. Shikamaru, what will happen next? How would I know? This is troublesome. I never expected a super genius to exert such an overwhelming presence in battle. Shally was utterly bewildered. Just yesterday morning, before the first examination, he had clashed with Sasuke. And the pressure from him had not been nearly as exaggerated as it was now. A sudden flash of insight struck him, startling Inuzuka and a fatigued Sakura. I understand. It seems some terrifying transformation has occurred within him, making him even stronger. In the depths of his mind, Shikamaru scoffed. It's evident at a glance. This guy's head is filled with muscle. What a nuisance. At this moment, Sasuke stood before Sak, whose body bore the characters for death. Tors had discovered the secret hidden within Sasuke. Retreating step by step, his voice trembling slightly. No matter how powerful he becomes, his chakra is excessively overwhelming. This chilling aura undoubtedly belongs to that esteemed individual. Sak began to gather energy, hands clasped in prayer, dismissively declaring, Tors, a nearly dead individual is hardly a threat. It is insufficient for us to flee with our tails tucked. I will unleash this technique to eliminate these bothersome insects in one fell swoop. With his grand move charged, he bore a confident smile, forming his hands into a triangle, through which he could see Sasuke and the few individuals hiding within the tree hollow. Void Slash. A powerful current manifested in a triangular prism, releasing an eye-catching radiance that rendered everyone momentarily blind, engulfing them in a world of white. Zzz, the raucous noise sliced through the whiteness, and an arm soared high. Sasuke's right hand crackled with lightning, and Sak's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the severed limb that lay at his feet. How could this be? The arm had been cleanly severed at the elbow, with minimal blood loss, akin to a medical electric burn after being cut by Chidori. My hand. Athe. A searing pain surged as Sak clutched the stump, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony, desperately raising his other hand towards Sasuke in a futile attempt to resist. Sasuke instantly appeared behind Sak, his incredible mobility leaving Shally astounded. So fast. His speed rivals mine when I'm unburdened. Sasuke stepped upon Sak's back, lifting the remaining arm. A sinister smile gracing his lips. It seems you have great confidence in your hands. Do not stop, please. Sensing Sasuke's intent, Sak began to plead for mercy. But with a sharp crack, his prideful hollow bones were snapped, causing him to collapse like a rag doll, convulsing on the ground. Deprived of his hands, he likewise lost his qualification as a pawn of Orochimaru, with no future to speak of. Now, it appears only you remain. The three-tomo Sharingan began to spin, and Tors found himself ensnared within the crimson gaze, fear consuming him, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. You must play with me a little longer. Sasuke advanced towards Tors, the indescribable psychological pressure cascading over him like a waterfall, prompting him to tremble and plead. We were wrong. We will give you the scrolls. Please spare us. Sasuke maintained his menacing smile, showing no signs of halting as he continued his slow approach, the ominous aura surrounding him akin to a serpent fixating on its prey, robbing Tors of any courage to flee. Stop. Sasuke halted in his tracks, glancing back at Shally, who was cautiously supporting a limping Sakura as they emerged from the tree hollow. This Sasuke, he is not the one I once knew. Tears fell to the ground as Sakura's pleading gaze pierced through the shroud of negativity enveloping Sasuke, flooding him with warmth, cleansing him of the cursed seal. The black markings swiftly retracted, burrowing back into the seal upon his neck. The cursed seal is beginning to recede. It seems we are finally saved. Tors felt a whirlwind of conflicting emotions as he retrieved the Book of Earth from his possession, placing it on the ground. You are impressive, Sasuke. We stand no chance against you as you are now. Consider this our compensation. Please spare our lives. Tors hoisted his incapacitated teammates onto his shoulders. Adding to his plea for persuasion, I may have been overly fearful for my life, but I must ascertain something first. So, I promise you, when we meet again, I will neither flee nor hide. It was he who sent us to assassinate you. Yet he struck first, and not only failed to kill you but left behind this cursed seal. I do not know his motives. As Tors departed, his figure fading from view, Sasuke clasped the cursed seal, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. Sakura hurriedly knelt beside him, disregarding her injuries to check on Sasuke's condition. Ino, please look after Sakura and see how she is doing. Seeing the danger had passed, Inuzuka and the others hastily emerged from their hiding spot, bolstered by the presence of Shally from the second squad. Just then, a malevolent force, entirely distinct from Sasuke's previous demeanor, surged within everyone, akin to being hunted by a monstrous beast, sending shivers down their spines. Such intense malevolence! How infuriating! What is happening? Just as Shikamaru was about to flee the tree hollow, he glanced at Naruto, recognizing that this terrifying and chaotic emotional energy emanated from him. He even witnessed crimson chakra forming bubbles around Naruto, sealing space. This is bad. I've messed up. The Nine Tails disrupted the chakra gathering process, as if it had never properly condensed chakra since its birth. A momentary lapse had infused its chaotic emotions into the mix, resulting in a blend of chakra suffused with negative energy. Ah, how frustrating. Kurama, you have caused me great trouble. Naruto seethed, his eyes transforming into fox-like slits, 3 tails of chakra swirling behind him. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his composure. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the Nine Tails' influence and gone berserk. Now in Konoha, aside from the third Hokage and Danzo, no one could withstand him in a 4-tailed state. Without the first Hokage's necklace, even Captain O'Hara would falter. You nearly destroyed Konoha again. Aren't you supposed to be the Hokage now? How can you not even handle this level of power and lose your reason? The Nine Tails huffed in response to Naruto, its attention shifting to Sasuke. Indeed, I was influenced by Uchiha Sasuke just now. This little brat is no simple foe. By the way, was it truly wise to merely spectate? Your comrades have fought desperately to protect you. Naruto closed his eyes to calm his emotions, yet spoke with a tone of pride. Compared to my safety, the Nine Tails is far more important. Moreover, do not underestimate Sakura. She is quite formidable. The Nine Tails smirked, saying, This is what trust looks like. You should go and deal with the aftermath. In the outside world, 3 crimson chakra bubbles erupted into the sky, shattering the tree hollow that housed them. The beast's exterior enveloped Naruto's form, and without Naruto's conscious control, the Nine Tails chakra beast instinctively roared. Sasuke, I want to get up. But the cursed seal on his neck burned intensely, causing pain throughout his body. Gritting his teeth and clutching his neck, he struggled to adapt to the physical changes brought on by the seal. In the central area of the Death Forest, Gaara, who had been resting in the tall tower, seemed to sense something, opening his eyes and gasping for breath. That feeling, it's the foul fox, Gaara. Hearing the sharp voice of Shikaku, Gaara suddenly rolled off the bed, clutching the tattoo of love on his forehead and rolling on the ground. Mom, don't worry, you'll be drinking blood soon. Kankuro, already awakened by Gaara's commotion, retreated to the wall, drenched in cold sweat. Is this a joke? Haven't we been fine lately? Why is he acting up again? Where's that hedgehog-headed brat from Konoha? Only he can calm Gaara down. Fortunately, without Naruto present, Gaara quickly regained his composure, though his aura grew cold as before. His eyes filled with killing intent. That night, Kankuro was destined for sleeplessness. Is Naruto transforming too? CHG sprinted quickly, while Ino hid behind Sasuke, and Lee took a stance, positioning himself protectively in front of Sakura, displaying a bright smile. No matter how dangerous it gets, I will protect you, Miss Sakura. Shikamaru frowned as he observed Naruto, who was roaring with the tailed beast cloak. He noticed the special operation of the seal on Naruto's abdomen, continuously channeling chakra into the beast's exterior. Strange, could the seal be loosening? Just as he attempted to use the shadow imitation technique to control Naruto, the overwhelming malice dissipated, and the chakra cloak rapidly retreated, being reabsorbed into Naruto's body. Shikamaru, who had prepared for the worst, gasped in surprise as Naruto stood before him, sheepishly scratching his head and apologizing. Sorry, Shikamaru. Shikamaru wanted to say something but promptly suppressed the thought, his mouth curling downwards in disdain. What a troublesome guy. So, he can freely control the fox's chakra. I see, he has truly become a genuine Jinchuriki. CHG, hiding at a distance, called out, Shikamaru. Are you okay? Honestly, if you were so worried about me, why run so far away? Shikamaru emerged with a disgruntled expression, and Naruto followed behind him, spotting Lee and greeting, Hey. You're here too, bushy brows. Lee relaxed his stance. Oh, it's Naruto. I thought there was a wild beast. Lee, I didn't know you were here. From the nearby woods emerged 2 figures, Tintin and Neji, who were searching for Lee. Tintin scolded Lee without reserve. Do you know how long Neji and I waited for you? Do you have any idea how worried we were? What were you thinking running so far? But I noticed Miss Sakura was in danger, Lee courageously retorted. Then turned to throw a flirtatious glance at Sakura. Miss Sakura, love. A heart flew from his eyes, which startled Sakura, causing her to dodge in panic, prompting a helpless sigh from Tintin. Neji surveyed the surroundings, glancing at the Book of Earth on the ground, then at Sasuke, who was kneeling. He spoke, Uchiha Sasuke. It seems you have just endured a fierce battle. Sakura positioned herself protectively in front of Sasuke. Wary, what do you want? The disdainful gaze from this Hyuga Neji made her uncomfortable, as if those white eyes could penetrate her innermost thoughts. Neji coldly chuckled, turning away. I'm not interested in taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Uchiha Sasuke, I will only fight you when you are in a better state. Defeating you now holds no appeal for me. With that, he departed with Lee and Tintin. Naruto held a favorable impression of Neji. He was genuinely courageous, having saved him in his past life. However, he couldn't help but think to himself, Neji is rather conceited at this moment. Chapter 30. The controllable power. As the morning sun illuminated the death forest, the venomous creatures began their search for food. With a centipede of considerable size lying in wait on a tree, hoping to capture a passing human for its next meal. Thud. A shuriken pierced its hard shell. Green fluid spilling onto the ground as the creature writhed in agony. The Sound Ninja's Book of Earth had been gifted to the Inoshikacho trio as a token of gratitude. Though they had no worries about the passage tasks. They had spent several days entangled in various events. Naruto, that girl with red hair is your relative, right? Sakura casually inquired, recalling the way that girl looked at Sasuke, making her exceedingly cautious. It seemed she was a formidable rival, rivaling Ino, yet thankfully, she had eventually parted ways with the girl named Kushina. Naruto rested his hands behind his head, pondering for a moment before responding. That should be the case, although I'm not entirely certain. However, she, like my mother, possesses the ability to utilize various sealing techniques, and even her hair color is reminiscent of hers. Suddenly recalling Xiangling's sealing arts, Naruto exclaimed, I forgot to ask her to place a seal on Sasuke's cursed mark. Sasuke halted in his tracks, instinctively touching the still-warm cursed mark on his neck. Sealing techniques? What does that mean? Naruto scratched his head and expressed in his own understanding, Orochimaru is far too impatient. He has crammed an excessive amount of power into the cursed seal, making it difficult for you to quickly master this strength. Sakura murmured, recalling the strange scene with Sasuke from before, and exclaimed with a serious tone, no matter how powerful this may be, it ultimately stems from the nefarious hands of that man, Orochimaru. Who knows what side effects it may harbor? Naruto shook his head and said, true strength does not lie in power itself, but in the one who wields it. Uncontrolled power, no matter how formidable, does not belong to oneself. Sasuke recalled the overwhelming sensation he experienced when using the cursed seal, feeling so confident that he could even triumph over Uchiha Itachi if he stood before him. He asked earnestly, so once the seal is applied, will I be able to harness this power safely? Naruto rolled up his coat and inner lining, channeling his chakra as a seal materialized upon his abdomen. He declared, within me resides an extraordinarily powerful entity. Even a mere trickle of its strength unleashed from the seal could rival the chakra of 100 Kakashi senseis. He lowered his garments, the faintly shimmering golden cloak enveloping him in a resplendent glow. Indeed, this ability stems from that very being within me, which has committed numerous misdeeds fueled by its terrifying power. However, its overwhelming strength can sometimes ensnare one, leading to a dangerous entanglement with that power, transforming the individual into a veritable monster. Naruto dispelled his half-golden form, and crimson bubbles began to rise around him, as the cloak of the tailed beast enveloped his being. The gentle warmth of the golden mode, akin to the soothing rays of the sun, was abruptly transformed into a chilling, bone-piercing hell. His nails, fur, and fangs began to grow, and his lips darkened to an ominous black. Sakura instinctively took a step back, even though the figure before her was a dear comrade. The overwhelming aura emanating from him stirred within her a primal urge to flee. This was the vestige of ancient genetics, a remnant of ancestral fear instilled by the terrifying chakra of the tailed beasts. Naruto snapped his fingers, and from behind him emerged a tail that extended towards the ground, swiftly penetrating the surface and curving beneath, before erupting from beneath Sasuke. What? Sasuke exclaimed, leaping backward as the chakra-formed tail relentlessly pursued his movements. Sharp chakra claws protruded from the tail, moving with even greater swiftness, halting before Sasuke and flicking against his forehead protector before retracting slowly. Naruto transformed back into his semi-golden form. Sakura, filled with anger, exclaimed, Naruto, what are you doing? I'm currently in a state where I can fully control the power that guy has unleashed. Although the previous state was potent, its power was relatively dispersed compared to my current form. It may appear formidable, but it merely acted on instinct to attack. However, mastering this power allows for complete control and usage at will, right? Sasuke comprehended Naruto's intent and approached him. So, you thought of employing sealing techniques, just like you, to gradually familiarize yourself with the power that has been released from the seal. Naruto chuckled. Indeed, that's it. Sakura's eyes sparkled with realization. Kakashi-sensei should be proficient in sealing techniques, right? I recall that he holds the title of the strongest technician in Konoha. Naruto sighed, acknowledging, indeed. While Xiangling's sealing techniques are superior, we must now rely solely on Kakashi-sensei. He then gazed toward the imposing tower not far away, stating, "Once we meet Kakashi-sensei, we shall inform him of the situation." Unbeknownst to Naruto, within Sasuke's cursed seal resided Orochimaru's consciousness, which had been privy to their recent conversation. In a dimly lit corner, Orochimaru was recuperating, sensing memories akin to shadow clones surfacing, and he smiled as he extended his long tongue to cleanse his face. "Ah, Uzumaki Naruto. You wish to harness my power as nourishment for Sasuke's growth. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is indeed an intriguing little fellow," he mused. A bespectacled man emerged from the shadows. Adjusting his glasses as he inquired, "I have implanted the virus into the preliminary exam's computer as you instructed, but why do you wish to do this?" Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at Kabuto, flicking out his tongue to pry open the hidden hand behind Kabuto's back, extracting the kunai he had concealed. "Many things lack reason or are not suitable for discussion at present. Do not attempt to be clever beneath my gaze." "I merely did not anticipate Naruto's abilities advancing to such a level," he replied. Kabuto, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, adjusted his glasses and retreated into the shadows, murmuring, "I understand." Sasuke had completely embraced Naruto's ideology, akin to a sponge eager to absorb power and become stronger. If mastering this power would enable him to defeat that man, he was willing to pay any dreadful price to obtain it. Sakura linked her arms with both Sasuke and Naruto, standing between them with a smile, exclaiming, "Then let us embark. We shall reach our destination in one breath." "All right." "Oh." In the central tower's lounge, the third Hokage sat at his desk, scrutinizing the monitor alongside several examiners. The screen displayed footage from 4 days ago, shortly after the commencement of the second exam. On the screen, a team from Sunagakure, led by Gaara, entered the tower. Sensing the presence of the monitor, Gaara turned and stared into it, causing everyone in the room to feel as if his gaze pierced through time to behold them. "No way. This was just 97 minutes into the exam," Hondo murmured. One examiner exclaimed, "Such a thing has never occurred before. This is extraordinary. These individuals are certainly not of the Chunin level, having shattered the previous record of 4 hours." Hondo rose and paced, stating, "But it is not only that. The distance from the entrance to here spans 10 kilometers of primordial forest, fraught with wild beasts, venomous insects, and perilous forest paths. Moreover, this Gaara appears remarkably unscathed." An Umbu member fixated on the paused image of Gaara, noting the murderous aura emanating from his eyes, clicked his tongue and remarked, "Though he possesses considerable strength, his gaze is rather unsettling." The third Hokage, arms crossed, pondered another matter. "Hondo, when you arrive, Orochimaru had already fled, correct?" Hondo promptly knelt, replying respectfully, "Yes." The third Hokage did not pursue further questions, turning his attention to another live feed, where Team 7 appeared, tattered but having reached the tower, prompting a smile and a puff from his pipe. It seems that without encountering Orochimaru, Team 7 could have potentially broken the record. However, these are trivial matters. They managed to arrive safely at the designated location despite Orochimaru's ambush. "Has my beloved disciple held back? How is your cursed seal feeling now?" Hondo touched the mark on his neck, saying, "Thanks to you, it has improved significantly." An Umbu member remarked, "By the way, Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, right? I recall he is a rogue ninja who eluded even the entire Umbu and is on the S-rank wanted list. Why is he present in the village, masquerading as an exam participant?" The third Hokage, gazing at the monitor displaying Sasuke, concluded, "It must be for Sasuke. In any case, let the exam continue, but remain vigilant regarding Orochimaru's movements." Yes. Team 7 finally entered the central tower as stipulated. Sasuke, increasingly uncomfortable with Sakura's support, withdrew his hand, asking, "Is there no one here?" Sakura, feigning a cheerful demeanor while internally frustrated, thought, "What a pity." The wall bore instructions for the usage of the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. Naruto had long understood that the scrolls contained summoning techniques, which could only be activated at specific locations to summon the entities inscribed within, akin to a summoning jutsu. However, opening the scrolls outside the tower would result in a hypnotic curse, and with a stroke of luck, one might sleep through the second exam's conclusion in the terrifying primordial forest. He placed the 2 scrolls on the ground, which then spewed forth a dense smoke, revealing a familiar figure. "Hey, long time no see." Naruto greeted cheerfully, recognizing Iruka. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Iruka produced a pocket watch and announced, "I congratulate you all on passing the second exam. I had intended to take you out for Ichiraka ramen to celebrate, but the third exam's preliminaries are about to commence, so we shall discuss it later." Upon hearing that the new round of exams was imminent, Sakura felt disheartened, and even Sasuke appeared somewhat fatigued. Do not overexert yourselves in the final exam, especially you, Naruto. You are the one I worry about the most, Iruka declared, his favoritism for Naruto unabashed. Having always regarded him as a younger brother. With a smile illuminating his face, Naruto pointed at his forehead protector and said, Iruka-sensei, have you forgotten our promise? Ever since you gifted me this forehead protector, I have been a ninja. One day, I will invite you to my wedding as my father. Indeed, that is truly remarkable. Naruto, Iruka replied, placing his hand on Naruto's head and ruffling his hair affectionately, tears glistening in his eyes. However, rather than a fatherly role, I would prefer to be like an older brother to you. He gazed at the trio, their faces smeared with dirt. But his mind wandered back to the words Kakashi had spoken that day. Iruka-sensei, you know well that, given Naruto's optimistic and uplifting nature, along with his relationship with Sasuke, some commotion within the team is inevitable. Nevertheless, his dedication to protecting his comrades has been instilled by you, and in terms of strength, he has already surpassed the one he respects most, yourself. It seems that Kakashi-sensei is the one who truly understands their capabilities. Chapter 31. The competition influenced by technology under Iruka's guidance. The three arrived at an arena, the venue for the preliminary rounds of the third exam. At that moment, all the examiners and the leading jonin of the qualifying teams were present. Such a significant examination warranted even the busiest third Hokage's presence. Gaara, with his large gourd on his back, spotted Naruto before Hinata could. His gaze immediately turned towards him. Naruto noticed Gaara's gaze upon him and offered a nod and a smile as a greeting. Unaccustomed to such treatment, Gaara fumbled in response, repeatedly nodding back. Kankuro stepped closer to Temari and quietly expressed his concern. Sister, Gaara has been acting strangely lately. Sure, do not disturb him. Kankuro was not the only one observing Gaara. Kiba from Team 8 was also keeping a watchful eye on this intimidating figure. As Naruto made his entrance, a familiar face approached to greet him. This acquaintance happened to be the formidable Rain Ninja who had effortlessly defeated Akamaru, leaving him quite intimidated. With a robust demeanor, Kiba approached Naruto and his companions. Flashing a grin as he remarked, I never expected you to pass the second round of the exam. The opponent you vanquished must have been rather inept. Upon hearing her teammates' comments about Naruto, the typically indecisive Hinata interjected earnestly, Kiba, please don't say that. Naruto-kun is exceptionally strong. Naruto habitually ruffled Hinata's hair, joyfully exclaiming, these days of living in the wild have been tough. He too buried his head in her collar. Shikamaru, observing this scene, glanced at Asuma and Kurenai, who were laughing and chatting on the platform, and with a slight grimace remarked, these two have been acting rather strange lately. Is this something that happens at a certain age? Quite troublesome. You need not ponder such matters for now, after all. You don't even have any close friends of the opposite sex, he added. Kiba's Akamaru barked from his arms. Suddenly, Shino's voice startled Shikamaru. When did you arrive? The future legend of invincibility, Shino, cast a cold glare through his sunglasses, stating, you were quite rude. I have been standing beside you from the very beginning. Orochimaru, disguised as a member of the Sound Ninja and leading the Jonin, stood behind the third Hokage, sensing the familiar stench of tobacco from afar. The thought of the impending Konoha collapse plan filled him with delight. Old man, I told you I would make you regret this. Your age has rendered you utterly oblivious to my presence. Your ideals and your strength have become mere relics of the past. After a brief intermission, Akamichi CHG noted that the personnel had gathered sufficiently. As the chief examiner for the second round, he addressed the crowd from the high platform. First, congratulations to everyone for passing the second exam. Next, the Hokage will share a few words. Let us applaud. In the vast arena, the third Hokage surveyed the vibrant new generation of ninjas with immense joy. Since you have invited me to speak, I shall offer some remarks. Half an hour later, he continued, we must confront this rather awkward truth. The so-called critical issue is how to define a problem as critical. With this in mind, let us reevaluate what constitutes a critical issue. I believe the critical issue is one that each of us must face. When confronting such problems, how should we determine what is critical? The third Hokage continued to elaborate, while the lower-ranked ninjas grew drowsy, and Naruto struggled to keep his eyes open. Unlike the previous two exams, the third round would test individual strength due to the excessive number of participants. A preliminary round would be held to eliminate a portion of them. Coughing loudly, Moonlight Guy knelt before the third Hokage, interrupting his speech. All eyes turned to him. Forgive my rudeness, Hokage-sama. I shall take over the details from here, Moonlight Guy declared. The third Hokage glanced at the time, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, and replied, I leave it to you, young man. Do take care of yourself. Moonlight Guy bore dark circles under his eyes, akin to Gaara's, along with sunken cheeks. A consequence of having a beautiful girlfriend. He stood up and addressed the lower-ranked ninjas. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Before you proceed to the third exam, I must ask that you first undergo a preliminary round. Sakura whispered, this teacher seems to be in poor health. Sasuke nodded in agreement, lowering his voice. It's as if he might collapse at any moment. Those who feel unwell or wish to withdraw after hearing this announcement may do so now, Moonlight Guy added. Even the kind-hearted Hinata displayed concern. Isn't the teacher the one who feels the worst? A bespectacled boy in the crowd raised his hand. Teacher, I wish to withdraw from the exam. Moonlight Guy glanced at him and nodded. You are Yukushi Kabuto from Konoha, correct? You may leave. The third Hokage furrowed his brow and whispered to Akamichi CHG, I seem to recall this individual. He also withdrew from the last CHNIN exam midway. CHG. Taking the documents from his assistant, flipped to the page about Kabuto, perplexed. He has participated in 6 exams, all of which he withdrew from at this stage. The third Hokage, grasping the implications, inquired, what is his background? During his time at the Ninja Academy, he was not a particularly standout student, with average grades. After 3 attempts, he finally passed his graduation exam, and his missions thereafter were unremarkable. Overall, he has not demonstrated any noteworthy achievements, though prior to entering the academy. He was a captured enemy boy taken in by the medical unit on the battlefield. The third Hokage nodded thoughtfully as he watched Kabuto depart. Just then, another hand was raised. It was TS, one of the Sound Ninja trio. TS fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, who pretended to be their leading jonin. Feeling the weight of the struggles he had endured in recent days. To pass, he had to care for 2 severely injured teammates and gather the scrolls alone. All due to this duplicitous figure. Gritting his teeth, he stated, 2 of my comrades are too injured to continue fighting. They both require medical attention. Moonlight Guy waved his hand. I admire your resolve. If you are unwell, seek treatment promptly. I agree with the Sound Ninja's withdrawal. The medical team rushed in with stretchers, taking the 2 away. It was unexpected to have injuries before the fights even began, and suspicions arose as to which ill-fated words had summoned the night class power. Seeing that no one else chose to withdraw, Moonlight Guy declared, very well, let the competition commence. On the massive electronic display, 2 names appeared, Hyuga Neji versus Tenten. Behind the ranks of Jonin, Kakashi's brow furrowed. As Sasuke looked up at the screen, Kakashi's gaze caught sight of a curse mark peeking from beneath his collar, and inadvertently, he glanced at the curse mark on Akamichi CHG's neck. Regardless, this is far too dangerous. Whatever that man left behind must pose a threat. The safety risks are significant. Lost in thought, Kakashi was suddenly seized by powerful hands around his neck. Guy's eyes brimmed with tears. Oh no, Kakashi. My dear subordinates are in conflict. Former friends turned into foes. This is far too cruel for our youthful spirits. Kakashi turned to Guy, taking a moment to respond. Are you speaking to me? Ah, my heavens, you're quite impressive. Such traits give off a stylish vibe. No wonder you are my rival. You drive me insane. Guy retorted, fiery with emotion. In the crowd, Lee's eyes were also filled with tears as he cheered for his friends. Go Neji. Go Tenten. Is this a battle of fate? How youthful. How different it is. Naruto scratched his head, pondering, could this be what Shikamaru referred to as the butterfly effect? Was it rather fortuitous? If Neji were to face Hinata, he would surely inflict a grievous defeat upon her. The Ninetales offered a rare moment of consolation to Naruto, diligently concentrating chakra while savoring the unfolding spectacle outside the seal. Guy and Lee, with tearful eyes, followed all present onto the observation platform, leaving the arena to Neji and Tenten. Tenten, with a face full of grievance, implored Neji, please go easy on me later. Neji. I refuse, Neji replied, closing his eyes only to reopen them, revealing the Byakugan. Veins protruded prominently on his forehead as he resolutely denied the request of the charming girl. You remain unchanged. So heartless. Tenten's expression turned serious. Having collaborated as part of Guy's team for an extended period, they were deeply acquainted with each other's abilities. Tenten promptly produced 2 scrolls, casting them into the air, and then leapt high, dancing gracefully between the unfurled scrolls. Twin rising dragons. A multitude of ninja tools erupted from the spatial confines of the scrolls, showcasing her status as the wealthiest girl of the new generation of Konoha. Even the descendants of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans could not boast such an arsenal of ninja tools. The sheer volume of the assault left Sasuke momentarily astonished, contemplating merely 5 countermeasures. Activating his Sharingan, he sought to observe how this self-proclaimed strongest genin of Konoha would respond. Heavenly spin. Neji assumed his stance, spinning rapidly as chakra erupted from his chakra points, forming a blue barrier that scattered Tintin's thrown tools into disarray. Impressive technique. Now, what do I get? Sasuke mused. Momentarily taken aback, realizing that Neji's technique was beyond his capacity to replicate. Frowning, he pondered, is it a bloodline ability? Naruto, having overheard Sasuke's murmurs, chuckled. Though Neji may be a bit arrogant now, his strength is undeniable. With the defensive prowess of the Byakugan and the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan. I dare say the only ones capable of matching him here are the Browed One and Gaara. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke and Sakura couldn't help but glance towards Gaara of the Sand, recalling their initial encounter with him. A fierce determination sparkled in Sasuke's eyes. The reflection of Gaara's figure visible in his crimson gaze. They are formidable, yet merely stepping stones on my path forward. Witnessing the multitude of ninja tools being repelled. Tintin gritted her teeth, her hands moving backwards as the wire-connected tools soared once more towards Neji. Neji, with a confident smile, retorted, too weak, Tintin. No matter how many times you attack with such feeble strikes, you cannot defeat me. This is fate's decree, ha ha ha. With renewed vigor, he employed his technique once again, shattering Tintin's dual rising dragon strike, sending the tools flying once more, while Tintin had already descended to the ground. Neji swiftly closed the distance, landing punch after punch upon Tintin's delicate face, taunting, too weak, too weak. Following a splendid uppercut, Tintin collapsed onto the ground. The swift moonlight gale approached the unconscious Tintin, discovering only superficial injuries, and proclaimed, cough, cough, the victor is Neji Hyuga, with tears streaming down his face. Lee exclaimed with fervor, wah, the result of youth has emerged. Neji has triumphed over Tintin, teacher guy. All the female ninjas present turned their gazes towards the composed Neji, their lips twitching slightly, while Hinata softly remarked, at first glance, I thought the expressions of that little girl indicated an extraordinary friendship between the two. As the first match concluded, the electronic screen began to flicker, revealing the next pair of competitors, Naruto Uzumaki versus Hinata Hyuga. Naruto was immediately taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Chapter 32, The Heartfelt Exchange. As the leader of Team 8, Kurama Yuhi observed Naruto standing a short distance away, her heart fluttering with a hint of excitement. Although there had been recent rumors of this child's remarkable activities in the village, just days ago, several of Kakashi's students had truly encountered the legendary Sannin S assault. Regardless of their strength, such a brief span of time would hardly suffice for a full recovery. Their combat capabilities must have dwindled considerably by now. Moreover, this child had even been pierced by that esteemed individual. With a playful smile, Kurama remarked to Naruto, unfortunately for you, little one, the Hyuga clan's offspring, under my guidance, has become quite formidable. Kakashi's indifferent gaze lingered on her for a moment before he addressed Naruto. Mind your manners. Do not be overly forward with young ladies. Naruto descended from the spectator's platform, his spirit dampened. Casting a forlorn glance at the third Hokage in the distance, he harbored suspicions that the elder had manipulated the large screen, leaving the old man bewildered by Naruto's penetrating gaze. Hinata had never contemplated the day she would find herself in opposition to the admired Naruto, her heart filled with trepidation. Unsure of how to proceed, the victor of the recent confrontation, Neji Hyuga, approached the spectator's platform, pausing as he passed Hinata. I never anticipated that I would not compete with you, Lady Hinata, he remarked coolly. Neji, brother. Neji continued with a chilling tone, before the match commences. I wish to offer you a warning, Lady Hinata. Withdraw from the competition. You are simply unfit to be a ninja. Hinata was taken aback by his words. Hearing such sentiments from her closest kin struck her deeply. You are too kind-hearted, Neji continued. You yearn for peace, shying away from conflict, always acquiescing to others' desires. Unable to refuse. Your lack of self-confidence breeds a feeling of inferiority within you, leading you to believe that merely becoming a ninja suffices. Perhaps you only entered this Chunin exam to appease your teammates? Neji's Byakugan seemed to peer into her very soul, laying bare her vulnerabilities for judgment. Staggering back, Hinata shook her head. That is not true. I only wish to rely on my own strength to transform myself. Watching this exchange, Kurama felt powerless to intervene in the long-standing feud between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. However, she found the courage to offer encouragement to her seemingly fragile subordinate. Neji, do not be so aggressive. Hinata genuinely aspires to change herself through her own efforts. Neji, however, remained steadfast in his stance. Indeed, you are all alike, Lady Hinata. Your thoughts are naively simplistic. A person cannot easily change their nature. A weakling like you will forever remain weak. This inability to change is what creates disparity, leading to the existence of both elites and the weak in this world. We assess a person's worth from various perspectives, and thus, we suffer from these immutable qualities, which are, regrettably, an inescapable fate, much like I am of the branch family. While you belong to the main family, this too is unchangeable. I have always perceived the world through these wide eyes. And thus I know you stand here merely to put on a brave front. When your name appeared on the screen, you likely wished to flee. Hinata instinctively placed her hand over her lips, biting down to counter. No, that is not the case. Neji's derisive laughter echoed. Your gesture of crossing your arms signifies your desire to erect a barrier between us, wishing to maintain distance. You do not want me to continue probing into your inner world, for I have articulated everything you harbor within. Touching your lips is an intimate act that reveals your inner turmoil. You are instinctively attempting to assuage your tension and anxiety. Deep down, you know that transforming yourself is an impossible endeavor. His frigid words struck Hinata like daggers, leaving her feeling desolate and contemplating surrendering for Naruto's advancement. Sensing her wavering resolve, Naruto finally shouted, "Never assume you know what others think, you fool, Neji. Hinata, come down and compete with me." Referee, did you hear what he just said to her? The referee, Moonlight Gale, cleared his throat and interjected, "Neji Hyuga, please refrain from obstructing the contestants." Humph. Neji closed his eyes and slowly walked towards Guy and Lee. Kurenai, fuming, remarked, "Truly, he is Guy's pupil, mercilessly defeating his female companion, and now verbally assaulting his own sister. I had thought him a charming lad. Yet his character is so vile. Hinata, do not pay him any mind." Hinata, bolstered by Naruto's encouragement, felt her composure returning. A blush graced her cheeks as she softly replied, "I understand. Sensei, Naruto is waiting for me." Her eyes have changed, Kurenai observed, momentarily taken aback. Before realizing the shift in Hinata's demeanor and smiling in approval, indicating that she could proceed to the arena. Naruto Uzumaki, it seems, can inspire such profound energy within Hinata's heart with just a few words. The youth of today are truly precocious. With steady steps, Hinata descended the staircase. Her thoughts brimming with memories of the optimistic Naruto she had silently admired throughout her life. Naruto greeted Hinata with a smile, saying, "Hey, Hinata, I will no longer shy away." Hinata assumed a fighting stance, her veins bulging as she activated her Byakugan. "Let us settle this once and for all, Naruto-kun. Just like you, I believe in speaking my mind. That is my ninja way." In this moment, Naruto observed the remarkable growth of his future wife and smiled. Casting aside his unease, he extended a hand towards Hinata, beckoning her playfully. "Let us begin with the gentle fist's 8 trigrams, shall we?" Kakashi, with his signature deadpan gaze, shifted to a serious demeanor, noting the unfamiliar stance of her taijutsu. Hinata initiated the assault, her left palm aiming for Naruto's face. Familiar with the gentle fist, Naruto effortlessly deflected the feigned strike. He pivoted to the left, evading Hinata's right-hand attack aimed at his midsection, and swiftly trapped her left hand with his elbows, thwarting her attempt to strike his throat. Upon realizing her left hand was firmly ensnared by Naruto, Hinata utilized her free right hand to pivot and deliver a low strike, compelling Naruto to release his grip in order to defend himself. With both hands liberated, Hinata's offensive intensified, leaving Naruto no opportunity to grasp her again. She executed a series of strikes, a left-handed knife hand, followed by a right uppercut, transitioning into a left straight kick that pushed Naruto back slightly. She then leapt into the air, her right foot, infused with chakra, descended with force. Naruto effortlessly blocked Hinata's high kick with a single hand, raising his left leg to shield against her dual palm thrusts. Unable to contain his admiration, he exclaimed, "That was splendidly executed, Hinata." Naruto intentionally maintained the stance, allowing the somewhat breathless Hinata a moment to recuperate. Smiling, Hinata responded, "Because I have always been following in Naruto's footsteps." She then bent down, driving her elbow into Naruto's chest, delivering a rapid succession of 3 jabs. Naruto, forcing a grin, leaned back to evade, deflecting with both hands, his left hand forming a blade poised just above Hinata's neck. Neji Hyuga, with his Byakugan activated, meticulously observed the movements of the branch family's heiress and was taken aback by Naruto's techniques. It resembles the gentle fist, yet it is not. How could that be? Only Guy comprehended the intricacy of Naruto's taijutsu and countered, it is not merely reminiscent of the gentle fist, rather, it is akin to a style specifically designed to counter the gentle fist and 8 trigrams palm. Lee's eyes blazed with fervor, youthful enthusiasm radiating from his expressive features. To wield techniques that can counter the Byakugan, Naruto is indeed formidable. Kurenai, equally astonished by Naruto's prowess, noted how Hinata's gentle fist seemed entirely subdued by Naruto's counterattacks. Blocking with his elbow against her punches and slapping away her knees, all while refraining from striking back. Is it reluctance? This child is utterly different from the one Guy trained. Kurenai glanced at Kakashi, who, alongside the prodigious Uchiha Sasuke, had activated his Sharingan. Eyes wide with focus on Naruto's every move. Sasuke smirked, a sinister grin forming as he remarked, "Heh, you truly are impressive, Naruto. That armpit strike to the throat was quite clever. I shall claim it as my own." Hinata, stepping back from the close quarters confrontation, gasped for breath and said, "Naruto-kun's taijutsu is remarkable. It has made me acutely aware of my own shortcomings." Naruto had no intention of pursuing. Instead, he chuckled and scratched his head, expressing his hope to assist Hinata. Hinata gazed at the boy she had admired for years and, with a gentle smile, began to speak. "I have always quietly watched over Naruto-kun, but due to my nature, he has never spoken much to me. However, recently, I have noticed that he seems to have me in his thoughts." Naruto stammered, anxiously scratching his head, aiming to formulate a mature response in his clever mind. When did I start paying attention to Naruto-kun? Perhaps it was from the very first glance. Just as Neji Nizan said, my childhood was often filled with tears. Yet every time I found myself in distress, it was Naruto-kun who appeared to protect me. Naruto-kun has completely transformed me. I wish to walk by your side always. To be together, for it is you who changed me, and your smile that saved me. Therefore, if I can protect Naruto-kun, I would fear no death and would never regret becoming a ninja. With determination surging, Hinata summoned chakra in both her small hands and adopted the stance of a different gentle fist technique, her voice resolute as she declared, thus, "I hope Naruto-kun will regard me as a true rival." 8 trigrams, 64 palms. In this moment, Hinata's heartfelt intentions transcended her previous self, bridging the chasm she once thought insurmountable, breaking through the limitations of 8 trigrams, 32 palms, as Naruto unleashed 8 trigrams, 64 palms. "I adore you, Naruto-kun," Hinata proclaimed with a smile, sealing off 64 of Naruto's chakra points. The gentle fist technique can obstruct an opponent's chakra within their points, rendering a ninja without chakra nearly devoid of hope. A smile graced her cheeks, although she did not fully comprehend Naruto's willingness to withstand Hinata's formidable attack. She recognized that this was a one-on-one match. Naruto's previous restraint had unveiled his intentions, yet even arrogance has its limits. The Hyuga clan's chakra point techniques were not easily overcome. Neji's veins retracted as he closed his Byakugan, stating calmly, "It is over. Lady Hinata has indeed grown." Naruto grasped Hinata's small hand, a single tear cascading onto her palm. "Naruto-kun?" Hinata raised her gaze toward him. "Back then, Iruka-sensei asked if the earth were to be struck by the moon, who would I wish to spend my final moments with? I know Hinata wrote my name." Hinata's pupils dilated, her heart racing. How can it end like this? The conveyance of feelings requires time. Naruto emanated a faint golden chakra, which swiftly unsealed the blocked chakra points. This formidable power left all the high-ranking ninjas present deeply astonished. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, contemplating. Just the thought of this power seems quite troublesome. The third Hokage focused intently on the shimmering golden chakra, silently reflecting. This must be the power of the 9 tails that Kakashi reported. Indeed, it is significantly different from 12 years ago. To the surprise of all those in the know, this chakra did not envelop Naruto to form a half-golden body, but rather transformed into bubbles, each reflecting the myriad experiences of the two from childhood to the present. When I sensed Hinata's feelings, I was already taken aback. Therefore, I cannot allow this to end so easily. Accompanied by nostalgic memories, I yearn to stride into the future with you. I wish to be with Hinata, now and forever, until my last breath. Naruto's warm palm conveyed a soothing comfort from Hinata's hand to her heart, calming her tumultuous emotions and gradually blurring her vision with tears. "Naruto-kun." Naruto placed his hand atop Hinata's head and gently ruffled her hair, exclaiming, "Fortunately, when you developed feelings for me, I too fell for you. How could this moment end here?" As he spoke, Naruto embraced the astonished Hinata, summoning a Rasengan that he struck downward toward the ground, displaying remarkable precision. He refrained from shattering the earth. Instead, just before impact, he detonated the Rasengan, the tremendous recoil propelling them both to the apex of the arena. A cascade of blue chakra sparkled and spread throughout the Colosseum, creating a surreal atmosphere. All eyes turned towards the pair, but the blinding lights obscured their vision, leaving only the clear sounds of Kiba's Akamaru barking excitedly. "I adore Hinata too. There are too many people here, Naruto-kun." Sakura and Ino, blood streaming from their noses, fixated on Naruto, eager to replicate his technique. "What a romantic guy." Sasuke gasped, realizing that the rival he had been pursuing had now entirely surpassed him. "Neji Hyuga." despite his incessant claims about the main family, felt the veins on his forehead bulge in fury at the sight of his sister being treated so openly. He stood on the railing of the viewing platform, shouting, "Naruto Uzumaki, you scoundrel! How dare you treat the princess of the Hyuga clan this way? I will kill you. Let go of me, Lee." "Neji, calm down. This is so youthful, teacher guy," Lee exclaimed. "In this duel, they're expressing their feelings, Lee. You two must learn from the manly Naruto." Two watermelon rinds forcibly pulled Neji into an embrace, tears streaming down their faces, while Kakashi quietly pulled down his forehead protector to diminish his presence. "Truly my destined rival, to raise such a man. Well done, Kakashi," Guy exclaimed, pulling Kakashi into a heartfelt embrace as he wept. Tamari felt a tug at her clothing and turned to find Gaara, who blushed and asked, "Is this how sisters and brothers express their feelings? He actually called me sister? This is a first." Tamari's eyes widened before she chuckled, adopting a mock-serious expression. "This is a way for couples to express their affection. There are many ways to convey such emotions. If you wish to learn, dear brother, I shall teach you in due time." Gaara, his face still flushed, backed away, saying, "Thank you." Kankuro felt as though his understanding of the world had crumbled. Meanwhile, Hinata, her cheeks aflame, lay unconscious in Naruto's embrace. The swift moonlight and wind approached to assess the situation, declaring, "Ahem. The victor is Naruto Uzumaki." On the viewing platform, the third Hokage recalled the stern visage of Hayashi Hyuga, feeling a profound headache. The corner of his mouth twitched. "That Naruto always brings me trouble. Well, I suppose this is a way to respond to Minato. It seems I must take charge of this matter." Naruto lifted Hinata into a princess carry and brought her to the viewing platform. Ino received Hinata, casting a complex gaze at the boy before her. She was taken aback by his audacity and, thinking of her own counterpart who only indulged in smoking, couldn't help but roll her eyes at Asuma. "Ahem. Let us commence the next match." With the voice of Moonlight Breeze, the electronic screen began to flicker. Uchiha Sasuke versus Haruno Sakura. No way. Could it be? Sakura, still reeling from the previous match where love was openly declared, looked incredulously at her beloved, as if struck by a love-laden arrow. Her nose tingled, and a stream of blood uncontrollably flowed from her nostrils. "Damn it. I want to compete with Sasuke too." Ino, noticing Sakura's reaction, gritted her teeth. Having discerned Sakura's inner turmoil, Kakashi, with his dead fish eyes, glanced at Sakura and then at the unresponsive Sasuke, letting out a resigned sigh. Though girls her age often dreamed of romance, he felt that this time Sakura might not get her wish, especially since Sasuke and Naruto were polar opposites. Memories of his old friend, who was also from the Uchiha clan, surfaced in his mind. It seems that the men of the Uchiha clan are somewhat different from ordinary men. Chapter 33, Do Not Seek Mutual Destruction Again. The main examiner, Marino Abiki, raised an eyebrow upon seeing Sakura's name. "I recall this girl. She was the only one who answered all the questions correctly using her own knowledge." Sasuke descended from the viewing platform, carrying his Raijin blade. Many astute observers had already recognized the uniqueness of his dual swords. Asuma, who had once served as a bodyguard to the feudal lord, recognized the exceptional quality of these ninja blades and murmured, "I believe those are the weapons used by the 7 ninja swordsmen." Red, who was looking after Hinata, turned her gaze towards Sasuke. "The 7 ninja swordsmen, huh? I heard that Kakashi encountered 2 members during his previous mission outside the village. I never expected such weapons to end up in the hands of a genin." Kiba, irritated by the praise directed towards Sasuke, blurted out, "What's so special about Sasuke? If it were us, the outcome would be the same." Shino doused his enthusiasm with cold water, stating, "If it were us, we might not have come back at all. Just dealing with a ninja of that caliber would be quite taxing for us." "Hey, isn't that the ultimate winner in life, Naruto?" Naruto waved his hand dismissively at Kakashi, as if shooing away something unclean, ignoring Kakashi's teasing. He then encouraged Sakura, "Go for it, Sakura, even though Sasuke can be quite sharp-tongued." Sakura nodded, feeling anxious as she stepped down from the viewing platform. Her mind flooded with images of Hinata and Naruto confessing their feelings, continually motivating herself. Moonlight Breeze coughed, announcing, "Let the match begin." Sakura's cheeks flushed, believing her romantic journey was about to commence. She stammered, Sasuke, actually let us fight earnestly, Sakura." Sasuke's Sharingan began to spin, his restlessness fueled by Naruto's presence. In an instant, Sasuke vanished from sight, only to reappear on all fours before Sakura. "Fight me seriously." His powerful kick struck Sakura's chin, sending her soaring into the air. Struggling to regain her footing, she caught sight of Sasuke's shadow beneath her floating form. "This is Lee's shadow dance." Sakura deduced Sasuke's intended technique and quickly began forming hand signs. Sasuke smirked, twisting his torso as he brought his heel crashing down on Sakura's head. Lion's Barrage. The impact sent Sakura plummeting to the ground, causing her to sustain damage. With a thud, the fallen Sakura transformed into a wooden stump, while her true self crouched nearby, tears trickling down her cheeks. I'm sorry, Sasuke, Sakura's voice echoed. I was still too naive. When Sakura first met Ino, her self-doubt had led her to compare herself to a mere bud, while Ino, with her sparkling confidence, reassured her that she could bloom into something far more beautiful than a simple flower. This moment forged a deep bond of friendship between them, inspiring Sakura to grow. That was until the day they enrolled in the Ninja Academy, where Sakura boldly declared her affection for Sasuke, igniting a fair competition with Ino, who harbored the same feelings. The once inseparable friends had transformed into rivals. Now, with worry etched on her face, Ino observed her former friend, who was curled up and sobbing. Her once beautiful long hair severed during the battle with the Sound Ninja. Ino was unaware of the resolve it took for Sakura to sever that emotional connection. But she noticed the newfound determination in Sakura's gaze. Red turned to Kakashi, exasperated. Honestly, I thought Kakashi's students would have a better understanding of love. Assume a sigh in resignation. Internally grumbling, that guy has been watching romantic drama since he turned 18. How could he possibly teach anything about love? Kakashi, sensing Red's scrutiny, waved at her with a bemused expression. Sakura wiped the tears from her face and removed her forehead protector, placing it firmly on her brow. I will take this match seriously. This was a secret only Ino knew. By removing her headband, Sakura had lifted the seal on her forehead, confronting her inadequacies. Sasuke smiled, drawing the Raijin blade from his back, forming a single-handed seal and launching a fireball towards Sakura. Fire style, great fireball technique. Growing up under her mother's incessant nagging, Sakura could not empathize with her teammates who lacked family ties. Yet, she had dreamed of a future with Sasuke since childhood. Their bond deepened during their time together, and she grew to understand their personalities. Naruto, the cheerful and unexpectedly reliable one; Sasuke, the cold exterior masking a proud heart; and Kakashi, the teacher who failed to win the hearts of girls. Ninja life is not a teenage romance. I am no longer that naive girl who only dreamed and relied on others for protection. With a determined fist, Sakura struck the marble ground, causing several slabs to rise and shield her from Sasuke's great fireball. Using the obscured vision to her advantage, she quickly formed hand signs, summoning two identical versions of herself to rush at Sasuke. Your attack strategy is even more predictable than I anticipated. Frankly, such tactics suit Naruto better, she declared. Lightning release, lightning strike. Sasuke swung his blade, and two bolts of lightning shot down from the ceiling, striking the two Sakura clones, the electrical energy piercing through their illusions. All fakes? Then where's the real one? I'm not lying. My eyes can see everything. Sasuke looked up, only to see Sakura bringing her fist down towards him. Sakura, I must concede that among everyone I have encountered, your fundamentals are the most solid, even your mastery of chakra. However, your weakness lies in your lack of offensive techniques. You are better suited for support. As his words left his lips, a shuriken shot towards Sakura, and Sasuke began to predict her landing spot, certain she would evade the shuriken and launch her attack elsewhere. Suddenly, a drop of blood splattered on his cheek. What? Sasuke exclaimed in shock. But a shadow loomed over him. This was a clear indication that Sasuke still did not understand girls. Enduring the pain of the shuriken embedded in his shoulder, Sakura, filled with affection, landed a powerful punch on Sasuke's cheek, sending him flying a considerable distance, even causing his kunai to fall. Even Naruto, observing from the stands, was taken aback. Trading blows, Sakura's fighting style is increasingly reminiscent of Granny Tsunade. It's as if she has embraced her fate without having even touched it yet. Gasping for breath, Sakura examined her fist, pulling the shuriken from her shoulder and squeezing it tightly to assess her remaining strength. Kakashi leaned against the railing, fully aware of the outcome of this duel, which was devoid of suspense. However, he marveled at Sakura's growth over these few short days. I never imagined that the girl who followed Sasuke and Naruto from the land of waves, knowing nothing but love, would gradually become independent. Sasuke's shadow dance technique has allowed her to truly let go of her uncertainties. And this is the most precious lesson she has gained from participating in this Chunin exam. Two kunai shot from Sasuke's position, and the thin, sharp chakra blades surged towards Sakura's hand, splitting the kunai in two before they made contact. Kakashi was slightly astonished. I merely intended to introduce her to medical ninjutsu. Yet she has even mastered chakra scalpel techniques without guidance. It seems I must ask the Hokage to find an excellent medical ninja for her. Sasuke appeared behind her in an instant, his speed greatly enhanced by the stimulation of lightning chakra, a prerequisite for learning the Chidori. So fast. The majority of the lower ninjas present were awestruck by Sasuke's speed. As Sakura turned around, she found Sasuke's hand descending toward her head. Leaving her with no means to evade, she could only resign herself and close her eyes. Shikamaru scoffed, "TCH, what are these guys doing?" The anticipated hand strike did not land on her face, but instead lightly poked her forehead. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise as Sasuke withdrew his finger and turned his head away, saying, "You are too weak. The gap between us is not trivial." With a downcast expression, Sakura murmured, "I concede." Moonlight Gale cleared his throat and announced, "The victor is Uchiha Sasuke." As Sasuke turned away, he quietly remarked, "But you have improved rapidly, Sakura." Red was astonished. "I see now, she truly is a product of Kakashi-sensei's teaching." Inino gazed at Sakura's smiling visage reflected in her eyes. As if blossoms were blooming behind her, she softly whispered, "You have indeed blossomed into a flower more beautiful than the autumn cherry, Sakura." "Wait for me, Sasuke." "What are you doing?" "I can't breathe." Rock Lee, tears streaming down his face, bit down on his handkerchief, and when he saw Sakura embrace Sasuke's neck, his heart shattered. "Ahem, now let us begin the next match." Moonlight Gale coughed violently once more, prompting concern even from the third Hokage, who thought it would be quite unbecoming for the referee to collapse before the contestants, as it would tarnish the village's reputation. Rock Lee versus Gaara. In the observation area, Kakashi had become the center of attention among the leading jonin, who occasionally whispered behind him about Kakashi's hidden depths and his reputation as a master of romance. Sasuke approached Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi, I need your help." "That tone of yours does not suggest a plea." Kakashi replied, "Well, your match has reached its conclusion. And if we neglect the curse seal, it may lead to irreversible consequences. Come with me." Kakashi scrutinized the dark red glow emanating from Sasuke's curse seal, pondering. Is the recent stimulation from the lightning chakra causing the seal to become active? The disguised sound ninja, Orochimaru, watched Sasuke leave, having sensed his every movement throughout the match. With a flick of his finger, a small white snake slithered down his arm and vanished into the shadows. Tosu, standing beside him, had also noticed. Having long wished to inquire of Orochimaru about his intentions, but he refrained from asking due to the situation. He wanted to know why Orochimaru sent them to their doom. Akamaru, sensing Uchiha Sasuke's movement, felt anxious about what might befall another bearer of the cursed seal, and after consulting the third Hokage, he hurried after him. Kakashi deliberately chose a secluded, dimly lit corridor to inscribe a sealing technique on Sasuke's body with his bloodied fingertips. Sasuke sat cross-legged within a formation drawn in Kakashi's blood. "Kakashi-sensei, you are losing so much blood." Sakura fretted. Naruto comfortingly patted her shoulder, saying, "There is no need to worry about Kakashi-sensei. Though he is nearing middle age and experiences daily fluctuations in his chakra levels due to various factors, his vitality remains robust." Kakashi halted his actions, exhaling wearily. Do not speak thoughtlessly behind someone who is earnestly engaged in their work. Moreover, if you must speak, address matters of significance. "Sasuke, why do you persist in observing me with your Sharingan?" Naruto had previously emphasized the importance of sealing techniques. "Oh, I see. You wish to replicate the sealing technique I have mastered." Kakashi sighed and continued inscribing the formations. Evil sealing technique. With all preparations complete, Kakashi struck Sasuke's nape with his palm. And his chakra coursed through, the formation commenced its operation. The intricate patterns danced as if alive, fervently surging towards the cursed seal. Sasuke could hardly endure the intense burning sensation, letting out a pained cry, "Ah!" Once all the patterns converged upon the cursed seal. Encircling it in a ring of intricate designs, Kakashi finally exhaled in relief. "As per your request, the sealing technique is complete." Sakura hurriedly approached to support the weakened Sasuke, only to hear Kakashi add, "If this cursed seal activates again, the power of the evil sealing technique should be sufficient to suppress it. However, the efficacy of the sealing technique will depend on your own willpower. If you doubt your strength and your resolve wavers, the cursed seal may wreak havoc." Sasuke, refusing to yield, grunted defiantly, affirming his unwavering determination to Kakashi. Naruto furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards a certain support pillar. At the moment the sealing was completed, he sensed a fleeting chill of chakra emanating from that very spot. "You were quick to notice my slip, Naruto." A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, their voice raspy yet magnetic. "I never expected you to master such sealing techniques, Kakashi. You have indeed made considerable progress." "Is it you?" Sakura exclaimed, hastily drawing a kunai with one hand, bracing herself for any eventuality. The newcomer, hands tucked casually into their pockets, moved with elegance and reproached Sakura for her readiness with the kunai. My dear, I bear no ill intentions this time. Quite the contrary. I see a beautiful butterfly in you. It's been far too long, Kakashi. Orochimaru. Kakashi instantly positioned himself in front of the trio, shielding them. The pale, almost eerie skin, long black hair, and golden snake-like eyes of Orochimaru reminded Kakashi of a past mission when he was ordered by the third Hokage to intercept the recently defected rogue. Your eyes are commendable, but I have no need for a counterfeit like you. You are hardly worthy. Have a bit of self-awareness. This individual had swiftly defeated him with mere exchanges back then, leaving behind those words. Kakashi prided himself on his resilience against any adversary, no matter how formidable. Save for this legendary Sannin, who had rendered him genuinely defeated. However, I am not here to seek you out. I am after the child behind you. Kakashi raised his hand to shield Naruto, his expression turning grave. I will not relinquish Naruto to you. Give up on that notion. Orochimaru, maintaining his graceful demeanor, replied with a hint of resignation, I am referring to the Uchiha child. Kakashi demanded, why seek Sasuke? Golden Snake Eyes reflected Kakashi's Sharingan as Orochimaru remarked. You are quite fortunate. You have acquired such a treasure. I too desire the power of the Uchiha. Orochimaru languidly licked his face with his tongue and continued. I have recently established a ninja village, the Sound Village. I trust you comprehend the implications of that. Such a tedious ambition. Are you still brooding over the title of fourth Hokage? Ah, you hit the nail on the head. Yet, to fulfill my ambitions, I require various pawns to serve me. And Sasuke is an exceptional piece. The one participating in the exams is merely fodder to test Sasuke. As he spoke, Orochimaru began to move away. Kakashi, having already prepared his Raikiri, unleashed a brilliant flash of lightning that illuminated the dim corridor. I will not allow you to approach my comrades, not a single one. Even if you are a legendary Sannin. With my current strength, I can at least ensure mutual destruction. Your words and actions are utterly incongruous. Orochimaru turned and began to stroll away. Fear not, I merely came to observe your endeavors. Sooner or later, Sasuke will seek me out because he is a seeker of vengeance. He requires power. And you claim you wish to kill me? Before his figure vanished entirely, Orochimaru cast a smile over his shoulder and quipped, should you be capable, then come and try. What foolishness am I uttering about mutual destruction? Kakashi's Raikiri dissipated as he gasped for breath, striving to calm his racing heart. The memories of past battles left an indelible psychological weight that hindered him from unleashing his full potential upon encountering this man again. Sakura, unrelenting, remarked, Kakashi-sensei, you're pathetic. You're so frightened you can't even move. Naruto echoed, exactly. He's undeniably powerful, yet surprisingly timid in the face of Orochimaru. The proud Sasuke let out a cold snort, having just prepared himself for another confrontation with Orochimaru. Kakashi, who had just braved the psychological pressure to protect the trio, gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, these clueless fools. Just as Orochimaru was about to transform in some hidden location, a violent impact sent her flying, embedding her upside down into the wall. Sensing a familiar pheromone, Orochimaru exclaimed with delight, it's been a long time, Anko. Last time was too hurried. We hardly exchanged a word. Anko was the last connection she had in Konoha, and her affection for the student was genuine. With an expressionless face, Anko, unexpectedly gaining a reward while pursuing the 7th Squad, coldly declared, you are now a wanted S-class dangerous criminal, so even at the cost of my life, I will defeat you here. She grasped several shurikens tightly in her palm, stating, isn't it my mission, having accepted all your teachings and once being your subordinate, to do this? Orochimaru, feudal. Orochimaru, still embedded in the wall, extended a tongue several dozen meters long towards Anko. She dodged continuously, as the tongue left depressions in the ground and walls, scattering stone dust. At one moment, Anko was caught off guard and had one arm ensnared by the tongue. Swiftly, she used the no-hand signs technique taught by Orochimaru, summoning dozens of long snakes that emerged from her sleeve to bind Orochimaru, forcefully pulling her from the wall towards herself. You won't escape. She slammed the incoming Orochimaru against the wall, seized her right hand, and pinned their palms together with a shuriken, a dangerous smile gracing her face. Finally caught you, Orochimaru. I'll borrow your left hand. Orochimaru observed Anko forming seals with her left hand. Isn't this technique the twin snake's mutual kill? Yes, we will both perish here. With a serious expression, Orochimaru warned. Are you intending to commit suicide here? I am merely a clone. Anko's pupils constricted suddenly as the Orochimaru before her began to dissolve, transforming into a small white snake that coiled around her arm, lifting its head and flicking its tongue, licking the wound where the shuriken had pierced her. uttering in Orochimaru's voice. You are, after all, a special jonin of the village. You can't rely solely on the forbidden techniques I taught you. Are you still angry about being discarded by me? Anko collapsed to the ground as the small white snake slithered away. Finding a crevice in the wall to escape, that child is very talented, handsome, and well-suited to be my vessel. I truly don't understand why you Konoha jonin all seek mutual destruction. The anesthetic lasts only a minute, so farewell, Anko. Chapter 34. The preliminary round concludes. Your thoughts are too naive. The victor is Tosuzan. Upon returning to the arena, Naruto and the others found that Choji had already been knocked out by Tosuzan's powerful sonic punch. Tosuzan cast a fierce glance at his supervising jonin, inwardly vowing. Did you see that, Lord Orochimaru? I will show you that I am not merely your bait. Orochimaru was well aware of Tosuzan's intentions, casually brushing aside her hair. As long as the plan proceeded, it mattered not how it unfolded. This was not arrogance on her part, but rather a recognition that she had ample cannon fodder under her command who harbored rebellious sentiments. I want to eat barbecue, murmured the dazed Choji repeatedly. Shikamaru, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief. This guy still held back. Asuma smiled without speaking, yet inwardly gritted his teeth at the thought of taking them out for barbecue later. Under the moonlight, Kazekage loudly coughed against the wall. Cough, cough. I hereby announce that the preliminary rounds of the third match have concluded. If it had lasted any longer, I might have passed out. Cough. In the now tattered arena, a total of 9 victors stood beneath the electronic screen, awaiting further instruction. The third Hokage lowered his hat's brim and stated, including 5 ninjas from Konoha, 3 from Suna, and 1 from Odo. We will now announce the details of the official selection. The combat of the formal selection will occur before the public, and the 9 present will represent their respective villages and nations, as several leaders of various factions will attend to observe. This unique arms race will take place a month from now. This month serves as a preparation period, allowing the candidates to enhance their strength and prepare strategically by analyzing opponent information gathered during the preliminary rounds to increase their chances of success. For fairness, each of you should utilize this month wisely to bolster your abilities. Now, let the drawing begin. At the third Hokage's command, Ibiki Marino personally held the blind box for the candidates to draw lots, preventing anyone from using special abilities to disrupt the order and cheat. As had been done by a certain hair-stricken child nearby, Ibiki noted down the drawn numbers, organizing them into a tree diagram that would determine the order of their official selection matches. The matchups were as follows: Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga, Kankuro versus Tosuzan, Shikamaru Nara versus Temari, Sasuke Uchiha versus Gaara, and 1 candidate drew a bye, meaning he could advance to the next round without fighting. After reviewing the list and finding no issues, the third Hokage departed with the examiners. Hinata timidly approached, saying, Naruto, do your best, and you too, Neji. Humph. Neji turned to leave, not wanting to see Hinata for the moment. Since childhood, he had been aware of his role as a branch family member. Their first meeting was at Hinata's 3rd birthday party. He had sensed her extreme lack of confidence. It was then that he promised her, I will help you become strong, and I will protect you with my life in times of danger. Yet, on that day, as the most outstanding genius of the Hyuga clan, he still bore the stigma of a caged bird due to the family system. Neji accepted this fate without much resistance, though his father, Hayashi, revealed some resentment. In the Hyuga clan, regardless of the branch family's talent, they must sacrifice themselves to protect the main family. The branding of the caged bird not only meant losing freedom, but also imposed restrictions on the Byakugan, limiting vision and preventing them from reaching their peak. Hayashi's resentment was noticed by his uncle, who severely punished him, planting the seeds of hatred towards his fate in Neji's heart. Subsequently, Hayashi's death triggered Neji's complete eruption. Realizing that regardless of his talent or exceptional skills, he was destined to be without freedom. Thus, he left the clan, enrolled in the ninja academy, and became an ordinary genin in Konoha. Hey, Neji, Naruto called out, halting Neji's departure. He raised his fist with a thumbs up, saying, when I become Hokage, I will change all of this, and I will transform the Hyuga clan too. In truth, Naruto had done just that in his previous life. Marrying the Hyuga clan's princess resolved many issues. Hayashi would bear various pressures to assist. Eventually, after becoming Hokage, the Hyuga clan transitioned to a normal family system. Establishing a relationship with Hinata signifies a significant advancement. All that remains is to ascend to the position of Hokage. If only the third Hokage were to bestow the title upon me now. Neji resumed his stride and remarked, you ought to concern yourself more with your own affairs. I believe the results of the recent match will soon reach the ears of the clan leader. Though he appeared indifferent towards Hinata, he was, in truth, more affectionate than anyone else in private. As Neji's figure faded from the doorway, a loud crash echoed through the arena, heralding the entrance of Hayashi Hyuga. Flanked by a cadre of sycophants, his arms crossed, radiating authority. He glanced at the documents presented by his subordinates and coldly stated, "It seems you have lost. Yet you bear no injuries? It appears your opponent deemed you unworthy of execution. Return with me." Upon encountering her stern father, Hinata meekly responded, "Yes, father." As Hayashi made his entrance, Naruto stepped forward and declared, "Lord Hayashi, the truth is that Hinata has inspired me with her unwavering determination. She has truly exerted herself." "So, this must be Naruto Uzumaki," Hayashi mused, scrutinizing him for a brief 10 seconds before turning away, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. "I see. Hinata has indeed put forth great effort. It is fortunate she remains unscathed." Upon returning to the Hyuga estate, a keen-eyed subordinate approached, whispering a few words into Hayashi's ear. With a resounding crash, the gates of the Hyuga clan were flung open, bewildered clansmen scattering in confusion, unaware of the source of their leader's wrath. At that moment, Hayashi brandished a chair, fuming, "Damn that wretched little fox." He was surrounded by a dozen guards, desperately attempting to restrain him. "Please, calm down, Lord Hayashi." Meanwhile, the true instigator of this uproar strolled through the streets of Konoha alongside Kakashi and others. "Next, I intend to have Sasuke practice his chakra nature transformation. Would you care to join me, Naruto?" Once believing it premature to teach Sasuke the Chidori technique, Kakashi, having witnessed the myriad of formidable foes in the recent Chunin exams, even one of the legendary Sannin engaging in combat with Team 7, sought to utilize the upcoming month to deepen Sasuke's familiarity with the Chidori. Whether he could master the intricacies of chakra transformation, however, would depend solely on Sasuke himself. Upon hearing this, Naruto reminisced about the training sessions guided by Kakashi and Captain Yamato, softly murmuring, "The transformation of chakra, how nostalgic." It seemed he had already undergone such training. Could it be related to Danzo? This was a form of training that even most Jonin had not experienced. Was this fellow's childhood spent under the relentless pressure of Danzo's training? Kakashi cast a sympathetic glance at Naruto, envisioning the young Naruto ensnared in Genjutsu, secretly trained by Danzo. However, the good news lay in Naruto's exceptional strength that surpassed his peers. He had also observed that Naruto bore no mark of the curse placed by the orphaned members of Danzo's root on his tongue. Kakashi remarked coolly, "I see. It appears you had a good teacher before. I will take Sasuke for training now. If you have any questions, you can find us in the clearing of the forest. We have no missions this month, so you are dismissed." Sasuke turned to Naruto, determination sparking in his eyes, and said, "Don't lose in the first match. I'm looking forward to our bout, you underachiever." "Oh, give it your all." After bidding farewell to Kakashi and Sasuke, Sakura inquired, "Why aren't you training with Sasuke? Do you have a training plan of your own?" Naruto rested his hands behind his head, struggling to contain the joy within him. A smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, I suppose it counts. So keep up the good work too." Sakura pouted slightly, but nevertheless offered her teammate words of encouragement. Chapter 35, Jiraiya in the Hokage office. The third Hokage set down his pipe upon hearing the report from the Umbu. "You mean to say that fellow has returned?" "Indeed, Hokage-sama. We received word from the 2 gatekeepers that he has entered the village." "I see, very well. You may leave." The third Hokage dismissed the Umbu and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. He has returned to the village without even coming to see this old man. Perhaps he is disappointed in my actions over these past few years. With a sigh, the silhouette of the third Hokage appeared even more aged under the setting sun. His shadow stretching long, creating an atmosphere of profound solitude within the spacious office. "Prepare to meet your demise, third Hokage. I shall claim your head." "What?" In a swirl of smoke, a youthful and striking figure materialized within the Hokage's office. The third Hokage instinctively took a step back, colliding with the window. Though breathless, he did not falter. The long-haired girl, witnessing the third Hokage's resilience, panicked and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Naive. With such feeble attempts, you still lack the means to defeat me." The third Hokage lowered the brim of his hat, concealing his expression. At that moment, a trickle of blood from one of his nostrils was held in place by his formidable chakra, and a smile crept upon his lips as a thought crossed his mind. Fortunately, Naruto has grown remarkably well. Even Konohamaru has become significantly more cheerful under his influence. However, if there are a few more attacks like this, I might truly find myself defeated by him. The following day. "How was my seduction technique, big brother?" "Yesterday, I nearly defeated Grandpa with it." The long-haired girl shivered in excitement, reverting to her original form. Naruto spoke solemnly. It can be considered a modest achievement, yet it lacks a touch of flexibility. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the treetops, standing before the two. The darkly gleaming Heibei gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Naruto, you rascal. You're leading young master son astray again with such despicable ninjutsu." Konohamaru gasped, "Sensei." Naruto discerned that, despite the words spoken, the disdain that had previously marred their initial encounter had notably diminished in the other's gaze. "What brings you here, perverse instructor?" he inquired. Ebisu adjusted his glasses and retorted, "One should refrain from bestowing such misleading titles upon others. It is exceedingly impolite. First and foremost, allow me to congratulate you on passing the preliminary rounds." "Oh, thank you. But let's leave the pleasantries for now. I have to continue training Konohamaru." Ebisu's forehead furrowed with tension as he exclaimed, "Please refrain from imparting such ninjutsu to the young master." True to his reputation as an exemplary teacher, Ebisu swiftly composed himself and stated, "Kakashi-sensei must focus on guiding Sasuke's training. The young master has been diligently honing his skills under your tutelage, and as a token of gratitude, I am willing to offer my guidance this month." Meanwhile, he reveled inwardly, envisioning Naruto's emotional response. Having the privilege of being taught by an esteemed instructor such as myself, one ought to express their gratitude appropriately. Naruto found himself in a predicament, stating, "Well, my abilities have long surpassed those of the perverted teacher. I have my own plans for training. It is quite impolite." "Indeed. I was momentarily startled during your demonstration of the harem technique. However, to conclude my strength solely based on that would be rather hasty, wouldn't you agree?" Naruto realized that Ebisu likely intended to engage him in a game of cat and mouse, albeit with good intentions. With a resigned sigh, he summoned a shadow clone, which had mysteriously appeared beside Ebisu, leaning against him. "I acknowledge that my lecherous teacher is indeed remarkable, but I have truly surpassed him in terms of strength." "Shadow clone? When did this happen? Was it from the very beginning?" Bang! Another shadow clone emerged. "Surely, my teacher is not pondering whether the shadow clone was prepared from the outset?" Ebisu gasped in astonishment. "No hand seals." "Why?" Naruto wore a cheerful smile, remaining silent, while Ebisu adjusted his glasses to calm his emotions. He was taken aback, unable to comprehend how the other party had employed ninjutsu, let alone engage in combat. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined you would grow so quickly, Naruto." The one most aware of Ebisu's capabilities was Konohamaru, who excitedly remarked, "Incredible. Even teacher Ebisu has conceded defeat." Ebisu turned away and said, "In that case, practice according to your own ideas. Do your best in the third round of the selection match, Naruto." "Oh, brother, teacher Ebisu, look." At that moment, Konohamaru pointed at a figure perched on the eaves of a shop in the hot spring district. A man with white hair squatted there, one bloodshot eye peering through a crevice, saliva dripping from his mouth as he murmured, "Still pink. Oh yes. Who is that?" Ebisu, incensed from being struck by Naruto, could not tolerate such indecency as a righteous ninja. He sprinted toward the figure, declaring, "I do not know who you are, but I will not overlook such shameless behavior." Just as Ebisu was about to reach the white-haired man, the latter frowned and impatiently remarked, "Really?" With a sudden puff, a toad larger than a human appeared, its slimy tongue ensnaring Ebisu tightly and flinging him far away, transforming him into a star in the sky over the hidden leaf village. "Be quiet. Really? What if we get discovered?" The white-haired man sat atop the toad's head, as if it were Ebisu who was in the wrong for trying to stop him. "Teacher Ebisu lost so quickly? That super pervert is amazing." Konohamaru cowered behind Naruto in fear. "What a good question." The tall figure, standing at nearly 2 meters, exuded an air of casual elegance amidst his demeanor. The white-haired man flicked his long hair, 2 streaks of red paint resembling blood tears cascading to his chin, striking a dashing pose as he introduced himself. "I am the Toad Sage of Maiboka Mountain, Rauzen Sudo, commonly known as the Toad Sage. I look forward to your guidance." A lecherous sage. Even Jiraiya, well-versed in the ways of the world, had never encountered someone who would run towards him with open arms upon first meeting. Konohamaru anxiously called out, "Naruto, what are you doing?" Naruto was truly unable to contain the overwhelming emotions that threatened to burst forth as he embraced Jiraiya, his head twisting against the sturdy chest of his mentor like a drill. "Perverted sage! Perverted sage!" Jiraiya, caught off guard by Naruto's fervent embrace, stood there in a daze, struggling to comprehend the situation. With a bewildered expression, he pondered, "This child's reaction seems rather unusual. What on earth is happening?" The scene unfolded on a park bench. Naruto held 2 popsicles in his hands and paused momentarily upon noticing their unevenness. He then handed the larger one to Jiraiya. "Hey, Lucky!" Jiraiya exclaimed as he accepted the popsicle, licking it in an exaggerated manner. Although it was merely an ordinary ice treat, the act felt somewhat awkward. Yet, seeing the lecherous sage's delight brought joy to Naruto. With a beaming smile, he sat beside Jiraiya and began to enjoy his own popsicle. The first time he shared a popsicle with Jiraiya was on their quest to find Tsunade. That day, after being sent by Jiraiya on an errand, Naruto had witnessed a father and son sharing a popsicle. Upon returning, he expressed his desire to share one with Jiraiya, only to be turned down. Naruto forced a smile, claiming he was indifferent, yet Jiraiya perceptively sensed Naruto's solitude. The following day, he purchased a popsicle, albeit unevenly crafted due to excessive pressure. He graciously offered the larger portion to Naruto. From that moment onward, Naruto developed a fondness for this particular treat. Jiraiya then posed a straightforward question. You know me, do you not? When did this occur? Naruto leaned against him, closing his eyes to feel the almost forgotten fluffy white hair. It has been a long time. During your absence, I have experienced so much that I once thought I could not endure. It was only with the support of my friends that I managed to persist. Irika-sensei said you must be watching over me, and seeing me in despair must be disheartening. All I want is to be someone you would praise again, just like before. Eventually, through my interactions with Boruto, I managed to feel better, but then various events occurred that reaffirmed my ideals. You once said you wanted to see me become Hokage. I am so tired, and I miss you, Jiraiya. These words he had never shared with anyone, not even Hinata. Only the Ninetales knew all of Naruto's thoughts. He reserved his resolute facade for others while concealing his vulnerabilities within. This, he believed, was the duty of the Hokage. Jiraiya listened intently to this inexplicable outpouring of emotion, not daring to interrupt. As he reached the end, the voice behind him gradually transformed into a steady rhythm of breathing, and he realized the child had fallen asleep. Ah, so it is. You have truly endured much. The most painful thing in the world is to recall the beauty lost during the most agonizing times. He pondered whether he had the right to interrupt Naruto's sorrow. Perhaps he had mistaken the identity, but he felt the sentiment and silently thanked the one he was addressing. If that person knew how much Naruto needed him, he would surely be pleased. Jiraiya extracted the stick that Naruto had been holding in his mouth and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Having traversed countless mountains and rivers and witnessed the myriad phenomena of the ninja world, such situations were not new to him. After enduring the trials of war, pain existed in every ninja village, and his journey was to seek an answer that could end such suffering. He carefully laid the sleeping Naruto flat on the bench, opened his clothing to reveal his belly, and, gathering chakra in his hand, infused it into the seal, revealing the seal of Minato Namikaze. This is the seal of the Ninetales. It has two 4-symbol seals, a double seal known as the 8-trigram seal. This design allows the chakra of the Ninetales that leaks from the 4-symbol seals to revert to this child's chakra. It is meant to protect him. Truly gentle. As always, Minato. Suddenly, Jiraiya found himself drawn into the seal space due to the chakra permeating the seal. Behind the enormous cage, a pair of beastly eyes illuminated like searchlights, exuding a menacing aura that made Jiraiya take a few steps back, murmuring, "So, this is the Ninetales? Oh, you must be the perverted sage that Naruto mentioned. You don't seem so special, just an old man with a lecherous gaze." Jiraiya feigned humility, stepping closer to the Ninetales. Noticing Naruto sleeping peacefully before the cage. How did this kid end up in the spiritual space? Was it due to his unstable emotions? If that monster were to take advantage of this, it could threaten his life. I cannot guarantee victory in this domain against the Ninetales without preparation. Yet, even if it costs my life, I must rescue Minato's child from it. May I inquire why you sought me out, Ninetales? If you were here to introduce a girl, I have my skills. Jiraiya forced a smile, hoping to capture the Ninetales' attention, feeling gleeful that it seemed unaware of Naruto. The Ninetales scratched Naruto's cheek, taunting. Are you worried about this brat? Jiraiya waved his hands, his face full of flattery. He's just a little kid I met for the first time. How could I possibly? The Ninetales' sharp claws played with Naruto's head, nearly causing Jiraiya to lose composure. But the Ninetales spoke in a deep voice. This child is quite interesting. He has endured much and has shown remarkable strength. Look around. Since your arrival, this space has begun to glow. The Ninetales swayed its tail, and a warm, gentle light resembling the hues of a setting sun emerged behind it. The puddle beneath you is formed from the tears he has shed throughout his life. The dark, damp environment symbolizes the gazes of those around him. Everything you feel here reflects his inner turmoil, and only after your arrival has warmth begun to manifest. The Ninetales extended the fluffy tip of its tail outside the cage, covering Naruto's body with a warmth greater than any blanket. Jiraiya's taut nerves relaxed. It seemed there would be no battle. So, it appears you have developed a bond with him. This little brat spoke a stream of nonsensical words upon meeting me. And I suspect you feel similarly now, yet everything he said was truthful. I can sense his joy. The Ninetales' tail moved again, pulling Naruto's clothes aside to expose his belly, infusing it with refined red chakra. That woman, Mito, despite spending so much time with me, steadfastly believed my chakra to be malevolent, refusing to accept it even at death. People regard tailed beasts as bloodthirsty and savage, yet only Naruto has acknowledged us throughout all these years. Thus, you need not worry about his safety. I can assure you of that. I wish to see how far he can go. Jiraiya listened to the Ninetales' exposition, his scalp tingling in disbelief that a tailed beast could regard a human in such a manner. The great sage Toad once spoke of the child of prophecy, noting that one of its characteristics was the ability to frolic with tailed beasts. The scene before him made him begin to question, could it be? I will entrust this child to you. Teach him well. Help him become a towering hero. My companions and I await the day of his ascendance. One of the Ninetales' tails, inscribed with the character 1, glowed, and the ethereal form of Shikaku appeared behind it, saying, please take care of him. This boy has already encountered other tailed beasts? Jiraiya swallowed hard, feeling the weight of responsibility increase. Understood. Though a bit late, as Minato's mentor, I must express my gratitude. This child has been under my care. Jiraiya bent slightly, bowing to the Ninetales. The Ninetales scoffed, releasing Jiraiya's spiritual essence, TCH, then see you later. Upon emerging from the spiritual space, Jiraiya gazed at the slumbering Naruto, lost in contemplation, initially guided by the prophecy of the great sage Toad. He had spent the first half of his life seeking the prophesied child who could bring transformation to the ninja world. Regrettably, his hopes for Nagato and Minato had both perished. Thus, he embarked on a solitary quest for answers that could genuinely bring peace to the world. Witnessing the myriad phenomena of the ninja world and the various human conditions, realizing that this war-torn world was rife with hatred. For decades, he had pondered how to eliminate such animosity, yet thus far, he had found no solution. But now, a tailed beast, which had mutually loathed humanity for millennia, sought his assistance in guiding this young boy. Perhaps, this child might truly be the one. Jiraiya looked up at the sky, where clouds drifted across the azure expanse, gradually forming the visage of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, in his eyes. For now, let me try. The hope I could not find and you must be entrusted to your child. Forgive me, Minato. How can you fall asleep so casually, you little brat? You have been educated with information available until October 2023. Naruto, with sleepy eyes, rubbed the corners of his eyes, absorbing the sound of Jiraiya's boisterous voice. This long-forgotten sense of security gradually mended the wounds within his heart. Hey, since the perverted sage is an elder, he indulged himself for once. It seems you are quite knowledgeable. Jiraiya affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair and asked, so, will you train with me this month? With great enthusiasm, Naruto exclaimed, oh, I have been eagerly awaiting this day for quite some time. He continued, well, the training for tree climbing and water walking has been completed, hasn't it? Now, I shall teach you a splendid technique. Jiraiya led Naruto to the edge of a waterfall and said, before I impart this technique to you, there is something I must clearly understand. You are already aware of the two types of chakra within you, particularly the red one, correct? Naruto confidently tightened his forehead protector, a delicate golden chakra igniting around him. It's not just red. I forged a bond with it, he exclaimed. Indeed, you have mastered its chakra quite well, Jiraiya replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. He recalled that, to date, only 4 individuals had perfectly harnessed the power of tailed beasts. No wonder the great sage Toad advised me to utilize the key ahead of time. This must be what he meant, an impeccable Jinchuriki. Summoning technique, Jiraiya declared, biting his finger and pressing it to the ground. A plume of smoke erupted, revealing a toad named Fukasaku, clutching a scroll in its mouth. Fukasaku extended its tongue to present the scroll before Naruto, who accepted it with both hands. Jiraiya urged, unroll the scroll and take a look. This is the contract passed down through generations at Mount Myaboku, signed with the summoning toads. In essence, one must inscribe their name in blood and affix their fingerprint. When summoning, it is necessary to apply one's blood to the hand and gather chakra, forming the seals of the boar, dog, rooster, monkey, and goat. Naruto unrolled the scroll and, with a swift motion, bit his fingertip, expertly inscribing his name alongside his father, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. With this act, he completed a crucial step in the summoning technique, signifying his newfound ability to summon various toads to aid him in battle, thereby enhancing his own strength. Jiraiya looked on with anticipation, stating, let us begin. You are now capable of utilizing the summoning technique. Strive to unleash your chakra. The initial summoning carries a degree of uncertainty. Show me your prowess, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto had already slapped his palm against the ground in his half-sage mode. He no longer needed to gather chakra himself, for the nine tails within him could assist in this endeavor. Summoning technique. A thick cloud of smoke rose, enveloping the entire waterfall. Jiraiya stared in awe at the dense fog, utterly astonished that Naruto could summon such a large toad for the first time. His anticipation grew. Who could it be? Toad Sage? Gama-chan? Surely, this size could not belong to Fukasaku. As the smoke dissipated, an orange-yellow toad, adorned with a doctoral cap, sat bewilderedly on a throne inscribed with the character for sage, clutching a bottle of sake. Its wrinkled skin bore the marks of age, and its murky eyes darted about, scanning the surroundings. Having not been summoned for countless years, it appeared somewhat dazed as it inquired, "Who approaches?" Jiraiya's jaw dropped in shock, exclaiming, "Great, great, 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 great Toad Sage." He fell to his knees, prompting the toad, Gamamaru, to notice him beneath the throne. The toad remarked slowly, "It's little Jiraiya. Did we not meet recently? Why have you summoned me? It seems your abilities have significantly improved." With that, it began to drink heartily from the sake bottle. "There is a reason for this. Today, my newly accepted disciple has audaciously called upon you. You may return now." Cold sweat trickled down Jiraiya's forehead, as if sensing two diminutive sage figures glaring at him with sticks in hand. "I see, let me take a look." Gamamaru's aged eyes scanned the smaller Naruto, a hint of amusement gracing its features as it said, "It is Naruto. At last, I meet little Jiraiya." Naruto understood that the great toad rarely dreamt. Yet when it did, the events foretold were destined to unfold. The passage of countless years had afforded the sage of the toad's exposure to innumerable occurrences. And in this temporal realm, he had likely foreseen the trajectory of his own existence. "How delightfully exhilarating!" Toadmaru joyfully exclaimed, "Haha. This calls for renewed vigor and determination." Upon hearing this, Naruto recognized that the figure before him had indeed glimpsed numerous possibilities, and he gave a thumbs up in affirmation, assuring, "Rest assured, it shall come to pass." A wisp of smoke enveloped Toadmaru as his form gradually dissipated, his aged voice resonating with the wisdom of the sage. "I perceive the essence of destiny." As Toadmaru vanished, Jiraiya transformed from his previous servile demeanor, embodying the noble bearing of a sage, nodding in acknowledgement. "It is indeed the great sage of the toads. Your potential is commendable. Henceforth, let us embark on a diligent path of cultivation together." Naruto chuckled mischievously. "Were you startled? Perverted sage? Hiki, you truly are an annoying little brat. But to celebrate, allow me to treat you to dinner." "Is that so? I would love to have a chiraka ramen. Can I invite my girlfriend along?" Jiraiya, with a sly grin, extended his pinky finger, saying, "I never imagined that you, little rascal, would be so unexpectedly popular. Go ahead and summon her. Let me, as your master, ensure your suitability." In an instant, the lecherous teacher was sent flying by the perverted sage. Exiting Ichiraka Ramen, Naruto and Hinata returned, their hands full. Naruto's belly was round and full, while Hinata delicately wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, listening intently to Naruto's animated tales. After settling the bill, Jiraiya's mouth twitched in disbelief. He never anticipated that two 12-year-olds could consume dozens of bowls of ramen. "It's truly remarkable that you, Naruto, have found such an impressive mentor. You must keep up the hard work. Neji has been training late into the night lately." With impeccable manners, Hinata bowed to Jiraiya, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality. This child is completely unlike Kushina, yet they share an undeniable maturity," Jiraiya thought, scratching his head bashfully. "To be honest, I was quite taken aback to discover that Naruto's girlfriend is the heiress of the Hyuga clan." Upon hearing the words girlfriend, Hinata recalled the preliminary matches and felt her face flush with embarrassment. She bowed again, saying, "I should be going now, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto-kun." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, wrapping an arm around Naruto's shoulders with a mischievous smile. "Could it be that you are no longer that innocent boy?" Naruto realized that Jiraiya was subtly probing into his past life. With a slight pout, he retorted, "We only established our relationship yesterday, and Hinata is still just a child." Suddenly, Jiraiya's expression sharpened as he cast his gaze toward a certain corner. He promptly took Naruto by the arm and led him toward the hot spring street, saying, "After we've had our fill, let us indulge in a soak. There are some matters I must discuss with you, secrets shared between men." Naruto indeed paused his steps and called out loudly to the corner, "Is that you, perverted teacher? It's Ebisu. I sincerely apologize for taking away the student you wish to teach." Jiraiya recognized the figure emerging from the shadows as Ebisu, the very individual he had sent flying earlier that morning. Adjusting his glasses, Ebisu spoke with great reverence. "Not at all. Lord Hokage instructed us to track your whereabouts, but we have been unable to ascertain your location. I never anticipated you would proactively engage with Naruto in the village. Lord Hokage would be thrilled to learn of this. Jiraiya cast a glance at Ebisu and replied nonchalantly, I returned to the village merely to see how the hero's orphan is faring. Unfortunately, I'm not particularly inclined to meet him at this moment. Ebisu, glancing at Naruto, somewhat awkwardly said, I only learned about this matter after interacting with Naruto some time ago. There seems to have been a deliberate concealment of the truth from the villagers to some extent. I truly believe you have misunderstood Lord Hokage. Some past events should have been prevented, even if one was not directly involved. Nevertheless, let us not dwell on this matter. Is there anything else? Ebisu continued, Orochimaru has appeared in the village, and to confront one of the legendary 3 ninjas. We must enlist your strength as one of the legendary 3 as well. This situation is exceedingly troublesome. Orochimaru is an astute individual. He is undoubtedly aware of your countermeasures. Even if I were to intervene, I believe I would be restrained by other forces. Jiraiya interrupted Ebisu's plea and continued to lead Naruto towards the hot spring district. Recognizing that Jiraiya was still irate, Ebisu refrained from further obstruction but remained in place, respectfully asserting, Lord Jiraiya, I trust that you will indeed lend your assistance. Naruto seemed to have had an epiphany as he turned to Ebisu and exclaimed, Pervert teacher, you must follow the sickly teacher tonight. Chapter 37. Tug-of-war. Whether in the barren lands of Sunagakure or the thriving Konoha, the moon in the night sky remained a source of annoyance. Gaara sat alone on the rooftop. Since his arrival in Konoha, the entity within him had inexplicably ceased its restlessness, granting him a rare moment of tranquility under the night sky. With a palpable hostility, T.S. leapt onto the rooftop, a smirk playing on his lips. You finally arrived. I've heard you don't sleep at night. What is the matter? I plan to deal with you here and now, which would allow Sasuke to join the fray more swiftly. I have already seen through your sand attacks during the preliminaries. My soundwave attacks are swifter than that taijutsu of that fellow namely. T.S. proudly revealed his surgical flute. Gaara gazed at the full moon and remarked, unknowingly, the moon has reached its zenith. That entity has sensed your murderous intent, igniting a fervor within my veins. Rising to his feet, Gaara fixed his indifferent gaze upon T.S., who found himself wholly engulfed in Gaara's slowly expanding shadow, faced with a creature that could no longer be deemed human. T.S. felt a sense of dread wash over him. What are you? Boom. The monster charged at him with unfathomable speed, leaving T.S. defenseless. Before he could comprehend the nature of the assault, he lay in a pool of his own blood. Gaara returned to his original form, resuming his moonlit reverie on the rooftop as if nothing had transpired. He curled his knees to his chest, burying his head within them, murmuring, Mother, will this truly bring him joy? The Shikaku within him peeked out from the teapot, the lid resting atop its head, letting out a resigned sigh. Gaara's upbringing, under the tutelage of Raza, had profoundly impacted him. In the distance, Kabuto and the Sunagakure Jonin Maki covertly critiqued the battle. Maki, with a stoic expression, inquired, But is this truly acceptable? This individual hails from your village, does he not? It matters not. He has long ceased to be of use and has begun to contemplate rebellion against Lord Orochimaru. Should your actions falter, we shall withdraw immediately. After all, this was originally the plan of your sound village, and we of Sunagakure must remain in the shadows, as per Lord Kazekage's wishes. Kabuto produced a scroll, handing it to Maki. This matter is inconsequential. This is the strategic plan devised by the sound village. It is time you reported back regarding this operation. I am aware of that. Both cast their eyes toward a corner, sensing an unseen presence watching them, even if it was not visible to the naked eye. I had expected Kabuto to collude with Sunagakure. I must inform Lord Hokage. The translucent moonlight flickered as the swift wind turned to leave, only to be halted by Kabuto's voice. Leave the cleanup to me. Maki shook his head, replying, to assure our partner's peace of mind, allow me to contribute as well. After all, there is but a single mouse to deal with. It should be easily managed. Has he been discovered? The swift wind vanished in an instant, with Maki in close pursuit. The formidable power of the Jonin made Maki feel as if he were a fly drawn to the scent of decay, clinging tenaciously to his target. Clang. In a brief skirmish, metal clashed, producing sparks as the two figures retreated at high speed. What a coincidence, esteemed Proctor. What is it that you aim to accomplish here alone? Maki approached the coughing figure of the swift wind. Cough, cough. It appears I must take action. Since I have been recognized, I can finally cough freely. He drew the blade from his back, holding it before him. Leaf style, dance of the crescent moon. A triad of techniques, clones, illusions, and swordsmanship converged as 3 figures sliced toward him, leaving no avenue for evasion, striking his shoulder. Maki grasped the blade, appearing unfazed as he remarked, To wield such swordsmanship at a young age indicates the presence of many talented youths in this village. Your technique is exquisite. But the reality of a weapon can be easily countered. No one can withstand the cutting edge of the wind. With the blade firmly in Maki's grip, the swift wind's instinct was to strike back, but he lost the opportunity to flee. Maki's fingers twitched, and a violent gust propelled the swift wind into the air, accompanied by dozens of transparent wind blades that assailed him. Each wind blade pierced through the body of the swift wind, tearing open gashes and causing blood to spatter. In a critical moment, a shadowy figure, akin to lightning, burst through the wind pressure and embraced the battered swift wind, leaping away from the rooftop in mere instants. Maki gasped, so fast. Kabuto hurried over, unable to suppress a scoff. It seems the mouse has survived. I now question your sincerity. Maki frowned. This was unexpected. Kabuto waved a hand dismissively, turning to depart. Let us not concern ourselves with the mouse any longer. Even if the Hokage discovers this now, it will be too late. As the lords of various nations are en route, remember your promise. If you wish to surpass Konoha in military might, Sunagakure has but this one opportunity. Kasumi. So, is there no other way for it to enter my body? Naruto inquired to Jiraiya as they crouched amidst the grass by a waterfall. Jiraiya, impatient as he rummaged through the underbrush, replied, simply swallow it whole. With enough attempts, you will surely acclimate. Do you truly wish to enter from behind? Honestly, stop bothering me. Upon hearing the suggestion of entering from behind, Fukasaku shook his head vigorously, asserting, absolutely not. Even if Naruto desires it thus. I can only enter through the mouth. Jiraiya-sensei, please help me. The graceful Naruto leaned against Jiraiya's arm, coaxing. Jiraiya turned back, his eyes transforming into crescents. Drooling as he exclaimed, marvelous. In every aspect, a perfect score. Naruto reverted to his original form, exclaiming in frustration, at last, you're willing to acknowledge me, perverted sage. Jiraiya stepped back in disbelief. Are you attempting to deceive me, you little rascal? However, Minato truly fathered a remarkable son. What thoughts occupy your mind? How could I possibly swallow the toad in my current state? This is ridiculous. You must think of a solution. Jiraiya scratched his head, lamenting, what a perplexing situation. Just open your mouth, and I shall assist you in a most unconventional manner. Upon hearing the peculiar method, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that Jiraiya possesses a technique akin to Orochimaru's ability to expand his esophagus? With hands clasped together, Jiraiya concentrated his chakra, and at a pivotal moment, he bit his finger and struck it upon the ground, exclaiming, summoning technique. A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a pair of toads perched upon his shoulders. Simultaneously, a sage-like visage adorned his face, and due to the harmonious blending of energies, the toads underwent a significant transformation. Naruto exclaimed with excitement. The sage mode in the state of the twin life technique is so magnificent. This was a state he had never experienced in his previous life until his rebirth. And it was also the ultimate form of sage mode that Jiraiya had spoken of. Shinsaku, with a hint of disdain, remarked, little Jiraiya. It's about time you learn to enter sage mode on your own. Jiraiya explained to the sage perched on his shoulder, once we enter the arena, Naruto will begin the tug of war. We must be prepared to give our all right from the start, just in case. Understanding that they were indeed planning to engage in a direct tug of war, Shinsaku cast an encouraging glance at Naruto and said, you can do it, Naruto. Jiraiya bellowed. Now's the time. Open your mouth. Naruto obediently opened his mouth wide, only to witness Jiraiya swiftly brandishing the toad, and in a flash, he thrust it into Naruto's mouth with an astonishing swiftness. Gag. Naruto collapsed onto the ground, expelling a rainbow of colors. In this peculiar manner of retching, the abilities of Sage Mode, under the two sides technique, were exaggerated to an extraordinary extent, leaving even the Ninetales within Naruto momentarily bewildered. With a hint of pride, Jiraiya remarked, the element of surprise is key to unpreparedness. This is indeed a fundamental lesson for any ninja. He then promptly concealed his playful demeanor and stated earnestly, now that we have commenced, let us proceed. Naruto sat cross-legged and said, I leave the matters outside to you, perverted sage. In case anything goes awry, rest assured. Jiraiya took out a sealed note, his expression grave, while the two sages, Fukasaku and Shima, remained on high alert. Within the ceiling space, the Ninetales opened its crimson eyes and banged against the cage, exclaiming, hurry up, hurry up. I've been displeased with this confinement for far too long. Naruto's body soared into the air as he reached for the talisman. With a rip, the seal was torn open, and ink began to flow from the sealed area on Naruto's abdomen, cascading down to the water below and staining the entire vicinity. Stop, Naruto. A large hand grasped Naruto's arm, holding the talisman. A strikingly handsome man materialized between Naruto and the Ninetales, possessing golden hair akin to Naruto's and captivating azure eyes. Naruto smiled and said, "Dad, it's been a while." Just as the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was about to offer a lecture, he paused in surprise and replied, "Huh? You know me?" Meanwhile, the Ninetales growled angrily, "Fourth Hokage, there will be plenty of time for reminiscing later. Quickly release me." Minato, ignoring the Ninetales' outburst, chuckled lightly and remarked, "Well, this fellow behind me is rather noisy. Let us find a more suitable place." Naruto interjected, "Dad, we can discuss this later. I must first release the Ninetales." "The Ninetales?" Minato Namikaze turned in astonishment to gaze at the beast, murmuring, "Is that its name? Has it revealed its name to Naruto?" Ultimately, it was merely a remnant of chakra left by Minato before his demise, an insurance policy designed to prevent Naruto from inadvertently unsealing the Ninetales too soon. It could only monitor the chakra of the beast, lacking the power to perceive the outside world. "Ah, I see now," Minato thought, feeling a sense of clarity. He released his grip, stepping aside for Naruto, and upon witnessing the key pattern manifesting on Naruto's arm, he finally felt at ease. It has only been 12 years. Yet my teacher has already allowed the Toad Sage into the fold. It appears this child's growth surpasses my expectations. Naruto pressed the surgical technique against his abdomen and began to rotate it. The final mechanism of the iron gate emitted a series of clicks, and the Ninetales burst forth from its cage, letting out a thunderous roar. Howl. Finally free. As the Ninetales broke through the door, Naruto leaped in front of it. With a half-formed shadow emerging from behind him, the Ninetales allowed the shadow to make contact, encouraging, "Come, Naruto. Take as much chakra as you can from my will. Whatever you extract is yours. I want to hold back. As long as I'm not swayed by my own emotions, do as you wish." Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, watched in astonishment, questioning whether this Ninetales was indeed the genuine article. Is the Ninetales truly so accommodating? The Ninetales glanced at him, smirking. "How foolish to make assumptions, fourth. Even you are naive." Minato, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and chuckled, "Haha, is that so? My apologies." As time passed, the Ninetales watched helplessly as the shadow within it was completely absorbed by Naruto, its cheeks hollowed and weakened, lying on the water's surface, murmuring, "It's all been taken away." Minato nodded. "Yes, every last drop has been absorbed. Not a single trace remains." The Ninetales retorted, "At least leave me a bit of strength to stand." "Yosh, finally accomplished," Naruto exclaimed with a triumphant laugh. Suddenly, several thick iron chains erupted from his body, binding the weakened Ninetales. A woman with long red hair emerged from within Naruto, grasping the chains tightly. More chains sprouted from her back, ensnaring the Ninetales from all directions. Pulling it towards Naruto, her lips curling into a mysterious smile. "So soon we begin the tug-of-war. Behave yourself, Ninetales." The Ninetales weakly roared, "Kushina, you madwoman." Chapter 38. Thank you, Minato, feeling a bit sheepish, explained, "To prepare for the moment when Naruto would control your power, I infused Kushina's chakra into the sealing technique." The Ninetales struggled, roaring, "Kushina, can't you see the situation clearly?" Upon seeing Minato apologizing beside the Ninetales, Kushina exclaimed, "Darling, you're here too? Wonderful. Together we'll keep the Ninetales in check." Diamond lock. Another chain emerged, securely binding the Ninetales' elongated snout, forcing it to emit only muffled sounds, squirming like a worm. Kushina smiled. "Finally, it's quiet. Aren't I impressive? I subdued the Ninetales in an instant." Turning to Naruto, she added with a squint and a smile, "Naruto, you recognized me right away. You truly are the son of me and Minato. So clever." Minato approached the furious Ninetales, stating, "Kushina, you can release the Ninetales now. Naruto has completed the tug-of-war." At the Hokage office, all Jonin who were not on missions were gathered. The third Hokage, with a grave expression, addressed the kneeling Ebisu below. "Everyone is present. We can now disclose the matter." Ebisu stood and announced, "Last night near Kaiki City, we discovered that Moonlight Gale had engaged in battle with an opponent and nearly perished under their jutsu. Fortunately, I intervened. The medical team is currently providing urgent assistance. He has escaped danger but remains unconscious." "What? Was it Orochimaru?" The number one fan of Orochimaru, Azuki, stood up. Kakashi, shaking his head, replied, "We shouldn't jump to conclusions. I recall Gale was tracking a target named Yukushi Kabuto, an Iwagakure spy, but Orochimaru is indeed scheming something in the shadows." The third Hokage continued, "The opponent was Maki, the leading Jonin from Sunagakure. As for why the fight occurred, we'll have clarity once Gale awakens." Inaginma, chewing on Senbon, suggested, "This indicates that the allied nations have conspired with Orochimaru to betray Konoha. We should terminate this Chunin selection exam. Kakashi, recalling the tragedy of his friend Rin, remarked, the alliance treaty is hardly different from a verbal agreement, akin to the previous Ninja World War. Danzo stood up. His tone icy. No, many feudal lords are en route to Konoha, and the Wind Shadow will arrive shortly. If we terminate the exam now, it will instill fear in the hearts of the other villages towards Konoha. In an unprecedented move, the third Hokage concurred with Danzo. That's my intention as well. Orochimaru possesses the power to conquer a small nation single-handedly. His departure from Konoha will certainly attract the attention of other villages, particularly since he harbors a deep-seated hatred for us. Each village will seek to ally with him. I have faith in your loyalty in critical moments. We must rally all of Konoha's strength to ensure the exam continues. In the ceiling space, Minato and Kushina sat on the water's surface, both apologizing to the irate Ninetales. We're sorry. The Ninetales crossed its arms and turned its head away, scoffing, humph. A family of fools. Naruto chuckled awkwardly, attempting to ease the tension. Kurama, please don't be upset. Everyone makes mistakes, and my parents are just overly concerned for my well-being. The Ninetales ignored Naruto, glaring fiercely at Minato and Kushina. You two never seemed to grasp the situation. It was like this 12 years ago, and it remains so. I could easily obliterate you both. Kushina, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, meekly responded, but you have already killed us, haven't you, Kurama? Do not refer to me by that name. The Ninetales erupted, for in its heart, it acknowledged only Hagoromo and Naruto and disallowed anyone else to utter its name. Sensing that Kushina was about to retaliate, Minato quickly intervened. All right, Kurama, it's time to calm down. Just as the family of three was finally united and had exchanged only a few words, Naruto noticed a radiant glow emanating from Minato and Kushina. This signified that their remaining chakra was dwindling and would soon dissipate. Minato gazed at his glowing hands and said, Kushina, I can't hold on much longer. If there is anything you wish to convey to Naruto, now is the moment. In a flurry of anxiety, Kushina enveloped Naruto in a tight embrace, as if holding on to him would secure her entire world. Trembling, she urged, Naruto, please don't be picky with your food. Eat well to grow tall and strong. Remember to bathe daily, and don't catch a chill while doing so. Ensure you get adequate rest, and don't stay up late. Also, strive to make friends. Having a few trustworthy companions is sufficient. While I may not excel in this myself, it's essential for you to study diligently and master your ninja techniques. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Should you face difficulties in learning, do not be disheartened. Always respect your teachers, seniors, and mentors. Tears streamed down Kushina's cheeks as she added, there is something vital regarding the 3 prohibitions for ninjas. Be particularly cautious with financial matters and ensure you save. You must be 20 to drink alcohol, as excessive consumption is detrimental to your health. Moderation is key. Moreover, the most significant issue among the prohibitions concerns women. Since I am a woman, I admit I don't fully understand it, but naturally, you will develop an interest in women. Seek a partner who embodies qualities like mine. And speaking of prohibitions, you must be wary of Jiraiya-sensei. As her chakra continued to fade, Kushina began to pant. Minato placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, and she turned to him, her eyes filled with love. She continued, you will encounter numerous painful and challenging experiences. The key is to maintain your composure and pursue your dreams with confidence. I wish I could remind you of countless things and spend more time with you. I love you dearly. Burying her head in Naruto's shoulder, Kushina cried out, little son, I'm so sorry for monopolizing the conversation. Minato gently stroked Naruto's head, forcing a smile as he faced his son. Naruto, what I wish to convey is likely similar to what your talkative mother has expressed. I'm sorry for making you the vessel for the Ninetales, placing a heavy burden on your shoulders. We cannot accompany you as you grow, nor can we shower you with the love you deserve during your journey. Naruto's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After taking a deep breath, he spoke to his parents. There is no need for you to apologize. As a Jinchuriki, I have indeed endured some hardships, yet I harbor no resentment towards you, my dear parents. To be honest, I never truly comprehended the essence of a parent's love, having grown up without you. It was merely a figment of my imagination. However, after Boruto and Himawari were born, I finally grasped the profound sacrifice of life that my father and mother made out of love. I realized that even before I became the vessel of Kurama, my being was already filled with your affection. Therefore, I consider myself exceedingly fortunate to be your child. Kushina and Minato felt an immense sense of pride as Minato responded. You have grown into an extraordinary young man, Naruto. Your mother and I are no longer of this world, and our time here is limited. It is time for us to depart." Naruto wiped away Kushina's tears with his sleeve, striving to present an exuberant facade as he declared, "I have always maintained a good diet, so there is no need to worry. I eat everything without being picky, whether it's ribs, miso, or soy sauce. Even in my childhood, I was never averse to wilted greens or expired milk. It wasn't just instant noodles and ramen for me. I also ensured to bathe regularly, and occasionally indulged in the hot springs of Konoha. Although just yesterday, the lecherous sage teased me about my superficial attempts at bathing, it was all in good humor. Moreover, I have made many friends, all of whom are genuinely wonderful individuals. While my academic performance may have consistently languished at the bottom, I firmly believe that I shall never succumb to despair. My confidence is unmatched. Of course, I heed the words of the third Hokage, Kakashi-sensei, and Irika-sensei, all of whom I hold in the highest regard. They reside in Konoha, and you can approach them anytime for inquiries. Additionally, regarding the 3 ninja prohibitions, I have learned quite a bit while training under the lecherous sage, despite my clumsiness in that domain. However, I am now committed to exercising restraint. One of the legendary Sannin is incredibly dashing, and he is the one I respect the most. I have yet to experience the taste of alcohol in this lifetime. My mother merely wishes for me to find a good woman like you. Just a few days ago, I confirmed my relationship with her, and I am certain she will be a wonderful mother in the future. In any case, I shall strive with all my might to fulfill my mother's wishes. I also harbor dreams of becoming a Hokage even more distinguished than my father. Though I have faced failures, I am resolute that I will achieve this goal." Naruto was overwhelmed with sorrow, unable to bear the sight of Kushina and Minato slowly becoming translucent. Regardless of his past achievements, in the presence of his parents, he was reduced to a weeping child. "Do not worry about me. I will live happily and well," Naruto exclaimed. "Thank you for allowing me to have you as my mother, and for making Minato my father." Kushina's voice gradually faded, her chakra-formed spirit ascending and becoming increasingly transparent. "I haven't thanked you yet, old man." The rough voice of the Nine-Tails resonated, its tail inscribed with one began to sway. A crimson chakra entwined with the color of sand and iron formed a current, creating 2 cable-like appendages that connected to the abdomens of Kushina and Minato. The fading figures began to solidify once more, descending back onto the water's surface. Naruto and Kushina let out a startled cry. The emaciated form of the Nine-Tails appeared even more desiccated, its fur devoid of luster. "TCH, you two are at least my Jinchuriki. It's rather embarrassing to vanish due to exhaustion of chakra. Since you've sealed me within your son's body, you two might as well stay here to accompany me." Chapter 39. The Perfect Jinchuriki. Who would have thought that an idiot could display such an expression? The Nine-Tails had not intended to offer assistance. Yet witnessing Naruto's facade of nonchalance as he bid farewell to his parents stirred a deep unrest within it. For reasons unknown, the image of Sage of 6 Paths' resigned smile from the conclusion of the 4th Great Ninja War surfaced in its mind. At that time, the sage had been oblivious to the impending events and believed that Naruto had quelled the turmoil of the ninja world. Recognizing that the bonds of life and death had indeed matured Naruto's disposition. Yet now, a reckless scheme had begun to take shape within its thoughts. Naruto cast aside his recent sorrow, astonished as he exclaimed, "What? Can Kurama really do such a thing? Although I possess limited knowledge about sealing techniques, it is relatively simple to bestow chakra upon others, especially considering the history of being a Jinchuriki. Even if he were to become merely a spirit composed of chakra," Kushina, as a mother, was overwhelmed with tears of joy at the prospect of accompanying her child in this manner, crying out her gratitude. "Thank you, Nine-Tails. Thank you." Minato approached Kurama and bowed deeply, sincerely expressing, "As a father, I am eternally grateful to you, Nine-Tails. After sealing me, I still grant you my chakra to survive. Humans, live on here with your shame," Kurama retorted. Minato observed the 4-symbol sealing pattern emerging on his and Kushina's abdomen, as the chakra from both tailed beasts continuously sustained their forms. "I shall name this technique Magnet Release, Crimson Will Dance Transmission, 2nd form. Truly remarkable. Do not arbitrarily name such things. Under normal circumstances, I would be laughing on the ground at your expense." Kurama scoffed, turning to Naruto. "The tug of war is complete. It is time for everyone to witness our strength, Naruto." "All right, Kurama." Naruto radiated a brilliant golden light, distinct from the golden aura of his half-gold mode. At this moment, he was entirely enveloped in the chakra of the tailed beast, embodying the essence of a perfect Jinchuriki. In the realm of reality, the results emerged. Empowered by the dual life technique, the sage Jiraiya suddenly sensed an immense chakra emanating from Naruto, surpassing the strength of anyone he had ever encountered. The expressions of the triumvirate of sages grew profoundly serious as Jiraiya held aloft two colossal Rasengan, each with a diameter of several dozen meters. Fukasaku's belly was round and bulging as they both prepared to invoke the mystical art of the sage's magical toad chant. Naruto sat in a meditative pose, golden chakra enveloping his being. In his complete sage mode, he instantly sensed the movements of the three sages and exclaimed, "You all are being a bit excessive. Aren't you?" Shima, halting the summoning of the toad, expressed her delight, saying, "Wonderful, little one. It seems that young Naruto has succeeded." Within the Ichiraka ramen shop, the uncle who was preparing the broth suddenly narrowed his eyes, glancing at the boiling soup and muttering, "I think I may have added too much salt." The moment the golden form manifested, the entire Konoha barrier unit sensed it, while the perception division was on high alert. The sun? It was a conglomeration of chakra, and a remarkably advanced one at that. A man clad in a ninja vest, with golden hair tied in a spiky ponytail, removed his box-shaped helmet and shouted to the guards at the entrance, quickly informed the Hokage. The third Hokage, who had just concluded a meeting and intended to indulge in some crystal ball gazing, was unexpectedly pulled into the perception division by Narashikaku. Yamano Kahii trembled, and upon seeing the third arrive, exclaimed in shock, "A colossal chakra presence, akin to the sun, has emerged from the waterfall in the west." The third's brow furrowed as he inquired, "Calm down. What did you see?" The host of the Nine Tails, Naruto Uzumaki, suddenly erupted with an immense volume of chakra. His seal had been broken. "What?" he exclaimed, noticing that the legendary Sannin was standing beside him. The third Hokage shed his ceremonial robes, revealing a military uniform beneath. "Gather the sealing team. All Umbu, follow me. Others, evacuate the villagers and steer the Nine Tails away from densely populated areas, immediately." Narashikaku sensed something amiss and requested a stack of data from the perception division for examination. The third paused momentarily and instructed a nearby Umbu. "Go find someone from the Umbu, include him in our contingent. His code name is Tens." "Understood," he replied. "Have the three guards of the fourth await me at the village entrance. The rest, proceed to where Kahii sensed the chakra." Everyone sprang into action, determined to avert a tragedy reminiscent of 12 years ago, implementing numerous precautionary measures throughout the village. The third advanced towards the village entrance, his mind flooded with memories of Naruto from childhood. "Had I known this would happen, I should have offered you more support despite the pressures from Danzo and the Elder Council. Hang in there, Naruto, even if it costs my life. I will bring you back." At this moment, the third was overwhelmed with regret and guilt, fearing that this cheerful young boy might depart this world before him. "You did it. Well done, Naruto." Jiraiya mused sincerely, turning to Shima and Fukasaku, saying, "Thank you both for your hard work. I thought there would be a fierce battle. Jiraiya, you lack confidence in young Naruto." He chuckled. "Well, I must return home to prepare dinner for the children. Would you like to join us?" As Jiraiya reminisced about the delicious meals from Mayaboka Mountain, he couldn't help but shake his head in refusal. With the departure of the two sages, Jiraiya's sage mode dissipated, restoring his usual demeanor as he chuckled and draped an arm around Naruto's shoulder. "As a token of gratitude, how about we celebrate your transformation into Naruto with this pose?" Naruto pushed away Jiraiya's close face with a golden arm extending from his shoulder, expressing his disdain. "What kind of criminal declaration is this?" He sensed a multitude of ninjas rapidly approaching, accompanied by spatial movement marks nearby. Suddenly, four figures appeared in an instant not far away. The Flying Thunder God technique, executed by Narashikaku, Inuzuka Kiba, and Akimichi Chg, transported the third Hokage to this location, aiming to reach the battlefield swiftly to minimize the damage caused by the Nine Tails. Jiraiya clicked his tongue, recognizing the third Hokage. Is this the human form? It seems the Nine Tails hasn't fully emerged yet. "Naruto, Asuma, Konohamaru, I'm afraid you'll have to fend for yourselves." The third Hokage, enduring the physical pain resulting from the Flying Thunder God technique, raised the Rui Jingu Bang, transformed into the Monkey King, pointing it at the resplendent Naruto. The Rui Bang elongated, transforming from the thickness of a bowl to that of a barrel, extending straight and pressing against Naruto's abdomen. Naruto, intending to greet, was momentarily stunned by the pillar pressing against his stomach. The infinitely extending golden staff thus forced Naruto out of the Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya was bewildered by the third Hokage's sudden action, realizing too late that Naruto had been compelled out of the village. "What the hell are you doing, old man? Everyone can stop. The Nine Tails isn't rampaging." Just as Narashikaku was about to speak, he heard a voice in his mind. The situation is urgent. Please refrain from making sarcastic remarks. First, the person beside Naruto is none other than the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Sorry, but I must comment. The appearance of Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was in his perfect Jinchuriki form. The seal had not been broken. Could there be a misunderstanding? Shikaku and Kiba exchanged glances, biting down on their saban, their toes digging into their sandals. Damn old man. Jiraiya stood behind the third Hokage, his expression grim. The Rui bang in the third Hokage's hand opened a large eye, sensing that something was amiss, and with a loud bang, it transformed into smoke and vanished. The intelligence from the sensory department seemed to have been erroneous. It had been a long time since Jiraiya had been seen. The third Hokage's face flushed slightly. Quickly, go retrieve Naruto and apologize properly, you fool. Hey, Yamanka Ino grimaced as he withdrew his hand from Narashikaku's head, feeling ashamed under the reproachful gaze of his friend. What a hassle. The Hokage is getting on in years, yet still so fervent. The thought of facing Danzo's reprimand later left Shikaka feeling utterly exhausted. Naruto has succeeded, sensei. Kakashi, still training Sasuke, was called back for another meeting. Upon learning of the significant news Jiraiya had presented during the meeting, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Based on the performances of the two known perfect Jinchuriki, once they reached this stage, there was no need to worry about the seal loosening and releasing the tailed beast. All the Jonin under the third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. They believed in the will of fire as expressed by the Hokages of the past. As long as Naruto Uzumaki remained a part of the village, there was no need to fear the Jinchuriki going berserk here, for he had his bonds. Jiraiya spoke solemnly. Thus, the matter of Naruto Uzumaki becoming a perfect Jinchuriki concludes here. All must keep this news confidential, even from the Elder Council. All the Jonin turned to the third Hokage, only to find him smiling as he puffed on his cigarette, not obstructing Jiraiya's orders, indicating his discontent with the Elder Council. Understood. The third Hokage stood up, declaring, the meeting is adjourned. The Jonin left with a sense of trepidation, while Guy felt particularly troubled, knowing that soon his beloved disciple would face Naruto, leaving him empathetic towards Neji. He pulled out a brand new green jumpsuit, originally intended as a consolation gift for Lee. But it seemed better suited for Neji now. After Neji loses, I'll give him this outfit. Once Lee recovers, I'll take them both to the muscle training club to train hard, pouring out the sweat of youth. They will surely bounce back. Kakashi, I truly appreciate your guidance for Naruto during this time. Jiraiya leaned against the entrance of the Hokage's office, facing Kakashi, who was hurrying to prepare a special training session for Sasuke. Kakashi was taken aback. Aside from being one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya was also his teacher's teacher, and he respectfully replied, it's nothing. It's merely my duty. If credit is due, it should go to Iruka-sensei, as Naruto has always regarded him as a father figure. I've learned about that child's upbringing over the past 12 years from the old man. Without you all, I truly cannot imagine what might have happened. In any case, I owe you all my gratitude. Jiraiya waved his hand and walked towards Naruto, who was waving at him from a distance. Chapter 40. The prelude atop a telephone pole. Jiraiya gazed at Hokage Rock and solemnly addressed Naruto. Today, I shall teach you a special ninjutsu created by the fourth Hokage. Father's technique? Jiraiya smiled, placing his hand before Naruto's eyes. Watch closely, don't be frightened. A massive sphere of chakra swirled, generating a gust of wind that tousled their hair. What do you think? This is a ninjutsu that took Minato 3 whole years to develop. An A-rank super advanced technique with a high level of difficulty. Isn't it impressive? Naruto exclaimed, truly impressive. You truly are the legendary perverted sage. Ha ha ha, indeed, aren't I? Jiraiya responded, seemingly astonished. Wait, you have already mastered the Rasengan? Behold, perverted sage. Naruto's lips curled into a grin as he raised his hand before Jiraiya's astonished visage. Whoosh. A perfectly identical Rasengan materialized before Jiraiya's eyes, and Naruto's azure gaze sparkled with the fervor of a child seeking encouragement from a parent, which transported Jiraiya's thoughts back to a distant memory. Look, Jiraiya-sensei. That was Minato, proudly showcasing the ninjutsu he had perfected over 3 years. Not long after, on the day Ichiraka Ramen opened, he sought out Minato. Minato, look. It's amazing. Truly worthy of Jiraiya-sensei. After a brief moment of praise from Minato, he dashed away. Is it really so difficult to show off a Rasengan? Jiraiya mused internally, then furrowed his brow and inquired of Naruto. Who did you learn your Rasengan from? Well, Naruto rubbed his chin, contemplating whether to reveal the truth to Jiraiya. In a previous life, Sasuke had informed him that both he and Boruto had inadvertently traversed this timeline, ultimately being unmasked by Jiraiya's formidable analytical prowess. With a simple remark, after all, the conclusion of a novel is most captivating when revealed at the end. Sasuke had assisted him in erasing memories. Given his understanding of Jiraiya's character, divulging the notion of reincarnation could yield adverse consequences. Observing Naruto's predicament, Jiraiya, recognizing that this might touch upon Naruto's secrets, shifted to a more jovial demeanor and cheerfully suggested, "Well, you can share it when you're ready. How about we celebrate your victory in tug-of-war with a meal? Oh, can I invite Hinata too?" The very thought of the heiress of the Hyuga clan having consumed 60 bowls of Ichiraka ramen the previous night caused even Jiraiya, despite his seemingly endless savings, to feel a twinge of pressure. After all, the money he had saved was intended to settle debts for that butterfly. Huh, what is that? Naruto gazed in the direction pointed out by Jiraiya, only to find upon turning back that Jiraiya had transformed into a white-haired toad. How despicable. Upon realizing Naruto possessed the ability to fend for himself, Jiraiya sought refuge in solitude, utilizing the opportunity to gather materials. His intent to foster Naruto's independence was aimed at nurturing him to surpass even Minato. It seems he is drawing near that level. As for his reluctance to leave Konoha, it stemmed from a desire to uncover Orochimaru's true intentions. Speaking of which, the girls in this village are becoming increasingly enchanting. Jiraiya's eyes were irresistibly drawn to the passing maidens. Time flew by, and on the eve of the selection match, Naruto received news of Choji's hospitalization and promptly brought a basket of fruit to the hospital. What a bother, tomorrow is the selection match. Yet I must accompany this troublesome fellow to visit Choji. After exiting the ward, Shikamaru wore a discontented expression, visibly showing his disdain for Naruto. Though he uttered hurtful remarks, Naruto understood Shikamaru's nature. He and Choji were among the few companions he had in his childhood. Only Shikamaru and Naruto could share Choji's last potato chip. Naruto spoke eloquently. Setting aside the facts, isn't it true that CHG fell ill from the barbecue you treated him to as a reward for accompanying you during your intense training? Shikamaru was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's illogical reasoning, nearly losing his breath. With a sigh, he lamented, "Had I known, I would have refrained from advancing to the official matches. Even if I defeat that girl, I still have to contend with you imbecilic monsters." Naruto expressed his surprise, saying, "Impressive, you were able to perceive that." Inside the hospital room, Lee was courageously unconscious after consuming Guy's special medicinal concoction. Sakura was arranging a bouquet of fresh flowers by the window when she noticed Naruto and Shikamaru passing by the doorway. Shikamaru softly remarked, "You're here too? Visiting Lee?" He quickly deduced her purpose, recalling how, during his previous visits to the hospital, he had seen the determined Lee, who, despite his disabilities, was an incredibly diligent individual. Even when the doctor stated he could no longer be a ninja, he persisted in his training, and Shikamaru thought to himself that he must continue. There must be hope. With good intentions, he performed the shadow imitation technique. The shadow beneath Shikamaru morphed and stretched, crawling along the walls of the hospital room to the ceiling. At that moment, Gaara was hanging upside down directly above Sakura, immobilized by Shikamaru's technique. He attempted to move but found himself unable to do so, coldly stating, "Get lost, or I will kill all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, the massive gourd behind him released its stopper, and sand began to pour forth, forming a large hand. "I clearly have him under control. Why is he still able to move?" This was a situation Shikamaru had never encountered before. Gaara regarded the situation with disdain, commenting, "Such a trivial trick, it merely restricts my body." His gaze shifted to Naruto, and his tone softened slightly. "Do not interfere, Naruto. I intend to kill him." Since they were merely visiting a patient, Sakura had not brought any ninja tools, so she stood protectively in front of Lee, exclaiming, "Is it really necessary for you to do this? You've already defeated him in the competition, right? Do you have some personal vendetta against Lee?" With Naruto present, Gaara's emotions had stabilized considerably, yet his tone remained frigid. "I have no grievances with him. I simply wish to kill him." Shikamaru, processing the situation quickly, retorted, "You are exceedingly self-centered." Gaara threatened, "If you dare to obstruct me, I will eliminate all of you, including you, Naruto." Shikamaru gestured towards Naruto and himself, putting on a facade of bravado. "I knew you were formidable during your match, but I must warn you, we are not ordinary opponents." We haven't even unleashed our secret techniques during the preliminaries, and now it's 3 against 1, which is highly unfavorable for you. If you're willing to comply with my words, I will let you go." Naruto was taken aback, whispering, "What? You noticed that, Shikamaru?" Shikamaru, momentarily stunned, lowered his voice and replied, "I was merely trying to scare him. You truly possess a new trick." "Hey, Gaara, there's no need to clash with Naruto." The Shikaku within Gaara interjected, sensing the impending conflict. Suddenly, the real Gaara broke free from Shikamaru's control. Struggling to raise his hand to cover the tattoo of the character love on his forehead, his face contorted in anguish as he exclaimed, "Mom, don't worry. I'll make sure you drink this guy's blood soon." The one-tailed Shikaku thought, from a certain perspective, this kid is indeed a genius. Observing Gaara's state, Shikamaru instinctively took a step back, realizing this guy is really strange. Gaara's inner turmoil surged. After years of tension, his nerves had long since responded to Shikaku's voice, always interpreting it as the call of his mother. Naruto comprehended Gaara's inner turmoil during this period and declared, "Lee is my friend. Friend? Don't make me laugh." Observing Gaara's escalating fury, Shikamaru discreetly nudged Naruto with his elbow and whispered, "Why are you provoking him?" Gaara continued, "From the very first moment we met, I sense that you and I are kindred spirits. Individuals like us, such monsters, cannot possibly have friends. From the moment of my birth, I caused my mother's demise. To mold me into the strongest, my father, the fourth Kazekage, went so far as to use forbidden jutsu to bind the sand's manifestation to me. Thus, I have been a monster since the day I was born. You are the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure." Shikamaru exclaimed, astonished, realizing why this individual exhibited such bizarre behavior. Stealthily glancing at Naruto, he subtly shielded him, fully aware of the Jinchuriki's formidable power, vowing to protect Naruto even at the cost of his own life. "Humph, it is this very gaze that has haunted me throughout my life. Everyone around me has looked at me with such disdain, even my father. Since I was 6, he has sought numerous opportunities to assassinate me, even going so far as to plan assassins beside me disguised as friends. Friends are merely pieces of flesh connected by hatred and murderous intent." Gaara raised his hand, pressing his thumb against his index finger, producing a crack that made Sakura uncomfortable. The harsh reality transformed into a terrifying existence. Born from jutsu, my psyche is unstable. I eventually recognized my emotional turmoil. To my father, the Kazekage, I was merely the village's ultimate weapon, a dangerous and terrifying entity to be cautiously monitored to prevent my outbursts. I gradually lost my sense of existence, ultimately concluding that my purpose was to annihilate everyone except myself. Only through slaughter can I find joy. Only through killing can I attain peace. Once I eliminate all, I can live in tranquility." As Gaara's emotions began to unravel, the sandy hand surged toward Naruto and his companions. "This ends now. We shall fight in the arena." Kai entered, his intimidating aura crashing down upon Gaara, causing him to fall from the ceiling to the ground. "Tomorrow is the selection match. If you wish to spend the night in the hospital, feel free to continue," Kai sternly admonished. Realizing he was still some distance from Kai, Gaara withdrew the sandy hand back into his gourd and exited Lee's hospital room. Just before reaching the doorframe, he turned to Naruto and said, "Your comrades still regard you as a friend because they are unaware of the truth. When you, like me, can no longer suppress your murderous intent, you will become just like me. Just wait and see, Naruto. The days are long ahead." As night fell, in a training ground somewhere, Tintin gasped, "That should be enough. Neji, I'm completely out of breath." Neji Hyuga found himself in a deep pit, surrounded by a myriad of fallen shuriken, with no place to stand. "That guy is remarkably strong. I appreciate your efforts, Tintin. Wasn't that Naruto the last in this year's class? Even if he practiced techniques to counter Gentle Fist, he should." Neji closed his Byakugan, kneeling on the ground, weary yet resolute. "No, I can see he is indeed strong." In another part of the forest, 2 elderly men gathered around an iron pot, preparing a hot pot. The broth boiled vigorously, with impurities filtered out by Maru's prior efforts, leaving a clear soup enriched with mountain delicacies and lobster, an unparalleled combination that delighted the third Hokage. Despite the late hour, the village remained lively in anticipation of tomorrow's events. Maru set down his utensils and gazed toward the bustling village below, reflecting on the scene. The third Hokage, finishing the last of the broth, sincerely praised, "Delicious, Maru. Haha, cooking this soup is my only signature skill. It seems I returned to the village just in time. The Chunin exams finals are finally upon us, Hokage-sama. The third Hokage chuckled. You are too modest. The only joy in missions is the food, to be honest. Many captains have specifically requested your presence on their teams for missions. Upon hearing the mention of missions, Maru replied earnestly, no matter how perilous the task, I will give it my all. The third Hokage, placing his utensils down, spoke with a hint of reproach. Oh dear, do not regard your life as worthless. Thank you for your hospitality. Your soup is truly exceptional. By the way, Maru, could I entrust you with a task? Under the cover of darkness. As the dense forest swayed in the gentle breeze, the third Hokage gazed at the moon, his expression contemplative. The Chunin exams are also an opportunity to gauge the balance of power among the villages, often resulting in friction during the events. My feelings are somewhat unsettled this time. I hope I'm merely overthinking. Although Maru had just returned from a mission, he sensed the surrounding turbulence this month. The third Hokage, no longer in the prime of his youth, pondered how to handle any potential calamity that might befall the village. It seemed the third Hokage could read the thoughts of the venerable Shinobi. Rising to his feet and turning away, he said slowly, tomorrow morning. Inform Riku and the others. It is not yet the season for the leaves of Konoha to dance. They will understand. Is that a special code from the Sarutobi clan? Maru realized. Disbelief washing over him. Could it be? The third Hokage walked away, waving his hand. The future of the village rests with you young ones. You should get some rest now, Maru. At my age, staying up this late with you youngsters is quite exhausting. The aged Maru fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. Chapter 41. You are a genius. As the sun began to rise, Naruto noticed Hinata waiting by the entrance. Clad in her usual attire, she smiled warmly. Naruto, do your best today. With unwavering confidence, Naruto declared, with Hinata's encouraging words, I can effortlessly defeat any opponent, even Neji. Neji. Orochimaru was taken aback and turned around. The four sound ninjas knelt respectfully on the ground, while Dosu raised the blue and white ceremonial robe above his head, saying, Lord Orochimaru, everything is ready. It is time to set forth. Each ninja village had designated special arenas for training or combat, with Konoha's Kaiki Castle standing out among the many coliseums. Surrounded by towering walls that reached a height of 20 to 30 meters, the arena featured spectator platforms built within, allowing the audience to witness the fierce competition among the ninjas confined within the circle. As the time for the match approached, only 7 candidates had arrived, and Naruto had anticipated that Sasuke would likely be late again. He's so slow. Sasuke takes forever to learn anything and loves to show off. Shikamaru reminded him. And that TS is also missing. Naruto, if you wish to concede, now is still the time. Neji, frowning with impatience, issued a challenge to Naruto. Having just seen him arrive at Kaiki Castle alongside Hinata, Naruto was perplexed by Neji's surging anger early in the morning and skeptically remarked, Neji, could it be that you are still a Sasuke? Sasuke. Neji's expression stiffened, veins protruding as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, You bastard, I'll kill you. The referee for this match, Kazekage Hanabi, turned around, a 1,000-arm scroll still clenched in his mouth. He glanced at Naruto and then at Neji, uttering ambiguously, Save the killing for after the match begins. If I recall correctly, you two are up first, and your turn will come shortly. At the highest observation platform of Kikyo Castle, the third Hokage sat comfortably on the sofa and inquired of the shadow standing behind him. Has Sasuke still not been found? Several squads from the Umbu have been dispatched to search, yet there remains no news. The shadow, Danzo, whispered in the third's ear. Adu is still going around saying that Sasuke might have fallen into Orochimaru's hands. I see, the third replied, his lips twitching slightly as he suddenly perceived something. He donned a smile and addressed the staircase. Oh dear, why have you taken so long to visit this old man in Konoha, Lord Gaara? Emerging from the staircase was none other than the fourth Kazekage, Gaara. A person of remarkable resolve who had elevated the status of the Baron Sunagakure to a rank second only to Konoha and Kumogakure through sheer effort. And he was quite affluent as well. White bandages concealed his mouth and nose, and with the shadow of his straw hat, only his hostile eyes were visible. The third stood up to invite the Kazekage to join him on the sofa to watch the match, while the two Sand Shinobi accompanying Gaara had to remain standing behind Danzo like statues. This journey must have been arduous, the Kazekage remarked with a hint of cold sarcasm. Well, it's fortunate that the venue is set in Konoha. Although you are still youthful, I wonder if you could manage the fatigue of traveling elsewhere, Lord Hokage? It would be wise of you to decide on your fifth successor soon. The third, far from angered due to Gaara's wealth, laughed heartily. Do not regard me as an old man. I still feel capable of holding on for a few more years. Since you have already arrived, we should not keep you waiting any longer. He then stood and announced loudly, Dear guests, I sincerely thank you all for coming to witness this Chunin selection tournament co-hosted by Konoha and Sunagakure. We shall now commence the official selection matches for the 8 who have passed the preliminary rounds. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, and even the few participants standing in the arena felt a surge of excitement. Orochimaru, observing the absence of Sasuke, frowned. It appears we are missing someone. Kazekage Hanabi took out a slip of paper, unfolded it, and presented it to the 7 candidates, saying, I must inform you that there has been a slight change in the order of matches. Please confirm once more that the rules remain unchanged from the preliminaries. There are no rules until one side concedes or loses the ability to fight. Therefore, in the first round, Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji will remain, while the others should proceed to the standby area. Hey Neji! Naruto raised his fist and gave a thumbs up, proclaiming, I have stated before that once I become Hokage, I will transform everything, including the Hyuga clan. I will undoubtedly prevail. Humph. Neji activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes protruding, and thought to himself, such a confident gaze. It is impossible to discern any pretense of bravado. This person possesses an immense chakra, truly formidable. This is what makes engaging with you worthwhile. I am eager to witness the vacant, unfocused expression that overtakes you when you come to understand true power. Naruto sighed deeply before exclaiming, Enough of these peculiar words. Let us begin. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of shadow clones materialized upon the arena, causing quite a stir. However, the Hyuga clan's observation platform remained eerily silent, with all Byakugan gazes fixated on Neji Hyuga. Beside Hinata's father, Hayashi, sat the young Hanabi, whose talent far surpassed that of her elder sister, and who he deemed the next clan leader. Observe closely, Hanabi. Never has anyone inherited the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit so completely, not even your sister, and perhaps you may even surpass her. Worried, Hanabi cast a glance towards the arena, contemplating the fate of her sister's admired opponent, Neji, the genius of the Hyuga clan. As dozens of shadow clones surged towards Neji, he seized the opportune moment, breaking free from the encirclement of clones and swiftly advancing toward Naruto, who lingered at the back. Employing the gentle fist technique, he aimed a direct attack at Naruto's lower body. How despicable! Naruto exclaimed as he raised his hand to deflect Neji's elbow strike. A surge of chakra erupted from Neji's palm, revealing that had he not defended himself, he would have surely been struck. The gentle fist technique emphasizes stability in the lower body. Only with a firm foundation can its offensive prowess be truly formidable. Having missed his initial strike, Neji pivoted and swiftly executed a left leg kick. Naruto sidestepped, wrapping his arms around Neji's knee. He initially intended to strike a punch at Neji's exposed midsection, but reconsidering, he opted for a more prudent approach. Instead, he embraced the knee and executed a powerful blow to Neji's abdomen, sending him several meters away. Hinata Hizashi rose in astonishment, exclaiming, What just happened? He activated his Byakugan, beginning to attentively scrutinize the match between the two genin. Naruto did not wait for Neji to touch the ground. He vanished from his spot and pursued Neji's descending form, aiming to deliver a decisive blow to Neji's face with a powerful leap and punch to conclude the battle. However, to his astonishment, Neji managed to intercept with a deft maneuver even in a state of weightlessness, while his other hand lunged directly towards Naruto's heart. Upon landing, Neji rose and approached Naruto, who was half kneeling on the ground, and coldly remarked, Indeed, my Byakugan cannot perceive shadow clones that evenly distribute chakra, but the one hiding at the back must surely be the real body. Naruto's breathing grew increasingly labored. Yet Neji began to speak. You repeatedly claim you wish to become Hokage, but the position of Hokage is reserved for a select few, individuals who, from the moment of their birth, possess the fate to ascend to that role. It is not merely a matter of desire. Do you think that ordinary people can achieve greatness solely through hard work? Birth and talent are paramount. That is destiny, an unyielding and unchosen path. Bang! Before him, Naruto dissipated into smoke. What? Dozens of spectators, some crouching, some standing, observed as one stepped forward and spoke in a calm tone. It is now my turn. Even if you are a genius, with sufficient effort, I can surpass your wildest expectations. If defeating one person drains you of so much energy, how will you contend with so many? From the viewing platform, Tintin smiled knowingly. After this month's training, she understood how terrifying it was for Neji's already formidable strength to reach even greater heights. She remarked, "It is futile, even with a numerical advantage, against Neji's impregnable defenses. Numbers alone cannot prevail." The shadow clones surged toward Neji, who assumed a defensive stance and declared, "Thus, talent is innate. No amount of effort can change that. Whether it is you, Lee, or Hinata, the gentle lady, it is all the same." Neji's body began to spin rapidly, an abundance of chakra erupting from various points, forming a blue semicircle. The ground beneath him was torn apart, and as the shadow clones made contact with the blue chakra dome, they were shattered, echoing with explosive sounds. "Father." In the viewing area, Hanabi was astonished by Neji's technique, and even Hayashi Hyuga furrowed his brow, explaining, "At the moment of an attack, the chakra points within the body release a substantial amount of chakra to withstand the enemy's assault, propelling oneself away like a spinning top. This technique, known as Kaiten, is something many in the main branch cannot master, yet he, as a branch member, has already attained it." Only a few shadow clones of Naruto remained near Neji, who slowly remarked, "Weren't you just boasting moments ago? Now, only these few remain after I have bested you. Every individual has a unique destiny. Yet there is but one fate we all share, death. Even if I am a genius, you underestimate me. I shall not yield, even in death." Bang! Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the arena. As the smoke dissipated, the stones on the ground transformed into the likeness of Naruto, hundreds of figures encircling Neji. Naruto, experienced in dealing with those possessing special eyes, could execute his transformations so adeptly that even pain could not see through them. The song of humanity is a song of courage. Destiny, you fool, can be challenged with the spirit to change. All the shadow clones hurled shurikens at Neji, whose Byakugan revealed a critical blind spot, rendering him unable to defend against such a multitude of attacks. Shuriken Barrage, Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 42. But I am the wall like Lee. Even if he had not fought with full strength before, he ultimately lost to the Sand Shinobi, suffering shattering fractures in his limbs. Lacking ninjutsu and jinjutsu, yet aspiring to be a great ninja, he would likely end up incapable of even being a ninja. No amount of effort could alter his fate. Neji prepared for his ultimate technique, the pinnacle of the 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The rapid, gentle fist strikes deflected the incoming shurikens, evading the attacks. However, Naruto deliberately threw several shurikens into Neji's blind spot, inflicting multiple cuts on his back, though insufficient to incapacitate him. Feeling the pain radiate from his back, Neji gritted his teeth and said, "It seems he has discovered the limitations of the caged bird. Then I shall employ the 8 trigrams, 128 palms." With double the speed, Naruto's shurikens could no longer reach him. Hayashi Hyuga finally revealed a look of shock. What a fearsome individual. He has achieved such prowess. A branch member, despite not being destined to inherit the clan, possesses the blood of Hyuga genius coursing through him, surpassing even the main family. Having dealt with the shurikens, Neji remained vigilant, as an even more formidable army of Naruto's awaited. He removed his forehead protector, revealing this mark on his forehead. Fate was determined the moment of birth. Individuals like you cannot comprehend the burden of an indelible mark upon one's life. Allow me to share the loathsome fate of the Hyuga clan. This curse mark, seared into the neural pathways, causes excruciating pain whenever the main family employs jutsu, a lifelong torment that cannot be erased until death. Then, before the eyes of many, Neji recounted the history of the Hyuga clan's main and branch families, as well as the story of his father sacrificing himself for his brother. This was his indictment against the main family, a denunciation of the clan leader who forced his father into the role of scapegoat. Naruto patiently listened to Neji's tale before calmly responding, "I understand." Neji's hostility intensified as he engaged in combat with Naruto, who was speaking to him, exclaiming, "You know nothing. No matter how great one's talent may be, it cannot alter my tragic fate. No matter how hard I strive to grow stronger, I remain merely a tool for the main branch." As they grappled, Naruto interjected, "I do know. From the day of my birth, I lost my parents. Burdened by the rumors of the demon fox, treated as an enemy by everyone in the village. Even the parents of my classmates referred to me as a monster. Who could possibly be more unfortunate than I? Neji's icy heart wavered, as the convictions he had held for nearly a decade began to falter in light of Naruto's past. His movements slowed, and Naruto seized the opportunity to grip Neji's arm joint. In pain, Neji locked Naruto's limbs with his hands and legs. From the spectator stands, Ino exclaimed, "Oh no, Neji has trapped Naruto." Sakura shook her head, asserting, "In my opinion, it is Naruto who has ensnared Neji." Could this technique be? The audience, captivated by Naruto's actions, leaned over the railing in astonishment. Yet, Naruto declared, "But I refuse to accept my fate. I will change everyone's perception of me. I will make the entire village acknowledge me." Hundreds of Narutos conjured the Rasengan, leaping high to attack Neji. Neji's expression turned grave as he concentrated. To condense such a vast amount of chakra into this technique, Byakugan, I will surely become Hokage and transform the entire Hyuga clan. The Rasengan struck from all angles against Neji's Byakugan. Two ninjutsu formed from swirling chakra colliding and violently rubbing against each other, producing a piercing hiss that caused the audience to cover their ears in agony. With a thunderous explosion, a surge of chakra swept across the spectator stands, and Naruto's shadow clones were sent flying from the smoke, dissipating upon crashing against the circular walls. What was the outcome? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the dust-laden arena, eager to discern which was stronger, Neji's Byakugan or Naruto's Rasengan. As the dust settled, the ground lay pockmarked, and a hand emerged from a crater, grasping the earth as Neji struggled to rise. Clutching his shoulder, he scanned his surroundings for Naruto, having poured all his chakra into enhancing his defense. Now unable even to maintain his Byakugan, the hundreds of shadow clones had vanished, leaving only Naruto, similarly battered and curled up in a pit like a defeated creature. Neji's heart, which had been tightly wounded, finally relaxed as he looked upon the crumpled Naruto with a glimmer of pity. "You have grown strong, Uzumaki Naruto." But Neji will not falter. Those who pin their hopes on mutual destruction in pursuit of victory, the heavens will not grant them the chance to continuously succeed. Despite proclaiming intentions to defeat me, to become Hokage and alter the Hyuga clan, none can escape destiny. Even you are merely a slightly more capable mediocrity. I am the victor, Neji declared triumphantly. Hinata's eyes went unfocused, unable to believe that Naruto had been so easily defeated. Sakura stood, crying out in anguish, "Naruto!" Suddenly, that battered form of Naruto dissipated into smoke, yet the stone beneath him transformed into his likeness, delivering a punch that struck Neji's chin, sending him flying. Naruto stood before Neji, whose chakra had been entirely depleted and was now unable to move. Neji, gasping for breath, gazed at Naruto's silhouette and remarked, "Is this your signature shadow clone technique? To strike me with your hidden original form at the moment of my greatest triumph, employing such a well-timed tactic. It truly was a fiercely balanced battle, was it not, Naruto?" Naruto turned around with a smile and said, "Indeed, it was exhilarating. However, I once failed the shadow clone technique and had to take the exam 3 times. Unlike you, who is a genius." Neji remained silent, observing Naruto's still resplendent attire, and self-deprecatingly remarked, "So that's it. You still had some energy left. I was mistaken. Your strength is truly astonishing." Shiranui Gunma, with his hands in his pockets, assessed Neji, who was rendered immobile due to chakra exhaustion, and announced loudly, "The victor is Uzumaki Naruto." He then scrutinized Naruto in secret, pondering, what a terrifying young boy. He has never fought with his real body from the start. The strongest genius of the Hyuga clan has been toyed with in his hands. The fact that Rasengan couldn't overcome Kaiten was also intentional on his part. The applause from the audience thundered, and Naruto gave a thumbs up to Hinata in the stands. "I never expected that the little demon of the fox would win so brilliantly." The 2 guardians of Konoha offered high praise as well. As Neji was carried away by the medical team, the referee, Shiranui Gunma, remarked, "If a captured bird is wise enough, it will eventually learn how to use its beak to open the door of its cage." Neji gazed skyward at the circling eagle, enviously thinking, "How I envy you. Perhaps one day I too will be able to soar freely." Hyuga Hayashi, after a moment of contemplation, rose and walked towards the medical room for competitors. He pushed open the door, and upon seeing Neji, who struggled to regain some strength and sat up on the bed, he asked, "What brings you here?" "I intend to tell you the truth about that matter," Hayashi replied, placing a scroll before Neji. Neji did not take the scroll but coldly responded, "At this point, These are merely the excuses fabricated by the main family. However, Hayashi did not leave, still holding the scroll, saying, "You should take a look." Neji accepted the scroll, opened it, and discovered it contained the sealed past written by his father before his death, as well as his father's voluntary offer to replace his uncle in death. I deeply resent the main family, and I still do. However, I did this not to protect them, but to protect my family, to protect my brother. For me, this was the first opportunity one had to make a choice. Recognizing his father's handwriting, Neji wept as he finished reading. So choosing death is also a form of freedom. Since I cannot choose my birth, I will choose the reason for my death. Hayashi knelt before Neji, bowing his head to the ground, stammering, "This is the truth. I am sorry for you all." Neji understood that Hayashi had found his answer and smiled as he said, "Please lift your head. As the head of the main family, none of this is your fault. I also believe in that guy. Perhaps he really can." After saying this, he turned to gaze out the window, contemplating that what people call fate is like floating clouds, merely drifting in a predetermined current. Or perhaps one can ride the current of their own choosing. He still could not grasp it. Regardless, perhaps in the end, everyone would arrive at the same destination. However, by choosing the latter, people can strive for the purpose of living, and those who hold such thoughts are the true strong ones. Through this battle, he finally understood this. I will become stronger and will not lose to anyone because he called me a genius. Chapter 43. Although he lost the match, the third Hokage surveyed the arena, and the citizens of Konoha gradually began to cheer for Naruto's victory. It was an inspiring tale cloaked in the guise of the underdog defeating the genius. Reflecting on the treatment the other had received in the village over the years, the third Hokage couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Everyone is talking. Perhaps the villagers will slightly alter their perception of this child. Orochimaru appeared nonchalant, remarking, "While it was indeed splendid, that is but one reason. However, I believe they are eagerly anticipating the next match. Yet, I did not see him at the opening ceremony. Has he not arrived at the venue yet?" The third Hokage's expression turned impassive as he mused. The intel from the Kazekage was not incorrect. The Kazekage indeed has ulterior motives. What kind of agreement has he reached with Orochimaru's sound ninja? He leaned closer to Umbu and whispered, "We have yet to obtain news on Sasuke. Should we announce his withdrawal before the situation escalates?" 10 minutes passed in the intermission, yet the match did not commence. The third Hokage could faintly hear the murmurs of discontent rising from the crowd below. Isn't the next match supposed to feature that Uchiha kid? Why hasn't he taken the stage yet? Did he forget the time while battling a ninja from another village? Shikamaru leaned against the railing of the waiting area, his brow furrowed. What is Sasuke doing? Does he not wish to come? A wise man does not stand beneath a collapsing wall. Yamanaka Shino expressed his thoughts. Shikamaru was startled, nearly toppling over the railing, and turned in astonishment. "Huh? When did you arrive? By the way, did you make it through the preliminaries?" "How rude of you. If you must know, I have been standing beside you from the very beginning," Shino replied. Honestly, Shino's presence has become increasingly faint. Moreover, Umbu members have appeared in the arena since the beginning. What on earth is happening? Shikamaru grumbled as he leaned back against the railing. On the platform, the third Hokage commanded, "There is no other choice. Announce Sasuke's disqualification." "Yes." Orochimaru leaned closer to the armrest of the sofa. "Are you declaring Uchiha Sasuke disqualified?" The third Hokage sighed, expressing his regret. "He truly is a promising talent, but I had no choice but to make this decision." "Lord Hokage, could you please postpone announcing Sasuke's disqualification?" Orochimaru's plan did not include Sasuke being disqualified outright. He could only try to delay. Umbu hesitated, caught between the two, knowing the request did not conform to regulations, ultimately stating, "While I understand, a ninja who does not adhere to time, no matter how exceptional, has no right to advance to Chunin. Without a compelling reason that the assembled ninja leaders and lords can agree upon, there is no reason to continue waiting." Understanding. Orochimaru's mind raced, and he finally conceived an excellent excuse. "Including myself, nearly all the ninja leaders and lords present have come to witness the next match. After all, he is a descendant of the Uchiha clan. From the standpoint of the Land of Wind, I wish to see him battle against our village's Gaara. Moreover, Konoha has its own renowned latecomer, Kakashi, whose tardiness once led to the downfall of the Land of Snow, if I recall correctly." The third Hokage exchanged a glance with Umbu, then calmly stated, "I understand. Therefore, I have decided to postpone this match. You go inform the proctor, and remember, notify the proctor." The repeated emphasis on notifying left Umbu momentarily startled, but he quickly nodded earnestly and swiftly departed the viewing platform, heading towards the arena under the watchful eyes of the audience in Kaiki City. After their exchange, Shiranui Gunma glanced towards the competitor's area, his gaze subtly lingering on that jonin in the corner before nodding. Understood. He then announced loudly, esteemed guests present. Due to the participant of the next match not yet having arrived, the tournament has decided to postpone the match. Therefore, we will proceed with the next contest. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru felt a surge of anxiety and exclaimed, "Does that mean my match is advancing ahead of schedule?" In the upcoming round, aside from readers like Yenju and Ifei, everyone was taken aback when Kanjuro raised his hand and declared loudly, "I forfeit." He believed that this match bore little significance and deemed it unnecessary to unveil the mechanisms hidden within the crows before his adversary prior to the execution of their plans. The audience, however, was not pleased and began to voice their discontent. Really, this big fool looks so formidable, yet he falters when it matters most. After waiting so long just to surrender, I could have done it too. The people of this village are truly insufferable. Kanjuro gritted his teeth, seething with anger. After a thorough confirmation, Shiranui Jinkin announced, due to Kanjuro's forfeit, his opponent wins by default. Does this mean it's my turn now? The arena, still in disarray thanks to Naruto, now presented a formidable opponent in the guise of a seemingly troublesome woman. Temari unfurled her enormous fan and, soaring gracefully into the arena, planted her fan into the ground and addressed Shiranui Jinkan. "Is it my turn to compete? It seems you are eager to engage in battle. Splendid. Your enthusiasm is commendable. Let us commence the next match." What a hassle. Perhaps I should forfeit as well. Just as Shikamaru resolved this in his mind, a voice that rendered him utterly speechless echoed beside him. "You might want to participate in the match after all." Before he could comprehend, Shikamaru was startled and tumbled over the railing, landing amidst the chaotic arena. Observing the situation unfold, Shino stepped away with his hands in his pockets, muttering, "I wish I could fight, but it seems that's not an option. Do I truly have such a poor memory?" As Shikamaru lay in the uneven terrain of the arena, he pondered why he had once again forgotten about Shino. The atmosphere at the preparation area, now reduced to 4 individuals, grew tense. Suddenly, Gaara stood up, casting a sweeping glance at Naruto, who was watching the match. Naruto turned to meet Gaara's gaze for a moment, and then Gaara sat back down, his tone icy as he inquired, "What is the nature of your relationship with Sasuke Uchiha?" Naruto replied without a moment's hesitation, "He's quite decent, really. That guy has always been rather arrogant, but he's a reliable friend." Then he inquired about the individual below. "He's also a friend and extraordinarily intelligent." This prompted the question, "So, it seems anyone you encounter here is your friend?" Upon hearing this, Gaara's expression darkened, and he fell silent. This left Kanjuro, who was beside him, feeling restless, ultimately leading him to obediently place his hands on his knees, donning a forced smile. Naruto shrugged, finding Gaara somewhat perplexing, and could only say, "If you simply show more concern for those around you, you could indeed cultivate many friendships, couldn't you?" Yet, such an idea was merely wishful thinking for individuals like us. It is unfeasible. Once they uncover your true nature, do you genuinely believe they would continue to treat you in such a manner, regarding you as a friend? In truth, they would merely perceive you as a monster. Although Naruto may not be the most eloquent in his speech, he possesses a remarkable empathy for individuals like Gaara, who are withdrawn and solitary. He yearns to help Gaara open his heart, but his thoughts are abruptly interrupted by the resounding explosions echoing from the arena. Temari has unfurled her fan to the 3rd star and is engaged in a fierce battle with Shikamaru. With both hands forming seals, Shikamaru first unleashes a left front kick, which Temari deftly deflects with her fan, followed immediately by a right whip kick, which also meets the same fate. Suddenly, the shadow beneath his feet stirs, resembling a sticky tentacle lunging toward Temari's shadow. Having extensively studied Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, Temari retreats and evades, backing up to the line she had previously drawn. Her beautiful visage reveals a triumphant smirk as she taunts, "As expected, your shadow lacks length. It can only reach this far," with space created between them. Temari employs ranged attacks, launching a barrage of wind blades from her fan, forcing Shikamaru to take refuge amidst the small grove near the surrounding wall. A tempest rages, leaving the trees around him battered and bruised. With shadows aplenty in the grove, Temari hesitates to advance, leading to a stalemate. observing the destruction of nature. The nature-loving Shikamaru sits cross-legged on the ground, twirling 2 fingers atop his head into a circle before placing them in front of him. In the audience, Ino nudges Asuma, who is nestled beside her, and inquires, "What technique is that? Is it a secret technique of the Nara clan?" Asuma, licking his lips with a hint of pride, replies, "That's just a habit he has when he's deep in thought. He strikes that pose every time he contemplates seriously. I once took the opportunity to test his IQ. He's a super genius with an IQ exceeding 200. 200. Ino exclaims, glancing incredulously at the usually lethargic Shikamaru in the arena. Shikamaru opens his eyes, retrieving a roll of wire and shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. After readying himself, he abandons his previous evasive strategy and instead launches an attack, darting out of the grove and hurling ninja tools in Temari's direction. Temari, confident that hiding behind her fan will suffice to avoid harm, calculates the distance between them and continues to retreat, declaring, "It's futile. Even if you change your strategy now, your technique's range cannot match mine." Kamaitachi. Another gust of wind blades hurtles toward him, prompting Shikamaru to dive to the side, narrowly escaping the fate of being sliced. After landing, he sends a shuriken hurtling toward Temari. Clang. The shuriken strikes her fan, producing a spark before embedding itself in the ground. Humph. Such futile resistance. I shall end this now. Temari attempts to raise her fan for a final blow, but suddenly finds herself unable to move. Shikamaru rises from the ground, dusting himself off. The shadow imitation technique has succeeded. Temari frantically scans her surroundings, exclaiming, "What are you talking about? I can't see your shadow at all. Haven't you realized yet? That last shuriken I threw." Shikamaru lifts his hand, revealing a fine wire he has pulled tight. The shadows beneath their feet are now intricately linked by this suspended wire. "Now you see? I've made my shadow thinner than this wire, and you didn't notice." Shikamaru steps closer to Temari, who mirrors his movements until they stand face to face. "So, now that you cannot act freely, you are at my mercy." Shikamaru raises his hand, and Temari, drenched in cold sweat, raises her own in surrender. "I concede." Temari gasps in disbelief. "What did you say?" "No way." The audience erupts in incredulous murmurs. "I've exhausted my chakra from continuous use of the shadow imitation technique, so I can't control you for long, at most 10 seconds. Though I've conceived hundreds of strategies, time is not on my side. The situation has become quite troublesome." Shikamaru sighs in resignation. The victor is Temari. Narashikaku, observing from the stands, regards Shikamaru with newfound respect, despite his apparent defeat in the match. Chapter 44. My Rage. The third Hokage notices the sand Sasuke gripping the armrest of the sofa tightly, clearly agitated. Lowering his hat's brim, he cautiously inquires, "Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke has yet to arrive at the venue. Surely we cannot keep the audience waiting any longer?" Orochimaru takes a deep breath and lowers his voice. "Let us wait for another 10 minutes. The audience is eagerly anticipating the next match. Canceling now would likely incite their wrath. Since they've come, we should allow them an additional 10 minutes. The third Hokage turns back, his face still obscured by the hat's brim, and states calmly, "I also find that Sasuke's suggestion quite reasonable. Therefore, we shall delay for another 10 minutes. That should pose no issue." Outside Kaiki City, the guards spot 2 figures, a large and a small, approaching. "Isn't that them? Why are they arriving now? The semifinals are about to start." The guards chatter amongst themselves, and one hastily rushes forward, warmly inviting, "You two have arrived just in time. Please hurry into the venue. Finally made it. Let us enter like this, Lee. If you stumble, just roll around Konoha 10 times." The azure beast of Konoha, accompanied by his proud disciple, performs a handstand, moving forward on 5 fingers, all under the watchful eyes of the guards as they arrive at the venue. The enthusiastic guard remarks, "Only Sasuke and Gaara remain for the first round of matches." Lee, feeling a bit downcast, asks, "Did I miss it again? What about Naruto and Neji's match?" The Hyuga clan has been defeated. Upon hearing this, Lee momentarily stares blankly. But then, under Guy's caring gaze, beams with a smile, "Impressive, Naruto. You defeated Neji before I could." Meanwhile, discontent begins to brew within Kaiki City as the audience starts to express their impatience for the match to commence, clearly indicating that they did not come merely to enjoy the breeze. All eyes are fixed on Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara stands at the railing in the waiting area, deliberately positioning himself close to Naruto while trying not to be noticed, his expression twisted. It feels as though standing beside him brings a strange sensation. Is this merely an illusion? As planned, the Umbu Ninja Makagashi, having left the competitor's area and now squeezed between two muscular men to enhance the air of mystery by veiling his left face, is occasionally provoked by the disgruntled bodies around him. Winning this match is inconsequential. If Sasuke doesn't arrive soon, I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Narashikaku keeps a close eye on his pocket watch, mere seconds away from 10 minutes. He slowly raises his hand and announces, as the time limit set by the two Kage has elapsed, Uchiha. He suddenly feels something and looks up at the sky as a leaf flutters down. Naruto pouted and murmured softly, is he really so eager to steal the spotlight? A whirlwind swept across the arena as Kakashi and Sasuke made their entrance back-to-back amidst the gust. Sakura and Ino leaped to their feet, cheering loudly. Wow. Sasuke looked so cool. A middle-aged woman, obscured by the two, grumbled, you little girls move aside, you're blocking my view. Yet her husband, blushing as he watched the two young men twist and turn, thought to himself, no, they're not blocking me at all. It seems I'm in for a treat. Lee approached Sakura, causing her to exclaim with delight, Lee, you're awake? Yes, thanks to Guy-sensei's secret medicine, I feel much better. Behind them, Guy felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't anticipated that the hard-earned prescription nearly led to Lee's demise, though thankfully it only resulted in a few days of unconsciousness. Lee gazed at Sasuke and Gaara in the arena, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Sasuke was set to face Gaara, the very opponent who had once defeated him, and Naruto had already triumphed over Neji, the rival he had aspired to surpass. He should have been training harder, yet he found himself unable to do so. Guy placed a reassuring hand on Lee's shoulder, gently comforting him. Don't worry, Lee. I will seek out a more skilled doctor to treat you, I promise. Guy-sensei. Lee. The two friends embraced, weeping uncontrollably, drawing curious glances from the surrounding crowd. Sasuke, who had been absent for a month, had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had his hairstyle changed, but even his attire had shifted from a blue and white ensemble to a sleek black jumpsuit. Kurenai casually inquired, what is your name? Uchiha Sasuke. The collective sigh of relief from those who recognized Sasuke was palpable. Even Orochimaru, who had nearly burst out of his attire, relaxed his grip and sat up. His gaze emanating a fierce intensity. Sasuke, just dance your heart out. Kakashi, having learned from Kurenai that Sasuke was still in the competition, also felt relieved and made his way to the audience seats. Your movements are far too slow, Sasuke. I thought you might not show up. Naruto shouted at Sasuke. Humph. Sasuke smirked, what about you? Did you win your first match? Of course. Then we shall meet in the finals, you super moron. Their banter echoed across the arena. Overheard by Gaara, who felt an inexplicable sense of something being snatched away from him, igniting a growing irritation within. Sasuke Uchiha. Temari's expression grew serious. This is not good. Look at his face. Kankuro attempted to intervene, but was pulled back by Temari's grip on his sleeve, signaling him to remain still while whispering. Don't talk to him now. He didn't sleep a wink after returning last night, and his emotions are about to spiral out of control. Gaara's rising anger transformed into a swirling sandstorm, coalescing in the arena before confronting Sasuke, their eyes locking in an explosive exchange. Sakura noticed the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck, her concern resurfacing. Naruto had warned her about Gaara's formidable prowess, which mirrored Sasuke's own abilities. She feared that Sasuke might lose control and succumb to the power of the seal. Rest assured, that scar. Kakashi appeared beside them just as Guy was about to join in their lamentation, but he deftly evaded him. This month hasn't been wasted at all. Sakura felt somewhat reassured upon hearing this. Kakashi observed the scattered Umbu operatives, perplexed. 16? With such a large venue, for small teams seem too few. What is the Hokage thinking? Due to his intensive training with Sasuke over the past month, he was unaware of the recent awakening of the Moonlight Gale and the significance of the information shared by others. Fortunately, Guy was present. He sensed Kakashi's confusion and quietly remarked, since we don't know what the enemy is planning, it's prudent to have the Umbu spread across the village for vigilance. However, since yesterday, Danzo hasn't shown himself, not even attending last night's pre-match meeting. His absence is alarming, and our security measures are stretched to their limits. We must remain vigilant. Kakashi listened intently, his brow furrowed, as he gazed at the two Kages on the dais, his mood growing heavier. Speaking of which, this match has garnered much attention. What kind of training have you put Sasuke through this month? After all, you are my eternal rival. Guy flashed Kakashi a mysterious smile, his pearly whites gleaming. Kakashi snapped back to attention, realizing Guy was still speaking to him, and asked, What did you say? Guy turned away, tears streaming down his face. Kakashi, you're so infuriating. Why is it that every time I finish sharing important information, you act like this? On the arena floor, Gaara had unleashed the sand from his gourd, clutching the tattoo of the kanji for love on his forehead, a ferocious expression on his face. Mother, emerge. This time, I will offer you delectable blood. Shikaku, sealed within the space, peeked out from under the teapot lid, assessing the situation outside before retreating once more. Vaya, I don't care anymore. Lee exclaimed in astonishment. Sasuke displayed an astonishing speed, evading the oncoming sand hands with ease, illustrating that a genius could match years of hard work in just a month, albeit in terms of speed. He tentatively threw a shuriken at Gaara, but it was effortlessly blocked by a sand shield, forcing him to engage Gaara in close combat. Luckily, his speed allowed him to dodge all of Gaara's attacks. Lightning strike. Sasuke swung his blade, a bolt of lightning descending from the sky, shattering a sand hand that was about to strike him. Seeing this, Gaara's fury intensified. He prepared to transform, enveloping himself in a denser layer of sand to form an impenetrable sphere, a defense rivaling Neji's. No, I can't see what he is doing inside. Sasuke's Sharingan ceased its spinning. At that moment, an Umbu patrolling a distant part of Konoha suddenly turned around. Sensing nothing amiss, muttering, Am I just being overly cautious? He resumed his patrol, unaware of the throng of sound ninja concealed behind the rocks obstructing his view. Their leader fixated on a pocket watch, awaiting the designated moment. On the spectator stands, Maki observed, It's about to begin. I hope the plan goes smoothly. Sasuke raised his hand, forming a single-handed seal, unleashing a cacophony of bird calls that transformed into a spear of lightning, piercing straight through Gaara's sand sphere without resistance. Chidori sharp spear. A pained and furious howl erupted from within the sphere, echoing as the attack found its mark. Chapter 45. The collapse plan of Konoha begins. Having succeeded with his attack, the Chidori sharp spear extinguished, Sasuke peered through the hole it created, spotting a pair of eyes, resembling golden shuriken, glaring back at him. Tick-tock. Gaara clutched his pierced shoulder, his eyes wide in shock. Half of his face had morphed into a raccoon-like visage, his pupils trembling erratically. He extended a hand through the opening, but what the onlookers saw was a massive, clawed, earth-toned appendage lunging towards Sasuke. Kinkaro gasped, Oh no, Gaara's absolute defense has been breached. Sasuke widened his crimson eyes, retreating rapidly, a flicker of dread creeping into his heart as he faced this monstrous entity. How is this possible? What is that? A colossal hand flailed about, yet it could never grasp Sasuke. Inside the sphere, Gaara bled profusely, retracting his arm and reverting to his human form, clutching his shoulder. The severity of his first injury left him somewhat bewildered. The sand-formed sphere cracked like a shattered eggshell, ultimately disintegrating into fine grains scattered upon the ground. That was not the gaze he expected. He had only seen such eyes on Naruto. Was this fellow also a Jinchuriki? Sasuke's mind sharpened, devising a strategy to confront this monstrous being. If it were Naruto. Images of the village ravaged by the Nine Tails surged through his thoughts, prompting him to shake his head, dismissing such unrealistic fantasies. My journey will not conclude until I have vanquished that creature. The brilliance of Chidori ignited once more in Sasuke's hand, yet a feather drifted down before him. A gentle cascade of white feathers began to fall within Kaiki City, rendering all who touched them into slumber. Illusionary techniques? Has action commenced? This is nearly the moment. Maki glanced at Orochimaru atop the high platform. It has begun. Both Orochimaru and the third Hokage exchanged glances, her eyes narrowing as she commanded, Commence. The sand village guards behind her detonated a pre-prepared massive smoke bomb, billowing clouds of thick smoke that enveloped the entire platform in an instant. It was a signal. The battle had commenced. The Sannin and Sannin, who had long been on standby around the Leaf Village, emerged from the grass and crevices. A six-man squad even utilized the summoning technique, conjuring a three-headed giant serpent near the walls. In a heartbeat, the venue erupted with the clamor of combat, as several disguised ninjas had already been targeted by the Umbu, with a squad led by a white-cloaked figure charging towards the platform where the third Hokage stood. Kakashi and Guy stood back-to-back, encircled by several Sannin hidden among the crowd. Observing the white-cloaked Umbu's departure, Kakashi relaxed slightly, saying, The elephant team is here. We need not worry about Lord Hokage's safety for now. Yet, they were abruptly kicked out of the smoke, alongside two Sannin guards attempting to obstruct the Umbu's advance. Without hesitation, the elephant drew two kunai, coldly stating, "Do not impede my path." The two Sannin guards were swiftly cleaved into four pieces upon contact. Dressed in the garb of the wind shadow, Orochimaru had already pressed a kunai against the third Hokage's throat, dragging him onto the rooftop. The elephant halted. As the four Sannin emerged from the remains of the two guards, taking positions at the four corners of the roof, their grotesque appearances suggesting they were formidable foes. At last, it is our turn. Caught off guard while in transformation, Spider-Man Kinky Maru brandished his forearms. The elephant whispered, "Rado, you must protect Lord Hokage." The four Umbu vanished, racing towards the third Hokage, but alas, the four Sannin had already secured advantageous positions. In unison, the four swiftly formed hand seals, shouting, "Four purple flames formation." The purple barrier that rose abruptly forced the elephant to halt, while the Umbu designated as Rado was unfortunate enough to collide with the barrier, engulfed entirely by flames. Observing the third Hokage, who was being held captive within the barrier, the urgency within him surged. He had not anticipated the enemy would set up such a barrier here, and their small group strength was insufficient to break through, even while being held by Orochimaru. The third Hokage remained remarkably composed, only expressing regret as he remarked, "I never expected Sand to betray Konoha." Orochimaru had awaited this moment for years, his tone laced with amusement. The so-called equal treaty was merely a ruse. This game ends here. From this moment forth, the history of Konoha shall be altered. Do you wish to incite war between the two villages? The third Hokage could hardly believe it. In his youth, he might have been invigorated by such a prospect. But now he wished to avoid witnessing the village in ruins once more. Indeed, the third Hokage cautioned, "I believe we should avoid resorting to violence. There is still time to avert this, Lord Windshadow." However, Orochimaru dropped the pretense, reverting to his original voice. Do you think you can hope for peace just because you have grown old? Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru. The third Hokage's eyes widened in shock. Where is the real Windshadow? No wonder you have been absent since yesterday. The third looked down upon Kaiki City, witnessing battles erupting everywhere. It was unfathomable that Konoha had been so thoroughly infiltrated. His mood growing increasingly despondent, not just for his current disciples, but also for a bygone dear friend. On the battlefield, Maki and Temari were defending Gaara, who could not transform due to his injuries. Gaara is the trump card of the sand. We must assist him in taking action. You too, take him away. And once he has recovered, return to continue the plan. Understood. Kankuro lifted Gaara. What about you, teacher? I will remain and swiftly deal with this adversary. Maki's expression turned grave as he regarded Shiranui Ginma. Do you think I will allow you to leave so easily? I will let them escape. Go. Temari exchanged glances with Kankuro, and with a series of powerful leaps, they departed Kaiki City. At the moment the trio fled, Maki and Shiranui Ginma clashed violently, engaging in combat. Sasuke had noticed the shimmering barrier at the apex and inquired of Shiranui Ginma, "What is happening?" The instigator of this grand feast is Orochimaru. Isn't it? These ambitious individuals seem intent on carving up Konoha. Shiranui Ginma spat, breaking free from Maki's grapple and leaping to Sasuke's side, stating, "Sasuke, I apologize, this Chunin exam has concluded. As a Konoha ninja, it is our duty to resolve the troubles facing our village." Understanding the implication, Sasuke replied, "If we defeat that individual, we can resume our unfinished tasks, correct? There is no need to pursue too deeply. From now on, this is no longer a competition, but a mission." With a swift motion, Sasuke dashed towards Temari and her companions, causing Maki to break out in a cold sweat, anxiety creeping into his mind. This fellow is no ordinary opponent. He deliberately allowed Uchiha Sasuke, capable of injuring Gaara in his normal state, to pass. I cannot eliminate him in time to intercept. Is this psychological warfare? Furthermore, Maki glanced towards the high platform, his vision barely penetrating the barrier to catch glimpses of the internal situation. From the very beginning, those four bizarre Sannin utilizing the barrier were not part of the plan. What is Lord Windshadow thinking? Chapter 46. My Naruto has truly a lot of skin. Upon seeing Sasuke pursue Gaara, Orochimaru expressed a tinge of regret. I had initially planned to see Sasuke during the chaos caused by Gaara, but it seems that will not unfold as I wished. I understand now. Your objective is to obtain both Konoha and Sasuke, is it? Is Konoha truly such a significant asset? Orochimaru chuckled softly. If Gaara fully awakens, you shall witness something far more intriguing. I received intelligence from the Nara clan yesterday. Gaara is indeed the Jinchuriki of the sand, and you have delivered him to Konoha. It appears you and the sand have prepared thoroughly. Orochimaru, interrupted mid-sentence, displayed no anger, merely shaking his head as he remarked, since you are already aware, I need not elaborate further. Your cowardice has plunged Konoha into chaos. This round is mine. The outcome is often only revealed at the final moment. I believe I taught you that, didn't I? Orochimaru, now shedding the guise of Raza, unveiled a visage of pale skin. She licked her kunai, her voice dripping with malice. I have long advised you to decide on the fifth Hokage promptly, for the third shall soon meet his demise here. After taking a deep breath, the third Hokage's demeanor shifted dramatically, a vibrant energy surging within him, radiating an ominous aura from the frail figure of an elderly man. I, too, understood that this day would inevitably arrive. Yet seizing my head as a trophy shall not be so simple. A solitary, inexplicable tear escaped Orochimaru's eye, even at this juncture. Nostalgia for the past tugged at her heart, rendering her somewhat reluctant to strike. With a swift motion, the sharp kunai pierced her skin, blood cascading onto the tiles beneath her feet. Instead of delivering the fatal blow to the third Hokage, she plunged the weapon into her own palm, the pain snapping her back to clarity, banishing the chaotic memories that clouded her mind. Finally resolute, she feigned a yawn, stating, I feel much more awake now. I was so drowsy earlier. I anticipated you would say that, the third Hokage replied, unperturbed, for he knew his proud disciple well. Out of curiosity, he inquired, I know you are not one to act out of hatred, devoid of purpose and motive. Orochimaru released her control over the third Hokage, sauntering to the opposite side. Intrigued as she observed Naruto preparing for battle, pleasantly surprised to find him gazing in her direction. Whatever he intends to do now is futile, in truth. There is a purpose behind my actions. To put it simply, I find moving entities fascinating. Remaining still is dreadfully dull. A wind of destruction sweeping through Konoha will surely animate my windmills. Maki, initially engrossed in a fierce duel with Kakashi, had been contemplating the situation within the barrier until the moment Orochimaru discarded her disguise, prompting an expletive from his lips. Though the plan had been proposed by the Sound Ninja, and the control of the Hokage seemed effortless, what of their own Kazekage? Maki's resolve began to waver, his fighting spirit extinguished. With their leader mysteriously absent, the Sand Shinobi found themselves in an awkward predicament. Should they continue opposing Konoha or proceed with the Sound Ninja scheme? As casualties among the Sand Shinobi mounted, Maki, now the highest-ranking elite jonin present, understood the necessity of making a decisive choice for both the village and the surviving Sand Ninja. What on earth is happening? Maki seethed, casting a furious glance at Orochimaru. Within the barrier, the third Hokage, despite his advanced age, fought valiantly against Orochimaru. After a brief skirmish, she unleashed the summoning jutsu, and 3 coffins ascended from the rooftop. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Shurikens transformed into a rain of blades, assaulting the coffins with relentless fury, yet alas, the specially crafted coffins of the impure world resurrection were not so easily destroyed. The lids of the coffins opened, revealing 2 legendary warriors from the Warring States era. To think you summoned the first and second Hokage as your allies, Orochimaru grinned, observing the third Hokage's grave expression. What will you do now, my dear Sarutobi-sensei? The third coffin also creaked open, and a girl with brown hair staggered forth, taking her place beside the 2 former Hokage. The girl, her head bowed, concealed her features, yet the purple markings on her cheeks allowed the third Hokage to recognize her instantly. Indeed, she was originally intended as Gaara's aide against the Nine Tails. Orochimaru licked her lips in anticipation. Outside the barrier, the Umbu team felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, their anxiety mounting for the third Hokage's safety. Quickly, send me into that barrier. Naruto, gleaming with golden chakra, emerged in the arena, 2 colossal hands formed of chakra sprouting from his back, gripping both Kiba and Shino like dolls, leaving them flailing helplessly. It's Naruto. It seems he has gathered them. Kakashi sighed in relief, though he recognized that his stamina was waning against Maki. Recognizing Naruto from the intel provided by Orochimaru, Maki turned to flee the moment Naruto appeared. Unwilling to risk confronting a Jinchuriki, especially one who seemed slightly off. TCH, he got away. Kakashi grumbled, biting down on his Senbon. We're running out of time. Inside the barrier, the battleground had devolved into a primal chaos due to the clash of several elite combatants. The brown-haired girl, now enveloped in crimson chakra, resembled a feral beast as she darted past the third Hokage, an arm severing from her body. The third Hokage endured the pain in his left arm, unleashing a fireball to send her flying. Oh dear, how will you form hand seals now, Sarutobi-sensei, with your left arm severed? Orochimaru reveled in the third Hokage's plight, her expression twisted with malice. Your life now flickers like a candle in the wind. The third Hokage, weapon in hand, withdrew from the fray. Is this how you treat an elderly man? The Rui Jingu Bang was driven into the ground, supporting his frail body as he insisted, as long as Enma remains. What difference does it make whether I have my left arm or not? From the Rui Bang extended Enma's muscular form, aiding the third Hokage in forming 3 shadow clones. A smile of acceptance graced the third Hokage's face as he declared, in my old age, I wish to resolve matters peacefully, yet my constant forbearance has led to much turmoil. You were puzzled as to why I had not prepared despite receiving intel. I seek atonement. Are you certain you wish to proceed with that? Enma inquired, sensing the third Hokage's intentions, reluctant to comply. Enough, Enma. The third Hokage inhaled deeply and nodded resolutely at Orochimaru. Since you have such a fascination with ninjutsu, allow me to demonstrate a technique you have never witnessed before. It would be wise for you to refrain from using that technique, Grandpa. The gathered elite warriors exchanged glances, their expressions tense as they turned toward a particular direction. Suddenly, four figures materialized within the arena, and Naruto, encircled by the trio, exclaimed, I refuse to let my grandpa perish like this. The radiant golden figure momentarily stunned the third Hokage. Chapter 47. The collapse of Konoha's plan concludes. Orochimaru flicked out her tongue, capturing the pheromones in the air. Recognizing the newly transformed Naruto. Ah, I see. Let us engage in a little game. I shall witness who has progressed more rapidly this month, you or Sasuke. The impure world Jinchuriki sensed Naruto's arrival, her golden chakra igniting an unusual fury within her, propelling her towards Naruto without the need for Orochimaru's command. The third Hokage, clutching his severed arm, yelled urgently, Get out of here, Naruto. I am no longer the sheltered child who hides behind my elders. Now, it is my grandfather who requires care. Naruto extended golden chakra claws from his back, ensnaring the Jinchuriki effortlessly. No matter how desperately she struggled, escape remained elusive. Shikaku, lend me your strength. Within the ceiling space, the first tail of the 9 tails glowed ominously, startling Kushina as she concentrated on channeling chakra. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, observing the earthy-hued Rasengan that had formed in Naruto's hand, murmuring, such power, magnet release, Rasengan. The reanimated Jinchuriki was struck by this spiraling orb, causing an array of chakra-infused runes to erupt on her body, rendering her utterly immobilized. The dark red chakra gradually dissipated, revealing her true visage, and then a multitude of sand emerged from the runes, enveloping her in a cocoon of earth. Just before the cocoon sealed, the weary-faced girl gazed at Naruto, a faint smile gracing her lips. Thank you. Naruto gently placed the cocoon on the ground and turned to the remaining 3, clenching his fists before him, exclaiming, Oh, next, I shall eliminate you all in one go. Orochimaru smiled wryly, saying, Let us see if you possess such strength. Bang! With a powerful and forceful punch, Naruto distorted her face, sending her crashing backward against the tiles, gliding for several hundred meters despite the immense resistance before finally halting at the edge of the barrier. This rooftop seems quite expansive. The exact dimensions elude me, but it certainly accommodates the first Hokage's surfing, which is amusing. What incredible speed! It nearly rivals that of the fourth Hokage. The onlookers outside the barrier gasped in astonishment. You are increasingly radiating a golden brilliance, Naruto. Orochimaru struggled to rise, a large hole in her mask revealing her beautifully adorned face, enhanced with lipstick. She wiped her hand across her visage, restoring it to its original form. The golden chakra claws swiped at Orochimaru, who leapt high to evade, retorting, It is precisely due to this old man's cowardice that you have endured so much torment since childhood. Even so, do you still wish to protect him, even at the cost of your own life? Naruto, missing his strike, grasped the tree trunk with his outstretched claw, retracting his chakra to swing across like a spider. Every individual harbors their own attachments, and as time progresses, these bonds strengthen. This is not mere philosophy, for those who possess such ties inevitably choose to act upon them. The first Hokage summoned a vine to ensnare Naruto, while the second Hokage created 2 shadow clones to launch a water-slicing technique, coalescing into a formidable water blade. Truly, the second Hokage exemplifies mastery, skillfully utilizing my shadow clones. Spiraling Sphere. From the immobilized Naruto erupted an abundance of chakra claws, with 2 larger ones lifting a massive Rasengan above his head, while the others surged toward the 2 former Hokages, dragging them toward the Rasengan and generating a flurry of white paper-like shreds. In my childhood, though I grew up in solitude, secretly wiping away tears upon returning home, I contemplated that if the villagers did not favor me, I could simply live in the remote mountains, where my actions would not evoke disdain. Naruto abandoned the 2 still recovering bodies of the predecessors. Magnetic Release, Spiraling Sphere. 2 identical Rasengan appeared atop the chakra claws, pressing down upon the first and second Hokages, who, before being enveloped by the earth cocoon, exchanged glances with the third Hokage, the first apologetically stating, "I apologize, little monkey, and to this young friend as well, for causing you such trouble, even in death." The second Hokage regarded Naruto, calmly remarking, "It was my shadow clone." The 2 earth cocoons were secured by Naruto, who then turned to clap his hands together, firmly trapping Orochimaru's sword. In those times, Grandpa Third often took the time to accompany me, sharing countless stories. He was the first in the village truly willing to converse with me, and the only one who risked nearly poisoning himself by drinking the mushroom soup I offered. Regardless of my insignificance, I remained true to myself. Orochimaru attempted to withdraw the sword, yet it seemed his efforts would not be fulfilled. A hand emerged from Naruto's arm, forming a spiraling shuriken that emitted a buzzing sound. This technique appeared perilous. Orochimaru squinted, severing the head of the snake in his mouth and discarding the sword in a bid to flee. However, escape was futile. This technique could be launched. Wouldn't it be delightful to elevate my spirits a tad? Orochimaru halted his retreat, biting his finger and pressing it to the ground. Triple Rashomon. A golden arm thrust the spiraling shuriken, colliding with the Rashomon gates and creating a cloud of smoke. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 resounding impacts, the triple Rashomon was utterly shattered, and the spiraling shuriken was pressed against Orochimaru's chest by the golden hand. The expanding shuriken filled Orochimaru with foreboding, prompting him to open his mouth and expel himself, as his original form melted away in the shuriken's rotation. Indeed, you are rarer than even the previous generation of the hidden cloud. You possess immense research value. Orochimaru extended his tongue to wash his face. Truly, you are not so easily vanquished. Naruto materialized beside Orochimaru, and the 2 engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Naruto's interference disrupted her initial strategy, and given Naruto's current state was significantly superior to hers, she ultimately had no choice but to cease her assault. It was futile to continue. She had already observed a large toad in the distance, near the eastern gate of Konoha, overpowering the 3-headed giant python that had been wreaking havoc. If this continued, unforeseen complications could arise. Uzumaki Naruto, you are truly intriguing. The 4 sound ninjas sealed the barrier and instantly appeared beside Orochimaru, wary of a potential ambush. Their gazes towards Naruto filled with vigilance. Our next encounter will not be so simple. Orochimaru licked his lips, allowing the 4 ninjas to carry her away. Naruto, concerned about the 3rd Hokage's injuries, chose not to pursue. Moreover, he could not afford to waste time on Orochimaru, as Sasuke might be in dire straits against Gaara. The others rushed in the direction Orochimaru had fled, declaring, "You shall not escape." However, upon hearing the footsteps of pursuers, Kadamaru turned and unleashed a torrent of spider silk, sending them tumbling back. "Grandfather, leave these 3 to the sealing team. I must continue my pursuit of Sasuke." Naruto hurriedly finished speaking and, guided by his memories, advanced in the direction where he had previously sensed Sakura, Shikamaru, and Pakin rushing out. Chapter 48. You will regret this. A fierce explosion reverberated through the forest, as a violent wind mixed with a torrent of sand ravaged the surroundings, overwhelming even the vegetation, which became buried beneath a golden blanket of dust. Sasuke. Sakura shielded Sasuke, only to be struck by the sandstorm, crashing through dozens of trees before becoming embedded in a trunk. Gaara was half covered in sand, transformed into a monstrous half-human, half-tanuki creature, raising his sharp claws as he swiftly approached Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, your hatred pales in comparison to mine, rendering you weaker than I am. Were it not for this woman, you would have perished long ago. Damn it, I still can't move. Sasuke had already exhausted his final trump cards, struggling to evade while his chakra dwindled to near depletion. Just as Gaara's tanuki claws were about to pierce Sasuke's chest, an ominous cloud tattoo emerged from the curse mark on his body, enveloping him entirely. The sound of birdsong filled the air as a lightning attribute chakra manifested into a sword of light, extending upward from the Raikiri, severing everything in its path with precision. After executing this feat, Sasuke fell motionless from several meters above, landing heavily on the ground. You are quite formidable, Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara alighted on a nearby treetop, his tanuki claws falling away only to be quickly replaced by new ones formed from the sand. As long as there is sand, there is nothing I cannot accomplish. While you can endure pain, this is where it ends. With a menacing glare, Gaara raised his hand, and the surrounding sand seemed to come alive, slowly creeping towards Sasuke. The sand constricted tighter, causing Sasuke to grunt in pain. Sakura's vision blurred as her chakra had long since been depleted in the futile battle against this monster. Helpless, she could only yearn for the appearance of that reliable figure, screaming in anguish, Naruto. Suddenly, a hint of a smile graced Sasuke's lips as he whispered, "Too slow. You big fool." The entire world seemed to slow down, transforming into a moment of suspended animation. Bang! A brilliant figure materialized before Gaara in an almost instantaneous manner, sending him hurtling backward after a punch to his tanuki face, crashing into a tree. You cannot harm my friends, Gaara. In Konoha, atop the rooftops of Kaiki City, the medical team leader shook his head, declaring, "The wounds are too severe. We cannot perform limb regeneration surgery." Despite the loss of an arm, the third Hokage appeared rejuvenated, gazing towards the eastern gate where the enemy's massive summoned beasts were being driven away by Fukasaku. Once the enemy is dealt with, summon Jiraiya. Everyone present fell into a momentary stupor, refraining from voicing their opinions. An Umbu member whispered a few words into the ear of a nearby figure, who knelt before the third Hokage, saying quietly, "Danzo-sama has arrived." The third Hokage caught a glimpse of Danzo, flanked by several root members, and remarked, "It has been quite some time, Danzo. How fortuitous it is to see you now, just as the enemy is being dispatched. I do this for Konoha." Danzo suppressed his anger and inquired, "I heard you intend to allow Jiraiya. I am the Hokage Danzo." The third Hokage closed his eyes, choosing silence. Fully aware of his old friend's true intentions, Danzo glared at the seemingly slumbering third Hokage, scoffing heavily before turning away, warning in a low voice, "If this continues, it will lead to the ruin of Konoha. You will regret this, Sarutobi." With that, Danzo and his entourage departed, his expression chillingly fierce, his heart ablaze with wrath. What of the legendary Sannin? Orochimaru is merely a soft-hearted fool. I need to seek new allies. Suddenly, a massive yellow tail shot skyward, sending Naruto flying far away. Hidden, Pakken covertly assisted Sasuke to his feet, only to be engulfed by a colossal shadow. Turning, they beheld an incomprehensible creature before them. At a distance, Temari staggered back in disbelief, her pupils dilating as she murmured, "It has finally appeared, and it's been summoned by the Konoha lower ninjas." "Naruto, are you going to stop me again?" Gaara, half buried in the sand atop his monstrous form, found his arms immobilized within the grains. The neural tendrils formed from sand adhered to his cheek and the back of his head, granting him control over the giant beast. "Let me kill him, and you can become just like me." Gaara roared towards the direction where Naruto had been sent flying. Meanwhile, Shikaku, beneath him, inflated its belly, striking it with its claws, producing a resounding thud. Wind release, vacuum bullet. A massive barrage of compressed air, generated by chakra, was expelled from Shikaku's mouth in the form of wind balls. As Naruto passed by a cluster of flourishing trees, two enormous golden arms emerged from behind, grasping the trunks of two trees. Utilizing this force, he halted his movement, and with a gentle motion of the arms, uprooted the row of trees and hurled them towards the oncoming CHK Dan. Boom! The power of the CHK Dan was neutralized, crashing entirely against the trees, creating a tempest filled with wood shavings. Sasuke, under the guidance of Parker, had just managed to extricate Sakura from the tree when the gust nearly swept them all away. Naruto has swiftly returned to the battlefield, and Gaara is already poised for action. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, Rasengan. A new round of clashes ensues, as the two formidable wind techniques collide, creating the semblance of a tempest of extraordinary magnitude. A cerulean halo manifests, radiating outward in a circular fashion, causing all the trees caught within its luminous grasp to lean perilously in the opposite direction. Sandrain, summoning technique. The agile form of Gamabunta bursts forth from the thick mist, delivering a powerful kick with his frog-like leg that strikes the chin of Shikaku's shell, sending the massive beast reeling off balance and stumbling backward. Within the ceiling space, Shikaku cannot help but rub its chin, muttering, "Be gentle. After all, it is the body of an elder. Let Gaara use that technique later." Naruto nodded, responding inwardly, "Understood, yes. Shikaku, when you need it, you call for Shikaku. But forget it when it's unnecessary. Apologies. I tend to forget everything outside of battle when I concentrate." Heh. The technique of the collapsing stall. Gamabunta firmly settled onto Shikaku, unable to be moved regardless of Gaara's attempts to control it. He produced a sturdy wooden staff, a narrative etched across his face, saying, "Who would have thought that 12 years later, my debut would again be in a battle with a tailed beast?" Observing the two colossal beasts clashing, effortlessly overwhelming the forests and mountains, altering the terrain, Sasuke gritted his teeth, pondering, what level of combat is this? With Shikaku's head pressed to the ground, Naruto crouched before Gaara. "I have lost many important people, which is why I do not wish to see those I cherish perish before my eyes again." Gaara extracted his hand from the sand, forming seals, gritting his teeth. "Even so, we monsters will use the technique of false slumber." No sooner had he spoken than Gaara, having completed the 5-second slumber technique, closed his eyes and lost consciousness, his head drooping. Chapter 49. Mazo Nunghu. As Gaara drifted into slumber, Shikaku's eyes shimmered with golden light, the coins spinning in its gaze, its chest heaving as the first breath of fresh air filled its lungs, prompting a frenzied respiration. "You, finally able to breathe." Shikaku shook its head vigorously, feeling as though years of confinement in a claustrophobic space had almost rendered it compulsive. "Thanks, boss. Please send my regards to Gamabunta." Naruto expressed his gratitude to Gamabunta, who remained atop Shikaku. "Next time you visit Mount Myaboku, bring more snacks," Gamabunta replied before dissipating into a cloud of smoke. Returning to Mount Myaboku. Upon witnessing this, Temari retreated frantically, shifting her position repeatedly, unable to believe that Naruto would allow the summoning beast suppressing Shikaku to depart at such a critical moment. Is this kid an idiot? Without the suppression, Shikaku will be even freer. Perhaps I should simply flee. Shikaku's startling words caused Temari to halt, and after a struggle, she removed the large fan from her back, trembling as she turned back towards Shikaku, her voice quavering, "No, you mustn't. Some heal their lives with their childhood, while others must spend their lives healing their childhood." Gaara and Naruto embody this sentiment. It can be said that all Jinchuriki belong to this category. Those possessed by Shikaku cannot indulge in a restful slumber until dawn, for if they fall asleep, their persona may be eroded by Shikaku, transforming them into a mindless monster. Having executed the false slumber technique, Gaara greedily relished the mental satisfaction of sleep, when suddenly, the sound of a ticking clock stirred his curiosity, prompting him to open his eyes. A ripple emanated from beneath his feet, expanding to reveal his surroundings. Directly opposite was a colossal red fox, brandishing 9 tails. Even having encountered Shikaku, the sheer size of this creature left him awestruck. This foul fox was the tailed beast sealed within Naruto. A voice he had long dared not confront echoed from behind him as he slowly turned around, uttering, "One tail? Huh? Yo, Gaara." Naruto greeted him from before the 9 tails. Upon seeing Naruto, Gaara furrowed his brow, glaring fiercely, "Where is this place? Have you imprisoned me here with the intent to kill me? I'll tell you, my existence will not fade." Naruto approached Gaara gradually, speaking with a hint of melancholy. "In truth, we bear quite a resemblance to one another." Gaara took a step back, feeling an unsettling discomfort in this peculiar space. "Wait, do not come any closer," he exclaimed. He could not comprehend why the ever-restless Shikaku was so tranquil at this moment, nor could he fathom Naruto's true intentions. Naruto, undeterred, proclaimed, "The anguish of solitude must be profoundly distressing, is it not? I can empathize with your pain from the depths of my heart. I have discovered those whom I hold dear, and I yearn to protect them. Yet why? This notion conflicts with Gaara's worldview, leaving him inexplicably irked, for he fears that Naruto might evoke his haunting memories. They rescued me from the abyss of loneliness and acknowledged my existence, forming an invaluable bond. Thus, I am compelled to sacrifice for those I cherish most and harbor the desire to protect them with a heart full of compassion. This, indeed, is love. Naruto drew ever closer to Gaara's domain, their respective chakras entwining in a profound connection. In that moment, both individuals were transported back to their childhood. Recalling the times they were scorned and regarded as monsters by others, Naruto discovered that Gaara harbored a brown-haired father who had perpetually sought to take his life, as well as an uncle whom he had tragically slain. Gaara, in turn, recognized the profound loneliness that engulfed Naruto, who had no family of his own. Fearing the specter of betrayal once more, Gaara had sealed off his heart, ceasing to seek answers. As Naruto approached him, he delivered a punch to Gaara's cheek and declared, "Then I shall be your friend. Do not act like a fool." In the tangible world, Temari stood atop a tree branch before Shikaku, brandishing her large fan. Her voice trembling with trepidation as she warned, "Do not attempt to flee, or else Gaara will." Shikaku raised an eyebrow, leaning his massive head closer, only to discover Temari's presence. His expression tinged with confusion as he queried, "What were you just saying?" Temari, shutting her eyes to avoid the terrifying visage of Shikaku, nonetheless shouted fiercely, "I said, do not run away." Sister. After being drained of chakra by Shino's parasitic bugs, Kankuro finally regained a modicum of his energy and hastened towards the scene. Upon witnessing Temari confronting Shikaku, he quickened his pace, racing towards them. "That is splendid, Kankuro. Our chances of restraining Shikaku have increased," Temari thought, feeling a flicker of confidence as she stood alongside her brother. Kankuro, removing the remnants of the shattered crow that Shino had damaged, let out a wry smile, stating, "I never imagined it would ultimately fall upon us to contend with such a creature." Naruto clutched Gaara's collar and said, "Do you see, Gaara? There have always been those who care for you, though you have failed to notice them. Even the mightiest of foes are unwavering in their desire to protect you." Gaara softly murmured, "Sister, brother." The external Shikaku suddenly expressed a hint of regret, remarking, "What a pity. These two little brats would surely make a delectable meal. Do they still consume humans?" Kankuro was already drenched in sweat, his garments thoroughly soaked. Suddenly, Shikaku ceased its movements, its form cracking and disintegrating into a cascade of sand. Gaara stood upon the grains, and from behind him, a hand of sand emerged, reaching toward Naruto. In response, Naruto's chakra claw extended from his back, fiercely clashing with the sand hand, their fingers interlocking in a fierce contest. Gaara raised his hand, still tinged with frustration, declaring, "The notion of becoming my friend is merely a feeble excuse. In the future, you will meet the same fate as Yashimaru, like a sandstorm." Countless grains of sand gathered above Naruto, cascading downwards, while the chakra claws converged into a singular form, enveloping the falling sand. Naruto remarked, "Your mother, Gaara, also wishes for you to find more friends." Suddenly, the claws of chakra lunged towards Gaara, but two arms made of sand rose from the ground to thwart Naruto's assault. Gaara, taken aback, was witnessing an unfamiliar manifestation of the sand shield for the very first time. "This is the power your mother bestowed upon you. Your father's vision is quite misguided. The sand shield has always been your protector. It is not Shikaku's strength, but rather the strength of your mother, Kurura." Upon hearing these words, Gaara seemed to become deaf for a moment, unable to perceive any sound other than Naruto's voice. "Your mother loves you dearly. Does my mother truly love me?" Naruto retracted the chakra claws and nodded, saying, "Your mother was truly exceptional as a parent. Even in death, she continues to trust and protect you." Gaara turned his gaze, not only at the protective hands formed by the intertwined sand shield, but also at the sand puppet resembling his deceased mother, cradling him as if he were the most precious treasure. It was she who had guided him to this moment, who had given him life as a premature infant, bestowing upon him her chakra. Indeed, mothers are remarkable. Gaara knelt on his knees, tears finally streaming down his face. Chapter 50. Is there truly a 50-year-old princess? Within the refuge of the Konoha Shadow Rock, the villagers huddled closely together, seeking solace in their shared warmth. The ruckus outside had diminished since earlier. A man donning a chef's hat stood by the ventilation window. From this angle, he could only see the distant white clouds, entirely unaware of the external circumstances. His eyes sharpened as he stroked his chin, pondering, did I forget to turn off the stove when I escaped? Naruto approached Gaara, who was kneeling, and extended his fist. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro interposed themselves before him, instinctively asserting their protective nature despite knowing they were no match for the figure before them. The arm of the sand shield brushed against Gaara's cheek, wiping away his tears, reminiscent of a mother comforting her sorrowful child. The cold grains of sand, paradoxically, brought him warmth. Gaara shook his head, declaring, I don't want to fight anymore. Seeing that Naruto remained still, fist still raised towards Gaara, Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, wordlessly supporting Gaara. Gaara, when we meet next, let us be friends. Naruto exclaimed, is that what you've been striving for all this time? Gaara replied weakly as he bumped fists with Naruto. In that moment, a voice from within him, the Shikaku, echoed with anticipation, at last, can we communicate properly, Gaara? Gaara's body trembled slightly, startling Kankuro. So it was you all along. With a sardonic click of his tongue, the trio from Sunagakure departed under Naruto's gaze. Suddenly, in a rare moment of vulnerability, Gaara spoke up, thank you for always looking after me, brother and sister. Not at all, Kankuro responded, somewhat taken aback. This was the first time Gaara had referred to him in such a manner since he was 6. Temari, equally surprised, smiled softly and playfully tapped Gaara on the head with her fist, saying, I've waited many years to hear you say that. Naruto appeared beside Sasuke and Sakura, dispelling his golden body mode. Sakura had regained some strength and was tending to Sasuke's wounds. Naruto turned to Pakin and said, you've done well. To his surprise, he had indeed succeeded in altering that person's character. The dog, snapping out of his astonishment, expressed his admiration to Naruto before releasing the summoning. Naruto inquired with concern to his 2 teammates, how are you both? Although chakra had been excessively depleted, the gains from this battle were considerable. Sasuke closed his eyes, the dark cloud tattoo retreating into his cursed seal, his heart filled with complex emotions. To defeat such a monster, just how powerful have you become? As a vengeful soul, he had initially reveled in the success of this month's rigorous training, yet he found himself unable to keep pace with Naruto, intensifying his yearning for strength. The sky was overcast. Days had passed since the collapse of Konoha, and even the heavens seemed to weep for the deceased. Konoha held a memorial service, honoring those lost in the struggle with the title of hero, inscribing their names upon the monument for the villagers to remember. The post-war reconstruction was bustling. The third Hokage, typically occupied with numerous tasks, was now accompanied by the 2 elder advisors atop the roof. There, a white-haired man, peering through a telescope, was drooling. The third Hokage cleared his throat, saying, are you engaging in such trivial pursuits again? Jiraiya, shaking off his nonchalant demeanor, replied, what brings you all to seek me? The girls of Konoha are becoming increasingly charming. You already knew that without us mentioning it, one elder remarked. I've heard that negotiations with Sunagakure have concluded successfully. The mastermind behind it all was Orochimaru, using Sunagakure as a shield. Moreover, when Sunagakure announced its surrender to Konoha, the nature of our relationship became less significant. From Konoha's perspective, I accepted their proposal, but the third placed his hand on the railing, gazing at the progress of the wall repairs, expressing concern. Konoha's strength has become tenuous. In this situation, we must prioritize preparing for a potentially greater crisis. Just days prior, the Kazekage, Maki, discovered the body of the 4th Kazekage, Rasha, near Sunagakure. According to Maki's report to Konoha, it seemed he had been ambushed by Orochimaru upon leaving the village, slain by her sword, his attire remarkably unsoiled. Thus, all recent orders and plans from the Kazekage had originated from Orochimaru. Everyone was diligently working towards the reconstruction of the village. We must all contribute to our community, Jiraiya. This period calls for a reliable and formidable leader. We need the 5th Hokage. Mito spoke directly. During yesterday's emergency meeting with the daimyo, he strongly recommended you as the new Hokage, Jiraiya. Jiraiya leaned over, continuing to observe the distance through the telescope. I truly apologize, but I am not suited for this role. This is a decided fact. If even you, revered as one of the legendary 3, are unfit for Hokage, then who could possibly be? Tsunade's expression reflected some dissatisfaction with Jiraiya's stance. There is another among the legendary 3, is there not? Jiraiya raised his index finger, shaking it before the elders. How can there be a 50-year-old princess in this world? After a brief pause, Mito nodded, indeed. But no one knows where Tsunade is at present. Then I shall go and retrieve her. Jiraiya tilted his head towards the 3rd, compared to my laziness. The astute Tsunade would be far more suitable to succeed as Hokage. After exchanging glances, the third Hokage produced his pipe. Understood, we will consider this promptly. I shall dispatch a team of ANBU to assist in locating her. Jiraiya shook his head, refusing. What are you doing? Oh, you needn't worry about me escaping. There's no need to send anyone to watch over me. I just promised Naruto I would take him out. Clang. Two figures clad in black robes adorned with red clouds, their heads covered by hats, appeared at the back mountains of Inauguration, surveying all of Konoha. Among them, a seemingly honest blue-skinned man remarked, though we have avoided destruction, the damage remains quite severe. The once prosperous village lay in tatters. The other, with black hair and eyes, gazed sorrowfully at the devastation at the eastern gate, clenching his fist at the thought of Orochimaru. The blue-skinned man, noticing his teammate's tightly clenched hand, stepped lightly on the ground, immediately interrupting, "This is not like you. Even you would have some attachment to your homeland, would you not?" Uchiha Itachi relaxed his hand, lifting his gaze, the bells on his hat jingling softly, revealing his dimming three-tomo Sharingan. "No, I feel no attachment whatsoever." Chapter 51. The returnee recently, within a silent, dark cave in the land of fire, a crackling sound of static emerged, as Uchiha Itachi and Kisame simultaneously looked at the rings they wore on their hands. After channeling chakra into the seals, several ethereal figures appeared. A man with a spiky outline spoke first. Orochimaru has committed a significant act in Konoha. She orchestrated an attack against Konoha utilizing the sound and sand shinobi, but her actions have ultimately failed. The third Hokage nearly lost his life in this conflict. And now Orochimaru is nowhere to be found. Kisame slapped his ring forcefully, allowing the man's figure to solidify, revealing his brown hair and facial features. The communication becoming clearer. Is there any lag? Therefore, I hope someone can investigate this matter. Itachi closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before raising his head, stating calmly, "I shall go, we are nearby. Then I entrust this to you. Konoha still has a Jinchuriki. Rumors say this war has been quite active. We must remain vigilant for the organization's future movements. Such a lavishly corrupt village, what a pity." Itachi turned and departed from Inauguration mountains, his pace inadvertently quickening. "Sasuke, are you safe?" At Ichiraku Ramen, after finishing his meal, Naruto instinctively reached for his unlimited free coupon, only to remember that the chef had yet to give it to him. Ayam leaned against the counter with a spoon in hand, her expression unkind. "What are you thinking? You aren't contemplating dining and dashing, are you?" The chef, arms crossed, remarked, "What about the one I gave you last time?" "I just gave it to Konohamaru," he sighed. "What a headache. I guess I'll have to pay." Naruto pitifully pulled out his bulging wallet to settle the bill. As he exited the ramen shop, a bell chimed, and two men wearing hats entered. "Welcome." "Sorry." Itachi glanced at the empty seats, exchanged looks with the chef, then lowered the curtain and turned to leave. Feeling mocked, the chef muttered, "What a strange fellow." "Lucky. Thank you, chef." Naruto followed Miss SHBU out of the kitchen, cradling several specially made Ichiraku ramen cups in his hands. With a playful wink, SHBU remarked, "You're in luck. These sample sizes are yours to keep. A few days ago, during the evacuation, I accidentally left the stove on, resulting in this unexpected new product. It seemed they had already departed, so there was still time. They decided to visit the dumpling shop for something sweet." Itachi, indeed, had a fondness for sweets. The two of them strolled boldly down the streets of Konoha, while the passers-by appeared oblivious to the peculiar attire of these two individuals. Even the occasional passing of a Chunin patrol did not disrupt their presence. Despite the passage of time, the aroma of this shop remained unchanged. Itachi was reminiscent as he had not tasted the dumpling skewers from his hometown in many years. Kisame set down the bamboo skewer in his hand and murmured, "Although I am not particularly sensitive to sweets, I find that I enjoy what Itachi likes. The people of this village are quite perceptive. No wonder it is Itachi's village." Unbeknownst to them, they both glanced outside, where a disheartened white-haired man had been leaning against the entrance since their arrival, clearly having noticed their intrusion. Kakashi closed the book he was reading and said, "Well, you two seem to be getting along quite well." Approaching them were Kurenai and Asuma. Kurenai's cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "You fool. I was sent by Anko to buy dumplings for her." Asuma pulled out a cigarette from the land of fire and lit it, adding, "What about you? What are you doing here all alone?" Kakashi glanced at the dumpling shop and raised his voice to explain, "I'm here to purchase offerings for Obito. And I'm waiting for someone. I'm waiting for Sasuke." Inside the shop, Itachi paused at the mention of Sasuke's name. Kakashi, you've arrived? It's quite rare to see you here first. A familiar voice, one that haunted Itachi's thoughts, echoed from outside the shop. He quickly finished the dumpling in his hand and exchanged a glance with Kisame. The voice has changed a bit, but it's still recognizable, he remarked. Sasuke, slightly annoyed, said, You suddenly called me over. Is there something you need? It seems you've grown up, Sasuke. The group, momentarily distracted by Sasuke's interruption, turned back to the shop only to find that the two had vanished, likely without even paying for their meal. Sasuke noticed the favored dish of the man at the table by the entrance and remarked disdainfully, I absolutely detest natto and sweet food. Kurenai and Asuma had already disappeared from sight, and Kakashi turned to Sasuke, saying, Next, Naruto will be accompanying Jiraiya outside the village to search for Tsunade, while also training along the way. Do you wish to join them? Upon hearing this, Sasuke stepped back, visibly irritated. I absolutely do not want to train alongside Naruto. That month of special training was far too short. I still have new techniques to master. As he watched Sasuke's retreating figure, Kakashi's expression grew serious, pondering. Could it be that the Hokage has sent me to engage with this young man for a reason? Naruto, with a hefty backpack slung over his shoulders, gazed upwards at the signpost and remarked, Adolf Street is just 10 kilometers away. We must reach there before the sun rises high in the afternoon, lest we turn into charred remains. Jiraiya, without glancing back, strode purposefully towards the street leading to the inn. A wicked smile crept across Naruto's face as he caught up to Jiraiya, inquiring with a mischievous tone, Hey, perverted sage. Would you mind sharing the tale of Fiziko Village? Fiziko Village? Jiraiya halted in his tracks, covering Naruto's mouth while glancing around anxiously. His expression turned grave as he exclaimed, Where did you hear that? You must never mention this when you see Tsunade. Naruto nudged Jiraiya's chest with his elbow, prying open the large hand that covered his mouth, and inquired, I heard from a friend that you almost became a son-in-law. Is that true? Jiraiya scratched his face, responding with a rare hint of embarrassment. That was an incident from my youth during my travels through the ninja world. Observing Naruto's inquisitive expression filled with curiosity, Jiraiya, flustered and indignant, struck the top of Naruto's head with a fist, exclaiming, What business do you have as a child prying into such matters? Naruto, crouching on the ground with a hand pressed against the large bump on his head, lamented, These are the tales of the perverse sage. I wish to hear these stories from his own lips. Jiraiya, pondering the implications of bringing this up in her presence, felt a surge of frustration. Resigned, he retrieved a notebook from his pocket and tossed it to Naruto. Naruto picked up the book and began to peruse its pages. This is the first novel I have penned over the years, drawing from my own travels and experiences. If you find it intriguing, I would be delighted to share the tales within. What transpired in Konoha? Why did you suddenly collapse as you spoke? Asuma inquired anxiously, his eyes tightly shut. Kakashi, drenched in perspiration, responded, In that realm, 3 days have passed, yet it barely equates to a mere moment in the real world. How is it that I am still intact after succumbing to such an illusion? The honest-faced Kisame, noticing that Kakashi had not fainted, could not help but commend him. He then turned to Itachi, expressing his concern, However, one must consider, overexerting that I may place you in peril as well. Kakashi, kneeling upon the water's surface, continued to lock gazes with Itachi, the tension palpable as if they were on the brink of igniting yet another confrontation. Yet, simultaneously, an unspoken thought crossed their minds. The plan is in motion. Chapter 52. A reunion of brothers in the midst of Kurenai and Asuma's bewildered glances. Guy deftly pried open Kakashi's door and gently placed him upon the bed. It seems they have yet to locate Naruto. We must ascertain what Kakashi intended to convey before losing consciousness. Guy broke the silence. At this moment, Kakashi lay motionless on the bed. Asuma settled at the head of the bed, reflecting that had it not been for Guy's timely assistance during their previous battle, their fates might have been sealed within their own village. Isn't it peculiar? Asuma pondered. They have infiltrated the village, making it a simple task to find Naruto. Typically, when not on a mission, that boy is either playing with Hinata from Kurenai's team or wandering aimlessly with Konohamaru. Itachi is well aware of Naruto's appearance. Just as Guy was about to speak, a sound of the doorknob turning caught their attention, prompting him to raise a finger to his lips in caution. The news of Itachi's return to the village was still classified, and any unnecessary commotion must be avoided. Why is Kakashi lying down? And, with all of us being Jonin, what on earth happened? Upon arriving at Kakashi's home, Sasuke was taken aback to find Kakashi unconscious on the bed, immediately questioning Asuma in frustration. Seeing the confusion on Kurenai and Asuma's faces, the ever-eloquent guy interjected, "Nothing has transpired. Do not jump to conclusions." Just as Guy was patting himself on the back for his cleverness, Aoba rushed in, flustered. "I heard that Itachi Uchiha has returned. Is it true? And is it for Naruto?" Sasuke leaped from the window to the street below, sprinting at full speed toward Ichiraku Ramen. "That guy has come to Konoha for Naruto. If he catches him, it will spell disaster." He burst through the curtains of Ichiraku Ramen, inquiring, "Has Naruto been here? Do you know where he went afterward?" The ramen chef stroked his chin thoughtfully, though uncertain. "He was here earlier, and Jiraiya came by as well. They discussed taking him to a lodging town near the village." Upon realizing that Naruto was not within the village, Sasuke felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he hastened in the direction indicated by the chef. "Hold on. Don't you dare die on me." In the past, he had always admired Itachi, drawn to those with long hair because of the resemblance. Even on that fateful night, witnessing his brother wielding a blade against their parents, he still believed there must have been a deeper reason behind it all. It was only when he experienced the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, forced to relive the moment of his clan slaughter, that he comprehended the chilling truth hidden beneath Itachi's once gentle facade. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, his deepest obsession was not solely revenge against Itachi, but rather a yearning to hear him confess that all of it stemmed from hardship, that it was all a misunderstanding. How could the brother he once cherished so dearly have turned into such a figure? Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, the situation was dire. Jiraiya placed the key to the inn in Naruto's hand, advising, "Return to your room and focus on refining your chakra. Peruse the book I have given you. And when fatigue sets in, allow yourself to rest." Naruto, clutching the key, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Are you really trying to brush me off with phrases like 'welcome to the adult world'? It's barely noon. Oh, come on. How about I teach you a powerful technique when I return?" Jiraiya said, affectionately wrapping his arm around the beautiful lady as he departed. Naruto placed his luggage on the bed, filled with nostalgia for the thunderous vehicle of his past life, pondering whether Raikage had similar thoughts in the present. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, and Naruto's expression shifted to one of seriousness, aware that the two individuals outside the door were not the most amicable companions. As the door swung open, Itachi swiftly positioned himself in the doorway, addressing Naruto. "Naruto, please accompany us." From behind him, Kisame poked his head out, visibly relieved upon seeing Naruto, and remarked, "So, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is merely a little imp who enjoys applying red eyeshadow. I had expected a fierce battle. Didn't you, Itachi?" Itachi regarded Naruto's bulging eyes with mild astonishment and cautioned, "Do not underestimate him. My Jinjutsu has no effect on him whatsoever." The notion of being immune to Itachi's illusions was indeed unfathomable. "Are you truly serious?" Kisame raised his weapon, the Samahata, and continued, "Allowing him to roam freely could be troublesome, so I shall simply incapacitate his legs. That should suffice." Noting Itachi's lack of objection, Kisame advanced towards Naruto, wielding the Samahata with deliberate steps. "How have you been in the Akatsuki?" The Shark Man with Sasuke's brother. Shark Man. A wave of inexplicable irritation surged within Kisame, exclaiming, "This was the situation just moments ago in Konoha, and now even this little imp is aware of our existence. When did the organization's secrecy deteriorate to such an extent?" Suddenly, with a swift motion, Kisame felt a blur before his eyes, and his head was forcefully pressed against the wall, his wrist holding the Samahata seemingly dislocated. Naruto effortlessly subdued Kisame with a joint lock technique, his demeanor solemn rather than triumphant. Indeed, it seems the Shark Man cares deeply for his comrades. Naruto held a certain admiration for Kisame, recognizing that he was willing to sacrifice himself to prevent his companion's information from falling into the hands of the Ninja Alliance, revealing that there are those within Akatsuki who act with their allies in mind. "Where did you learn of Akatsuki's secrets, Naruto? What expectations does Itachi hold for Sasuke?" Naruto released Kisame, who rubbed his wrist in annoyance. "I expected someone with such an abundance of chakra to utilize ninjutsu, but it appears you're merely employing exaggerated physical techniques. I'm rather frustrated by these muscle-bound tactics. It is not taijutsu. I did not observe any chakra mobilization. It must be some form of special energy that significantly enhances physical strength." Itachi shook his head, unfastening the buttons of his crimson, cloud-patterned cloak. Just as he was about to shed the garment, A spear composed of lightning chakra pierced through his chest, accompanied by a piercing cry of a bird. At long last. I have found you, Sasuke declared, the three tomo in his Sharingan spinning rapidly, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Uchiha Itachi. From around the corner of the staircase. Sasuke lowered the Chidori spear in his hand, the electric light dissipating as he realized that the previous strike had not truly harmed his opponent. Ka. Itachi. Pierced through the chest, transformed into several black crows that scattered. Long time no see, Sasuke, Itachi said, appearing before his brother and looking down upon him from his height. You've certainly grown taller and stronger. This time, I will kill you, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke extended his hand toward the seal on his wrist, summoning two uniquely shaped weapons. As a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame immediately recognized the origins of the ninja tools in Sasuke's hands, the Raijin blade, and the Sharingan that bore a striking resemblance to his own. Who is he truly? He is my brother. You've even awakened the Sharingan, and it's a 3 tomo at that. This is excellent. Chapter 53, Brothers in Harmony. Witnessing Sasuke's breakthrough of the limitations he had once imposed, as well as his reawakening, which surpassed his expectations. Itachi was eager to learn just how far his brother had grown. Kisame repositioned his dislocated arm, watching Sasuke with curiosity. I had heard that the Uchiha clan had been wiped out, and you were the one responsible. As you said, I despise you. I loathe you. It is solely for the purpose of killing you that. Sasuke raised his blade to block Itachi's kunai, the polished blade reflecting the rotating 3 tomo Sharingan. I have managed to survive until now. Just how much progress have you made? It is truly exciting. Sasuke's dual-wielding technique had begun to show results under Kakashi's guidance, yet Itachi effortlessly defended against his relentless assaults with mere kunai, parrying with precision while utilizing his height advantage to execute shoulder throws and elbow blocks. Realizing that he was at a disadvantage in reach and strength, Sasuke altered his strategy, employing more aggressive leg attacks to create distance, utilizing powerful kicks and sweeps as effective means of restraint against his taller opponent. Itachi retreated several steps, seizing the opportunity as Sasuke rose, gripping his shoulder to execute a shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground, his twin ninja swords pinned to the ceiling. Chidori. Upon hitting the ground, Sasuke's hands sparked with electricity, the air crackling with energy. Kisame instinctively took a step back, positioning his Samahata across his chest to shield against the electric current. The electricity surged across the ground toward Itachi, who leapt high to evade the impending electric web, only to find himself confronted by Sasuke, who was hanging from the ceiling. Thrust. The dual blades pierced Itachi's abdomen, emerging from his back as Sasuke's weight bore down upon him, crashing heavily to the ground. Expressionless, Itachi raised his hand before Sasuke, pointing behind him. Sasuke turned to see a kunai aimed at his right eye. Thrust. Itachi, lying on the ground, transformed into a flurry of crows that instantly vanished. However, he coughed up blood as Sasuke had already driven the blade into his abdomen. The Sasuke who had been struck in the eye by the kunai transformed into a wooden stump, collapsing to the ground. This is not finished yet. Chidori sharp spear. Sasuke turned back, unleashing another Chidori blade from his palm, but Itachi's pierced form vanished into a mere illusion, a testament to Sasuke's growing mastery of the 3 tomo Sharingan. You have indeed become formidable. Itachi easily dodged the light blade, and Sasuke, reaching for the rune on his wrist, made the Raijin blade disappear, replacing it with a spinning wind shuriken that he hurled. Clang! The kunai intercepted the massive shuriken, and Sasuke's hand ignited with electricity once more, channeling Chidori into the shuriken, sending arcs of electricity surging forth, forcing Itachi to transform into crows once again. The 3 tomo in Itachi's eyes coalesced into a singularity as he activated his Mangekyou Sharingan. Sasuke's movements faltered, and Itachi seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch that slammed him into the wall. Sasuke struggled to lift his hand, the electric glow of Chidori flickering. Yet Itachi closed in, gripping Sasuke's arm tightly, redirecting his chakra and hurling Chidori against the wall of the inn. I see now. Kakashi and I. Itachi exerted pressure, twisting Sasuke's arm painfully, causing him to briefly lose his combat effectiveness. From the moment Sasuke launched his attack to the moment he faltered, the entire exchange occurred in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing his friend in a precarious situation, Naruto expressed his concern. Sasuke, perhaps, Sasuke, gritting his teeth, interrupted. Do not interfere. Only I can defeat this foe. Itachi grasped Sasuke's cheek and, in a soft tone, remarked, I have no interest in you at present. The time is not ripe, Sasuke. With that, he raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Sasuke's abdomen, sending him flying across the distance. Sasuke, this is truly unbearable. Even with knowledge of the situation, Naruto felt a surge of anger, unable to tolerate the sight of Sasuke's helplessness. Understanding Naruto's thoughts, Sasuke struggled to rise from the ground, declaring, Naruto, I told you not to interfere. This is my battle. Indeed. Itachi approached Sasuke and delivered a fierce punch to his abdomen, forcing him to bend over. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke clutched Itachi's waist and attempted to ram him into the wall. Itachi raised his hand, exposing his elbow, and struck Sasuke's back with tremendous force, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Not enough. Though Sasuke had demonstrated considerable prowess, it was still far from sufficient against that man. Before crashing into the wall, Sasuke released his grip, his body slumping to the ground. Forgive me, Sasuke, forgive me, Kisame remarked with a complex tone. How ruthless. Itachi tightened his grip around Sasuke's neck, lifting him to his own height. The Sharingan spun, activating Tsukuyami, transporting Sasuke back to that fateful night. Hate me. You are far too weak. For the next 24 hours, you shall wander endlessly in that day. The mental assault caused Sasuke's sanity to plummet. Kisame, perplexed, questioned, You would use Tsukuyami on your own brother? Bang. Jiraiya appeared in the corridor, carrying the unconscious beautiful lady. It is Lord Jiraiya. Itachi immediately recognized the newcomer. Glancing at the girl he carried, It seems we have been discovered. Do you think you know me too well? Boasted Jiraiya. A man like me cannot be swayed by women. I charm them with sweet words instead. I would never let my guard down because of beauty. Women come to me willingly, attracted to a man as handsome as I. Listening to Jiraiya's reckless proclamations, Naruto lost his sage mode, reproaching. You fled just because a beauty cast you a glance, and now you boast brazenly? You lecherous sage. After all, it was the legendary Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, and Kisame had not anticipated that he could be so easily diverted. Jiraiya gently placed the girl against the wall and stated, So your target is indeed Naruto? With one hand gripping Sasuke, Itachi spoke deliberately. Capturing Naruto is the Akatsuki's highest order. Naruto will not be handed over to you, Jiraiya declared, biting his thumb. That remains to be seen. You arrived just in time. I shall deal with both of you here. With a clap of his hands, the corridor filled with a fleshy barrier, engulfing the sleeping girl and slowly submerging Sasuke as well. Why are you weak? Because your hatred is insufficient. Itachi carefully loosened his grip and sprinted around the corner, calling, Kisame, let us go. Uchiha Itachi, I will protect Sasuke. Naruto shouted towards the corner. Kisame glanced at Naruto's fading shadow, clicking his tongue, and drew the sword embedded in the ground, pursuing him. Naruto, it is futile to speak to him. No one has ever escaped this place. Any discussions can wait until I capture them, Jiraiya insisted. The sound of shattering glass echoed from the corner of the fleshy barrier, prompting Jiraiya to rush over, only to witness black flames scorching the barrier. What is this black fire? The insides of the fire-spitting giant toad should not have been ignited. Naruto trailed behind, peering ahead as he exclaimed, This is Sasuke's brother's Mangeki ability, known as Amaterasu. It can cling to any flammable object until it is completely consumed. It is indeed a formidable power. Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Jiraiya felt an unsettling discomfort from the flames. He retrieved a scroll, unfurling it to inscribe a sealing array with a brush, forming hand seals as he declared, Seal Fire Technique. A swirl of blue chakra emerged from the scroll, enveloping the black flames of Amaterasu, successfully sealing them within. Several kilometers away, Kisame questioned, Why retreat? It seems, Sasuke, that there are still those willing to protect you. I shall await you, Sasuke. There is no need for us to take Naruto now, and I must find a place to rest my weary body. Itachi closed his eyes, only to reopen them, revealing a dimmer gaze. The continuous use of Tsukuyami, battling my brother, and employing Amaterasu has left me utterly drained. Kisame expressed deep concern. Itachi-san's health. I am fine. I merely need some rest, Itachi replied, falling silent. Since the moment masked man severed his ties, and in the twilight of Uchiha Izumi's life, he had subjected his beloved to a prolonged Tsukuyami lasting 70 years. They had shared a blissful existence on a spiritual level. Yet this very bond had rendered him incapable of utilizing his Sharingan for extended periods, deteriorating his physical state, a weakness that no amount of rest could mend. You will surely grow stronger by our next encounter. Chapter 54. Purpose. Everything appears to be in order now, Jiraiya declared, stamping his wooden clogs on the surface of the intestinal wall, which gradually dissipated, revealing the corridor's original form. The intestinal wall retreated back into the colossal toad of Myaboku Mountain, causing it to inhale sharply. Sasuke was expelled from the confines of the intestinal wall, falling to the ground. Sasuke. Naruto rushed to assist him, noticing the vacant expression in his eyes, a clear indication that he was still suffering from the aftereffects of Tsukuyami. Suddenly, a kunai hurtled toward Jiraiya, which he deftly caught. Before he could turn around, he heard a furious shout, "Rider kick!" The green warrior executed a flying kick past Naruto, unleashing a fierce wind that sent Jiraiya crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. "Oh, sorry about that." Guy scratched his head sheepishly. "I didn't expect to kick you. I rushed over to provide support, and without a mirror, I mistook your fierce face for that of an enemy. Is this how you apologize, you fool?" Jiraiya grumbled, cotton stuffed in his nostrils, arms crossed in exasperation. "Let's just let it go. Sasuke has multiple fractures in his arms and ribs, but that can be addressed. However, he has succumbed to the mental assault of the enemy's eye technique and has lost consciousness. Should I take him to the medical team?" Jiraiya began to nod in agreement. But Naruto interjected, "Perverted sage, aren't we seeking out the best medical expert?" "That is true, but that would make us his babysitters," Guy replied, glancing at Sasuke, looking a bit disheartened. "Now even Kakashi has fallen victim to the same eye technique and is unconscious. Whenever I think of Lee's injuries, I sincerely wish our medical expert were still in Konoha. Alas. So we must go find that person to return to the village, the one who has the word bed engraved on her back, Tsunade, the slug princess." Jiraiya's nostrils were stained crimson with blood. "Then I entrust everything to you, Lord Jiraiya. My dear disciple's ninja career rests in your hands." Guy's eyes glistened with tears, his muscular arms tightly embracing Jiraiya. "Let go of me, you idiot." In a world painted in stark black and white, only the blood-red full moon remained. "Why are you so weak?" "Because your hatred is insufficient. You do not even possess the right to die by my hand." And no, a shadow brandished a long blade, directed at the kneeling Uchiha Fugaku, coldly asserting, "You still have potential." A vision of blood-red engulfed Sasuke as he screamed in despair, "Stop. You're awake." Naruto's radiant smile appeared before him, offering a brief respite from the recent nightmare. However, the warm breath exhaled by the other party made him feel uneasy. "You're too close. Idiot," Sasuke exclaimed, his face flushed as he pushed Naruto away, yet the pain radiating from his hand caused him to grimace. "A friendly reminder. Your body is not suited for vigorous activity at the moment." Jiraiya leaned against the hospital windowsill, turning his head slightly to remark, "It's quite a feat that you managed to catch up with such a troublesome opponent." "You must be Jiraiya, the mentor that Naruto has been mentioning lately," Sasuke stated, lifting the blanket with a serious expression. "Can you tell me why that man is after Naruto? As one of the legendary Sannin, you should be aware of the reasons behind this, shouldn't you?" Jiraiya gazed intently at Sasuke, both remaining silent. Naruto understood that Jiraiya, out of a sense of confidentiality, was reluctant to involve Sasuke, who was still a genin, in matters of such significance. "Just be honest with Sasuke, you lecherous sage," Naruto interjected. With a sigh, Jiraiya turned his gaze outside the window, where a few children were happily engaged in a game of bullying the weaker ones. His expression grew contemplative as he spoke softly. "What they seek is not Naruto himself, but rather what resides within him." "Is it the thing inside Naruto?" Sasuke gasped, recalling how Naruto had previously confided in him and Sakura about the monster within him. After the second match, he had inquired with Kakashi and learned many secrets. However, the entity within Naruto was none other than the Nine Tails, the very beast that had once attacked Konoha. Why would anyone desire such a thing? The children, having been reprimanded by adults, lined up to apologize to their bullied companion. Soon, they reconciled and ran off hand in hand. Witnessing this scene, Jiraiya's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, "In the past, people regarded the Nine Tails as a natural disaster, fearing it greatly. Why would anyone wish to possess such a terrifying entity? To be honest, even I am unaware of their true intentions. Since they know that it resides within Naruto, perhaps they seek to control that immense power. Regrettably, he will always be under their watchful eye." This made sense. The man was willing to go to great lengths for power. Sasuke felt his anger swell as Jiraiya mentioned that Itachi and his cohort would continually seek opportunities to abduct Naruto. "I will not allow you to take him, Itachi. I will kill you with my own hands. Rest assured, I will protect Naruto." Jiraiya reassured him, waving his hand as he stood up to head to the nurse's station to complete his discharge paperwork. The Uchiha child is quite spirited. Let us set off to find Tsunade so she can treat you first. Sasuke, actually Itachi. Upon witnessing Sasuke in such a state, Naruto felt a deep concern that he might tread the same path as in their past lives. He yearned to reveal the truth about the Uchiha clan. Yet Sasuke's cold interruption halted his intentions. Naruto, I recognize your strength in this moment, but you are unqualified to lecture me. Once I recover, I shall strive to become even stronger and will soon surpass you, ensuring that this situation never arises again. However, with an expression devoid of emotion, Sasuke ominously asserted, from any perspective, I remain a seeker of vengeance. I shall personally cleanse the Uchiha name of its disgrace. At present, Sasuke was but a machine driven by hatred, believing that the truth he sought could only be unveiled when Itachi spoke it aloud. I understand, he replied. Naruto, undeterred, dismissed the idea of revealing the truth to Sasuke at that moment and smiled, saying, although your comments are quite impressive, they pertain to events of yesterday. Enraged, Sasuke retorted, I will kill you. In a bustling casino, a blonde beauty placed an entire chest of money on the gambling table, requesting, could you please exchange all this money for chips? Even in this establishment, renowned for its substantial gambling stakes, the dealer broke into a cold sweat upon seeing her arrival. What should I do? This esteemed patron has brought so much money. How much can I possibly win today? The gambling table was occupied by brutish men, their faces adorned with coarse features, yet the blonde's audacious act of joining their table did not incite their displeasure. Instead, it elicited jovial smiles as if she had struck gold. Chapter 55. Slugs and Toads. In a dim and damp laboratory, various scrolls lay strewn across the floor. Books filled with annotations, and enormous blackboards crowded with intricate formulas. So this is what the third Hokage meant by the technique I am unaware of, Orochimaru mused, tucking her dark hair behind her ear. After days of intense calculations, she was disheveled, yet she had indeed gleaned insights from various secrets regarding that technique. You've uncovered so many clues. It seems our collaborator has concealed much from us, Orochimaru. Had Naruto not appeared unexpectedly, you might have been. Orochimaru shot a sidelong glance at Kabuto. You are disappointed, aren't you? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a sharp glimmer, remaining silent. I have great faith in you, Kabuto. Orochimaru smiled as she closed her book, only to be suddenly seized by a wave of intense pain in her chest. Frowning, she gasped for air, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Kabuto hurriedly procured medication for her, stating, you are experiencing a rejection reaction. The medicine I specially formulated should resolve this issue. Orochimaru waved her hand dismissively. By the way, have you tracked down that individual? She is located in a place called Shortbook Street. Orochimaru paused momentarily, recalling a particular curse mark from which she had received some information. Her lips curling into a smile. Shortbook Street, is it? It seems Sasuke is headed there as well. Days later, on the bustling streets of Shortbook Street, Naruto stood at the entrance of an izakaya with Sasuke on his back, awaiting Jiraiya. Keep your hands to yourself, idiot. Sasuke blushed with anger, feeling the gazes of bewildered passers-by upon him. Stop throwing a tantrum. Once we find Granny Tsunade, everything will be fine. She can heal you in an instant. Naruto, there is something I wish to ask you. Where do you obtain all this information? I have never known. Sasuke sensed Naruto stiffen slightly, the grip on his arm tightening, which only fueled his irritation. I want to ask you about this again. Many things are difficult to believe right now. If you wish to know, I can. It doesn't matter. I merely want to understand your stance. Jiraiya lifted the curtain, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the two. I found it. A stunning blonde woman in her 20s frowned, saying, it has been a while since we last met, Orochimaru. Kisame and Kabuto exchanged grave expressions, both wary of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru flicked her hair, a hint of melancholy in her voice. I have searched for you tirelessly. You wouldn't simply be here to reminisce, would you? To be honest, I have a favor to ask of you. Her heartbeat was erratic, her body in a state of extreme fatigue. Is coronary blood supply halted? Myocardial ischemia? Yet how can she stand before me so composed? As a skilled medical ninja, Tsunade immediately sensed something amiss with Orochimaru. Shaking her head, she declared, find someone else. I no longer treat others. I wish to enlist your help in completing a technique. As you can see, I am experiencing severe side effects and am on the verge of collapse. Tsunade's pupils constricted as she murmured, I can't believe you actually completed that technique. You needn't wear that expression. Some things inevitably wither, just as humans do. You must be well aware of this. Given that you caused the deaths of 2 people with your own hands. Who would have thought you would say that? It has saved us quite a bit of time. Jiraiya broke apart a popsicle and offered it to Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke, disliking sweets, shook his head in refusal, prompting Jiraiya to indulge alone. Now let us focus on finding Tsunade. I leave it in your hands, Naruto. Naruto, with a popsicle clutched in his mouth, summoned a multitude of shadow clones, mumbling indistinctly. Let us get this celebration started. The clone versions of Naruto dispersed, each muttering, "You get the real treat," while we settle for the imitation. The entire street buzzed with the chaos of Naruto's antics, creating scenes where dozens of Narutos surrounded a single pedestrian, bombarding them with questions. "What's gotten into you, Sasuke? You've been wearing that expression since the beginning," Jiraiya observed, keenly noting Sasuke's demeanor, reminiscent of a similar expression he had once seen on his friend's face. Sasuke shook his head. "It's nothing. I've heard that you and Orochimaru are both among the legendary Sannin." Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke, saying, "You wouldn't be contemplating doing something that would upset Naruto, would you? Orochimaru is far too dangerous. To this day, no one has truly benefited from him. If you seek power, I advise you to abandon that pursuit. He possesses a forbidden technique that allows him to usurp others' bodies." Jiraiya refrained from elaborating further as he noticed Naruto's shadow clones beginning to dissipate, indicating that news from Tsunade had arrived. "Let us wait until Tsunade has healed you. Power is a cumulative journey. Acquiring too much strength that does not belong to you all at once is unmanageable and can easily lead to being consumed by that very power." As Sasuke observed Jiraiya's retreating figure towards Naruto, he witnessed the playful banter between the master and disciple, with moments of hair-pulling anger interspersed with laughter akin to a father-son relationship. Seeing the smile at the corner of Naruto's mouth, Sasuke was reminded of his former self, when Itachi would poke his forehead, eliciting a similar smile. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's gaze hardened, reminiscent of a fierce little lion. Naruto carried Sasuke on his back, guiding Jiraiya towards a tavern at the end of the street, exclaiming, "Tsunade Baba is inside." As Jiraiya lifted the curtain, he spotted a striking blonde beauty seated in a corner. The golden-haired woman, sensing his gaze, looked up, her cheeks flushed from alcohol, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she recognized the visitor, her drunkenness fading. "Jiraiya, what brings you here?" In contrast to Orochimaru's intense reaction upon seeing Jiraiya, Sakura's response was more subdued. Before Tsunade became acquainted with her uncle, Jiraiya had pursued her, leading to many humorous incidents. Tsunade downed her drink and set the empty cup before Jiraiya, saying, "Speaking of which, today truly is a splendid day to reunite with an old friend." Jiraiya paused momentarily while pouring more sake for Tsunade and asked, "Is it Orochimaru? What does she want with you?" "Oh, nothing much, just the usual ninja rivalries and ambitions. She mentioned attacking Konoha recently, so what business do you have with me?" "Let me be candid." Jiraiya's playful demeanor vanished, and he spoke earnestly. "Tsunade, Konoha has appointed you as the 5th Hokage effective immediately." Both Sakura and Pakin were taken aback, and even Sasuke expressed surprise, glancing at Naruto, who seemed unfazed, providing Sasuke with a sense of relief. "This is also a command from the 3rd Hokage. After Orochimaru's attack, he has recognized the need for someone with your tenacity to lead Konoha. Tsunade, what is your answer?" Sasuke turned his attention to Tsunade's youthful, stunning visage and quietly inquired of Naruto, "Is this the legendary ninja capable of healing any wound?" Indeed, Tsunade Baba made extraordinary contributions to the village during past wars. She is also the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage. Her medical ninjutsu is exceptional, and have you seen her strength? She surpasses Sakura. Noticing their whispered conversation, Tsunade's eyes twitched as she asked, "And who might these two be?" "The cool young man is from the Uchiha clan, while the golden-haired one is my new disciple, Uzumaki Naruto." "Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails?" Tsunade's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "I thought you had lost all hope since the 4th's passing. You even abandoned our promise to travel the world and gamble at every casino." Jiraiya sheepishly scratched his face with his finger. "Because I see in him a hope more potent than that of Nagato or Minato, he will surely surpass them." "Prophecies and saviors are merely your fantasies," Tsunade replied, setting her cup down. "Although it is the old man's command, I must refuse." Jiraiya, seemingly anticipating this response, sighed in resignation. "I knew you would say that. It reminds me of when I confessed to you. and you used the same words to reject me. Tsunade's gaze shifted to Naruto, a sense of nostalgia washing over her. Jiraiya, this child is quite different from your previous disciples. He appears somewhat lacking in intelligence and eloquence. Chapter 56. Stubbornness of each curious about Naruto's unexpectedly subdued reaction. Jiraiya swirled the clear liquor in his glass, reflecting, compared to the fourth Hokage, anyone would seem inferior. After all, he was the most talented ninja, possessing a brilliant mind for ninjutsu and immense renown. He was strikingly handsome, much like myself. Tsunade scoffed, yet the fourth did not last long. Your most excellent disciple gambled his life for the village. Life and money are not the same. Sacrificing one's life so easily is the folly of a fool. My grandfather and the second Hokage aspired to end the chaos of war, yet they both sacrificed their lives for the village before achieving their goals. Jiraiya frowned. You have changed, Tsunade. I never expected you to say such things. Tsunade rested her chin on her hand, a smirk playing on her lips. At my age, time inevitably alters one's perspective. The same goes for the old man. He should have long stepped down from that position. Hokage is a burden. Only a fool would aspire to be Hokage. Naruto rose, a black kanji symbol appearing on his forehead, and declared, though the third Hokage may be advanced in years and, like the lecherous sage, has an insatiable curiosity that causes him to bleed from the nose daily, he is undeniably a competent Hokage. If Granny Tsunade finds him too senile, then why does she not assume the mantle of Hokage herself? Even a grandmother should refrain from mocking my father and the third Hokage in my presence. The title you disdain is one I have long coveted. There is no need to draw comparisons with me in this matter. Tsunade, invigorated by his audacity, slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, You certainly have guts to speak such words to me. Let us take this outside, you little brat. Tsunade-sama. Shizune interjected, wishing to dissuade her, as it was unbecoming for one of the legendary three to challenge a mere genin. Jiraiya sighed, Let them be, Shizune. Besides, Tsunade seems rather oblivious to the current situation. Oblivious? It is Jiraiya who has surely imbibed too much to speak coherently, Shizune thought to herself. The group proceeded outside, where the tavern's location was less than ideal, devoid of onlookers. Tsunade extended a finger and proclaimed, as one of the legendary three, I will require but a single finger to deal with a genin of your caliber. A golden aura ignited around Naruto, a colossal chakra enveloping his entire being, radiating a gentle golden light that resembled a blazing sun amidst the night. He clenched his fists and declared, I must exert all my strength, Granny Tsunade. In astonishment, Shizune, cradling a pink piglet, nearly dropped her jaw to the ground, as the little creature gasped for air. Has he already mastered the power of the tailed beasts? Tsunade realized that Naruto was no ordinary genin and swiftly took action, leaping towards him with her leg raised high. Painful sky kick. The ground trembled, sending vibrations throughout the expansive short book street, felt by all its inhabitants. Jiraiya, sensing the tremors beneath him, reflected with nostalgia. Tsunade's strength remains formidable. It reminds me of the time I was caught spying on her and sent flying over 100 meters with a single punch. That hurt. Truly. She is Granny Tsunade. Naruto crossed his hands above his head to block, ensnaring Tsunade's foot at his wrists. The stone slabs beneath them cracked inch by inch, the fissures spreading like a spider's web. The relentless force was channeled by Naruto into his feet, and with a resounding thud, the ground finally gave way, creating a deep pit several meters in depth. Oh, my dear grandmother, I must commend your politeness, you little rascal, Tsunade exclaimed, swiftly retracting her foot. Her right hand, poised and ready, launched a deliberate punch aimed straight at Naruto's face. From behind him, a claw of chakra emerged, grasping Tsunade's seemingly delicate hand firmly in its grip. With a sharp crack, the previously unstoppable chakra claw was forcibly repelled by Tsunade, and dozens of hands surged forth from behind Naruto, ultimately seizing her fist. Tsunade clicked her tongue in mild annoyance, retracting her punch. There was no need to continue this skirmish. This was merely the result of her effort to rein in her strength. Given the caliber of their battle, the reparations for the damage to the entire short street would surely amount to a considerable sum. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, You have already grown so strong. Why are you still so fixated on the title of Hokage? As Naruto dispelled his sage mode, his cerulean eyes sparkled with vitality. He extended his thumb towards his forehead protector and declared, It's not merely due to my father, I am determined to inherit the title of Hokage. For becoming Hokage is my dream. Tsunade's surroundings rapidly transformed, transporting her back to that fateful day when those two men had uttered similar words to her. For becoming Hokage is my dream. Jiraiya, observing Tsunade's moment of vulnerability, remarked lightly, "You must admit, he bears a striking resemblance to those two, not only in appearance but also in speech and the aspiration to become Hokage." Tsunade snapped back to reality, her mind haunted by Orochimaru's proposition, a bargaining chip that had left her inebriated with confusion. Silently, she turned to leave but paused to say, "I will attend to the Uchiha's treatment over the next few days. We can discuss other matters later." Such decisions indeed require careful contemplation and cannot be made as hastily as when I rejected your confession. Jiraiya beamed with delight. Tsunade dismissed him with a single exclamation of "idiot" before departing, while Shizune bowed to Jiraiya and the others before hastening after her. During this exchange, Sasuke remained silent, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the battlefield where Naruto had just engaged Tsunade. Has Naruto truly acquired strength that rivals the legendary Sannin? Suddenly, a finger poked at Sasuke's cheek, startling him from his reverie. "What are you pondering?" Naruto inquired, retracting his finger with curiosity. Sasuke, rubbing his cheek in irritation, retorted, "Mind your own business." "Seriously?" Jiraiya's pupils contracted in astonishment. Naruto, grumbling, hoisted Sasuke onto his back and, accompanied by Jiraiya, made their way to the inn. During Tsunade's treatment of Sasuke, it seemed that the others had no choice but to take refuge there. In the deep of night, Tsunade sat alone on the rooftop of the inn, gazing up at the luminous moonlight, her thoughts swirling. Suddenly, a cold compressed against her cheek. "I knew you would be here." Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly, uncertain whether it was the remnants of alcohol or something else, as she accepted the beer from Jiraiya. "What brings you here at such an hour? We agreed to discuss that matter once I had treated Sasuke, didn't we?" Jiraiya lifted the bag filled with cans. "It's been ages since we shared a drink. We can't just stop now." Tsunade shifted slightly to make room for him. As Jiraiya settled down, he remarked, "Speaking of which, you still hold on to that necklace quite well. I thought you would have long since gambled it away, considering its sentimental value. Will you be meeting Orochimaru again?" Tsunade took a sip of her drink. "Why do you say that?" "I can tell by Shizune's expression. Although I am unaware of what transaction that man seeks with you, do not rush to conclusions. I must clarify something. Every Hokage has strived to protect the village of Konoha and its people, to quell turmoil and ensure the village flourishes. They have risked their lives for this ideal, and I believe you understand their intentions. If even you were to betray Konoha," Tsunade turned her gaze to Jiraiya, who, despite having once dreamed of love as a ninja, now bore a fierce expression. "At that point, I will certainly kill you." Tsunade turned away, saying, "You need not lecture me. So why did you bring that brat along?" Jiraiya donned a different demeanor, smiling cheerfully. "Aren't they just so alike?" Tsunade fell silent again. "It's not just their resemblance, it's his dreams and that insufferable personality." Chapter 57. The three Sannin gathered within the ceiling space. "Ouch, Mom, you're holding too tight." Kushina embraced Naruto, cradling his golden hair with tender affection, her face filled with compassion as she repeatedly murmured, "It's your father and I who are sorry. We've caused you so much suffering all this time." Naruto finally managed to extricate himself from his mother's embrace, feeling somewhat bashful as he remarked, "I have mentioned this numerous times. Those events are from the past, and, for me, they are long gone. Since then, I have formed many wonderful friendships, gained the recognition of everyone, and risen to the position of the Seventh Hokage. Boruto and Himawari are gradually becoming self-reliant. I truly wish to see my adorable grandchildren. It is fortunate that that cold-faced fellow, the Nine-Tails, has not perished." Upon hearing about future events, Kushina's face lit up with anticipation as she suggested, "Why don't you hasten to secretly fulfill this matter with Hinata? Mother is simply eager to meet them." Kushina excitedly urged Naruto to act on what appeared to be a fulfillment of a senior's wishes, yet was, in fact, an illicit proposal. "Hinata is just 12 years old. You silly mother." Kushina's crimson hair billowed as she chased after Naruto, circling the colossal form of the Nine-Tails. "Aren't you going to intervene?" Since the seal was lifted, the Nine-Tails had been gathering chakra while observing the familial drama of its host. Standing beside him, Minato smiled helplessly before his expression grew serious. "Nine-Tails, could you share your forthcoming plans with me? It seems you are quite concerned about that clan. I didn't expect you to inquire." The Nine-Tails halted its actions, placing a tail imbued with Shikaku's chakra in front of Minato, saying, "You must believe in this young lad. He certainly possesses the ability to alter the future that has yet to unfold." Unexpectedly, the Nine-Tails seemed more responsible than I as a father. "Perhaps we could share a drink someday." The Nine-Tails turned its head away in disdain, retorting, "Humph. We'll see about that later." By the walls of the short book street, Orochimaru was shielded by Kabuto. "What has transpired? Why did you respond in such a manner? Tsunade, you actually considered taking my life?" A twisted smile crept across Orochimaru's face. He placed a hand on Kabuto's shoulder, praising, "Kabuto, your unwavering loyalty has not disappointed me, and your keen insight in perceiving Tsunade's impending attack is truly commendable. I'm flattered, after all. I come from the medical corps and can sense her chakra brimming with murderous intent." Orochimaru looked at his old friend with regret, saying, Tsunade, I genuinely intend to resurrect those two individuals, and I even promised you that I would no longer act against Konoha. Orochimaru, I know that your promises are mere deceit. I yearn, even if just once, to converse with those two again and witness their smiles. Yet, I am indeed a hopeless fool. Because of that child, I am reminded of their dreams for which they wagered their lives. Those aspirations have always lingered in my heart. Just as you once said, tangible things will eventually wither. Yet such dreams can never perish. Has the negotiation reached an impasse? Alas, at this juncture, I must compel you to assist me. Tsunade wiped the glistening tears from her face and, without warning, charged forward, lifting her thigh high to strike down at Orochimaru. Orochimaru and Kabuto swiftly dodged, leaping onto the adjacent wall, fully aware of the formidable strength Tsunade possessed, which could not afford to be underestimated. In an instant, the ground trembled, dust clouding the air as the earth cracked open, creating a chasm that extended toward the majestic structure of Nagoya Castle. This historic edifice was battered by the shockwave, its walls crumbling, and the entire city fell into the abyss, utterly destroyed. Sundara Tsunade, who deals with official documents for 4 years, can shatter the Susa of Madara. Her destructive power is beyond imagination. Tsunade raised her outer robe and shouted at the two, "Come forth, Orochimaru." Orochimaru, fully prepared for battle, replied with a grin. "By the way, it seems we have never fought before. You have always been my steadfast support." How poignant. Kabuto, witnessing such incredible strength for the first time, murmured, "You truly dare to say that. If I were to engage her, I would be struck down in an instant. I am here to eliminate you both. You two scoundrels who have committed heinous acts." Tsunade relentlessly pursued them. In the meantime, Shizen followed closely behind Naruto and inquired, "Naruto, is Lady Tsunade truly in the direction you mentioned?" "Alas, it is all that lecherous sage's fault for instructing you to keep watch over Granny Tsunade. Who would have thought you would be lured by her beauty?" Naruto exclaimed, rolling his eyes. "I had no idea that the time they agreed upon was today. Speaking of which, given your current state, traveling at night would indeed be convenient." Jiraiya, still somewhat dazed, was affected by Tsunade's potent medicine, and Shizen's antidote had not fully restored him. He was now grappling with the previous threat to kill Tsunade, realizing that it was about to be realized. Indeed, the battle has commenced. In sage mode, Naruto immediately sensed the conflict involving the three individuals. Didn't they have some sort of transaction? Naruto smiled and said, "Because Tsunade-sama is someone who values the village immensely. She is the 5th Hokage." After a moment of astonishment, Jiraiya relaxed, his gaze fixed intently on Naruto's back. This child always manages to utter the most peculiar remarks. Does he not realize that one must tread carefully even with those they trust before the outcome is known? This inexplicable sense of trust, I wonder where it originates. Kabuto, with a kunai, slashed his palm, blood spilling onto the ground. Tsunade gazed at her bloodstained hands, her expression filled with terror, her body trembling uncontrollably as she collapsed to the ground. As always, despite being a medical ninja, you have yet to conquer your hemophobia. Orochimaru's gaze grew increasingly cold as he remarked, "Rest assured, I shall not kill you. Allow me to sever the muscles in her limbs first. That way, she will be rendered immobile." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, chakra surgical blades rising from his hands as he advanced step by step towards Tsunade. Suddenly, he raised his hand, a golden chakra arm appearing to intercept him, deflecting one strike aimed at the shoulder of the golden figure that had materialized before him. Naruto seized the opportunity to grasp Kabuto's hand, preventing him from escaping, a smile gracing his face. "You should sever my head," he remarked. with a snap of his fingers. A chakra arm erupted from his back, shaping a spiraling sphere that struck Kabuto's abdomen, propelling him several hundred meters until he collided with a massive rock. Despite Kabuto's immediate use of a vast amount of chakra to heal the damage inflicted by the Rasengan, he found himself unable to continue the fight, collapsing to the ground. Tsunade-sama. In swift succession, Shizune and Jiraiya arrived, the legendary Sannin converging in this moment. Chapter 58. A mere fatal wound upon awakening, Sasuke scoured the room, finding not a trace of Naruto. After inquiring at the hotel reception, he learned that Naruto and the others had rushed out in a frenzy. A sense of unease washed over him as the ground trembled, reminiscent of Naruto's battle with Tsunade just days prior, compelling him to dash out of the hotel. Could that guy be embroiled in yet another incident? Sasuke advanced toward the source of the booming sounds, acutely aware of the changes within his body. His severe injuries had healed, and his physical capabilities had notably increased. This transformation must be attributed to the cursed seal, just as Naruto had suggested. If he could harness this power, he would emerge even stronger. His wounds fully mended, and his body now more attuned to the cursed seal's strength, Sasuke thought of Itachi, realizing he would only grow more powerful. From a distance, he spotted a long-necked humanoid creature, a katana clenched in its mouth, piercing through the chest of a golden figure, extinguishing its radiant aura. No. A wave of dizziness overcame Sasuke, his mind throbbing painfully. He could scarcely fathom that Naruto could be so easily vanquished. The dark cloud tattoos of the cursed seal enveloped his form as he sped towards the battlefield. It cannot end like this. I must be faster. With a sudden burst, a pair of fleshy wings tore through his back, his skin darkening several shades. His eyes, consumed by the cursed seal, turned pitch black, while three tomo manifested in his crimson gaze, granting him enhanced dynamic vision to perceive all that transpired on the battlefield. Orochimaru elongated his neck once more, thrusting the katana deeper into Naruto's chest, spilling a torrent of blood that stained his orange jacket. Naruto struggled to expel a mouthful of blood, his spirit waning. Damn it! My body won't respond. Though he could clearly see Orochimaru's assault, his legs felt as though they were bound. Orochimaru chuckled, weak Jinchuriki, relying solely on the power of the Nine Tails. While the tailed beast cloak may fend off physical attacks, my sword is beyond your defenses. Kabuto, sprawled on the ground, cried out urgently, Orochimaru-sama. Chidori. A surge of azure lightning pierced Orochimaru's back. Grasping the hand that pierced his chest, Orochimaru retracted his neck, slightly astonished. Is that you, Sasuke? Have you unlocked the second state of the cursed seal? You dare to attack Naruto? Sasuke's eyes, with their three tomos spinning rapidly, began to coalesce into a unified black circle, indicating a merging of power. Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes narrowed as he opened his mouth, from which a damp new form emerged, ensnaring Sasuke with the remnants of his old body. The original form circled behind Sasuke, chakra of 5 elemental natures manifesting on his back. You possess even greater talent than I anticipated. Excellent, Sasuke. Come with me now, and I shall make you even stronger. Alien chakra infiltrated Sasuke's body, disrupting the previously harmonious flow of chakra, sending him into a near-frenzied state. Darkness enveloped his vision as he collapsed, desperately reaching out for Naruto, but his body refused to obey. The distance between them felt like an insurmountable chasm. In the last moment of clarity, all that remained was the image of Naruto lying on the ground, his mind flooded with memories of their time together over the past months. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and my dream is to become a Hokage even more powerful than the Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke, over here this way. That was incredible, Sasuke. I believe you can catch up to me. I've always believed in you. Once the mission is complete, let us go eat some Ichiraku ramen, Sasuke. And let us invite Sakura too. You fool. How could you dare to die like this? In a swift motion, the battlefield was nearly split in two by the steel-like white hair of Tsunade, who swiftly retreated, her voice laced with derision. You and your disciple are both fools, blindly trusting in your own abilities. A mere shift in strategy, and you fall prey to it, even being ensnared by Tsunade's tactics. Jiraiya spoke gravely. Tsunade is a master of medical ninjutsu. There is no need for your concern. Naruto will be fine. The focus should be on our battle. We have no time to worry about anything else. At present, Jiraiya felt no trepidation in facing Orochimaru. A few well-placed moves of his transformed body technique would allow him to toy with his opponent. He enveloped Naruto and Sasuke with his white hair, placing them behind Tsunade. Tsunade, I entrust Naruto and the others to you. Jiraiya had to place his faith in his old friend's capabilities, despite her still being affected by the lingering effects of her blood phobia. As Naruto tumbled down, Tsunade, in a state of panic, tore open his shirt, revealing a wound that continued to bleed profusely. Fortunately, the blade had not been extracted by Orochimaru. Had it not been for the blade obstructing the majority of the blood vessels, it would have resulted in catastrophic hemorrhaging. With her palms enveloped in a swirling, emerald green chakra, she cautiously attempted to touch the wound. Already, Naruto's heart was exhibiting arrhythmia, and the damage to his myocardium was severe. The muscles surrounding his heart had been severed. Please, do not tremble any further. Familiar scenes flashed through her mind as Tsunade struggled to maintain the stability of her chakra, overcoming her innate fear of blood. Orochimaru, still engaged in battle with Jiraiya, who was under local anesthesia, remained vigilant, observing Tsunade's movements with a mocking smile. He is beyond saving. My previous strike has severed the chakra pathways sustaining his heart. Even at your peak, you could never save him. Enough of your prattle. I will kill you soon. Tsunade glared at Orochimaru, tears dampening her long lashes. Don't die, don't die. Wasn't he becoming Hokage your dream? Promise me. She unclasped the necklace from around her neck, draping it around Naruto's, whispering, let me take one last gamble. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hands to her chest, the emerald chakra cleansing the impurities from her hands. She intended to extract the katana at the moment of using her chakra to stitch together the bleeding points and blood vessels of his heart. Such a determined expression from Lady Tsunade. Ino was stabilizing the chaotic chakra within Sasuke and was overjoyed to see Tsunade regain her composure. It signified that she had emerged from the shadows of her past, standing once again in the light. A hand rested on Tsunade's, the pulse growing stronger, causing her beautiful eyes to widen in disbelief. Naruto. Finally regaining his senses, Naruto exclaimed, that bastard Orochimaru. That hurt. Rising from the ground, he clumsily grasped the katana at his chest. Don't worry, Granny Tsunade, I'll be fine soon. In the astonished gaze of Hinata, Naruto drew the katana from his chest. Is it truly like this? A startled Hinata nearly dropped Sasuke, who was cradled in her arms. Within the ceiling space, the Ninetales crossed its forepaws disdainfully, remarking, such a trivial injury, yet you make such a fuss. Your battle instincts have dulled compared to before. How embarrassing. Naruto, in a fit of anger, struck the knee of the Ninetales and exclaimed, you certainly have a way with words. Chapter 59, they have returned, all of them. As Naruto's chest emanated wisps of white smoke, his wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. Tsunade, witnessing this miraculous sight, murmured in a daze, you must muster more spirit than my grandfather, Tsunade. The village of Konoha needs you now. Although Naruto's clothing was tattered and torn by Tsunade, his resilient silhouette appeared extraordinarily dependable. Hearing these words, a smile crept across Tsunade's lips as she steadied herself on her knees and rose to her feet. Despite the blood that adorned Naruto, her resolve remained unshaken as she stood beside him, proclaiming, from this moment forth, I too shall stake my life. Orochimaru, having sent Jiraiya flying with a swift kick, squinted his eyes in confusion and questioned, why do you, who fear blood, still choose to fight for Konoha? The diamond-shaped mark on Tsunade's forehead blossomed into a vibrant pattern reminiscent of roses, and as the Ein seal was released, it transformed into black markings that spread across her face. Why, you ask? Because I am now the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. With the release of the Ein seal, she unleashed the ability of creation and regeneration. The overwhelming vitality surging within her was palpable to Orochimaru. A form of ninjutsu she had never encountered before, prompting her, as a scientist, to marvel. It appears I am not the only one developing new ninjutsu. What kind of technique is this? For years, she had concentrated chakra in her forehead, utilizing vast amounts to stimulate various proteins, thereby accelerating cellular division to expedite the reconstruction of cells. This enabled the regeneration of internal organs and tissues, a power distinct from mere recovery. In this state, I am invulnerable. However, it is merely a delusion. Hastening cell division equates to shortening one's lifespan. Orochimaru, who held significant insight into the immortality technique, immediately recognized the flaw in Tsunade's explanation, losing interest in researching regeneration. You will soon discover the truth, Naruto. Come to my side, Tsunade declared before biting her finger. In an instant, Orochimaru appeared beside Kabuto, grasping his hand, and together they descended slowly into the earth. Tsunade, even if you refuse to assist me in completing my ninjutsu, I possess other means. Merely switching bodies will suffice. I shall personally obliterate Konoha, and I hope to meet you again, my dear friends. True immortality belongs to me. As the two descended into the depths, Orochimaru's eyes remained above the surface, his golden snake-like gaze greedily fixed upon Sasuke. Unable to resist, she remarked to Naruto, Naruto, you are indeed powerful now, but Sasuke's innate talent surpasses yours. One day, he will seek power and come to me. I possess what he desires. When that day comes, do not find yourself despondent. Expecting Naruto to erupt with anger, Orochimaru was taken aback when he smiled and replied, Ah, I understand, but Sasuke is still Sasuke. He will always be my dear friend. Noticing that Orochimaru seemed disinclined to engage in a summoning battle, Tsunade seized her summoning technique to conserve chakra, preventing her from reverting to her former state. Turning to Naruto, she said, Hey kid, why did you take off my headband, Granny Tsunade? That was a gift from Iruka-sensei. He protested. Tsunade's lips brushed against Naruto's forehead, and with a blush, she added, You will undoubtedly grow into a handsome young man. And you will become a remarkable Hokage. Jiraiya, struggling to emerge from the sunken earth, smirked at this scene, commenting, This kid is really fortunate. He then collapsed back into the pit, weakly stating, I might need artificial respiration. Tsunade shot Jiraiya a glare, asserting, You merely need a moment's rest. We shall return to Short Book Street to recuperate, and once Sasuke awakens, we will head back to Konoha. From now on, do not call me Tsunade. Refer to me as the Fifth Hokage. Jiraiya relaxed completely, realizing that the task entrusted to him by the Third Hokage had been fulfilled. Naruto carried Sasuke on his back, leading the way, while Tsunade gazed at his silhouette, her heart filled with profound emotions. Shinju, your legacy lives on in this child who inherits the dreams of both of you, right here. Inside the inn on Short Book Street, Naruto gently placed the unconscious Sasuke upon the bed, while Jiraiya turned him over, exposing his back to the onlookers. He then lifted Sasuke's shirt, revealing 5 fiery patterns etched in black upon his smooth skin. However, Jiraiya and Tsunade's attention was not drawn to the fiery mark, but rather to the cursed seal adorning Sasuke's neck. Tsunade furrowed her brow as she examined the heavenly cursed seal, sensing a chilling aura emanating from it, reminiscent of Orochimaru's chakra, as if another Orochimaru were lurking within. With a look of confusion, Jiraiya inquired of Naruto, Is this the mark that the old man spoke of, left by Orochimaru during the examination? Naruto donned a new outfit of black and orange, hands tucked into his pockets, and declared, Indeed, this is the treasure left by Orochimaru for Sasuke, containing immense natural energy. Natural energy? You seem quite knowledgeable, he replied. Let us set aside the matter of the cursed seal for now and focus on calming the tumultuous chakra within Sasuke. Naruto expressed his concern for Sasuke's current state. Rest assured, Orochimaru, having such faith in Sasuke, would not allow him to come to harm. Jiraiya placed his hand on Sasuke's back, caressing the fiery mark as he sensed the flow of chakra within. The original seal atop the cursed mark was intended to regulate the amount of natural energy that could escape, but Orochimaru has disrupted this effect with an odd-numbered 5-element seal. Tsunade nodded in agreement with Jiraiya's assessment, adding, It is indeed this odd seal that has rendered Sasuke incapable of controlling the variables, causing his chakra to surge chaotically. This fellow is truly reckless. Then we shall break this seal. Jiraiya raised his palm, igniting different elemental chakras on each of his 5 fingers, pressing them against the 5 fiery patterns. 5-element seal, release. The unconscious Sasuke awoke, unleashing a pained scream as he thrashed violently. How dare you, Naruto? The black cloud tattoo erupted from the cursed seal, rapidly enveloping his entire form as his skin darkened. 2 pairs of wing-like appendages emerged from his back, flailing wildly. His eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, with 3 tomos spinning rapidly. Quick, restrain him. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizen swiftly held Sasuke down to prevent him from erupting. Let me go? That guy actually dares to. Upon witnessing this, Naruto promptly leaned over Sasuke, whispering urgently into his ear, Calm down, Sasuke. Naruto's voice resembled a droplet of water cascading into a seething pool of magma, causing the impending eruption of the volcano to suddenly tranquilize. transforming it into a crystalline lake with a transparent bottom. The drop sent ripples across the entire surface of the water. Sasuke's dual tomo spiraled into the depths of his obsidian pupils, only to vanish, replaced by a hexagram delineated within his gaze. Naruto and Sasuke, lost in their emotions, embraced one another, tears of crimson streaming from their eyes, as Sasuke's gaze reverted to its original ebony hue. Naruto continuously reassured Sasuke beside him, saying, "I am fine. Don't worry, I won't be easily defeated." As he felt the steady rhythm of his dear friend's breathing, Naruto gently laid Sasuke down and covered him with a blanket, before quietly exiting the room with the others. Jiraiya remained silent, already surmising the reason behind Orochimaru's intense interest in Sasuke. Tsunade leaned against the door, softly remarking, "Those eyes. This boy truly possesses remarkable talent," just as Orochimaru said. "Naruto, you must keep a close watch on Sasuke. If he were to go to Orochimaru, that man would certainly." Naruto could perceive Jiraiya's sentiments. Ever since Orochimaru's defection years ago, he had relentlessly pursued the path of his former mentor, akin to his past life's desperate search, hoping for a change of heart in the future. Rest assured, Sasuke has a sense of propriety. I am earnest. A subtle sorrow lingered in Jiraiya's gaze. I am equally sincere. Meanwhile, the two guardians of Konoha sat languidly beneath the pavilion at the gate, seemingly sensing something. They rose to gaze towards the end of the road, where several indistinct figures ambled towards Konoha, silhouetted against the sunlight. Steel waved his hand, summoning a subordinate ninja responsible for relaying messages. Quickly informed the Hokage, "Lord Jiraiya has returned with that esteemed individual, who is spreading rumors about my height. Step forward. Let me refine it." Chapter 60. I appoint you as Jonin Hokage office. Tsunade set aside the scroll concerning Shikamaru, her expression serious. To be frank, I am not entirely aware of what occurred during the Chunin selection exam. However, the final test was interrupted for reasons unknown. The third Hokage highly praised your performance. And later, you single-handedly assisted Sakura against 8 pursuers. Many examiners intend to recommend you for Chunin, and the feudal lords present also expressed their approval. I hope you will continue to excel and not disappoint everyone's expectations. Congratulations, you are now a Chunin. Am I the only one who succeeded in the exams? What a hassle. The inherently lazy Shikamaru accepted Tsunade's appointment letter and, after enduring a few platitudes, departed from the office. My shoulders are beginning to stiffen. I could really use a few drinks to unwind. Tsunade lamented weakly as she handed the scroll regarding Shikamaru to Shizune. The third Hokage chuckled. This is a child I hold in high regard from this Chunin exam. I had initially intended to promote him personally, but as Orochimaru rightly pointed out, I am growing old. It would be unfortunate if I were to make some foolish mistake, so I will leave these matters in your capable hands. You're certainly increasing my workload. As for the Nara clan, I wonder if Shikaku is taking good care of those deer. In the context of the Naruto universe, deer antler velvet is a potent medicinal substance. And part of the reason for Lee's successful surgery was due to Shikaku providing Tsunade with ample deer antler velvet. We must promptly notify the feudal lord and announce the inauguration of the 5th Hokage. The village shall commence preparations for the ceremony today. The chair once occupied by the 3rd Hokage now belonged to his disciple, Tsunade. As he sat in a corner with Mito and Azuma, peeling oranges. With youthful vigor taking over the village, it was time for them, the elders, to gracefully retire. Tsunade signed and stamped the documents handed to her by Shizune, collapsing onto her desk like a deflated balloon, grumbling. This involves the feudal lords too? How troublesome. Jiraiya leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, firmly admonishing, Tsunade. Yes, I understand what you were saying. This is also the Hokage's duty. Tsunade retorted, rolling her eyes at Jiraiya, feeling guilty ever since he helped her settle her gambling debts. The 3rd Hokage summoned Nara Shikamaru and Yamashiro Aoi, instructing, utilize the next few days to ensure everyone in the village is aware of this matter, to celebrate the inauguration of the 5th Hokage. Understood. Just as the two departed, the golden-haired, spiky-headed figure pushed open the office door, his hoarse voice allowing everyone present to know who had arrived without needing to look. Grandma Tsunade, is there something you need? I was just about to invite Hinata to the movies. Naruto greeted the high-ranking officials present in the office. Upon his entrance, the atmosphere became solemn as Tsunade rose and stated, Naruto, regarding your singular effort in thwarting Orochimaru's plan to bring Konoha to ruin, saving the 3rd Hokage, and preventing the Jinchuriki of Tsunagakure from going berserk, although you ultimately allowed their Jinchuriki to escape. Your current strength has far surpassed that of an ordinary Jonin. Uzumaki Naruto, in the name of the fifth Hokage, I hereby appoint you as a Jonin of Konoha. Naruto felt an unsettling familiarity in her words, a vague foreboding stirring within him. As anticipated, Tsunade immediately donned a cheerful expression and remarked, I was eager to announce this directly. Suddenly, a plume of smoke enveloped the room, and Irika appeared, burdened with a heap of books and scrolls. With spirited enthusiasm, Irika declared, these are the essential problems you must study as a Jonin. The fifth Hokage has entrusted me with the responsibility of guiding you. Apply yourself, Naruto. Mastering these will lead you to become a Jonin. A wave of terrifying memories, more daunting than battling the Otsutsuki clan, washed over Naruto as he staggered back, exclaiming, no, I refuse to study. Seeing Naruto attempt to flee, Jiraiya swiftly seized him, stating, Naruto, do you not aspire to become Hokage? These are crucial subjects to becoming a Jonin. The third Hokage sighed, setting down his orange, and lamented, becoming a Jonin necessitates a foundation of knowledge to properly guide your subordinates during missions. Although your strength now exceeds mine, it seems your talents lie less in directing others during tasks and more in managing documents. This area of knowledge must be enhanced. Having endured Irika's grueling one-on-one tutoring for 2.5 years in his past life, Naruto struggled against Jiraiya, exclaiming, just reading these would take years. Irika shook his finger, stating, these are merely the contents. What you need to learn encompasses the entire library of Konoha. Let me go, you lecherous sage. Brother, you truly are here. Amidst the chaos, Konohamaru burst in, clutching a ball, exclaiming, oh, everyone's here. Naruto gazed at the ball in Konohamaru's hands, slightly astonished, and remarked, Konohamaru, have you already? Humph, just watch. Konohamaru proclaimed, forming hand seals in front of an audience, transforming into a tall girl with long black hair. The black-haired Konohamaru placed the ball against her chest and declared boldly, here it comes. With a surge of energy, she struck the ball, causing it to explode in a shower of fragments, her chest quivering from the force of the motion. The spectators were left in awe by Konohamaru's display. Was this little rascal Naruto attempting to impart the fourth Hokage's techniques? The chakra fluctuations were intense, remarkably akin to the technique Naruto employed to defeat Kabuto. Tsunade and Shizune were taken aback by Konohamaru's talent, considering that the grandson of the third Hokage was still merely a genin. Mito Gates-in leaped to his feet, exclaiming, Sarutobi, what on earth is this? What is it? The third Hokage's bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief. The black-haired girl proudly raised her chin and said, how about that? Progress is swift. But why must it be through seduction techniques? Regardless of past or present, Naruto's insistence on this aspect of Konohamaru remained perplexing. The black-haired girl twisted her body in frustration, retorting, I sent it to follow my brother's teachings and enhance my chakra control. I distinctly remember saying that the sensation of chakra circulation can only be grasped through personal experience, and I advised you on the determination required for that. With a quivering voice, she lamented, I didn't understand any of it. Why can't my brother explain things clearly? I've inadvertently improved other techniques and still can't master the Rasengan. Indeed, it seemed too early for Naruto to teach Konohamaru the fourth Hokage's Rasengan. Old man, can't you see? Tsunade halted her words and approached the sofa. Suddenly, two figures, spewing blood, crashed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and were flung outside. Lord Third, Lord Advisor. Someone had thrown the bloodied, yet smiling elders out of the office building. An enemy attack. The patrolling ANBU were taken aback. Those two old geezers. Jiraiya. You ought to discipline Naruto. How could such a perilous technique be entrusted to a child? A white-haired, burly man burst through the wall, propelled outwards. The square in front of the Hokage office was teeming with people. Nearly everyone from the village had gathered, their eyes fixed intently on the figure clad in green atop the building. The third Hokage, his head wrapped in bandages, placed a newly crafted Hokage hat atop Tsunade's head. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted with fervor, for they were witnessing the dawn of a new era for Konohagakure. The third stepped back to join the two advisors, reflecting, at last, I can set this burden down completely. In the future, you two must come by to chat with this old man. Tsunade removed the Hokage hat and shouted to the crowd, from this day forth, I shall lead Konohagakure as the fifth Hokage. Chapter 61, The The rise of Naruto and Konohamaru. How beautiful, the colorful chakra. Naruto grasped Hinata's hand as they exited the cinema, engaging in lively conversation about the film they had just watched. Today marked the grand ceremony for the inauguration of the fifth Hokage, and the streets were bustling with a vibrant crowd, showcasing an array of exquisite merchandise. The two lingered in the commercial district for quite some time, during which Naruto thoughtfully purchased an assortment of Hinata's favorite snacks. As Hinata focused intently on fishing, Naruto produced a handkerchief to gently wipe the red bean paste from the corner of her mouth. "Wait, Hinata." Naruto suddenly enveloped her in a warm embrace, causing a blush to bloom on the girl's cheeks. "Naruto-kun, we are in the midst of the street." Naruto rolled up the strands he had removed from Hinata's hair, exclaiming, "It's all spider silk. I've helped you get rid of it. It must be because the cinema hasn't been cleaned in ages." He then noticed her eyes closed and inquired, "Hinata, why are you keeping your eyes shut? Are you feeling unwell?" Hinata's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she pouted and turned away, replying, "Naruto-kun is such a fool." At that moment, a middle-aged vendor from the fish stall chimed in. "Hey, if you wish to get cozy, take it elsewhere. Don't disrupt my business." He shooed them away, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "If it were any other time, I would have drenched you with the hose. This is too much." Gasping for breath, the two fled to a small grove, where they sat on a bench, exchanging smiles. The moon now hung high in the sky, far removed from the bustling streets. As their laughter faded, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Naruto could hear Hinata's heart pounding intensely, and Hinata could perceive Naruto's heavy breaths. "Naruto-kun." After a brief silence, Hinata gazed up at the luminous moon in the sky and confessed, "I truly adore you." As exclamations from the crowd in the distance filled the air, splendid fireworks erupted overhead, capturing the attention of both. "How beautiful!" Naruto felt a gentle sensation on the back of his hand and turned to grasp Hinata's small hand, their fingers intertwining. In Hinata's snow-white eyes, a kaleidoscope of colors blossomed. "I have long desired to hold Naruto-kun's hand while watching the fireworks." As the scent of gunpowder and smoke wafted through the air, Naruto found himself momentarily lost in the brilliance of Hinata's smiling gaze, murmuring, "Indeed, it is truly beautiful." It was only upon bringing her figure closer that he realized how foolish he had been in the past. If only he could have shared moments like this with Hinata sooner, she would not have had to endure such loneliness for so long. "No, it is precisely because I have always focused on your unwavering efforts, Naruto-kun, that I have been able to strengthen my own convictions. Your indomitable spirit continuously inspires me." After a brief silence without a response, Hinata turned her head at the sound of his voice, only to find herself gently pressed against the bench by Naruto's body. "Naruto-kun, I can't breathe," Hinata exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet his gaze. Naruto wore a smile at the corner of his lips and said, "Hinata has always been anticipating my return, hasn't she?" Just as their faces inched closer together, a commanding voice rang out from behind them, causing both of them to stiffen in place. Naruto turned his head in bewilderment, only to find Hayashi Hyuga glaring at him, shielding Hanabi's eyes. "Fortunately, I just discovered Hinata. That scoundrel nearly led us to an inappropriate situation," Hayashi thought to himself, his Byakugan threatening to turn crimson. "Father," Hinata exclaimed, pushing the dazed Naruto aside and bowing deeply. "Hinata, come back with me," Hayashi declared sternly, taking his daughter's small hand and turning to leave. He paused, glancing back at Naruto, and coldly instructed, "You will come to see me tomorrow to face the consequences." Hanabi, her face flushed, widened her eyes, scrutinizing both Naruto and Hinata. Naruto could never have imagined that during a stroll in the small grove with Hinata, they would encounter Hayashi Hyuga. The ceiling space had long since descended into chaos. Cursed Hayashi, just a hair's breadth away. Kushina grasped the Nine-Tails fur, tugging at it relentlessly, while Minato interjected, "Dear, let it go. After all, Naruto is still quite young. Remember, you were about his age when we were together." How infuriating. The more Kushina pondered, the angrier she became, once more yanking at one of the Nine-Tails' tails and sinking her teeth into it. The Nine-Tails, with its elongated canine jaws agape, displayed a disdainful expression, remarking, "What a pair of foolish parents, consumed by the base instincts of procreation. Who would have thought I would end up sealed by you two?" Minato scratched the back of his head, sheepishly chuckling, "I sincerely apologize." The following day, at the Hyuga clan grounds, the younger members of the clan practiced their gentle fist techniques in the courtyard as usual. Hayashi, activating his Byakugan, berated one of the trainees, causing the others to fall silent in trepidation. Neji and his companion whispered to one another, "What's wrong with Lord Hayashi? He seems particularly irritable this morning. Did he lose a game of Go to Lord Kakashi? Or perhaps burn the vegetable tempura? I heard that the young lady had a clandestine meeting with that brat of the Nine Tails. What if? What? They've barely graduated from the academy. What if they end up with a child?" Furious, the clan leader's ears twitched, and he struck the two gossipers with a swift palm. "Dekina, I've warned you repeatedly. Do not presume that being appointed as a special jonin by the Fifth Hokage allows you to become complacent. Your chakra purity is insufficient. On the battlefield, you could easily fall prey to puppet techniques." "I am deeply sorry," Dekina replied, rising from the ground with dark circles under his eyes, determined to practice his fists diligently. As Neji practiced his empty palm technique, he paused upon seeing a familiar figure being escorted into the main hall by a maid. Just as he intended to greet her, he noticed Naruto holding Hinata's hand, causing his eyelids to twitch and his greeting to falter. Hayashi, equally perturbed, strode into the hall with a palpable aura of menace. "Oh, Neji, humph." Naruto, feeling inexplicably snubbed, murmured, "What's with these people?" The maid sighed with a bittersweet smile. Perhaps the events of the Chunin selection exam have left them on edge. That day, Kaiki Castle was in disarray, and the Cloud Ninja abducted the young lady. Thankfully, Master Neji stepped up to buy time until the clan leader arrived. The recent rigorous training has put them all on edge. Naruto stroked his chin, lost in deep contemplation. So such events transpired. That rascal AI remains as reckless as ever. I wonder why I never noticed this before. Reflecting on the time between the passing of the third Hokage and Tsunade's ascension, he realized that the upper echelons of Konoha were left solely in the hands of Danzo. Ultimately, the benefits accrued from the dealings with the hidden cloud were likely lining his pockets. This makes perfect sense now. Naruto pounded his chest with conviction, assuring, "I will avenge you, rest assured, Hinata." Upon hearing such grandiose words from her beloved, Hinata felt an overwhelming surge of admiration for his unwavering strength, softly responding, "I'm all right." After this, father has been getting along quite well with Neji, imparting the techniques that allowed him to defeat the hidden cloud that day. However, a flicker of concern crossed her face as she turned to the maid, asking, "Sister Xia, do you think Naruto will be all right?" "Do not worry, Hinata. The clan leader is known for his cold exterior but warm heart," came the reassuring reply. In the main hall, Hyuga Hayashi clenched his fists, the sound echoing as he contemplated which beloved sword to choose from the rack beside him. Chapter 62, Orochimaru's Transformation. Naruto and Hinata knelt opposite Hayashi Hyuga. Despite having experienced similar situations in his past life, and having spent some time in the Hyuga household, he still felt a twinge of awkwardness. The typically timid Hinata mustered her courage and spoke. "Father, Naruto-kun is, indeed, you have grown," Hayashi interjected. "I have already conducted a thorough investigation into Naruto-kun, so there is no need to discuss your relationship further." Investigating someone's privacy, isn't that a crime? Naruto's retort was quelled by a piercing glance from Hayashi. "Your daughter's demeanor must have caused you some trouble, and I apologize for that," Hayashi said, surprisingly bowing slightly to Naruto. "Not at all. To be honest, I quite admire Hinata's character," Naruto replied, his tone firm. "As a father, I understand her gentle nature makes it challenging for her as a ninja." "Indeed, Hinata is too kind," Hayashi conceded. "But I believe that if it's Hinata, there's no need to worry. She is a diligent girl, and if she continues on this path, she will undoubtedly become a top-tier kunoichi like Lady Tsunade," Naruto asserted. Hinata felt a bit uneasy, but when Naruto gently patted her hand, she felt reassured, her blush deepening yet her trembling subsiding. Hinata's father is quite intimidating. The pressure is palpable. Hayashi noted the pair's small gestures, but merely frowned without intervening. Recognizing Naruto's clear stance, the two exchanged gazes for a considerable time until Hayashi broke the silence as the head of the family, glancing at the package Naruto had placed before him, and inquired, "What is this?" "Oh, this is a special cup noodle made by Uncle. And I had a taste. It's truly a rare delicacy," Naruto replied enthusiastically. "Your thoughtfulness is commendable. Despite my earlier remarks, I appreciate your patience with Hinata, helping her surpass her previous limits, and also for assisting Neji during the tournament," Hayashi acknowledged. "No, I should be the one apologizing. I should have visited sooner," Naruto insisted. Shaking his head, Hayashi noticed the necklace around Naruto's neck and remarked, "It's nothing." I heard that the fifth Hokage was brought back by you and Jiraiya-sama. That necklace is a token from the fifth Hokage, isn't it? This is a symbol of Lady Tsunade's recognition of me. She believes I can become Hokage. Naruto declared proudly. Uncle? Hayashi's lips twitched, and he said solemnly, to be honest, I was not optimistic about you before, but when Hinata mentioned that Jiraiya-sama took you as a disciple, my opinion changed. To be associated with two legendary Sannin indicates that you are recognized by ninjas of that caliber. I am curious to see how far you will rise. Maintain your current relationship until adulthood, and we shall reconsider then. Father? Hinata looked up in disbelief. She had imagined this moment countless times, but never expected her assertive father to permit her to pursue a romantic relationship at her age. Then I entrust my daughter to you. But if you dare to harm her, can you imagine the consequences? Hayashi's voice dropped ominously. As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto's acute senses sent chills down his spine, as if countless Byakugan eyes were glaring at him, targeting his chakra points. However, when he turned to look, the Hyuga clan's younger members were merely practicing diligently. Was that just my imagination? Naruto mused, scratching the back of his head. Hayashi rose and exited the hall, internally grumbling. Despite this, the boy resembles his parents. They too were early bloomers in love. In a dimly lit underground base, flickering candlelight illuminated the room's furnishings. A human hand was submerged in a glass container filled with formalin, adorned with a ring inscribed with the character for void. It seems you have found it, a voice remarked, imbued with a sense of foreboding. Kabuto approached the bedside, holding an oil lamp and a mask more sinister than Orochimaru's. You've worked hard, Orochimaru said, trembling beneath the covers, reaching out to accept the mask. After extensive research, I realized why the Edo Tensei for the fourth Hokage always failed. It turns out his soul is not in the Pure Land. Kabuto, although recently absent from the base, was aware of the orders given, adjusting his glasses. Orochimaru-sama, do we really need to send all four Sannin over there? Those children seem quite interested in Sasuke, whom I admire. I, too, wish to gauge the extent of Sasuke's current power. Even in terms of strength, Sasuke would hardly stand a chance against them, considering they possess elite Jonin-level capabilities. Kabuto assisted Orochimaru into a wheelchair. That is precisely why he can't wait to find me. But he must immerse himself in nostalgia for a while, as it remains his hometown, giving him time to reflect and reaffirm his resolve. My body may not last until he arrives, but I intend to utilize its final value. Is the new vessel prepared? It is ready. I heard that person's family has clashed with Jiraiya-sama, so you will surely appreciate it. It is merely a replacement vessel for Sasuke in the coming 3 years, Kabuto said, wheeling Orochimaru to an empty secret chamber. In that chamber, Jinjiamaru, battered and bruised, had emerged victorious from a brutal battle, yearning to eliminate Orochimaru and regain his freedom. As the door swung open, the moment he laid eyes on the golden serpent-like pupils, he felt himself ensnared by a massive snake, instantly sapping his will to fight. He, I will let you go and grant you a wish. Jinjiamaru fell silent, trembling. You captured my kin for your experiments. Please spare them. That is but a trivial matter. Rest assured, your unwavering spirit will linger in my heart as a remnant of your longing, so you will not lose everything. Now, I shall claim your body. Orochimaru donned the death god mask, murmuring, to perform the jutsu recorded in the scroll, one must first acquire the death god mask from the Uzumaki clan's temple outside Konoha, allowing the Shinigami summoned by the Shiki Fuin to dwell within oneself. By cleaving open the Shinigami's abdomen, the seal can be undone, but I must become the sacrifice. As the masked Orochimaru emitted an overwhelming surge of chakra, he orchestrated an eerie dance, the phantasmal projection of the Shinigami unfolding behind him. Turning slightly, Orochimaru beheld the Shinigami standing behind him, exclaiming, "So this is the Shinigami." The Shinigami withdrew a dagger from its mouth, stabbing it into its abdomen and slicing open a gaping wound. In tandem, Orochimaru's abdomen erupted with blood and entrails, cascading onto Jinjiamaru's feet, leaving him in a state of petrified shock. Now I can liberate the fourth Hokage's soul from the Shinigami's belly. A mass resembling chakra emanated from the Shinigami's wound, swirling within the chamber as if it possessed a soul of its own. Edo Tensei. Orochimaru's mouth opened wide, and a phosphorescent white snake emerged, witnessing such a terrifying scene. Jinjiamaru's pupils quivered, and he lost the courage to speak, allowing the white snake to slither into his mouth. The Grim Reaper's mask fell to the ground, and the specter of death cast a fleeting glance at Orochimaru, who was engaged in a reincarnation ritual, before shifting his gaze to his own gaping wound. He raised a hand and scratched his head. The luminous orb then vanished into the earth, returning to the realm of purity. In the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails suddenly lifted its head and surveyed its surroundings. Minato and Kushina were watching Naruto meet his parents, and it seemed as though they sensed something, tilting their heads in mutual confusion. Just moments ago, the Nine-Tails had experienced an unexpected shiver, followed by an inexplicable sense of relief, as if something had been liberated. Chapter 63. The feeble Uchiha. The defenses of this village are indeed lax, allowing us to infiltrate with such ease. Perched atop the stone, the Sound Force surveyed the rebuilt Konoha. With the eastern gate still under repair and the recent transition between the old and new Hokage, the five took advantage of the barrier team's lapse, slipping in unnoticed. Sasuke languidly leaned against the hospital bed, gazing out the window. Ever since Naruto had carried him back to Konoha, he had been confined to the bed for quite some time. Sakura placed a bouquet of fresh flowers on the windowsill daily. Initially, Sasuke had urged her to focus on her training to revitalize her family. Yet Sakura continued to visit him every day, sitting by his side for hours on end. Caw, a raven, as dark as ink, flapped its wings and perched on a branch outside the window, locking eyes with Sasuke, instantly shifting the scene. Jiraiya sat on the hospital windowsill, looking into the distance, and spoke in a somber tone. What they desire is not Naruto, but the power within him. They would do anything to obtain it, but I will protect Naruto. So fret not. With a flourish, countless ravens burst forth from Jiraiya, taking the form of Itachi Uchiha. You are not even worthy to perish by my hand. Itachi, clad in a red cloud-patterned cloak, pointed his sword at the golden figure kneeling before him, coldly stating, "You still have potential." No. Sasuke jolted awake from his bed, beads of sweat cascading down like raindrops. You're awake. The Hokage said the medication would keep you asleep for a few more hours. Now that you're awake, we can change your bandages. I'll go summon the nurse, Sakura said, hastily putting down the half-peeled apple and rushing to the nurse's station. That man is far from simple. Even Jiraiya must have moments of negligence. I cannot remain idle. I must grow stronger and eliminate him before he lays hands on that imbecile. Sasuke threw off the covers and leaped out the window. By the time Sakura returned with the nurse to the hospital room, it was empty, save for the fluttering curtains. Sakura was deeply worried. Upon Sasuke's return to the village, she could sense a distinct change within him. Sasuke had changed into his casual attire, seeking a place to train, when a familiar voice resonated from behind. Sasuke, stop fixating on revenge. What? Thin wires bound Sasuke, and Kakashi leaned against the hospital door, his tone icy. I have encountered many like you in my line of work. Those who incessantly speak of vengeance seldom meet a favorable end. Their fates are tragic. You will only suffer more grievously than you do now. Even if you succeed in avenging yourself by killing Itachi, emptiness will remain. Enough with your rambling. What do you know? Sasuke struggled, roaring in defiance. Sasuke, calm down. Sasuke ceased his thrashing, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Then how about this? I'll go kill the person you hold most dear, and then you can truly comprehend how unrealistic your words are. Kakashi, taken aback, smiled slightly. If you choose to do that, I have no objections. However, I no longer have anyone I consider dear. One was killed before my eyes, while I took the life of the other myself. Sasuke retorted, I have lived longer than you, and my era was far more chaotic. I have deeply understood the pain of loss. However, one thing is certain, neither of us is fortunate, yet we are not the most unfortunate either. Both of us have found our most important companions, haven't we? Sasuke was touched by Kakashi's words, and the smiles of Naruto and Sakura surfaced in his mind. Because of past losses, I can understand. I taught you the Chidori because you have found something precious. This power is not meant for revenge. You should know what it is truly for. Reflect on that carefully. Kakashi released the wires and vanished, leaving a silent Sasuke who sat in the hospital courtyard, deeply contemplating Kakashi's words. On the hospital rooftop, the four had been waiting anxiously, worried that Kakashi hadn't gone far, watching over Sasuke until the moon rose high in the sky. The impetuous Doyu could no longer restrain himself, impatiently declaring, You timid bunch. I'll take matters into my own hands. Zukin spoke with a hint of mockery. Is that so? Just bring in a Sharingan-level opponent like Kakashi, and they could tear you to shreds. Stop blabbering, you freak. You. Zukin's lips turned pale with fury, but for the sake of the mission, he endured. Jirubo advised Doyu. Girls shouldn't speak like that. Shut up, you fat pig. Doyu retorted, leaving Jirubo momentarily speechless as he unleashed his wrath upon his companions. Who exactly are you all? The commotion on the rooftop caught Sasuke's attention. Bathed in the moonlight, he lowered his head, hands in pockets, exuding an air of coolness as he silently approached the four. Didn't he expect the mouse to wander into the caddis lair? Huh? The feeble Uchiha air. Zukin smirked, and the four turned to face Sasuke with ill intentions gleaming in their eyes. Oh, who do you say is? Sasuke slowly raised his head, his crimson eyes swirling with a six-pointed star. A mouse? The bait is set. Naruto removed the small white strip from the fishing hook and tossed it into the bucket behind him. Noticing that Sakura's mind was elsewhere, he hoisted the fishing rod onto his shoulder and remarked, "You've been lost in thought all afternoon, Sakura. Is it because of Sasuke?" A look of sorrow crossed Sakura's face as she replied, "Due to Orochimaru's curse seal, Sasuke seemed somewhat exhilarated during the Chunin selection exams. But now that he's back in the village, will he share with me what transpired in between?" Naruto responded, That guy Sasuke encountered the very person he longed to meet, only to be soundly defeated. His initial sense of pride in acquiring power was surely trampled by Itachi Uchiha, leaving him with the delusion that he was still making progress. Sakura attentively noted the keywords and whispered softly, "Itachi Uchiha?" Naruto scratched his head and recounted some matters concerning Itachi Uchiha. He then gave a thumbs up and smiled. "Rest assured, Sakura, no matter what happens, Sasuke will always be Sasuke. I assure you." The four of them lay sprawled on the hospital rooftop, unscathed, yet the incredulous Jay Gon, with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, exclaimed, "How is it possible? How can those eyes be so powerful?" Chunin, summoning his last vestige of strength, grasped Sasuke's ankle and declared, "Lord Orochimaru has commanded us to bring you back." Sasuke exhaled a heavy sigh, his six-pointed star transforming back into 3 tomo, casting a disdainful glance at the group on the ground, and coldly replied, "Humph, how could that scoundrel Orochimaru send you pathetic lot to find me?" Among the 5, the one most resistant to Jinjutsu, DY, trembled as he rose to his feet, his cursed seal's blackened skin reverting to its original state. He gasped, "Remaining in this village, which favors peace, will yield you no progress. You cannot become stronger. Lord Orochimaru possesses the means to enhance your power." Sasuke pondered for a moment, then kicked away Chunin's hand, his tomo dissipating, returning to normal black eyes, and the terrifying illusion suppressing the four vanished, leaving them feeling relieved. "Wait for me outside the village. I will accompany you." The four exchanged glances before vanishing from the rooftop. Chapter 64. Sasuke departs. Sakura's eyes brimmed with tears as she choked out, "This is the pain Sasuke has endured, his brother actually." Her voice trailed off. "We should have a decent harvest. Let's go roast some later with Grandpa Third." Naruto gently shook the water bucket and murmured, "After all, as one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru's strength is well known to Sasuke, so he will undoubtedly take his invitation seriously." Naruto furrowed his brows, glancing toward the nearby bushes. "It's all your fault, Choji, for munching on those chips so loudly. It's truly bothersome." Emerging from the foliage, Shikamaru, clad in a Chunin vest, sheepishly scratched his head. "We didn't mean to eavesdrop. It's just that Choji insisted on coming out at this moment. He mentioned that the legendary battle-axe catfish appears in the lake at night. That's somewhat of a village secret. If it gets out, it could cause quite a stir. Uncle Jiku surely hasn't he mentioned this to you, has he, Shikamaru?" Since they had been overheard, Naruto was eager to hear Shikamaru's perspective. "Isn't your team the most familiar with Sasuke?" Shikamaru settled on the riverbank and replied, "If Sasuke aligns himself with Orochimaru, who attacked Konoha, he will undoubtedly be classified as a rogue ninja. You just stated that Orochimaru seeks to consume Sasuke. If he succeeds, neither of you would likely back down, right? Should that result in death, Hinata, Ino, Choji, and I would certainly seek revenge. Consequently, the 5th Hokage would undoubtedly order a full-scale war against the Sound Ninja village, which would be catastrophic." Shikamaru took a deep breath and continued solemnly, "If Sasuke truly intends to leave Konoha, it is imperative to intercept him before he allies with Orochimaru. This would minimize losses, and the 5th Hokage would surely make such a decision." "Truly impressive, Shikamaru." Naruto could not help but commend him. Sakura, having absorbed Shikamaru's analysis, found herself lost in thought. Understanding Sasuke's past, she recognized his obsession with revenge. She also knew that once Sasuke decided to follow Orochimaru in pursuit of power, he would not turn back. Alone, she could not sway Sasuke's heart, but if she pleaded with Naruto, His optimism might also draw him into her torment. Despite Naruto's strength, he would still face peril before Orochimaru, ultimately leading to the war scenario Shikamaru described, a burden heavier than even Lee's training weights. Nevertheless, Shikamaru advised, yet, do not place too much pressure on yourself. After all, these are merely speculations. How troublesome it is to discuss such matters in an open environment. He rose, tugging on Choji's scarf to depart. Confused, Choji asked, aren't we going to roast fish with Naruto, Shikamaru? Shikamaru replied, let us not disturb them, as teammates. Some matters must be resolved independently. Choji then pulled a bag of chips from his pocket and tossed them to Naruto, saying, Naruto, if you encounter difficulties, make sure to call on me. Naruto took the potato chips, waved goodbye to the two, and turned to Sakura, saying, rest assured, as I have promised. No matter what happens, Sasuke will always remain Sasuke. As Naruto departed, Sakura sat in silence, cradling her knees. She found herself unable to comprehend Sasuke's turmoil in the same way that Naruto, who had endured so much, could. She could not fathom the anguish of being betrayed by an older brother, one whom she idolized. At a certain moment, she rose, her gaze resolute, having made her choice. In the stillness of the night, the once thriving Hidden Leaf village was left with only the faint chirping of cicadas. Sasuke stood atop a telephone pole, his bag slung over his shoulder, greedily absorbing the sight of his hometown, wishing to etch it into his memory before he departed. This was to be his final glimpse of the place he once called home. Jumping down from the pole, a solitary figure cast an elongated shadow beneath the street lamp. He paused, noticing a pink-haired girl seated on a nearby bench. Sakura shifted aside as Sasuke took a seat next to her, and the two sat in silence on the bench. This was the closest Sakura had been to Sasuke, yet she felt an insurmountable distance between them. If you're leaving the Hidden Leaf, then take me with you. I want to follow you and act as you wish, she murmured, burying her face in her hands, tears seeping through her fingers. Sasuke felt a tremor within him at her words, yet he replied coldly, do you even know what I desire? Whatever it is, I will comply with your wishes. Sakura exclaimed, embracing Sasuke and weeping against his shoulder, her palm concealing a hidden kunai. Suddenly, a clash of electric currents erupted, illuminating the street with a cacophony of bird cries. Seizing the moment, Kakashi yanked Sakura away from Sasuke's embrace, shielding her behind him, and smiled as he spoke. Do you think you alone can stop Sasuke? Kakashi, glancing at the scars on his hands, felt the weight of unsettling memories settle upon him as he sternly remarked, if I'm not mistaken, you intend to use Chidori against your comrades, Sasuke. Chidori is not a power to be wielded against allies. Sasuke reached toward his wrist, his voice icy. Are you here to stop me too, Kakashi? It's late. What are you planning to do? Kakashi asked, his expression serious. I am grateful for your guidance in gaining strength, but it is insufficient. I cannot achieve what I seek in this insipid place. I must go to the other Sannin to obtain power. Sasuke's eyes glimmered with the three tomo, and Kakashi felt a searing pain as flames enveloped him, igniting his entire being. Sensei. From Sakura's perspective, the two merely exchanged glances, and Kakashi began to tremble. Don't come any closer, he shouted, raising his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. It was only after witnessing Itachi's Sharingan that I understood its true power. Who would have thought I would have to use this power against his own brother, Sasuke? The tomo in his eyes coalesced into a shuriken shape, extinguishing the flames in an instant, while muscular wolfhounds emerged to restrain Sasuke firmly, unfazed by the dogs clinging to him. Sasuke merely regarded Kakashi's Sharingan with mild surprise before smirking and stating, after obtaining that Manjiki, how much has your vision deteriorated? Kakashi, incredulous, replied, Sasuke. Could it be that you? Sasuke's eyes manifested a six-pointed star, exuding an otherworldly aura beneath the moonlight. Upon the appearance of the star, Sasuke's constraints were lifted, leaving Kakashi paralyzed, his chakra flow sluggish. Can you feel this power? It far surpasses the counterfeit of your Sharingan. This is the true strength of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke laughed heartily. Kakashi, even if you are powerful, you cannot stop me when your body is immobilized. Unless you can use that ridiculous eye of yours to sever my head. Kakashi's expression was one of complexity as he watched Sasuke brush past him. You are fortunate. I am not like that man. I disdain the path he walked. At the village's entrance, the guards had succumbed to Sasuke's genjutsu and fallen unconscious. Sasuke halted, a sharp kunai poised at his back. In that critical moment, Sakura hesitated, ultimately unable to strike. Sasuke turned around, raising a hand toward her. Realizing she had lost her chance, Sakura resigned herself, Closing her eyes in anticipation of the inevitable, her mind flooded with memories of her parents' smiles. The daily life of Team 7 and Naruto's cheerful face. I'm sorry, Naruto, I couldn't stop Sasuke, and I'm dying at his hands, she thought. The anticipated pain never came. Instead, she felt a gentle poke on her forehead, and her eyes widened in surprise. With an apologetic expression, Sasuke softly uttered, "Forgive me, Sakura." The six-pointed star in his eyes shimmered, rendering Sakura's body immobile. You will be able to move freely again in an hour. He retracted his finger and turned to walk toward the village's edge, his figure fading into the shadows. Chapter 65. Sasuke returns on the distant horizon. The dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink as the eastern light emerged. In the forest, Sasuke paused, and the four figures materialized. Lord Sasuke, this is far enough. We have already distanced ourselves from the hidden leaf. Sasuke, feeling a surge of irritation, replied brusquely, "What is it?" To be honest, Lord Orochimaru has entrusted us with a significant task, the man named Zwajin stated, his eyes sparkling. We need to let you die once. Sasuke placed his hand on the cursed seal on his wrist, gripping two ninja swords, impatience evident in his demeanor. Then let us do this together. Kibamaru waved his hands vigorously. That's not what we mean, Lord Sasuke. Zwajin, hurry and bring out the awakening pill. Zwajin produced a glass vial, kneeling before Sasuke, and explained, this pill can forcibly enhance the level of your curse seal. However, your curse seal's second form has flaws, and taking this pill will result in immediate death. That is why we have become your guards. We will use barrier ninjutsu to minimize the side effects and ease the process of death, achieving a state of false death. Sasuke extracted a single pill, the faces of Naruto and Itachi flashing in his mind. I cannot die now, I beg you. The pill melted upon contact, and the side effects manifested instantly, causing Sasuke's vitality to plummet. As he consumed the pill, Zwajin unfurled a scroll, summoning a barrel-shaped coffin. Jirby promptly placed Sasuke inside, and the four of them activated a black mist barrier, enveloping the entire forest in darkness as the patterns shrank into the coffin. Seal of Darkness. Zwajin cast several talismans around the coffin, the intricate coordination completing the complex procedure in the blink of an eye. Not far away, Noara Hikari and his companions, Raijin, Tera, and Shizune, arrived in haste. The trio from the Flying Thunder God collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Tera grabbed the water bottle from Shizune and gulped down several mouthfuls, exclaiming, I'm exhausted. I never expected this mission to take so long. As a gentle breeze swept by, the remaining four, aside from Tera who possessed only Chunin's strength, began to sense something amiss. Noara Hikari whispered, Raijin, follow me. As the words fell, the figures of the two vanished into thin air. The quartet of sound ninjas traversed the woodland path, halting their steps as two special jonin from Konoha stood defiantly before them. I recall you are affiliated with Orochimaru, am I correct? Judging by your direction, it appears you're on your way back from Konoha, remarked Noara Jinkan, his gaze fixated on the casket behind Jiraibu. What lies within that? A curse mark manifested upon the faces of the four, and the battle ignited in an instant. By the time Shizune and her companion located them, the two were already lying, gravely injured, amidst the underbrush. A golden figure darted through the forest, deftly dismantling the traps set by the quartet to prevent any unwitting injuries. Based on the residual chakra, it appeared they had recently encountered the likes of the toothpick teacher and scarred teacher, leaving them with scant strength. Within the ceiling space, Minato revealed a smile, stating, Gunkan's prowess is indeed formidable. With the intel you provided, those foes should be resting somewhere nearby. The Ninetales opened its eyes, warning, wait. Another chakra is rapidly approaching that group. Your movements are too sluggish. The quartet, gathered together to recuperate, lifted their heads as a faint purple figure emerged atop the treetops. What brings you here? Kazashi frowned. Is your body already? Komodori, sensing the concern in the other's words, displayed a look of relief, saying, I no longer rely on my physical form. I am sustained by spirit now. Mayo also glanced back, offering a wry smile. Truly, you are an indestructible one. Komodori's silhouette appeared among them, caressing the casket, expressing envy. To touch the realization of Lord Orochimaru's dreams is such a sensation. This vessel contains the true body that Lord Orochimaru desires. Your movements are dreadfully slow. Mr. Kabuto has informed me that my time is limited. I may not wait for your return. He hoisted the casket, declaring, you must fulfill your mission of success. while my sole purpose is to deliver this to Lord Orochimaru. That is all I can achieve now. Are you implying there are pursuers behind? Kiyotaka flicked his fingers, having intentionally left numerous webs along the way. Yet he had not detected any approaching pursuers. My time is precious. I must catch a glimpse of Lord Orochimaru before my spirit can no longer sustain me. Farewell, my friends. As Komadori's emaciated form faded into the thicket, Jirubu lamented, "This must be our final encounter. I never anticipated that our strongest, Komadori, would perish before us." The expressions of the remaining three mirrored his sorrow. "Found you." The leaves danced as the golden figure materialized among them. Kiyotaka gasped, "It's that guy? Impossible. My sensory traps." The taut webbing snapped as Naruto, in his golden form, reached them with swiftness surpassing that of his own traps. Rasengan. 4 Rasengans appeared behind Naruto, their chakra-infused claws propelling them towards the quartet, carving deep gorges into the ground. As they were struck at their vital points, the 4 activated their Curse Mark's second form, collapsing onto the ground, barely clinging to life. Injured Kizashi alternated with the body of his companion, swiftly recovering from his wounds. Seeing Kizashi's intent to resist, Naruto interjected, "You would do well to surrender. I wish to avoid." "Right." Kiyoshi bellowed. "We will not permit you to approach Lord Sasuke so easily. We are sworn to be his guardians. This is our final barrier, H10 Rebirth." In a certain part of the forest, a black suddenly appeared, expanding rapidly into a semicircular barrier that pushed the trees aside, creating a vast pit. Naruto blinked, the expansive crimson semicircular dome enveloping him, leaving him perplexed as to why he had suddenly found himself in such an odd place. He chuckled softly, pondering that no matter how formidable one might be, if the soul were to linger outside the body for too long, it would ultimately lead to demise. The 4 figures stood at a distance, their triumphant smiles betraying their satisfaction. Even if their souls were vanquished within this barrier, as long as the barrier remained intact, Naruto would perish due to the prolonged separation of his soul from his body. Naruto, pointing at several individuals with indignation, exclaimed, "Hey, how despicable you all are. Is it not merely a reflection of your own naivety? Truly foolish." Meanwhile, Duoyu produced a flute, intending to exploit the terrain for a 5-on-1 advantage, secretly rejoicing. Even if he manages to thwart Lord Orochimaru's assassination attempt on the Hokage, we hold the upper hand now. Victory is within our grasp. 2 figures, a man and a woman, approached from behind Naruto, resting their hands on his shoulders. "Why are there other souls present here?" Right Near gasped in astonishment, as the barrier he had conjured was meant to encompass only their 6 souls. "Mom and Dad, how could you possibly be here?" Naruto's voice echoed with surprise from within the barrier. Naruto arrived at the place of the 4, where lifeless bodies lay strewn about, their souls lost, relying solely on their physical instincts to channel chakra for survival. TCH, this little brat is truly careless. It had been a while since he breathed fresh air. With a slight tremor, his golden form crouched down, tilting his head and scratching his chin with his hind leg. At the moment Naruto's soul departed from his body, the 9 tails seized control, adeptly sensing the malevolent thoughts emanating from the depths of the souls of the 4. Instantly, it propelled Naruto's body to the boundary of the reincarnation in the underworld. "Little son, here we go?" Chains erupted from Kushina's body, her hands pressing firmly on the ground as the triple Rasengan rose, attempting to obstruct the path. Shadow Clone Jutsu with Shuriken. A flash of azure light erupted as the specially crafted shurikens transformed into a torrential downpour of blades, akin to a death god's Gatling gun wreathed in blue flames, relentlessly bombarding the Rasengan and forcing 3 massive gates to yield, creating a breach. The shurikens spread throughout the interior of the boundary, and the chains ensnared the 2 brothers. Next came the long-awaited spiral flashing wheel dance. Minato detonated a flash bomb that radiated a dazzling golden light, traversing various marked locations. The light emitted from the bomb pursued Minato's silhouette, but before it could reach him, it veered to chase his newly appeared figure, painting the scene with countless magnificent golden shadows, swiftly dispatching the other 3 who sought to rescue their comrades. Why is such a powerful soul appearing here? The brothers' eyes widened in disbelief, their voices filled with rage. "Even in our absence, you are no match for this child." Kushina retracted the chains, extracting the chakra from their bodies completely, leaving them collapsed on the ground. "Impressive," Naruto couldn't help but exclaim. Kushina playfully hooked her arm around Naruto's neck, grinning. As a parent, One occasionally desires to be admired by their child. With a resounding crack, the golden figure wielded the pitch-black-tailed beast ball, penetrating the vault above. As the 5 fallen figures transformed into luminous points and vanished. Go catch up with Sasuke and clarify things. You can do it, my son. The Minato couple placed their hands once more on Naruto's shoulder, their consciousness returning to his body, while the Nine-Tails relinquished control back to Naruto, who continued in pursuit of Kinshiki. Kinshiki set the coffin upon the lawn, and Naruto materialized behind him. Your speed exceeds my expectations. As his heart raced and blood surged, a bone protruded from his shoulder. He grasped the bone spike in hand and stated calmly, Sasuke is Lord Orochimaru's dream, and I shall safeguard that dream. Kinshiki's gaze pierced Naruto's heart, for he recognized such eyes. They belonged to the lonely, those who had found someone to entrust their hopes to. Naruto clutched his chest and spoke slowly. I can sense that your body is no longer fit for battle. Surrender, for you are not my equal. Do not squander your final moments here. Go and bid farewell to Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Kimimaro paused momentarily, then revealed a faint, sorrowful smile as he replied. There is no need for that. When he sees Sasuke, he will undoubtedly express greater joy than he ever would in my presence. I am content merely to exist in Lord Orochimaru's memories. Such words pierced Naruto's heart, and he retorted coldly, do not live solely for others. You must also consider your own circumstances, you fool. Existence may not inherently possess meaning, yet survival may lead to the discovery of significance. Lord Orochimaru found Sasuke, and I found Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro bore a striking resemblance to Bai, both willing to sacrifice their lives for those they cherished. For those who have experienced solitude fear loneliness above all else. A golden hand reached toward the casket, only to be shattered by the sharp bone spikes. Kimimaro shielded the casket as the crescent-shaped black markings spread across his chest. He raised his palm towards Naruto, declaring, even if I lose the purpose of becoming a vessel, I shall carry back Lord Orochimaru's dream. The skeletal fingers were propelled forth, hurtling toward Naruto like bullets. Yet, such an assault was far too simplistic for him. He merely waved his hand, releasing 10 bones onto the ground. Cease these futile attacks. They will only hasten the end of your remaining time. As the two remained in a tense standoff, the casket erupted in black smoke, and Sasuke, with ebony skin, emerged from it. His waist-length hair retracted to its original length. And feeling the surge of power within him, he gazed at his hands and chuckled with delight. Naruto's eyes lit up. Hey Sasuke, I have something to say to you. Sasuke glanced back at Naruto and then dashed towards the border of the land of fire. Junmaro, his body enveloped in cursed seals, sprouted a long tail, his sickly pale skin transforming into a robust, healthy dark hue. With a swift motion, he extracted his spine, wielding it like a whip aimed at Naruto. Dance of the Iron Wire Flower. The claws of chakra seized the bone whip, and Naruto, with a heavy heart, implored, you and I are alike, living for significant dreams. Please, cease this. Observing how effortlessly Naruto could withstand his relentless onslaught, Junmaro realized he lacked the capacity to thwart his opponent. Crouching down, he pressed one hand against the ground, gritting his teeth as he declared, Dance of the Early Fern. Countless bone spikes erupted from his body, and the earth beneath him gave rise to a multitude of white bones, sprouting like bamboo shoots after rain, swiftly transforming the once flat grassland into a forest of bones. 2 massive claws of chakra anchored themselves to the ground, elevating Naruto high above, sparing him from being pierced into tatters by the skeletal protrusions. This guy is willing to go this far for Orochimaru, Minato sighed, shaking his head. If it weren't for his respect for someone so similar, Naruto would have had no qualms about allowing Junmaro to perish alone. In truth, Naruto could easily have spared himself the time wasted on Junmaro. Emerging from the bones, Junmaro coughed up blood, his extensive assault failing to inflict harm upon Naruto. Exhausted and weak, he murmured, even in my dying state, I fight for Lord Orochimaru's dream. I do not live for others, but for those who are important to me, my own will. I see, Naruto said, extending his thumb in affirmation. Orochimaru must surely hold your memory dear. Thank you. Junmaro's entire body stiffened, a smile breaking through in response. In that moment, his heartbeat ceased. Naruto landed on the ground, pursuing the direction in which Sasuke had fled, confident that Sasuke would be found there. A waterfall obstructed Sasuke's path, flanked by 2 towering statues that stood sentinel, each holding opposing hand seals. Sasuke halted, his voice low and resolute. Have you come to stop me as well? Do you wish to test your strength? I assure you, I will not be defeated by you now. Naruto returned to his usual state, emerging from the woods behind him, shaking his head and reflecting. Life is a narrative woven from vast stretches of confusion, punctuated by fleeting moments of growth. I believe Sasuke has contemplated this deeply. Indeed, one can rapidly enhance their strength under Orochimaru's tutelage, yet caution is paramount. Be vigilant. Then step aside. Sasuke's eyes revealed the three tomo of his Sharingan as he leaped from the waterfall, clenching his fists and roaring. I will no longer resemble a destitute soul lamenting my misfortunes. It is not my legs that are paralyzed, but my mind. Fire style, great fireball technique. A searing fireball hurtled toward Naruto, tracing the descent of the waterfall. Wind style, gale palm. A powerful gust of wind erupted from Naruto's palm, erecting a barrier of air between them. The great fireball collided with the wind wall, momentarily suspended in place. The wind fanned the flames, causing the incandescent plasma to radiate even more brilliantly, culminating in a thunderous explosion that momentarily stilled the waterfall, unleashing a torrent of steam that enveloped the surroundings. Naruto leapt down from the statue, only to be met by Sasuke's assault. Clang! The Raikiri clashed with the shuriken, sparks flying in all directions. I've longed for a duel with you. Sasuke's face bore the markings of dark clouds, his power significantly amplified, momentarily overpowering Naruto in their struggle. Their gazes locked, and Sasuke's head emerged from Naruto's shoulder. Their proximity caused their ears to brush against one another. With a hint of exasperation, Naruto remarked, even in battle, you're being a bit too close for comfort, Sasuke. His eyes transformed into a toad-like form, red hues appearing at the corners, his chakra settling into tranquility. And the head upon his shoulder vanished, allowing him to swiftly counter Sasuke. Why is it that every time you possess some extraordinary ability or inexplicable technique? Sasuke executed a low sweep with his leg, but Naruto's foot collided with Sasuke's, halting the momentum of the sweep, and Sasuke seized the opportunity to withdraw. A pair of colossal arms bursting forth from his back, his skin darkening. A black cross materialized between his brows, and even his hair lightened. I am utterly fed up with these ninja games we play. You cannot comprehend my desperate need for power. Forgive me, Naruto, forgive me. After their earlier exchanges, this was the moment Sasuke resolutely cast aside his obsession, unleashing a bolt of lightning without warning from his hand towards Naruto. Naruto sensed the fluctuation of energy and swiftly turned his head to evade the light gun. At the same time, he advanced, raising the Rasengan and pressing it against the light gun, propelling himself towards Sasuke. The immense palm was torn and sent flying by the Rasengan, causing Sasuke to furrow his brow slightly, as he felt Naruto incessantly disrupting the power of the cursed seal. Naruto raised his fist, pausing before Sasuke's eyes, and said, "Go pursue what you desire. If you falter, it will be my burden. Should you grow weary, simply lean back. I will always stand behind you." Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, his waist-length hair retracting, and the dark patterns adorning his ebony skin receding into the cursed seal, transforming him back to his original form. Truly, what a colossal fool. Their fists collided with a resounding thud, and Naruto grinned widely, declaring, "I'm giving you 3 years. You must become stronger. After 3 years, I will come find you." Understood. Sasuke replied impatiently, waving his hand as he turned to depart towards the borders of the land of fire, a faint smile gracing his lips. As Naruto watched Sasuke's distant figure fade away, he stretched lazily before turning towards the direction of Konoha. Through the information provided by the group of 4, Sasuke had located Orochimaru's base, where Kabuto had been waiting. With a smile, he greeted Sasuke, "You finally arrived. Lord Orochimaru has been expecting you for quite some time." Sasuke brushed past him, curtly replying, "No need for pleasantries. Where's the thing you promised me?" Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied, "It's already prepared. Follow me." He led Sasuke into a laboratory where a long table stood in the center, neatly arranged with 3 scrolls. "Sasuke, these are basic ninjutsu techniques prepared by Lord Orochimaru for individuals like us. Being a descendant of the Uchiha clan, you should be familiar with the first technique, the fireball jutsu, which launches a small ball of flame. I want to elaborate further on that." Kabuto continued his introduction. "Next is a water release technique that allows you to launch a high-pressure water jet to attack enemies, and this one uses vine-like plants to ensnare foes. Would release. The binding technique. Choose one to practice. Sasuke examined the scrolls for a moment, feeling that he had no need to learn any of these techniques. He was already proficient in fire release techniques, had little accomplishment in water release, and had no means to utilize the wood release technique, prompting him to snort disdainfully. Is this a display of intimidation? Are you trying to bamboozle me with these trivial techniques? Raising his right hand, Sasuke summoned a surge of electricity, akin to grasping lightning itself. The chaotic energy surged like a cacophony of 1,000 birds singing simultaneously, illuminating the entire laboratory, dazzling Kabuto. I already possess something far more powerful. Understanding dawned on Kabuto as he adjusted his glasses. So, you have mastered the Chidori. Sasuke withdrew his chakra, asserting, I require even greater power. In his mind, a brilliant figure gleefully exclaimed, Rasengan. Wind release, Rasengan. Super large Rasengan barrage. Understood. Follow me. There are things in the inner layer that may pique your interest and will help you become more familiar with the curse mark. Their shadows elongated under the flickering candlelight, eventually consumed by the depths of the cave's shadows. In the hospital room of Konoha, Tsunade exclaimed, Do not bring up such unreasonable requests again. I have already made an exception by allowing you to pursue Sasuke alone. Naruto clasped his hands together, pleading, Please, Lady Tsunade, grant me 3 years' time. After that, I will bring Sasuke back. Do not classify him as a rogue ninja just yet. Tsunade pressed her forehead with her hand, visibly frustrated. The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, mused, Do you truly trust that Sasuke will return? Because Sasuke is my comrade. We made a pact. Then I, as an old man, have no objections. As this concerns the matters between you young people. Jiraiya, leaning silently against the door, spoke up. I have received news from acquaintances released from Orochimaru's base. He has completed his reincarnation, meaning Sasuke will remain safe for the next 3 years, and Orochimaru will patiently guide him in his training. Do not smoke in the hospital. Tsunade pressed her thumb against the third S pipe, extinguishing it with her bare hand, as everyone in the room awaited her verdict. Really, I find you all quite exasperating. She sighed, putting away the wanted notice, and stated seriously, I will grant you 3 years. If Sasuke has not returned by then, I will classify him as a rogue ninja and initiate a pursuit to prevent Orochimaru from acquiring the Uchiha's power. Sakura beamed, Lady Tsunade. That is wonderful. Kakashi also smiled. In the streets of Konoha, 2 figures, one tall and one small, strolled together. The golden-haired boy, hands behind his head, scoffed, What? So he is still in Konoha? You've got to be kidding me. The dark-haired young man felt a sense of unease, halting as he gazed at the shadowy figures. The golden-haired boy followed his gaze, exclaiming in disbelief, Huh? Where have all Dad's shadow clones gone? The dark-haired young man gritted his teeth and leaped to a nearby water tower atop a tall building, with the golden-haired boy trailing behind in confusion. Mr. Sasuke? Sasuke murmured while gazing at the village. Boruto, this is the Konoha of the past. Chapter 66. Welcome to Naruto's new generation. Beep, beep, beep. The Nine-Tails was gathering chakra, a piercing voice echoing in its mind. Ever since their chakras had intertwined, they could communicate across the confines of deep space. In the original series, Naruto gained this ability after obtaining some of the tailed beast's chakra, allowing for communication even when the beasts were within Kaguya or Madara's bodies. In Boruto, this ability seems to have been lost, likely due to the tailed beast chakra being exhausted during the final battle. Ahem, Naruto, someone is looking for you. In the depths of space, Gaara stood beside Shikaku, feeling somewhat anxious. Shikaku, do you think Naruto will really come? We were enemies before, he might ignore me. Uft. But here he is. Just as Shikaku finished speaking, a bright light appeared before Gaara. Naruto and the Nine-Tails materialized in front of them. Hey Gaara, Shikaku. Naruto greeted them before curiously asking, So, you two have become friends? Gaara, experiencing friendship for the first time, felt a bit awkward as he replied, After I returned. We became friends too. I never expected you to have gone through so much. Isn't that wonderful? I am no longer the same as before now. I have you and everyone by my side. Seeing Naruto's vibrant demeanor, Gaara sighed in relief and said, I received news that Sasuke had left Konoha, which is why I asked Shikaku to bring me here. If you don't mind, I'd love to chat with you regularly. I am always available. Naruto chuckled. Rest assured, how could I ever look down on Gaara? Aren't we good friends? It's no wonder you've become such an exceptional Hokage. Sasuke must have felt incredibly fortunate to be your companion for such a long time. But have you ever considered that you and Sasuke are fundamentally different beings? Gaara, shifting the topic, replied, I was merely speaking offhandedly. Please don't take it to heart. He is your friend, and he is mine as well. If I happen to see him, I will make sure to look after his safety. Then I shall count on you. I must attend to the whims of the perverted sage. Let us converse again soon. It seemed that something urgent was occurring outside, prompting Naruto to hastily disconnect. Gaara shook his head. It's all right. Once both had exited the deep space, a sweet smile graced Gaara's lips. At the breakfast table, Kankuro exchanged glances with Temari and whispered, What is going on? Ever since we received word last night that Sasuke has left Konoha, Gaara has appeared quite jubilant. Were their past grievances truly so severe? Temari lowered her voice. Shoo. Regardless, it is best to let him remain happy. Gaara produced a book titled Sweet Tea Conversations and placed it before Temari, slightly embarrassed. Sister, I finished the book you lent me last time. Do you have any other recommendations? Meanwhile, at a certain bathhouse in Konoha, an earth-shattering roar erupted. Catch that peeping Tom. Thanks to Naruto's momentary distraction, the bathhouse owner discovered someone using binoculars to spy. Jiraiya, sensing impending trouble, swiftly turned to flee, grumbling as he passed Naruto. Wasn't I supposed to rely on you to keep watch? How can you blame me for having my apprentice do these things, you perverted sage? The two formidable shinobi hastily exited, pursued by a throng of righteous men and irate women, causing chaos in the streets. Boruto, hands tucked into his pockets, surveyed his surroundings with curiosity. Every corner of the bygone era of Konoha filled him with a sense of novelty. Sasuke finally emerged from an alley, and upon seeing him, Boruto couldn't help but remark, Mr. Sasuke's fashion sense is rather outdated. Clad in a trench coat and donning a matching fisherman's hat, Sasuke was wrapped up quite snugly. As per the advice of his mentor, he needed to exercise utmost caution and avoid excessive interaction with familiar faces, particularly those reminiscent of his former self. Indeed, Mr. Sasuke is overly cautious. Sasuke intentionally sidestepped Sakura, who was searching for Naruto. Yet Boruto collided with a figure rushing around the corner. Rubbing his forehead, Boruto complained, Ouch, that hurts. Can't you watch where you're going? That should be my line, came the retort. In an uncanny twist of fate, the two remarkably similar individuals met, and Sasuke, his expression unreadable, concluded, Father. Boruto instinctively gasped upon recognizing the other, quickly covering his mouth. Boruto. Hearing a familiar voice, Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Sasuke furrowed his brow, cautiously inquiring, How do you know his name? Naruto rose from the ground, cautiously approaching Sasuke's side. He gently touched the empty left sleeve concealed beneath Sasuke's cloak, stroking his chin as he muttered, Could it be? Suddenly, Jiraiya's frantic cries interrupted Naruto's thoughts. The trio turned towards the corner, where Jiraiya was being pursued by a large group. Almost forgot. This is all the lecherous sage's fault. Noticing the panicked expressions on Naruto and Jiraiya, Sasuke bore a serious countenance, astonished at how swiftly the situation had escalated. Is someone after you? Sasuke inquired. Jiraiya, running towards them in a state of alarm, exclaimed, Indeed. Boruto exchanged a glance with him, stepping forward to shield Naruto, stating, Leave it to us. Is that acceptable? Then I entrust it to you. Jiraiya halted, placing a pair of binoculars into Boruto's hands. Gazing at the retreating figures of Jiraiya and Naruto, Boruto stood dazed, while an ominous feeling settled in Sasuke's heart. Found you. A pair of peeping toms, one large and one small. The owner of the bathhouse appeared behind them, accusing Boruto and Sasuke of their misdeeds. Sasuke, expressionless, murmured, Those foolish master and apprentice. We're saved. Thankfully, my stand-in was able to fend off that detestable bathhouse owner. Jiraiya, hiding in the shadows, peeked out. Meanwhile, Naruto, also saved, expressed his disdain, always peeping. This time, he even shifted the blame onto Boruto. Truly, he is the lecherous sage. Jiraiya, fuming, corrected him. How many times must I say it? This is research, not peeping. Why are you here, old man? Just then, the third Hokage appeared, pipe in mouth. He had been observing Jiraiya and Naruto's misdeeds through his crystal ball, condemning their actions, when he unexpectedly noticed Naruto interacting with two suspicious individuals, seemingly quite familiar with them. Have we met before? Is the old man also peeping? Naruto quickly identified the flaw in the situation. Jiraiya scoffed. Need I say more? The old man is undoubtedly spying on my research. Humph. As if I would engage in such trivial pursuits. A voice rang from behind them. Tsunade's. The trio turned mechanically. Tsunade. I assure you, I did not. After enduring a thorough beating, the three knelt before Tsunade, pleading, "Lady Tsunade, please forgive us." Onlookers scattered, avoiding the scene as if it were a plague. The fifth Hokage was indeed as formidable as the rumors suggested. The third Hokage, despite his age, bore the bruises from her assault, fearing that if she grew more pleased, she might drag them in for a beating as well. "You three imbeciles." Tsunade turned her attention to the wronged Sasuke and Boruto, stating, "I am Tsunade, the fifth Hokage of Konohagakure. You seem unfamiliar. What brings you to our village?" Sasuke, disguised and appearing youthful, spoke calmly. "We are performers, traveling from place to place to earn a living." With that, he produced a small ball from his pocket and tossed it into the air. The others looked up as Sasuke raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and shouted, "Ka!" The ball burst open, releasing several colorful streamers. Though not as skilled as a ninja, they relied on these performances to make a living. After hearing Sasuke's fabricated introduction, Tsunade glanced at Naruto, hands on her hips, and remarked, "You two seem unaware of recent events in the village. A Chunin has left Konohagakure, and the village is currently under partial alert. I cannot trust you easily. I will assign someone to monitor your every move. Do you have any objections?" Naruto raised his hand, volunteering, "Tsunade, allow me to keep watch over them." Understanding his intent, she nodded. However, Sasuke's attention remained fixed on the third Hokage, who knelt before them, and he unconsciously furrowed his brow for a fleeting moment. If this is the case, it appears the third has already perished in battle. Did something transpire while I was away? What exactly is going on? This scene did not escape the notice of Jiraiya, prompting Tsunade to turn towards him and say, "Then I entrust the two of them to you and Naruto." Jiraiya protested, "What? Naruto is one thing. He requested this himself, but why must I bear this burden? Do you have any idea how busy I am? If it were to monitor adorable young ladies, perhaps I would consider it. But this task is not one I am willing to undertake." As Naruto was contemplating his next move, Boruto, endowed with the legacy of his family, stepped forward first, exclaiming, "Uncle." A plume of smoke arose, revealing the pure and endearing figure of Himawari before him, who sweetly inquired, "Is it all right if we proceed this way?" Jiraiya, with his large nostrils resembling the chimneys of a locomotive, emitted two streams of white smoke. "This feels distinctly different from Naruto. Absolutely perfect. Allow this challenging task to be entrusted to me." The white-haired youth, Jiraiya, kneeling beside them, the third Hokage lowered his head, feeling a warmth in his nostrils. Possessing precise control over chakra, he managed to keep the blood from his nose firmly contained, silently reflecting, "I almost lost my composure. This little fellow is indeed quite remarkable. Well then, I leave it in your capable hands. Old man, return to my office with me. There are documents that require your attention." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Opting for discretion, Boruto reclined with his hands behind his head, exhaling in relief. It feels as though a lifetime of tension has been expended here. Naruto rested his hands behind his head, smirking. It's all because of Boruto's sudden appearance. Ultimately, it's still the fault of that lecherous sage. Jiraiya, who had just been boasting grandly in front of Boruto, had vanished without a trace, and Naruto sighed in resignation, realizing he had once again fled. Sasuke, with a grave demeanor, inquired, "Naruto, how did you come to know Boruto's name?" "Huh, no wonder I've always felt something was amiss." Boruto, belatedly aware, despite possessing an intellect far superior to his peers, had always regarded Naruto as his familiar father and felt no sense of dissonance. "I'll explain the details later, but suffice it to say, a great deal has transpired. Let us head to my house, Boruto." Naruto then turned to his long-lost dear friend, his eyes bright, and said, "Sasuke." The youthful Sasuke, who had witnessed all manner of tumultuous events, contemplated a certain possibility, murmuring in disbelief, hey, you can't be." Naruto turned his back, extending his thumb to point towards his back, grinning as he remarked, "This was once the domain of the seventh Hokage." Sasuke sighed indeed. "Upon encountering the third Hokage, my suspicions began to arise." "When did the straggler arrive?" Naruto, observing Sasuke's intact eyes, rested his index finger against his chin and declared with conviction, "It's been many years since you arrived with Boruto, and it's all due to the Tsutsuki." Sasuke silenced Naruto's incessant chatter by covering his mouth and coldly replied, "Enough. There's no need for superfluous words, you reckless time waster." Boruto gasped in astonishment. "Dad too?" Sasuke whispered, "Your father hails from a different point in time. his temporal mechanics likely differ from ours. He possesses the ability to alter the timeline, which implies that he has transported us to an alternative past. Boruto retrieved the slumbering plow from his small pouch and murmured, "Is that true?" The laboratory's journal has just published findings on the capture of tau neutrinos operating in reverse, leading to the theory of potential parallel worlds. Riding on NASA's coattails, heh. Naruto pried apart Sasuke's hand, gasping for breath as he exclaimed, "It's just like what Shikamaru used to say. This is simply how it is. I have too many regrets. So let's head to my house first." Truly, it was an act befitting a fool. Sasuke exhaled a deep sigh and followed suit. The trio arrived at Naruto's residence. And thanks to Hinata's frequent visits to tidy up the place, Naruto's living environment was vastly improved compared to his childhood. "Is Dad living alone now?" Boruto inquired, gazing curiously at the lively home. As Naruto prepared a change of clothes for his son, he explained, "I suppose so. Your grandparents had already passed away when I was born." Upon hearing this, Boruto fell silent. Due to the demands of his work, Naruto had rarely shared stories from his childhood, relying instead on Hinata to recount the fragments of his past. As Naruto noticed a hint of melancholy in Boruto, he approached and gently patted the boy, who was nearly his height, softly saying, "But they are both very happy now, Boruto." Boruto, momentarily taken aback, replied helplessly, "Forget it." In the ceiling space, little Boruto was incredibly adorable. "Grandma wants to give you a kiss." Kushina playfully teased a grimacing Minato. "I have so many typos to correct. It's exhausting." Chapter 67, Father and Son. "Please put me down, Dad. This is so embarrassing." Boruto protested in a hushed tone, his face flushed. At that moment, he was perched on Naruto's shoulders, being paraded through the streets, attracting curious glances from passers-by. With a hint of pleading in his voice, Naruto said, "Once you return, I want to have the chance to see you again. Let us relish the long-awaited moments of father and son together." Boruto was momentarily taken aback, yielding to the almost peer-like authority of Naruto, as he searched for Sasuke's presence and inquired, "By the way, Dad, where has Mr. Sasuke gone?" He mentioned he was discreetly following someone to conceal his whereabouts. Naruto stroked his chin, reminiscing about the scene from the morning. "I plan to head to the shopping district to buy some daily necessities for you two. Would you like to join?" Upon witnessing the conspicuous behavior of the father and son duo, Sasuke, who was about to leave, turned his head away and coldly stated, "I refuse." He concealed his Rinnegan with an eye patch, yet his one-armed and one-eyed appearance still drew attention. Unlike Boruto, he bore the weight of many memories in this world. Concealed in the shadows, Sasuke observed Naruto and Boruto's complete disregard for the gazes around them, muttering, "Fools." Indeed, the streets appeared entirely transformed, resembling an utterly unfamiliar city. Boruto, feeling the shifts in history, couldn't help but marvel. This place had evolved into a renowned commercial hub, gradually selling scientific ninja tools to the common folk. Lowering his head, he addressed Naruto, "Speaking of which, Mr. Sasuke in this era should be around my age too. Why not introduce me to him?" Unfortunately, he was nowhere to be found. Yesterday, Granny Tsunade mentioned that a lower-ranking ninja had departed from Konoha, referring to Sasuke. "Oh, isn't that similar to what happened with Mitsuki back then? Why is that?" Naruto reminisced about his bittersweet past, stating, "At that time, Sasuke had no alternative. Our differing ideologies led to a complete fallout. He believed that severing all ties was the path to greater strength. Ultimately, his arrogant demeanor was corrected. Yet it is precisely because of the Sasuke of the past that the current version exists. However, my circumstances are somewhat different." The two engaged in an endless discourse about Sasuke, and as they passed an intersection, they inadvertently collided with a shadowy figure, resulting in a chaotic tumble. "Ouch, father. You are so reckless." Naruto promptly helped Boruto to his feet and quickly apologized to the Chunin he had collided with, saying, "My apologies. Esteemed sir," who bears a striking resemblance to Asuma-sensei. The Chunin, appearing to be a support type, stood up, rubbing his chest, and replied, "It's quite all right," though the prefix is unnecessary. Hearing the commotion, the Chunin's companions rushed over, grumbling as they gathered the scattered scrolls. Transporting these heavy scrolls and books from the library to your home requires traversing nearly half of Konoha. Honestly, you must treat me to some barbecue later. Boruto, observing the laborious effort of his counterpart, couldn't help but exclaim, "If only we had a lightning release vehicle. It would be so much easier, carrying both people and goods while making a quick circuit around the village." Naruto gently patted his shoulder, expressing his empathy. I once pondered the matter of the thunder train as well. Come on, even Electric's father seems to be lost. Unbeknownst to the speaker, the listener absorbed his words deeply. The Chunits, deep in thought, rose to observe their departing figures, murmuring reflectively, a means of transportation for both passengers and cargo, electric. One of his companions called out, Yuli, if we don't hurry, we'll miss the discount at the barbecue restaurant next door. Brother Naruto. After Naruto and Boruto procured some daily necessities, they were approached by a small figure clad in a long green scarf, who stood with hands on hips. Boruto, recognizing a hint of familiarity, inquired curiously, who is this little one? With indignation, Konohamaru retorted, who are you calling little? I am a rival of Naruto, destined to become Hokage in the future. By the way, who are you, and why have I not encountered you before? Boruto was taken aback, exclaiming, wait, are you Konohamaru? Upon hearing the term brother, Konohamaru blushed slightly, attempting to adopt a mature demeanor as he declared, surprisingly, you possess some insight. Henceforth, I, Konohamaru, shall take you under my wing as my little brother. Naruto inquired, what brings you here? With a cheerful grin, Konohamaru replied, it is time for my elder brother to witness the fruits of my training. Naruto had merely provided initial guidance on the nuances of mastering the Rasengan, adopting a hands-off approach afterward, and was aware that Konohamaru had only recently completed the second phase of his training. To his surprise, he exclaimed, has it really been such a short time? Have you already tackled the third phase? Without hesitation, Konohamaru transformed into a tall, dark-haired girl, her palms facing upward as she gracefully flicked her long garment. Her expression now serious. First, the rotation and power. Wisps of chakra emanated from her palms, gradually coalescing into a sphere, taking on the rudimentary form of the Rasengan. With a ripple, the Rasengan blossomed in her hand, a testament to her skill. Incredible! Has my elder brother mastered the Rasengan at such a young age? Boruto couldn't help but marvel. Though he had only recently completed his own training in the technique, he internally grumbled, but why combine it with the seduction technique? As Konohamaru dissipated the Rasengan, reverting to her original form, she raised her head proudly. Yet, such pride at this stage was unwarranted. Naruto discerned that Konohamaru's pride had swelled beyond measure, and he resolved to present him with a greater challenge. He remarked, the Rasengan remains an incompletely developed ninjutsu. To fully master it and enhance its potency, one must incorporate a transformation of chakra properties. Accomplishing this step will render it extraordinarily powerful. Upon finishing his statement, Naruto spread his arms wide and traced a large circle in the air to lend credence to his assertion. Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it truly that formidable? Allow me to demonstrate. Upon witnessing Naruto transform into a version of himself, Boruto felt a jolt of surprise and mused inwardly. Could it be that employing the seduction technique prior to unleashing the Rasengan would amplify its effectiveness? You foolish fool. As Naruto instinctively raised her hand to block, she deftly seized the fist that was aimed at her cheek. What the heck? It's just Sakura. Sakura withdrew her hand, grumbling. What are you doing out on the street at this hour? It's the fierce and strong girl. Upon uttering those words, Konohamaru was immediately taken aback, as Sakura shot him a menacing glare, causing him to flee with great haste. Sakura, please remain calm. Sakura complained to Hinata, honestly, it's chaos all day long. And you don't even intervene, Hinata. Hinata offered a wry smile, attempting to pacify her. Oh, come on, Sakura, just a few words will suffice. Naruto clasped the hand of his companion, exclaiming with joy, Hinata, you've come. Boruto gazed in astonishment at the somewhat bashful Hinata, pondering. Mother's demeanor seems to diverge greatly from what it will become in the future. Sakura, with a sigh of resignation, stood to the side, a subtle, elusive smile gracing her face. For some inexplicable reason, this scene reminded her of the night Sasuke departed. Unable to suppress her emotions, she gently touched her forehead, gazing skyward. Whispering, Sasuke, what are you doing now? In the shadows, Sasuke sneezed, furrowing his brow and muttering, did I catch a chill last night? That little bed of Naruto's is indeed too cramped for three. In a hidden lair belonging to Orochimaru, Sasuke, fervently perusing scrolls and absorbing knowledge, also sneezed, frowning and questioning. Am I coming down with something? From the adjacent room, a cacophony of rummaging ensued, followed by a series of persistent knocks. Orochimaru, embodying the image of Juan Y. Maru, wheeled himself in, a medicine bottle resting on his thigh. He placed the bottle on Sasuke's desk, casting a glance at the scroll in Sasuke's grasp, and inquired with concern. Still studying, I see? Yes, Sasuke replied, unscrewing the bottle to swallow a pill. Orochimaru gently admonished, you have been studying all night for several days now. You must take care of your health. I know, Sasuke retorted, returning the bottle but never diverting his gaze from the scroll. With a hint of reproach, Orochimaru said, you promised me the same yesterday. How many times has this been this month? You spend all your time studying. Occasionally, you ought to step out and indulge in some killing to unwind. Continuing like this will exhaust you. Irritated, Sasuke shouted back, you're so tedious, old man. What is wrong with reading for a bit? Orochimaru paused, breath caught in his throat, then shook his head in disappointment, wheeling himself out of the room. Recently, Kabuto had been engrossed in research, busy with his endeavors. With a sigh, he observed the dimly lit corridor, which elongated his solitary silhouette. What are you all doing here? I have heard that Lady Tsunade has a mission to assign. Naruto greeted the newcomers with a cheerful, hey, Neji and Tenten. Accompanying Neji was Tenten and Sakura. Noticing their camaraderie, smirked and remarked, it seems your relationship has blossomed recently. Tenten, feeling a bit flustered, nervously clutched her clothing and replied, it's because the fifth Hokage has a mission. Alive Neji, not just a posthumous photograph. Boruto scrutinized the vividly animated Neji, the prodigious ninja who was rumored to have perfectly inherited the Hyuga bloodline, only to have perished in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Neji, feeling discomfort under Boruto's gaze, furrowed his brow and inquired, and who might this be? This kid is a performer. My recent task is to keep an eye on him. Naruto explained while patting Boruto on the back. Everyone meet Neji. At that moment, they turned to see the recently recovered Lee, staggering under the weight of several tons of iron, straining as he approached them while performing lifting motions, each step accompanied by labored sounds. Lee looked at Boruto and said, and this is the performer mentioned by Lady Tsunade. Please take care of him. Tintin exclaimed with delight. Lee, you're out of the hospital. Yes, thanks to Lady Tsunade. Lee replied as he gently placed the iron down, showcasing his brand new tight-fitting outfit. Moreover, Neji graciously allowed me to wear this green outfit, and I feel an invigorating force within me, a force known as youth. Neji wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow and remarked coolly, that was a consolation prize from Gai-sensei after I lost to Naruto. Such things are more suited to you. Lee continued, I'm here for a mission. I've heard that all the genin without tasks have been summoned for a special mission led by Shikamaru for the first time. The group then made their way to the hot springs previously spied upon by Jiraiya and Naruto, where Kiba and Shino had been waiting for quite some time. Naruto was plagued by an ominous foreboding. Indeed, upon the arrival of the Inoshikacho trio, Shikamaru, who was privy to the circumstances, gazed at him with a resigned expression. Their task this time was to clean the entire bathhouse, as it seemed that a former acquaintance of the fifth Hokage had some unresolved issues with the owner, making it rather awkward to decline the request. Naruto pressed his forehead, inwardly lamenting, surely this is just to clean up the mess from yesterday. If everyone finds out, I'll surely face the consequences. The crowd dispersed to gather cleaning tools, while Hinata silently observed Boruto's actions. Typically shy, she felt an unusual mix of familiarity and strangeness about him. When Boruto sensed Hinata's gaze, she smiled and remarked, you bear a striking resemblance to Naruto. Boruto, startled, waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, and no, that can't be right. Indeed, the similarities were undeniable. Prompted by Hinata's observation, Ino approached, scrutinizing Boruto from head to toe and adding, and your outfit is quite fashionable. Nearby, the perceptive Sakura chimed in, even your verbal quirks are similar. You two aren't father and son, are you? Haha, just kidding. It would be strange if verbal quirks were hereditary. Now let us get to work. Watching the girls head towards the women's bath, Boruto slumped like a deflated balloon, nearly collapsing to the ground. A jet of water splashed onto his face, soaking his clothes. Annoyed, he glanced at Naruto, who was grinning while holding a hose. This is the scientific ninja tool, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. How's that for a boost? Boruto wiped the water from his face, swiftly grabbing a mop from the ground to retaliate, angrily retorting, how can you splash me with such hot water, you foolish old Naruto? When it comes to scientific ninja tools, you're still light years behind me. Due to their relationship, the entire gathering was caught in the ensuing chaos, leaving the bathhouse in disarray. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow painted the sky crimson, enveloping the entire Hidden Leaf village. At a certain moment, The space above the shadow rock transformed into a patch of black pixels, reminiscent of a dead pixel on a display. The black pixels gradually expanded, creating an opening just large enough for an adult to pass through. A fishing rod emitting a red light tumbled out of the dark pixelated aperture, followed closely by a white-haired man who rolled out. He hurriedly turned back to press against the edge of the opening, hastening its closure. As the gap sealed completely, a faint, hoarse voice could be heard from within. That guy must surely be an accomplice of Kaguya. The man stood up, brushing off the dust from his attire, picking up the fishing rod, and surveying his surroundings with a look of trepidation. Naruto Uzumaki is far too powerful. Had it not been for the adjustment of my landing point, I might have faced dire consequences. Floating in midair, he gazed at the sunset with an entranced expression, murmuring, "Though this view is beautiful, it's time for me to take action. This time, I shall claim all of the Nine Tails chakra." Chapter 68. The Descent of Otsutsuki Urashiki. 13 servings of premium tenderloin and premium ribs, and we need more, Choji declared, closing the menu with a flourish. Asuma, closing his withered wallet, sighed in resignation. "So, this is what you guys meant when you invited me for barbecue." Shikamaru patted him on the back in consolation. "Come on. You promised Choji during the last preliminaries. With him around, saving money is out of the question." Boruto stuffed a piece of grilled meat into his mouth, a blissful smile spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "Delicious. After eating ramen these past few days, this is such a treat." Sitting beside Boruto, Ino shot a glare at Naruto and said, "How can you let that handsome young man eat nothing but ramen? Come on, let us indulge." Naruto bashfully scratched his head and said, "I hadn't thought that far ahead. I initially planned to take you out for ramen." Boruto protested, "That's your preference. I prefer the intensely spicy lei burger." "Lei burger? What is that?" Dinxie's ears perked up, as he had never heard of such a thing from Boruto. "Ah, that is." Boruto was taken aback, fearing exposure and pondering an excuse when Dinxie's attention shifted to the grill, where a pair of chopsticks was swiftly devouring the grilled meat. Neji furrowed his brow and praised, "That's the gentle fist. Truly worthy of Lady Hinata. Even while eating barbecue, she continues her training. She is very dedicated." Boruto observed the scene of Dinxie competing with Hinata for the grilled meat and thought to himself, "Has my mother always had such a hearty appetite since childhood?" Hinata, feeling a bit embarrassed, paused her chopsticks and said, "Thanks to Neji and I, who has been practicing with me recently, but I still have a long way to go." "No, you have indeed grown stronger. Not only has your physicality improved, but your mindset has as well." Neji shook his head and turned to Boruto, asking, "You've been watching me for a while? Is there something on your mind?" Boruto inquired, "I'm curious, aren't Neji and Hinata siblings? Why do you always refer to her as Lady Hinata?" Neji explained, "She is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga main family. As a member of the branch family, I naturally must use respectful titles. We grew up together, and I have told her she doesn't have to call me that, but Lady Hinata refuses to agree." Understanding dawned on Boruto as he nodded, finally grasping the bond between his uncle and Hinata. Kiba, placing grilled meat into Akamaru's bowl, remarked, "Speaking of which, when I first met you, Neji, I thought you were quite difficult to get along with." "Your fate is not determined by anyone else," Boruto said, watching Neji as he calmly laid raw meat on the grill. A smile spread across everyone's faces as they momentarily paused, astonished by Neji's words. Neji tilted his chin toward Naruto and said to Boruto, "This is what Naruto taught me. I once cursed my own fate, having been born into the branch family, deprived of the equal treatment afforded to the main family, and consequently losing my father. I accepted this inescapable destiny of the branch family. However, it was he, who was also meant to be crushed by fate, who corrected my negative outlook." Naruto waved his hand dismissively, saying with a hint of embarrassment, "It's all in the past now. To be honest, it makes me quite shy." Ino raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin and teased, "You can be shy? Didn't you during the third preliminary match?" Hinata's face flushed crimson as she attempted to silence Ino. "So, it turns out my father and Uncle Neji had such experiences," Neji remarked with a slight frown, redirecting the conversation back to Boruto. "I can't believe I'm discussing this with a performer whose name I don't even know. Perhaps it's because you resemble Naruto so much." Sakura and Ino leaned in closely, their faces nearly touching, and chimed in, "You feel that way too, right, Neji?" Neji nodded in agreement and turned to Boruto, saying, "I observed your skills at the bathhouse earlier. It's a pity for a performer, as you've already reached the standard to become a ninja." Shikamaru concurred, adding, "Your instincts are sharper than the average person, indicating a natural talent for being a ninja. You should consider it." "What's wrong, Shino?" Kiba noticed that Shino had been silently staring at Boruto since the beginning. Shino, in his usual monotone, asked, "Where did you learn your taijutsu?" Boruto hesitantly explained, "In a place similar to a school, learning from a teacher." "I see. Your movements are quite impressive. But there are unnecessary motions when shifting your center of gravity. Didn't your teacher correct you on that?" "Not really." "I see. Then your teacher seems rather mediocre," Shino remarked, adjusting his sunglasses with a hint of disdain for Boruto's instructor. After finishing their barbecue and thanking Asuma, the group began to disperse. The next day, Naruto and Sasuke took Boruto to a secluded spot in the forest behind the village. Boruto placed his hand on a massive rock and said, "Is this where Dad and Mr. Sasuke used to train? It's hard to believe this place will no longer exist in the future." Sasuke approached the rock, observing its weathered surface, and a rare smile crossed his normally stoic face as he reminisced about the past. "Speaking of which, where has the pervy sage gone? He promised to take me out of the village these past few days." Naruto finally recalled Jiraiya's promise. "I never expected you all to disrupt my plans." An untimely voice interrupted. Naruto and Sasuke immediately sensed an overwhelming malice roaring above them like a tempest. They simultaneously glanced upward. Otsutsuki Urashiki hovered in the air, wielding a fishing rod, casting a condescending gaze upon Sasuke and Boruto. He regarded Naruto with utter disdain, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, "You've indeed arrived first. Truly, you are a nuisance, always hindering my plans. I shall deal with you troublesome pests as well." With gritted teeth, Sasuke removed his eye mask, revealing his Rinnegan, ready to engage in battle. Naruto gazed at the fishing rod in his hand, subtly extending his palm to press against his abdomen while performing a twirling motion. "At last, I see you, the feeble Mr. Uzumaki Naruto," Urashiki exclaimed, casting his fishing hook towards Naruto, his body slightly tilting to evade the descending strike from Sasuke. "Ah, it appears your chakra has yet to recover. Presently, you resemble a mere mouse." Furious, Sasuke landed on the ground, having lost a significant portion of his chakra to Urashiki's fishing rod, which seemed to possess a peculiar ability to suppress chakra recovery. "Dad, run!" Boruto cried out, instinctively positioning himself in front of Naruto. A moment too late. The glowing red hook had somehow pierced through Naruto's abdomen. Urashiki grinned widely, cheerfully declaring, "I shall claim the chakra of the Nine Tails." He smugly pulled the rod back, intending to deposit the chakra orb into the fish basket on his back. "What is going on?" he wondered, sensing something was amiss with the weight. Holding the hook before his eyes, he discovered it was utterly empty, devoid of the usual spoils. "You couldn't extract the chakra. What have you done?" Sealing space. The Ninetails' head was caught between the iron gates, its forelimbs grasping the barrier while its hind legs thrashed violently against the water's surface, attempting to free its head. "This little brat is being overly dramatic," it grumbled. Minato bowed repeatedly in apology, saying, "There's no other way. Ninetails, please bear with it." Just moments before Urashiki's arrival, Naruto had rotated the sealing technique, causing several divine gates to descend from the heavens, suppressing the Ninetails' nine tails. While the iron gates swiftly closed to prevent Urashiki from siphoning its chakra, Boruto was taken aback. In his era, many had fallen victim to Urashiki's tricks, and no effective countermeasures had yet been devised. Sealing techniques, truly the folly of those who toy with time, yet they are remarkably effective. Sasuke, seasoned from countless battles, immediately discerned Naruto's strategy. "Thank goodness for this, Naruto. There's no need to worry about his safety. Then I shall acquire the chakra by other means." Urashiki's white eyes transformed into the blue of the Rinnegan, as the edge of Sasuke's katana swept past him. With a flurry, several crimson-hued origami cranes erupted from within him, and he vanished into thin air like magic, narrowly evading Sasuke's attack. A white figure reappeared on the ground, crouching before the half-kneeling Sasuke, his blue ripple-patterned Rinnegan rendering his smile sinister. "It seems dealing with you now is as effortless as a cat catching a mouse." Jiraiya strolled leisurely through the forest, murmuring, "Gathering materials has consumed quite a bit of my time. I hope Naruto is getting along well with them. Those two should be cleared of suspicion soon, and we'll take Naruto out of the village tomorrow." Rasengan. Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the distant shout, as he sprinted towards the source of the sound. Boruto charged forward, Rasengan in hand, but Urashiki merely waved his rod lightly, dispersing the swirling energy with ease. Naruto approached Sasuke and helped him to his feet, casting a grave glance at Uchiha. What transpired, Sasuke? You appear to be drenched in sweat without any provocation from Uchiha. Could it be that he possesses some hidden abilities? My strength has yet to be restored, and my movements have become sluggish. Sasuke gritted his teeth, lamenting that the chakra he had painstakingly cultivated over the past few days was nearly depleted after 2 consecutive failed attacks. His gaze drifted toward the precipice beside him, contemplating. The remaining chakra barely suffices for a single Uchiha throw. It seems I have no other choice. Just then, a fist appeared before him, disrupting Sasuke's thoughts. Naruto placed his hand on his abdomen and spun around, smiling. It's merely a lack of chakra. Such a resource can be summoned as needed. I thought perhaps it was due to your physical weakness. One must consider the occasion when jesting. You underachiever. Sasuke raised his fist to meet Naruto's, and a long-forgotten surge of chakra coursed through him, filling him with an invigorating sensation that involuntarily elicited a muffled grunt of pleasure. Uchiha furrowed his brow slightly. Lifting his hands to clasp both Sasuke's and Naruto's fists, he turned to Naruto and inquired, "What have you done?" Sizzle. Naruto lifted his gaze, a golden aura igniting around him, and declared, "Let us teach him a lesson, Sasuke." Ah. Sasuke revealed the eternal Manjiki Sharingan in his right eye, the chirping of Chidori resonating in his hand, a smirk gracing his lips as he said, "I've longed to do this." Uchiha raised his left leg, attempting to kick the smaller Naruto, only to have his strike blocked by Naruto's other hand. Naruto's fist connected with Uchiha's calf, dissipating the force of the kick before launching a counterattack. Uchiha, caught off guard, leaned back to evade, releasing the grip he had on Naruto. Sasuke, with a reverse knife hand strike, pursued him, forcing Uchiha to lower his elbow, deflecting Sasuke's blade and narrowly avoiding a fatal wound as the blade grazed his chest, leaving a significant gash. He then swiftly retreated, already formulating a strategy, shifting his center of gravity toward Naruto. 2 against 1 is unfavorable. I shall deal with the little one first. He turned and charged toward Naruto's face, only to be met with Naruto's palm striking his jaw, sending him flying. In midair, Uchiha utilized his flight ability to mitigate the damage, retreating a few steps to regain his composure, looking bewildered at Naruto. How did he strike me? Why does this brat possess such formidable combat skills at this age? However, during the skirmish, he had discerned Naruto's prowess in close-quarters combat. A fishing rod materialized in his hand as he grinned. Well then, I shall employ a weapon. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged a glance, positioning themselves back to back as they retrieved scrolls from their pockets. Here we go, Naruto. A colossal wind shuriken manifested in Sasuke's hand, hurled toward Uchiha. Uchiha swung his fishing rod, cleaving the shuriken in twain. Just as a smile crept across his face, another wind shuriken emerged from the shadow of the first. Humph, mere tricks. Uchiha dodged, yet as the shuriken passed by, it transformed into Naruto's likeness. Anticipating Naruto's combat style, he denied Naruto the opportunity to close the distance, using his fishing rod to maintain separation. Sasuke, wielding Chidori, advanced, and Uchiha grinned, the long fishing line ensnaring him tightly. Whoosh. Sasuke activated his Rinnegan ability, swapping positions with Uchiha, rendering the one bound not Sasuke, but Uchiha himself. Naruto gathered the Rasengan in his hand, having long awaited this moment, and unleashed it directly upon his adversary's abdomen. With a thunderous impact, the foe was sent crashing into the depths of the earth, debris scattering in all directions. Boruto exclaimed in astonishment, "How formidable!" Chapter 69, Otsutsuki Urashiki has perished. Cursed be this mere lowly creature. Within the pit, Urashiki's blue Rinnegan transformed into the crimson Six-Tomo Rinnegan. Black pixelated blocks materialized beside him, as he conceived the notion of escape, activating the powers of the Yomi's Biri Saka to flee. But it was not over yet. Sasuke extended his palm towards him, the Six-Tomo Rinnegan in his left eye radiating a faint purple light as he bellowed, "Heavenly Star." Urashiki sensed impending doom and swiftly reverted to the capabilities of his blue Rinnegan. His form dissipated, transforming into several origami cranes. However, an unusual gravitational force suddenly emerged at the location, rendering the flying cranes unable to escape despite their desperate flapping. They reformed into human shape. Within the cavern, stones and dirt crept towards him like parasitic maggots, relentlessly pressing against him and adhering to his body. gradually forming a compact celestial body that floated above the forest. In a final struggle, Urashiki wrestled to remove the fish basket from his back, laboriously bringing it close to his mouth.